The trash newbie equipment that everyone despises. But you want to buy it back at a higher price. You even want to buy 100,000 pieces at once. Everyone else thinks you're crazy. Little do they know, this is how you become stronger. Because in your previous life, you were the top-ranked powerhouse. But in the battle for the ultimate artifact, you were killed by your girlfriend. What you didn't expect is, the ultimate artifact is actually soulbound, and it came back with you through time and space. You thought this would instantly make you invincible, but when you saw the properties of the ultimate artifact, you were dumbfounded. This artifact doesn't have any attribute bonuses at all, nor does it have any skills. It only has one unique effect, and after reading the description, you finally realize that the amazing thing about the artifact is its infinitely combinable effects. Unlimited fusion of equipment with no level restrictions. The newly fused equipment will inherit all the attributes of the previously fused equipment, and as the fusion quantity increases, it can unlock artifact characteristics. Current progress, 1. 0% you exhale deeply. Feels good. It's worthy of being the ultimate artifact. According to this description, this equipment is simply invincible. This means that with each fusion of a beginner's longsword, the physical attack power increases. If it's possible to fuse 10,000 beginner's longswords, the attack power will directly increase by 50,000. That's really insane. You should know that the biggest pain point in the late game is having to abandon old equipment. And the new equipment may not necessarily have the attributes you need the most. But now, you'll only get stronger with each swipe. Once you obtain the required attributes, you'll have them forever. You won't be limited anymore. And due to the soul binding feature of the ultimate artifact, no need to worry about weapons dropping or getting damaged. It can be said that the world is united as one. Just need to go buy new beginner's equipment. The Divine Map has been online for several days now. Global players have exceeded 1 billion. Many players have upgraded their equipment to common green quality. Basic beginner's equipment has long been eliminated. It's just gathering dust in the equipment slot. You looked at the 10 gold coins in the backpack, suppressing the crazy benefits at the corner of your mouth. You walked straight to the trading market, shaking your head and smiling bitterly at the long queue in front of you. No one has achieved the first kill in the beginner's village yet. So players are all stuck in various beginners' villages, causing the trading market to be overcrowded. The Divine Map, as a 100% realistic game, trading needs to be done in person in the game. Some people complain that this mode is not as convenient as traditional online games, but some people also feel that this gameplay has explosive immersion. Only you know. Shinto is a real-world gamified. Naturally, you can't play it with a pure gaming mindset. I need a stall. You come to the NPC in charge of the market. The administrator is a blind monk. Players like to call him Blind Monk. The blind monk didn't look up and coldly extended his hand for 9 gold coins. You know there are 7 NPCs in the novice village. They all have their own hidden storylines. This blind monk is one of them. Naturally, you can't hand over the gold coins. Thinking about the background setting of the blind monk, you smile slightly. Master, I have a question to ask. The blind monk withdrew his solemn gaze and looked at 2 people falling into the trap. Dead people are called the dead. What do you call living people? The blind monk pondered and then said, a living person is calling for help. The players in line behind felt embarrassed. I say, old chap, your jokes are too cold. You might be the first to tell a cold joke to an NPC since the beginning of time. Too bad he definitely won't understand. Just as the players were complaining, after a burst of hearty laughter, the blind monk finally threw a wooden sign with a smile after a long time. I haven't laughed in 3 years. Young man, I have high hopes for you. Your stall has been exempted. Go to position 9527. The players in the back of the line were all pushing forward. What the heck? Directly giving away a free stall. You know, 9 gold coins is already a large sum in the newbie village. Even ordinary green equipment only sells for 2 or 3 gold coins. Which player setting up a stall here hasn't worked for a long time to afford a stall position? Can I be any more powerless? The hidden way to get a free booth is to tell NPC a bad joke. Although these players may complain with their mouths, their bodies are honestly very confidently telling jokes to the blind monk one after another. But they all ended up being sent to the spring by the blind monk's staff for rebirth. You catch a glimpse of the fate of these players and can't help but smirk darkly. This blind monk has experienced years of misery and depression. In the previous life, no one ever discovered his hidden attributes. It was your good brother, the fat guy with a big mouth, who discovered the hidden plot of the blind monk. Spiritual words. Just as you are looking for your own booth, someone calls out to you. Because the game characters are all scanned from real body data, so they are basically identical to their real-life appearance. It's normal to be recognized by acquaintances. You turned your head. A moment of coldness flickered in the depths of your eyes, but there was no ripple on your face. Anger invaded the night. This woman who stabbed herself in the final battle. New chief Qingwan was wearing an elegant green French suit. She looks delicate and charming, very appealing. She is indeed very beautiful. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been voted the best joke in the history of Jiangcheng University. Have you finally saved enough money to buy equipment to give me as a gift? Mu Qingwan's expression was cold and aloof. Her tone was rejecting and distant. It just opened. You're not yet the unrivaled top-ranked powerhouse. Mu Qingwan is the daughter of the CEO of one of the top 10 gaming companies in Xia country. Family assets worth billions. In his opinion, he has countless pursuers. You're just one of the ordinary dog dads among them. But he's very good at using men. Even in ordinary men, he will try to squeeze out their last bit of value. I do need a blue superior quality staff. Mu Qingwan looks at you, rarely showing a smile. Consider this as a task I'm giving you. If you can complete it, I'll consider agreeing to have a meal with you. You smirk. At this stage, players who can put together a complete set of green common equipment are few. A blue superior quality main weapon is worth at least 10 gold coins. In the previous life, you worked hard for 10 days and nights. In the end, all I got was a simple thank you. He didn't even fulfill the promised dinner together. You figured it out. I couldn't help but curse my past self in my heart. Indeed, lickspittles deserve to die. Mu Qingwan furrowed her brows. A strange feeling surged in her heart. I always feel like the young man in front of me has changed. What's wrong? You're not willing to? Mu Qingwan asked incredulously. Step aside. You can't be bothered to deal with the other person. If it weren't for, even if you can't do anything, you want to kill Mu Qingwan once, and Mu Qingwan is completely confused. Is this still the lickspittle loser he knew? Just as Mu Qingwan was full of doubt and suspicion. But you saw the figure you've been longing to see since your rebirth. You directly pulled Mu Qingwan to the side, apologized to him firmly, and quickly walked away. You dared to pull me like that? Mu Qingwan almost sat on the ground. Shin Yizhang's heart trembled. Kong Di shook. You patted the girl's shoulder. Shin Shinwei turned to your watery eyes. Ling Yan was immediately surprised. You're also starting to play this game. You look at the girl in front of you, with a myriad of emotions, now looking back at the past life. It's only now that you realize the person who loves you the most has always been this silly, sweet girl, Shin Yue. No matter what decision you make, the girl will unconditionally and firmly choose, even at the cost of sacrificing herself to save you, even when the game invades reality. I still remember the warmth of the girl resting on my chest. You murmured about the late arrival of the pirated copy. You really wanted to hug Shin Yue and say it's really nice to see you now, but you still restrained yourself. It's because last night I said I wanted to go with you. Is it because of Shin Yue that you're playing this game? Shin Yue blinked her big eyes and asked when she saw Mu Qingwan behind you. I felt a little disappointed inside. It's really because of Sister Mu Shui, right? You invited me. How could I refuse? You know. Shin Yue misunderstood, laughed heartily. You're starting to play Shin Wei. It's really because of Shin Wei's invitation. Really? Shin Yue is very happy. Quickly opened the backpack. Are you playing the warrior profession? I just got 3 pieces of green common equipment. Did you just register your account? You must be all in white equipment. I'll give you these few pieces of equipment first. You feel a warmth in your heart. Teasing. You only have a total of 4 green equipment on you. It's too generous to give me 3 directly, except for his main weapon, the long bow. I can't give it to you as a warrior profession. This silly girl actually plans to give you all the other 3 pieces of green equipment, because these few pieces of equipment are too ugly. I don't like it. Shin Yue raised his head, stubbornly said, silly girl, keep your equipment well. I can handle you myself. Send out the application. Became game friends with Shin Yue, but Shin Yue's big eyes rolled. Still want to use other words to persuade you. She wants to team up with you to fight monsters as soon as possible. I'll take you to fight monsters in a while. You go offline and rest first. Remember to eat more food. This time in the wilderness may not be short. You talked about Shin Yue's clean forehead, smiled and said, okay. As soon as he heard you wanted to team up with him, Shin Yue nodded without hesitation and agreed. Excitedly went offline. It wasn't until his puffed mouth couldn't fit in more food that he realized, wait, clearly, my level is higher. Why did Lin Yan say he's the one taking me? Then he shook his head. Keep stuffing bread into your mouth. Anyway, brother Lin Yan always has his reasons. Man Qingwan looked at the scene with a blank mind. Lin Yan was actually left aside because of another woman. He felt inexplicably jealous inside. Shin Yue looks good, but in terms of family background and temperament, which part can compare to him? At best, she's just a silly and sweet girl. Lin Yan, stop right there. Curson completely ignored him. You quickly found your own stall. The sign is written, high price purchase of novice warrior profession whiteboard equipment. Limited time and quantity pre-sale. There are distinctions of gold, silver, and copper coins in the sculpting god set. Exchange uses decimal system. 1 gold coin is equal to 100 copper coins. Players are always short of money in the early stages of the game. After working hard to obtain a green equipment, it's a priority to equip yourself. Even if there's a surplus, selling one would only be worth 2 or 3 gold coins, and the potions needed for dungeon exploration and wilderness are not cheap. so players are very eager for money. You need money to exchange for beginner equipment. There's no shortage of selling price. Oh my, bro, you actually took a completely useless white equipment. Is there something wrong with your brain? As soon as the sign was displayed, instantly, many people stopped to watch. Ha ha, after playing games for so many years, it's the first time I've seen someone buy a worthless beginner equipment. There must be a demon when things go against the norm. Many people think there must be a catch here. All watching. A stubbled man squeezed in, looking suspiciously at a gold coin. I'll give you the full set of newbie equipment. You rolled your eyes. Is there a lower bid than his? I only want 5 silver coins. Seeing you really want it, immediately someone bids. Damn it. Why don't you go grab a set of newbie equipment? Give me 3 silver coins and I'll exchange. Made a fuss for half a day. You also figured out these people's bottom line. If 1 silver coin is any less, it's not even enough for the money they waste on saliva. After all, 1 silver coin is only worth 10 bucks in reality. Okay, 1 silver coin to buy a set of Warriors whiteboard equipment. Hurry up if you want to exchange 3 copper coins for 1 item. The crowd immediately started to scramble for it. One piece of equipment after another was crazily thrown. Afraid of missing out on a good deal, the backpack capacity of Shinto is quite large, can completely hold 10 gold coins. It was quickly spent. You look at the densely packed novice equipment in your backpack. Feeling quite pleased in your heart, Zhuanshan left the trading market. Before leaving, he didn't forget to tell the blind monk another joke, gained a wave of goodwill. You found a secluded place, looking at the hundreds of sets of novice warrior equipment in the backpack. Looking forward with anticipation, you stack the 2 novice long swords in your hand together. With a single thought, they start to merge. My light will flicker for half a minute. The 2 rusty long knives in your hand merge into one. Although the appearance hasn't changed, but it's obviously sharper. You click to view the details of the rusty long sword, and the whiteboard attack time is indeed as you excitedly wave your hand. The attribute of the rusty longsword is an attack power increase of 5. After the fusion of 2 swords, it becomes an attack power increase of 10. You continue to fuse 1 novice longsword after another in your hand. After the 10th fusion is completed, the equipment panel undergoes a huge change. The white light emitted by the longsword equipment icon becomes more intense. The sharp longsword has a whiteboard attack increase of 50, with a special feature of sharpness adding 10 armor penetration. It's even more thrilling in your heart. The 50-point attack power increase is terrifying enough. You only have 100 points of health. If you get hit twice, you'll die. And the special feature that only has a chance to appear on blue rare equipment has actually appeared on a whiteboard weapon. Even if you were once the top-ranked strongest, you have never heard of this situation. This rare quality weapon's attributes can't compare to the fun you have with this sharp longsword. The sharp feature can cause an additional 10 points of damage to armor, which is very good in the novice stage. You are extremely looking forward to the changes in attributes after fusing 100 novice longswords. What you are most looking forward to is the first feature of the ultimate artifact that is about to be triggered. The light on your hands continues. 100 rusty long swords fused together. The equipment icon of the long sword emits a dazzling white light. The refined treasure sword has a base attack of 500 and a sharpness attribute. Comes with 100 armor penetration refined steel. 1% chance to break high quality weapons. 10% chance to break normal quality weapons. 100% chance to break white quality weapons. You look at the attributes of the refined treasure sword, swallowed a mouthful of saliva. These attributes are simply amazing. 500 attack points plus 100 armor penetration. You'll die if this sword grazes your skin. You can't even imagine how satisfying it would be to use this sword to slaughter the monsters in the starting village. Moreover, the new refined steel attribute is extremely overpowered. Even high-quality weapons have a chance of being severed. You should know that players with high-quality weapons are few and far between now. Even wealthy players like Mulan and Qinwan lack high-quality main weapons, fused with 100 pieces of equipment. The first attribute of the ultimate artifact should have appeared. You feel uneasy. The ability of the ultimate artifact to turn decay into magic is truly terrifying. You open the equipment details of the ultimate artifact. Your expression suddenly changes. The only effect of the ultimate artifact is to infinitely fuse second-tier equipment, currently at 1/1000 progress. A 100th level attribute attack can permanently increase 1 point of armor. You take a sharp breath. The ultimate artifact is truly terrifying. The first unlocked attribute is incredibly powerful. In the early stages of the Divine Lord, armor value is even more important than health points. To make the enemy lose health, you need to completely break their armor, and it's quite troublesome to restore health. Need a resting point for potions. Slow self-healing skill. These 4 ways of regaining health are either costly or time-consuming, while armor can quickly recover as long as you leave combat. So in outdoor adventures, armor is even more useful than health. You can stack armor infinitely, and it's a permanent 10,000 armor. Standing there can even prevent new village players from hurting you. They won't even be able to harm you in the slightest. In the early stages, there are hardly any enemy units that can cause real damage. Your gaze is intense, your emotions are excited. But what is it? You've selected the next ability, but there's no response from the plus sign, probably used to upgrade attributes. But I haven't fused enough equipment yet. You retract the panel. Full of anticipation in my heart. Need to make money quickly. Fuse more equipment. You start fusing immediately. Rough cloth pants and a novice suit. Rough cloth top. The light keeps flashing. Just over an hour later. Made from 100 pieces of rough cloth pants. The super equipment made from rough cloth top becomes reality. You click on the details of the 2 pieces of equipment. Gold silk armor. Whiteboard armor adds 900. Feature. Lightweight. Wearing does not affect flexibility. Silk reduces enemy attack speed by 10% when attacked. Gold silk pants. Whiteboard armor adds 900. Characteristic. Lightweight. Wearing does not affect flexibility. Silk reduces enemy attack speed by 10% when attacked. Really good. You smile slightly. Once the equipment is fused, it is bound to the ultimate artifact. It also inherits its unique attribute. Once the equipment is soulbound. Non-transferable. Cannot be discarded. Cannot be replaced. Non-destructible. Will not drop. In the future, it will evolve continuously through fusion. These few pieces of equipment will grow to an unparalleled level. Even each one surpasses artifacts. It's already showing an invincible momentum. The feeling of rapid strengthening is addictive. You can't wait to go wild in the field and kill monsters to get gold coins. Online to fight monsters. You sent a team invitation to the only friend in the list, the girl who loves to eat salt. Shin Yue quickly appeared in front of you, pouting. I have eaten 2 boxes of bread. If you don't invite me again, I'm going to starve myself to death. You're speechless. Lin Yan, have you bought enough potions? It's troublesome to go back in this game. I've saved a lot of healing potions. Let me give you half first. You must follow me in a while. Although you are very good at playing games, but this game is really different from before. You look at this girl who is all yours. The corners of the mouth soften unconsciously. You patted Shin Yue's head. Don't worry, just leave everything to me. 1 kilometer outside the novice village is the monster area. Various monsters are lurking, hiding deadly danger. Shin Yue tightly holds the longbow and walks in front of you. Her little face is full of vigilance. You glanced at its level. Level 4. This leveling speed is not considered slow among players. The difficulty of the divine map itself is very high, and dying once will cause a level drop. Suddenly, a python suddenly darted out from the corner. Opening its blood-filled mouth, it lunged towards the 2 heads. Shin Yue unexpectedly shouted out, "The first monster we encountered is the agile horse in front of you. What a stroke of bad luck. Spirit Rock, you need to retreat quickly. It's a level 5 monster. We can't handle it." Shin Yue's eyes are determined. Even if it costs me my life, I will delay it for you. There will be a penalty if a level 1 player dies. Can't go online for 12 hours. He made a great shot. All in one go. The arrow hit the green forest python right in the middle, causing 223 points of damage to the level 165 green spirit python. Once it gets close, I can't deal with it at all. Shin Yue reveals despair. Now he only hopes to buy you more time. At the moment before being hit, a force pulls him back. Evaded the attack. Lin Yan. Shin Yue found himself being protected in your arms. Her cheeks blushed, but he immediately reacted. Why didn't you? Before the words fell, a cold light flashed. Only the sound of the sword chi echoed in the ears. The expected injury from being knocked away did not occur. Shin Yue turned his head in confusion. The soft body instantly stiffened. The terrifying green spirit python had been beheaded with a single stroke. Lying dead on the spot, the experience sphere integrates into your body, causing you to directly level up to level 2. Oh my god. Shin Yue was stunned in your arms. For a moment, not knowing if it was a dream. A level 5 monster in the newbie village is synonymous with strength. He was actually killed with just 1 blow. Although he didn't see it clearly, but the damage from your blow was at least over 200 points. Shin Yue looked confused. I can't figure it out no matter how hard I think. Ming, you're not going to die, are you? I've been holding it in for a long time. Shin Yue then asked with a puzzled look on his face. Ahem, you touch your nose. This is a woman's intuition. Your guess was spot on. What are you thinking? Clearly, it's because of my skills. Really? Shin Yue blinked his eyes as if in deep thought, then suddenly realized. I got it. Brother Lin Yan, you have a wealth of experience. It's only natural to be more capable. No wonder you can become the president of the online game club. You shake your head in bewilderment. This silly girl is too good at imagining things. But since he has figured it out himself, you won't add unnecessary details. Thought I could take you to the next level this time. Turns out I'm still a newbie. Shin Yue's face is full of frustration. You give a hearty laugh. Reluctant to let go of the girl in your arms. You're already very capable. Just follow me next. Let's try to level up to level 9 together within 3 hours. Level up to 9 together within 3 hours. Shin Yue is so surprised that he even forgets to be shy. Level 9 is the level limit before obtaining the professional template. So far, there are few in the entire newbie village who have reached level 9. Professional online game players usually take several days to reach level 9, but thinking about your exaggerated attack just now, he is full of confidence again. Next is the hunting time. All the monsters we encounter are killed with one hit. The highest level of the newbie village monsters is also level 9. Even the level 9 ordinary monsters have only about 400 health points. They can't withstand your one-hit equipment explosion. Shinyoe's eyes lit up. After killing more than 20 monsters, finally, equipment was dropped. You glanced at the dropped equipment. Short sword, normal attack power plus 10. Instantly lost interest. Casually put it in the backpack. Leveling up is too slow like this. You are very dissatisfied. The nearby monsters are not high level, and the density is also low. The efficiency of grinding is too slow. It took a full 20 minutes to grind to level 4. The most important thing is that you need to attack in order to stack armor. These monsters are too weak. Not a single one can withstand a hit from you. Can't stack up at all. Follow me. You lead Shinui quickly towards the depths. The further we go, the more desolate it becomes. The trees are even more withered. Eerie mounds and the sound of wailing surround us. Gulu Shinui's palms are sweating from fear. For a girl, this kind of scene is too scary. She can't help but follow closely behind you, almost sticking to your back. There should be a monster spawn point nearby. You carefully recall. Casually slicing a level 8 skeleton with a sword. Quick, run! 3 embarrassed players roll out of the jungle, all at level 6 or 7. Being strong in the newbie village is too terrifying. I'm never playing games again, Mom. I want to study hard. They look terrified, shouting at both of you. If we don't run now, it'll be too late. The hidden monsters here are too scary. It's very likely a boss. It's not something we can handle. You almost burst out laughing. If we really bump into the newbie village castle, these 3 probably don't even have a chance to escape. They were sent back to the fountain with just one glance. It looks like the direction is correct. You turn your head and smile at Shinue. Scared? As long as I'm with you, I'm not afraid of going anywhere. Shinue is clearly very afraid. Still a strong and upright chest, said firmly. Follow me. Very soon, a collapsed large grave appears in front of you. A lingering black mist emanates from the tomb, attracted many undead creatures to gather here. Sensed the breath of living people. These skeletons and zombies all have sinister and hollow eyes filled with murderous intent. So many monsters. Shinue swallowed hard, holding the bow and arrow tightly. There are at least 100 monsters here, and those zombies, although the highest level is only 9, but they are obviously much stronger than the skeletons. He probed. Her face turned pale instantly. Graveyard zombie elite level 9, health 900, armor 80, attack power 40. Physical resistance, 10 irresistible 8 skills, test poison, passive tearing and frenzy, much stronger than the monsters encountered before. Shinue looked at the dozen or so zombies in the undead group. Tremendous pressure. You shake your head and smile. The 3 players who just fled obviously treated the elite monsters as bosses. Do you want to retreat? It's safer to follow the raid team with so many monsters. Shinue held the bow and arrow, although he is only level 5. But as long as you say to fight, he will never hesitate to retreat. These are all our experienced treasures. You look at the densely packed undead creatures in front of you with intense eyes. A smile of excitement forms at the corner of your mouth. You are seen kicking the long blade. You then charge head-on towards the zombie horde, roaring. The undead horde is clearly enraged by you. They roar and charge towards you. The momentum of the hundreds of undead creatures charging is incredibly terrifying. Shinyue's face turns pale, but his hands continue to shoot out consecutive sword strikes to help relieve the pressure on you. Unfortunately, even though he is only at level 5, his sword skills are not bad, but the damage caused is negligible for these high-level skeleton zombies. It's as if they are just tickling you. Your agile figure is not even affected. With one strike, he shatters the charging level 9 bone spear skeleton with a high health of 409. The undead creature's charging momentum is clearly unified. The explosive damage from this slash scared all the zombies. This slashing feels so satisfying. One slash, one kill. In no time, I've cut down a dozen skeletons. Nom nom nom. Arrows from many distant skeleton archers start flying towards us. One wave just took away nearly 200 points of your armor. Let's take care of you first. Your eyes are sharp and cold. These archers are the only ones who can threaten you. Naturally, they need to be taken out first. Immersed in the state of slaughter, your mind is incredibly calm. In the next moment, you display a perfect level of skill. Your body moves slightly, avoiding most of the swordsmen, at the same time, using the enemies around you to create blind spots, causing the skeleton archers to lose their target. And this is how you kill your way to the front of the skeleton archers. Apart from the first wave of arrows, I haven't been hit by a single sword again. Shinue was stunned. The speed of shooting arrows has slowed down. This footwork, this swordsmanship is too cool. Although he has teamed up with you to play other online games before, but what he's showing today is on a completely different level. I understand. It must have been restricted by those previous online games. The battles in Shindu are closer to real combat. That's why you can unleash your full potential. The girl is completely fascinated. Your swordsmanship and footwork honed through blood and fire can be called the art of slaughter. At this moment, it's a complete one-sided beatdown. Even elite graveyard zombies can't stop your pace. Dead within 2 strikes. You're like a tiger among sheep. He charged into the squad of skeleton archers with his sword. 1 slash, 1 skull shattered. The skeleton archers were chopped into a pile of broken bones. Amidst the frenzy of slaughter, you quickly broke through to level 5. The experience required after level 5 increases significantly. The experience bar visibly slows down. The number of undead creatures sharply decreases. Disturbed a terrifying presence within the collapsed tomb. A hand. A white hand suddenly breaks through the soil from the tomb. Disturbance of dark energy. In an instant, lightning and thunder. Torrential rain pours down. Shun Yue swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This scene is too eerie. Finally came out. Not only are you not afraid, but there's a hint of joy in your eyes. You came here for the guy in this grave. Another hand breaks through the soil. Then, a black figure jumps out of the grave. Over 3 meters tall. He's pale all over, wearing animal skins with nails a foot long, emitting a chilling corpse aura. Zombie! Shin Yue exclaims in shock. There are actually zombies in this game. He activates the exploration skill. White General of the Graveyard, level 9 leader, HP 2999, armor 260, attack power 77, dodge 25, magic resistance level 20 skill, addicted to poison, passive, corpse gas corrosion, undead summon tearing frenzy, more than 5 times stronger than the same level skeleton. Shin Yue's face turned completely pale. He gritted his teeth and put out all his efforts, trying to use all his meager strength. You looked at the data of the grave white corpse and then froze. I remembered it wrong. Was he really that weak when the grave white corpse first appeared? It was considered a nightmare in a newbie village. You practiced the skill for a long time before successfully killing it. The leader is the strongest monster in the newbie village besides the treasure corpse. I was hoping you could stack a few more armor points, but you shook your head in disappointment. It seems that with your current explosive output, if you want to stack armor, you can only go to the novice village to explode. Don't wait too long. The white corpse is already rushing over at high speed. The speed is obviously much faster than other undead creatures. The moisture is pervasive. The invasion syndrome reduces your speed. The white corpse's entire body is bursting with dark energy, and both his health and attack speed have increased by 20%. He cautiously activated the frenzy and chi corrosion skills as soon as he approached, giving it his ult to see if you can withstand my attacks. Although you don't have skills, you have top-notch combat skills, slashing twice in a second with the legendary stacking blade technique. Shin Yue opened his mouth skillfully, cancelling the aftercast delay with the stacking blade technique, instantly doubling the attack speed of the user. Even the top online game gods can count on one hand those who can use this technique. After 2 strikes, 2-585 appeared above by Zhang's head, making him panic. How strong is his health? Even a level 9 player only has 400 health points, and in his frenzy state, he has over 3,500 health points, including the armor. Total blood armor is close to 4,000. One hit and nearly 1/3 is gone. He's even more ferocious, sharp nails flying like blades. Unfortunately, in the face of your subtle footwork, Bai Zhang can't even touch you. Eat you. The 4-cat moves like a mouse, darting around, fast with the knife, accurate, fierce. Each strike deals close to 600 points of damage to Bai Zhang. Bai Zhang with critically low health is furious. Start chanting. Prepare to use the skill Undead Summon. But before he could successfully cast the spell, the chanting abruptly stops, because he has already been killed by the chaotic blade. Lin Yan, you're so handsome. Shin Yue couldn't help but wave her pink fists. Such a terrifying white zombie. They didn't even have time to release their summoning skill before being killed and their equipment looted by the white zombie. You turn to start harvesting the remaining undead crowns. The lively bag quickly became silent. Only level 8? It seems like I haven't killed enough. You're not very satisfied complaint. Due to the 55% experience bonus from the team rules, Shin Yue also reached level 8. He excitedly hugged you. Uncontainable joy. I thought it would take at least 10 days to reach level 8. You completed the first kill achievement of leading level monster. About to announce to the whole server. Is it hidden? The game prompt appeared in front of you. Your eyes light up. Firm tone. No. The next moment, the grand announcement resounded in everyone's ears. Congratulations to the player Yen Di for achieving the first single kill of a leader level monster, rewarded with a skill book, fine weapon x2, 10 free attribute points x 50 health potions. Hope players keep up the good work. Create your own legend in the divine world. What? This game actually has a hidden achievement system. How come such great fortune never comes my way? Just as the announcement ended, the newbie village erupted in excitement. The sound of discussion was endless. The ID Yen Di was also remembered by many attentive people. Forest Graveyard. A team of more than 50 players aggressively approached the Fire Emperor, who was lucky enough to escape. The leader of the team frowned and snorted coldly. The atmosphere around him finally calmed down. It seems that guy's ID is also called Yen Di. No, That's not right. He was only level 1 this morning. It's definitely not him. I probably remembered it wrong. Don't just stand there, said the fellow explorer. Each time we attack the gathering place of monsters, there are at least 100 high-level undead, very difficult to deal with. The elder next to the leader, Dahi. The purpose of this mission is to gear up President Xiao and Miss Mu. As soon as we get the gear, we'll retreat immediately. Do you hear me? Got it. The players in the Lee's team are relaxed and chatting. The leading young man is the president of the White Wolf Guild, one of the 9 major game guilds in Xia country. The members of the Lone Prince's expedition team are also experts from the White Wolf branch. They all have a strength level of 7, and they are very confident in their own skills. They completely disregard the gathering place of the undead. Everyone, be careful. The old man looked on cautiously, but he was stunned. The graveyard should have been filled with undead creatures, but now it's empty. There are only 2 players standing there. Emperor Yan saw the young man with the ID above your head. His eyes lit up. What a coincidence. Ling Yan knew Chang-Wan couldn't believe it. So it's really you, Emperor Yan. He quickly suppressed his surprise. Starts calculating in the mind. No matter how you did it, he has to rethink your value for use. He's a guy worth using. Maybe I should consider rewarding him with a meal. Hold him. You just completed the hidden achievement. Young Master Do scanned you. Which guild are you from? Didn't expect to be beaten by you guys. He doesn't think you can eliminate the monster gathering on your own. Subconsciously thinks you have the support of a large guild behind you. As for why only you are left here, the 2 of them were most likely guild members who came together and were killed by monsters. He's my classmate, not from any guild. Nu Ching-Wan spoke. Her voice was cold. Du Gongzi looks a bit surprised. Chang-Wan, do you know him? Nu Ching-Wan nodded, walked straight ahead. Lin Yan, didn't expect you to be quite capable. Maybe you found some good opportunities, but luck is also part of one's strength. Congratulations. You glanced at Du Gongzi and Mu Chengwan. A chill ran through your heart. The starry battlefield of the previous life. In the battle for supremacy among the myriad races, even the strongest individuals cannot reverse the starry sky. Especially in the final divine battle. It takes a 5-person team that trusts each other to conquer. Mu Qingwan is your girlfriend. Naturally, she's being trained as your core teammate, while Du Gongzi is Mu Qingwan's male best friend. Innate talent is also very high, thought to be the ultimate divine battle consideration. Similarly, he cultivated it as his right-hand man. But when Mu Qingwan was given to you late, the solitary young master even stopped other teammates from saving himself. It is obvious that he is an accomplice to the man and woman. Not only betrayed himself but also betrayed men. I know you ignored me this morning. Going to find this girl is to deliberately provoke me and prove my presence. Mu Qingwan nurtures a swan-like noble and fair neck. Unparalleled self-confidence. He has seen this kind of trickery before. Advanced licking dogs often use what they think is sincere to continue. As long as you give me the achievement reward you just got as a gift and join the White Wolf Guild. Not tomorrow. I'll take you out for dinner tonight. How about letting you treat me? You really laughed out of anger. Shen Yue saw your smile, lowering your head in sadness. So you just wanted to use him as a tool. Are you competing with Sister Mu? Xingwan rarely agrees to have dinner with another man. You must cherish it. The solitary young master said insincerely. By the way, if you join the White Wolf Guild, I won't mistreat you either. How about this? 2,000 a month. For a college student like you, this can be considered a joy. Consider it. He looked at the private chat from Mu Qingwan. I know your details. Knowing you're just a poor student who plays games to make a living, the Poison Lord couldn't help but sneer. If it weren't for his father recognizing the potential of Shinto, ordered him to recruit more experts. He's even too lazy to talk to you. Hand over the equipment to me first. Mu Qingwan looks at your smiling face. Thought you agreed. Proud look in the eyes. Naturally reached out. Poor losers are really easy to control. However, the response to him was a cold blade. What? Mu Qingwan couldn't react at all. Things happened too suddenly. You acted too decisively. Then, a -330 cold light appeared over Mu Qingwan's head. The head is thrown high into the air, beheading with a single stroke. Satisfying. The pent-up anger in your chest since your rebirth has finally dissipated. A hint of thought has enlightened many, and everyone else except you was dumbfounded for quite a while. Not a single person said a word. How dare you? The Poison Master was both shocked and angry. A poor student dared to kill his beloved. If you want to kill, then kill. You sneered, looking at the Poison Master. If you want to die, I don't mind sending you away along with him. Damn it, you have a big mouth. The Poison Master's anger flares up. He's always been the one to bully others. When has he been bullied? Young Master, calm down. The stewardly next to him is sweating profusely. He just killed Miss Mu with one strike. So what? We have dozens of experts. We're not afraid of him. The Poison Young Master is gnashing his teeth. He's only at level 8 now. He can deal at least 330 points of damage with just one strike. If the boss knew we were having trouble with such a top expert, he would definitely not be happy. Stewardly advised. He knows. 330 points is just the upper limit of Mu Qingwan's health. It's not the damage limit of this Flame Emperor. Nonsense. I'll kill him first. Then I'll offer him a 5 million signing fee. I don't believe he won't come crawling. I killed him. Behind the Poison Master. The experts of the White Wolf Guild all smirked as they stepped forward. In online games, the number of people is the truth. Otherwise, players would not be dubbed with the title of the fourth disaster. You sneer. Protecting Xin Yuwei behind. You don't need to get involved. The battle will soon end. Xin Yuwei obediently nodded. The moment when Nu Qingwan is killed, he then understood that you didn't treat him as a tool. At this moment, the secret in your heart is dangerous. You may not even realize that you are walking towards the White Wolf Guild with a knife. Shin 2 does not encourage players to kill each other, and the experience gained from player kills is minimal. The probability of dropping equipment is also very low. After the two of you defeat the Wolf Guild, you will need to kill 10 monsters of the same level. But with your monster killing speed, you will be completely equivalent to non-existent after you punish them, and the White Wolf Guild will launch a joint attack. You are just a side figure. The treasure sword in your hand ruthlessly cuts people without any reaction. As soon as they react, they fall to the ground, and their bodies quickly disintegrate. The damage caused by each slash is high, chilling to the core. The damage from this strike is even higher than the combined health of 2 players. As if taking a leisurely stroll, killing from 10 paces away, one after another, figures fall at your feet. In the blink of an eye, the White Wolf Guild has been slaughtered. More than 30 people. How is this possible? What kind of monster are you after all? The Lone Lord instinctively took 2 steps back. You're probably a spy for the Tangren faction. Although the experience provided is not much, but it allowed me to stack over 30 points of armor. You nod. This is an unexpected gain. Stop. The Poison Lord repeatedly waves his hand. We can't get to know each other without a fight. The White Wolf Guild is recruiting experts like you, and I'm in charge, offering you a 300,000 annual salary. Fight my little brother. If your brain doesn't work, go get it treated. Don't appear in front of me again. Every time you appear, I'll kill you. You're too lazy to talk. Walk up to the Poison Lord. A single slash cut it in half horizontally. You killed our deputy leader. The experts of the White Wolf Guild are sweating profusely. You're trembling just talking. The man in front of us is simply an unreasonable killing god. You first provoke the experts of the White Wolf Guild. Get lost. I'll take you back to the spring. These people don't dare to talk back. They were all scared and fled. The White Wolf Guild's building is full of the poisonous sun's rage. Nu Qingwan sits opposite him. His chest is also heaving violently. He was actually killed by a dog he completely ignored. Your classmate is just too arrogant. The lone sun slammed the table in anger. And didn't you say he's a poor student in need of money? I generously offered him a 300,000 annual salary. But he cursed at me, saying I'm crazy. I find it strange too. Clearly, it's the personality of a weak and poor bootlicker. Why does it feel like a different person? Nuwan also can't figure it out, just shaking his head. But soon he didn't care anymore. His personality is destined to fight alone. You won't go far without joining a guild. There's also the support of the whole guild. I want to surpass him. It's a piece of cake, the Poison Lord said fiercely. In a few days, when the level goes up, I'll definitely kill him a few times to vent. He never thought of real-life retaliation. It's just a game. If being killed in the game, then beat someone up, then he can't retaliate. Moreover, once offline retaliation like this is exposed, the White Wolf Guild and even the mushy consortium behind it will be affected. Let's not worry about him for now. Right now, the most important thing is the first kill of the boss, Muchin, and the game's insider information. Once we get the first kill, the significance will be immeasurable. It's true. The young master also nodded. Getting the first kill of the boss may secure the White Wolf Guild a top 3 position among the 9 major guilds. They, as the privileged class, naturally knew some inside information in advance. This game, Shin 2, is quite involved. The announcement of the opening of the novice village to the dungeon has been released. The 9 major guilds have all started to take action. The young master took a look at the message. Excited about what action? Nu Qingwan raised an eyebrow. My old man is going all out this time. He organized a 1,000-person raid team. It's to take down the first boss. Young Master Ao ran. This is the strength of the guild. A poor student fighting alone. What will he use to trade at the newbie village exchange market after this harvest? Xin Yue looked at his level 9 experience adjustment. Exclaimed, Lin Yen, you're really strong. It hasn't been 3 hours yet. We're both at level 9 now. Smiling faintly. Don't worry, there will be plenty more to surprise you in the future. Because the announcement of the upcoming dungeon opening, the newbie village is obviously more lively than when you left. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. You ponder. Defeating by Jiang is the hidden condition for opening the newbie village gang instance. Originally, the gang instance would open at least 10 days later. Your return has clearly changed the original timeline. According to the butterfly effect, this may affect the future direction of many things. I don't know how big of a storm this butterfly of mine can stir up. Lin Yan shook his head and smiled, no longer thinking too much. The most important thing now is the first kill of the boss. The first kill of the boss in the newbie village is a crucial part of his plan that he cannot afford to miss. He must obtain it. The accurate opening time for the boss instance is midnight at midnight, so he must make the most of every moment to strengthen himself, otherwise he may fail to snatch the first kill. Because his opponents are not just individuals, but the 9 major guilds. Once the boss instance opens, the 1,000-member raid teams of the 9 major guilds will immediately start grinding. In other words, he alone must withstand an army of thousands. The task is daunting. Although the pressure is great, Lin Yan is confident. The rewards he obtained from this jungle adventure are enough to cause a qualitative change in his strength once again. Are you hungry? Let's go offline and have a meal first. I'll take you to fight the boss tonight. Lin Yan smiled at Xin Yue. I just ate 2 boxes of bread, so I'm not hungry at all. Xin Yue shook her head innocently. Well, then take a nap. The boss raid won't start until midnight. By the way, if you wake up before midnight, you can go to the blacksmith shop. Maybe you'll find something unexpected, Lin Yan said mysteriously. The blacksmith shop? Okay, I'll remember. You should also take care of yourself. Although Shun Yue was reluctant, she obediently logged off. The blacksmith shop was one of the 7 special NPCs in the newbie village. If Xin Yue could trigger his hidden quest, it would be great. Lin Yan glanced at his loot. First, the attribute points. Attribute points could be freely enhanced for a certain attribute. They were hard to obtain and were considered precious by other players. But Lin Yan didn't mind because he had the ultimate artifact, which could replace the attribute points as long as he fused it with equipment that added the corresponding attribute. Allocate the points. He allocated all the attribute points to attack speed, which was the attribute he needed the most at the moment. It's difficult to increase the attack speed. It only increased by 0.1. He shook his head. To compete for the first kill with a 1,000-person raid team, he needed faster and stronger burst damage. Health potions are not useful for me, but they can be used by Yue. As for this 1-star skill book, Lin Yan pondered. Skill books were difficult to obtain in the early stages. Normally, they could only be obtained by killing elite monsters, becoming an apprentice to an NPC, or completing special achievements. So even the lowest 1-star skill book was more expensive than fine weapons. Fine weapons were priced between 5 to 10 gold coins, but a 1-star skill book could be sold for at least 20 gold coins. Let's see the specific effect of the skill first. After checking the skill description in the skill book, he immediately dismissed the idea of selling it and decided to learn it. You have learned the 1-star skill. You have obtained the skill, Wave Blade Stacks. Lin Yan looked at the description of Wave Blade Stacks. Swing 3 blades within 1 second. Each blade increases damage by 20%, and for 30 seconds after casting, attack speed is increased by 10%. Mana cost, 10, cooldown, 1 minute. It's already so powerful at 1 star, it has great potential. As long as the proficiency is high enough, the skill can be upgraded. In the future, it can become one of my trump cards. Lin Yan's eyes were fierce, and he could naturally see the potential of this skill. High burst damage with attack speed bonus, it was a godsend for warriors. Phew, everything is basically settled. Lin Yan looked at the most important loot for him, the equipment dropped by monsters. This time, a total of 39 green common equipment and 3 blue fine equipment were dropped. One of the fine equipment and 2 common equipment are bows and arrows. Lin Yan put these 3 pieces of equipment away, ready to change them all into plain bows and arrows later. Each type of equipment could be fused with the ultimate artifact. This included helmets, swords, upper body armor, lower body armor, and of course, bows and arrows. In the future, all the bow and arrow equipment I get will be used to create a special divine bow for Yue. Lin Yan's eyes were burning with anticipation. This time, I need to plan for the final divine battle in advance. The first thing to do is to cultivate 4 trustworthy teammates. In his previous life, cultivating the Poison Prince and Mu Qingwan was a last resort. They had the support of a large guild and a large corporation, so they had abundant resources. When the Starry Sky battlefield opened, they were also the strongest group. At that time, the human race was in a precarious situation, and there was no time to train new recruits. Now, everything is different. I can build a truly trustworthy and invincible core team from scratch. He looked at the remaining equipment, revealing a smile of anticipation. Green equipment can provide about twice the attribute bonus of plain equipment. It would be a waste to fuse them directly. Lin Yan shook his head. The price of ordinary equipment ranges from 2 to 3 gold coins. Selling them and exchanging for whiteboard equipment will greatly enhance his strength. Take this green short sword for example. It only adds 10 attack power, but it can be sold for 2 gold coins. 2 gold coins can be exchanged for 20 sets of whiteboard warrior equipment, which, when fused, adds 100 attack power and 360 armor. Therefore, these green equipment must be exchanged for whiteboard equipment as soon as possible. After a while, when all players advance, the need for gold coins will also increase. At that time, no one will waste time selling whiteboard equipment. As for the excellent equipment, Lin Yan looked at the 2 excellent equipment in his hand. Starting from excellent quality, weapons will have special characteristics or attribute bonuses. One of these 2 can provide an additional 10 points of armor penetration, and the other can increase attack speed by 0.1. 10 points of armor penetration is not useful for me, but the attack speed attribute is important. I will fuse the attack speed equipment and sell the other one for whiteboard equipment. Lin Yan made up his mind. In the later stages, attributes are much more important than simple damage values. As someone who has been reborn, his vision is naturally far-sighted. After arriving at the market, he skillfully went to booth 9527 to start selling equipment. Due to the upcoming boss dungeon, the trading market was extremely busy. As soon as he displayed his equipment, it was quickly sold out. This is really crazy, Lin Yan complained, but he was counting money in his hands, not too much, just enough to have 100 gold coins. Then, he displayed the sign that said buying whiteboard equipment, act fast. With his previous reputation, no one questioned it this time, and a group of players immediately gathered. Darling, come quickly, that fool is here again. This is a great opportunity to exchange useless whiteboard equipment for money. Brother, stop wasting time. Hurry up and log in, it will be too late if you're late. In the trading market, player nicknames were hidden, and no one recognized Lin Yan as the Flame Emperor. Selling high-level equipment and then buying whiteboard equipment, it's really hilarious. He's probably a professional equipment dealer, but we're taking advantage of it, so let's sell the whiteboard equipment. Although they mocked Lin Yan's foolishness, their hand speed was not affected at all, and they all rushed to sell. With just 1 silver coin, they could buy a bottle of healing potion. In their eyes, Lin Yan was simply doing charity by distributing potions. Soon, the 100 gold coins in Lin Yan's hands, which hadn't even warmed up, were all spent. Looking at the densely packed whiteboard equipment in his backpack, he grinned. Now he was completely prosperous. You must be the Flame Emperor, right? Lin Yan looked up and saw a capable-looking man with short hair. Being able to recognize him in the trading market with hidden nicknames meant that he came prepared. He was too lazy to pretend, so he nodded and said, "Yes, what's the matter?" The blacksmith in the newbie village is taking orders for custom equipment. If you pay him 100 gold coins, you can completely exchange it for several pieces of custom equipment. But you chose to buy whiteboard equipment. It's really confusing. The man with short hair smiled slightly, and as the world's first player to unlock hidden achievements, Mr. Flame Emperor is obviously not a fool. What do you want to say? Lin Yan frowned and glanced at the man's attire. When he saw the red star symbol on his clothes, his heart skipped a beat, and he probably guessed the other person's identity. I come from the newly established Eastern Guild. You may not have heard of it. Although it is a new guild, our strength and background are definitely stronger than the 9 major guilds. The man with short hair had a serious expression. If you are willing to join us, in addition to a 1 million signing fee, you can also receive a yearly salary of 500,000, as well as other benefits. Lin Yan waved his hand. I'm not interested for now. The background of the Eastern Guild was indeed intimidating, and it even had the qualifications to claim to be the largest in the Xia Kingdom. Because he knew that the background of the Eastern Guild was the Xia Kingdom's official itself. In his plan, the Eastern Guild was an important piece, but for some reasons, he didn't want to have too much contact with them before having absolute strength. That's okay, Mr. Flame Emperor can add me as a friend for now. When you see the strength of the Eastern Guild and if you're interested in joining, feel free to contact me at any time, the capable man said without disappointment. The higher-ups of the Eastern Guild also wanted to observe the potential of the Flame Emperor a little longer. Sure, Lin Yan added the other person as a friend and glanced at the nickname of the short-haired man, Cold Front. After saying goodbye, he walked out of the market, preparing to fuse his equipment. Boss, I can see it. This kid took out dozens of pieces of equipment all at once. He's rich. Let's make a move. A thief player who had been lurking outside the market said with sharp eyes. Ha, he's actually the Flame Emperor? This time, the leader of the thieves rubbed his chin. He has at least 50 bottles of healing potions on him. It's definitely worth a shot. The deputy leader beside him was itching to move. They didn't dare to rob the large guild, but Lin Yan, a lone player, dared to bring out so much equipment to sell. He was like a pure, fat sheep. If they didn't rob him, they would feel ashamed of their professional ethics as thieves. Follow him. The leader of the thieves was completely intrigued and waved his hand, leading the thief players to quietly follow. Lin Yan's awareness was very keen, and he immediately noticed that he was being followed. He had a plan in mind. Because of his stealth skill, the thieves were extremely confident and it was impossible for any player to discover their tracking. He went into the alley. This is a great opportunity. It's now. Attack! The leader of the thieves gave the order, and the thieves rushed into the alley excitedly. No one? How is that possible? I saw him go in with my own eyes. Could he be a ghost? The thieves were sweating profusely. Looking for me? Lin Yan stepped into the entrance of the alley and trapped the thieves in the courtyard. He had a faint smile on his face and a sharp gaze. You've already been surrounded by me. Surrender quickly. What nonsense are you talking about? The leader of the thieves, impossible to work, laughed angrily. You do have some skills to detect our tracking, but there are over 10 of us and only one of you. How dare you say you've surrounded us? I think you've lost your mind. Kill him. Not only do you refuse to surrender, but you also dare to fight back against me? Then go take a bath in the spring. Lin Yan stepped forward and casually slashed, instantly killing the sharp-eyed thief who was standing in the front. Damn! This one slash made the leader of the thieves turn pale. The one who was just killed was his capable assistant, already an 8th level thief with over 300 HP, and he was killed in one hit. What kind of damage was this? No wonder he, a lone player, could bring out so much equipment. He was too abnormal. Brother, no, great God, this is all a misunderstanding. The leader of the thieves, impossible to work, pleaded with his hands raised. Misunderstanding? Lin Yan sneered, a group of professional thieves with notorious reputations. What's there to misunderstand? Hand over all the equipment you've stolen so far, or I'll trap you in the spring and kill you until you're all back to level 1. Damn! So you actually wanted to rob us instead. Impossible to work instantly realized and fell silent. We are thieves by profession, and you are a grand thief, right? Stop the nonsense. I'll count to 3, if you don't hand it over, I'll attack. Lin Yan's blade flickered. Wait, we surrender. Impossible to work begged with tears in his eyes. Dropping back to level 1 would take several days to recover. Additionally, thieves were not protected by safety measures, and if they were killed, their equipment drop rate was much higher than that of normal players. If Lin Yan really trapped them in the spring and killed them to level 1, they would lose most of their equipment. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The thieves emptied their backpacks and offered their equipment to Lin Yan. Lin Yan didn't even leave them with any basic equipment, so in the end, these guys were left with just their underwear. Wow, you guys really stole a lot, Lin Yan said with satisfaction. The theft skill allowed him to directly steal items from players' backpacks. This group of thieves, in just a few days, stole hundreds of items, including various potions, accessories, and even 2 high-quality equipment, in addition to dozens of gold coins. Tisk, it's almost comparable to the total income one made from jungling this time. No wonder you guys chose to be thieves. Making money is really easy. Lin Yan looked at impossible to work and smirked. If they regularly treated the thieves group as monsters to farm, the cost-effectiveness would be much higher than jungling. This is all we have. We really earned this money the hard way. Impossible to work sighed. His life motto was to never work, which is why he chose the thief profession. But today, he was unexpectedly taken advantage of, forced to work for free. It was simply a great humiliation. Ha! You guys can get your hands on this kind of thing? Lin Yan looked at the potions in his hand with some surprise. Control reducing potion, reduces control time by 10 seconds, 1 time. Special potions were rare in the early stages, and he currently didn't have any means of control reduction, so this potion made up for that shortcoming. Snatching the first kill from the 9 major guilds and even the Eastern Guild's raid team essentially meant snatching time. If the control reducing potion was used well, it might have a miraculous effect. He became more and more tempted to regularly strike the thieves group, this evil force. Alright, you guys can leave now. Lin Yan waved his hand. Thank you, great master. Impossible to work hurriedly left with his subordinates. As soon as they left the alley, they activated their stealth skill to conceal the fact that they were only wearing underwear. Lin Yan didn't sell the ill-gotten gains he extorted. Because these equipment items were labeled as thief gear, if he went to the trading market to sell them, he would be mistaken for a thief. Newbie village players had a deep hatred for thieves. If he attracted a group of thousands of players to gang up on him, he would be exhausted. Although the profits of being a thief are high, the things stolen can only be sold at a low price on the black market, so the gold income is not as exaggerated as imagined. Lin Yan found a place with no one around and started fusing equipment. After calculating, he fell into silence. Now, there are only 8 hours left until the boss instance opens, and it takes him 20 seconds to fuse 1 white equipment, 30 seconds for a common equipment, and 1 minute for a high-quality equipment. Even if he spent all 8 hours fusing white equipment, he could only fuse a little over 1,400 pieces. And now he has 1,000 sets of newbie equipment, plus the ill-gotten gains, a total of over 3,000 pieces of white equipment. Even if he didn't rest for a second, he still wouldn't be able to fuse them all. Indeed, what the richest man said is correct. Being too wealthy is also a kind of trouble. Lin Yan laughed at himself. Should he first increase his armor or attack power? How much should each be increased? Such luxurious troubles. Lin Yan pondered while fusing. The first kill of the newbie village boss was a very important achievement, and the more beautifully it was completed, the higher the rewards would be. He planned to go with Xin Yue to fight it, but he didn't plan to let Xin Yue participate in the damage output. As long as all the damage output was done by him, it would count as a solo kill. Solo killing the boss would double the achievement rewards. In addition, the instance had 4 difficulties: normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. With each increase in difficulty, the rewards would also increase accordingly. I must achieve the solo first kill achievement on hell difficulty. Lin Yan's gaze became serious. Only by doing so could he obtain the strongest equipment beyond the hidden plot of the newbie village. Most importantly, this achievement was also a prerequisite for a perfect completion of the hidden plot. Since I'm racing against time, I must maximize my damage output. As for armor, I can only try to make up for that shortcoming through positioning. Lin Yan made up his mind. First, fuse all the attack power. Successful fusion, 100 refinement treasure sword, attack power plus 10. Successful fusion, 100 refinement treasure sword, attack power plus 20, attack speed plus 0. 1. The light kept flickering from his hand, and the value of the 100 refinement treasure sword kept soaring. Finally, after fusing 900 more swords, the weapon's radiance became even more brilliant. Has it evolved again? Lin Yan's eyes lit up, repeatedly clicking on the equipment details. Magic Blade 1000 Blades, white attack plus 5210, attack speed plus 0. 1. Special ability, Iron Cutting, inflicts 300 armor penetration, swift decision, 1% chance to sever rare quality weapons, 10% chance to sever fine quality weapons, 100% chance to sever normal quality weapons. 1000 blades, can be decomposed into shattered blades, which can fly at the user's will or be instantly transformed into a whole. Note, consumes 1 mana per second. What a fantastic Magic Blade 1000 Blades! Lin Yan exclaimed, filled with excitement. This weapon, even if his level was 50 from the previous life, would make him ecstatic. But only, white? He furrowed his brows, as he had never heard of a weapon with a white suffix. However, considering it was a fusion of ultimate artifacts, it was normal for it to have some unique aspects. And the new 1000 Blades ability is also incredibly powerful. Lin Yan grew more and more fond of it. The biggest dilemma for a warrior was being limited to close combat, only having the chance to unlock long-range damage skills after reaching the 3rd stage, Elite Professional. But with the 1000 Blades ability, his sword could transform into thousands of flying blades, moving according to his own will, instantly turning a melee weapon into a long-range one. With this blade in hand, even if you have a 1000-person raiding party, so what? Lin Yan's mood soared, and he turned his attention to the ultimate artifact page. The requirement for the second fusion effect of the 2nd stage had been fulfilled with 1000 pieces of equipment, so the second ability of the ultimate artifact should have been unlocked. What could it be? He eagerly clicked on the equipment details of the ultimate artifact. Ultimate artifact, unique effect, infinite fusion equipment, 3rd stage, current progress, 1200/10,000 first ability, attack permanently increases armor by 1 point, plus, second ability, being attacked permanently increases counter damage by 1 point, plus, another growth ability? Lin Yan was somewhat surprised. Being attacked would increase counter damage, and if the counter damage stacked high enough, then in the future, the damage others dealt to him would be reflected back at them. If combined with high life steal or rapid armor recovery skills, it's almost invincible. Lin Yan marveled. Truly, it was an ultimate artifact. Any ability developed to its later stages would be invincible. And he simultaneously possessed so many invincible abilities. How can I lose this time? He was in high spirits and quickly continued fusing equipment. Although his attack power had already surpassed the limit of his current level by an unknown amount, his health and armor were not very high. If he were to enter the Hell Dungeon, he would likely fail. Prioritize fusing defensive equipment with physical resistance and magical resistance attributes. Lin Yan's thoughts were clear. Physical resistance and magical resistance were much more precious than attributes like health and armor, which were consumable. Their importance was no less than attack speed and movement speed. Because physical resistance and magical resistance were fixed attributes, if his physical resistance was high enough, it would be equivalent to being immune to physical attacks. Unfortunately, items that can increase physical resistance and magical resistance are extremely rare in the Divine Land world. Among so many items, there are only 2. Ding! Fusion successful, gold silk armor physical defense plus 2, armor plus 10. Ding! Fusion successful, gold silk armor magical defense plus 1, armor plus 20. He continued to fuse equipment non-stop. 8 hours passed in the blink of an eye. After the evolution of the Magic Blade 1000 Blades, he fused another 500 pieces of equipment into the gold silk armor. He looked at the attributes of the fused equipment: gold silk armor, white, armor plus 5550, physical defense plus 2, magical defense plus 1. Special ability, lightweight, wearing does not affect agility, entwine threads, when attacked, reduces the enemy's attack speed by 10%. As expected, there was no evolution. Lin Yan was not surprised. Judging from the evolution requirements of the main weapon, he would need to accumulate 1000 pieces of fused equipment to evolve the upper body armor. Time is running out. It's time to go to the entrance of the boss dungeon. Lin Yan felt a bit regretful. If he had enough time to fuse all the equipment in his backpack, his chances would be even greater. He glanced at his attribute panel: ID, Flame Emperor race, human, yellow, class, warrior level, 9 HP, 400, armor, 7049 attack, 5235, armor penetration, 300, physical resistance, 10, magic resistance, 6, movement speed, 1, attack speed, 1, 2, mana, 40 equipment, golden silk armor, white, armor plus 5550, golden silk pants, white, armor plus 900, magic blade Shinrun, white, attack plus 5210. Ultimate artifact, unique, effect infinite fusion equipment, 3rd tier, skill, wave stacking 3 blades, 1 star, ability, none. Armor over 7000, attack power over 5000. With my current strength, I should barely be able to secure the first kill. Lin Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Even though he used to be ranked first in the heavenly rankings, he had never attempted to solo a hell-level instance. In the Divine Land world, this was considered an impossible feat. Let's go boss hunting. Lin Yan sent a team invitation to Xin Yue. Soon, Xin Yue happily bounced over, her face adorned with a smile. Hey, why are you so happy? Lin Yan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Lin Yan, you're amazing. I just chatted with that blacksmith NPC for a while, and he gave me a super powerful equipment. Xin Yue raised the handsome bow and arrow in her hand. Lin Yan glanced at the bow's attributes. Cloud-piercing bow, fine, attack plus 25, attack speed plus 0. 3 special ability, armor penetration, deals an additional 20 damage to armor. Wow. Lin Yan marveled at the bow. Even among fine weapons, this cloud-piercing bow was top tier. It seems like my speculation was correct. Lin Yan grew more confident in his plan. Speculation? Xin Yue scratched her head in confusion. Let's go strategize the boss first. When we come back, I'll give you a big gift, Lin Yan said with a smile. Okay. Xin Yue was delighted to hear that Lin Yan was going to give her a gift. The two arrived at the entrance of the boss instance just before 23:59. There was only 1 minute left until the boss instance opened. At this moment, the entrance to the boss instance was packed with people. Looking around, it was filled with players. If it weren't for the capacity limit in the newbie village, there would be billions of players coming to watch the first boss instance in the Divine Land tonight. A huge countdown appeared in the sky, and with each passing second, the atmosphere became more restless. The 1,000-member raid teams from the 9 major guilds successively entered, their momentum soaring, becoming the most eye-catching presence in the entire scene. Ming Village was just an ordinary newbie village among many, but the 9 major guilds were able to assemble a 1,000-member raid team within a few hours, showcasing their influence and strength. This meant that they likely had arranged thousands of members in each newbie village. It seems that these major guilds are determined to secure the first kill of this boss. After all, the first kill of the first boss holds great significance. The guild that obtains it will undoubtedly gain a significant influence. Players discussed among themselves. It would be interesting if there's a dark horse that snatches the first kill from the 9 major guilds. That's impossible. The other guilds are far inferior in strength to the 9 major guilds. At most, they can only organize a 100-member raid team. They're not on the same level, they've already lost in terms of momentum. Well, what if? I'll remember you, the guy with the ID gaming expert. The lively square gradually quieted down, because the countdown had begun. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The newbie village boss instance opened on time, and the players plunged into a frenzy. Everyone chose to enter at the same moment. There are raid teams from major guilds, as well as large groups of free players forming dungeon clearing teams. Players disappear in batches in the square. Lin Yan looked at the difficulty selection page in front of him. Normal, hard, nightmare, hell, and decisively chose hell. Whoosh! In the next moment, he and Xin Yue arrived in a huge underground burial space. Brother Lin Yan, is it just the two of us? Xin Yue, being naturally clueless, only realized it when she entered the dungeon and asked in surprise. She could see that the other raid teams had at least hundreds of people. Don't worry, the two of us are enough. When we fight the boss later, don't make a move, just watch from the side, Lin Yan instructed. Okay. Xin Yue now completely trusted Lin Yan and nodded without hesitation. Lin Yan looked at the group of zombie monsters rushing towards him as soon as they entered the dungeon. A sharp smile appeared on his face. Next, it's the time for slaughter. Why are the attributes of these monsters so high? Xin Yue's eyes were shocked. Lin Yan glanced at the values of the monsters in front of him. Underground zombie, elite, level, 9 HP, 4500 armor, 400 attack, 60 physical resistance, 15 magical resistance, 15 skills, corpse poison, passive, self-destruct, bloodthirst, bite, frenzy, poison gas invasion. Lin Yan was not surprised. In the Hell Dungeon, the weakest are elite monsters, and their overall strength is increased 5-fold. It can be said that one elite monster here can at least fight 10 level 9 players at the current stage. Don't panic, just keep your distance and attack. Lin Yan gave Xin Yue a reassuring smile. The girl nodded and began shooting arrows. To go from level 1 to level 9, you need the total experience of levels 1 to 9. Leveling up by killing monsters in the wild is very slow, so Lin Yan decided to bring Xin Yue to the Hell Dungeon to quickly level up. Swish! Lin Yan stepped forward quickly and slashed with his sword. The head of the leading zombie was directly cut off by this slash. With a large -4,900 appearing on its head, the whole place fell silent, and the zombies were too scared to make a sound. Gurgle! An elite monster in the Hell Dungeon was actually killed in one hit. Xin Yue was stunned. Even if she told others about this scene, no one would believe it, they would just think she was bragging. In the morning, Lin Yan's attack power was terrifying, but she could still understand it to some extent. However, this slash of 5,000 damage, even if she was dumb, she knew that it couldn't be done with just skill. Die! The sword light was cold. Lin Yan killed all the zombies one by one. The zombies had relatively low movement speed and attack speed. Even with a dozen zombies surrounding him, they couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Soon, all the zombies with over 4,000 HP died tragically and fell to the ground, and a large number of experience orbs flew out and merged into Lin Yan and Xin Yui's bodies. Let's continue. Lin Yan looked at the bronze gate in front of him and punched it. The majestic bronze gate trembled, and then slowly opened. Countless monster figures appeared behind it, and the dense death energy turned into black mist, as terrifying as a hellish painting. At the same time, in the raid dungeon where the online game expert was located, because of the expert's good connections, the raid team he joined was very strong, with over 300 people. They were considered the strongest group among the raid teams formed by free players. But at this moment, the expert's face was distorted by fear. What kind of damn terrifying dungeon is this? The game designer has no conscience. How can the first boss dungeon be this difficult? At the beginning, there were a dozen elite monsters with 800 HP and physical defense as high as 15 guarding the gate, and they besieged for a long time. After finally dealing with these monsters, who knew that after the bronze gate opened, hundreds of elite monsters came out from inside, surrounded by death energy, suffocating. And what the hell is that? He trembled as he watched the white zombies killing players wantonly, as if they were in a deserted place. More than 3,000 health points, attack power close to 80, and physical resistance as high as 25. This is nothing. Attacking him is like tickling him. The online game expert sarcastically commented. White zombie. Commander, level. I remember now, this is the commander monster that was single-handedly killed by the Flame Emperor as mentioned in the announcement. The captain of the raid team exclaimed. What? He can single-handedly kill such a terrifying monster. The system must be bugged. The online game expert was completely stunned. He had previously analyzed that monsters that can be single-handedly killed must be weak. From this, it can be seen that the commander level should be a level between normal and elite monsters, just with fewer numbers. Now, it's a complete slap in the face. 3 white zombies guarding, plus hundreds of elite zombies, players were being harvested like wheat, falling in groups. Soon, the online game expert was stomped to death by a white zombie and respawned back to the instance square. The square was crowded with players, obviously all returning after failing to clear the instance. The square was filled with curses and grievances. Obviously, the difficulty of the instance made them unable to hold back their anger. This was not surprising, because Lin Yan killed the white zombie, causing the boss instance to appear at least 10 days earlier. Apart from Lin Yan, no player had even seen a white zombie, let alone accurately judge the strength of the boss instance strategy. I'm going to write a post to criticize the development team. This is simply unreasonable. I will accuse this injustice. The online game expert angrily exclaimed. The large raid team composed of 300 players was wiped out by the monsters that rushed out of the instance gate without even entering. What a joke. At the same moment, in the White Wolf Guild's raid team instance, thousands of White Wolf Guild members had clear roles. Tanks stood in front to stop the monsters from charging. Mages and archers prioritized attacking the most threatening white zombies. Warriors charged into the group of monsters, retreating to the defensive line to be healed by priests when injured. Everything was in order. From the moment the zombies and white zombies rushed out until now, which was less than 3 minutes, more than half of them had already been wiped out, while the White Wolf Guild had only lost a few dozen people. Du Gongzi and Wu Qingwan stood in the center of the White Wolf Guild team, not doing much, but received most of the experience orbs from killing monsters. This instance is indeed a bit difficult, but it's still not enough for my White Wolf Guild's 1,000-member raid team. Du Gongzi fanned himself and smiled calmly. Indeed, if we can maintain this progress, we will most likely be the first to clear it. Mu Qingwan also nodded. However, there was a faint figure in her heart that made her feel uneasy. At this moment, in front of Lin Yan, hundreds of zombie limbs were shattered, and he was fighting the last white zombie. The white zombie in the Hell instance is indeed powerful. He frowned. The elite monsters in the Hell instance had a 5-fold increase in overall attributes, while the commander monsters had a 10-fold increase. Underground White Zombie, Commander, Level, 9 Health, 29,999 Armor, 2,600 Attack Power, 150 Physical Resistance, 30 Magic Resistance, 25 Skills, Corpse Poison, Passive, Self-Destruct, Bloodthirst, Corpse Chi Corrosion, Undead Summoning, Tear Bite, Frenzy, Zombie Fingerblade, Piercing Flight. With 30,000 health points, it can almost rival the boss of a normal instance. Lin Yan's expression also became serious. There were heavy guards right at the entrance, so the underground palace must not be simple. Shie, the final blow fell, splitting the white zombie in half. Enter the underground palace. He knew there was no time to hesitate. He was competing for the first kill with a 1,000-person raid team, and it was the Hell instance. Xin Yue nodded in confusion. Lin Yan's bravery was beyond her expectations. Dog Day. After entering the underground palace, Lin Yan led Xin Yue to explore it. The layout of the underground palace was designed according to the Liu King's tomb, with numerous traps and hidden weapons along the way, as well as new monsters, corpse beetles. Although the attributes of the corpse beetles were not high, their numbers were extremely large, and one careless move could result in death in the tide of corpse beetles. Chi. He swung his sword like rain, not knowing how many monsters he had killed along the way. When he arrived deep inside the Liu Palace, his originally over 7,000 armor had already exceeded 9,000. After completing this instance, I'm afraid my armor will exceed 10,000. Lin Yan's heart was filled with anticipation. Chi. Lin Yan's figure moved, his blade flashing, evading hidden weapons while also cutting down the dark arrows aimed at Xin Yue. His stylish movements filled the eyes of the girl with admiration. Xie, with one slash, he killed the last 10 corpse ants, and Lin Yan brought the girl to the deepest part of the underground palace. This place was spacious, as if a mountain had been hollowed out. The underground river converged here, forming a lake. On the island in the middle of the lake, a coffin was imprisoned by chains, lying quietly there. And around this coffin, 8 figures stood silently. Their pale bodies emitted a faint green light. 8 armored white zombies guarding? Lin Yan's heart grew heavy. These 8 armored white zombies were even more difficult to deal with than ordinary white zombies. Legend has it that they were the 8 generals under the Liu King, with almost equal health and armor. Underground Palace White Zombie Armor General, Commander, Level, 9 Health, 29,999 Armor, 26,000 Attack, 180 Physical Resistance, 35 Magical Resistance, 30 Skills, Corpse Poison, Passive, Armor Mastery, Self-Destruction, Bloodthirst, Corpse Chi Corrosion, Undead Summoning, Bite, Frenzy, Zombie Fingerblade, Flying Thrust. Heads of pale people emerged from the water, their black eyes filled with greed. Underground Palace Water Ghost, Elite, Level, 9 Health, 5,400 Armor, 2,400 Attack, 70 Physical Resistance, 20 Magical Resistance, 18 Skills, Corpse Poison, Passive, Strangling, Water Travel Technique, Bite, Frenzy, Poison Gas Invasion. Lin Yan. Xin Yue tightened her bow and arrow in her hand. Just the monsters guarding the boss were so terrifying. How much more terrifying would the boss be? Don't panic. Watch me kill them. Lin Yan's voice was reassuring. For now, don't engage in battle and draw aggro. I can handle it alone. With that, he charged forward along the path leading to the island in the middle of the lake. The fierce water ghosts simultaneously leaped out of the lake, densely swarming towards Lin Yan. The scene was terrifying to the extreme. Die! Lin Yan's blade flashed, his movements mysterious, always finding the position with the fewest enemies. But even so, under the siege of so many enemies, his limited movement speed still couldn't avoid getting injured. His armor began to steadily decrease. Wave stacking 3 slashes. Lin Yan no longer hesitated and used his skill. With the combination of wave stacking 3 slashes and stacking blade techniques, he instantly killed 2 water ghosts in front of him. Utilizing the attack speed bonus from wave stacking 3 slashes, his speed increased significantly. Attack speed potion. He had originally planned to rush to the island in the middle of the lake before using the attack speed potion, but these fierce water ghosts disrupted his plan. The attack speed potion was confiscated from a thief and there were only 3 bottles, extremely precious. Chi. The magic blade in his hand transformed into thousands of shattered blades, constantly changing forms, and could even transform into a shield to block attacks. In this way, he charged forward, facing the almost endless water ghosts, and finally reached the island in the middle of the lake. His originally over 9,000 armor had dropped to less than 7,000. Let's go together. After arriving at the island in the middle of the lake, the water ghosts that could only survive in the water couldn't harass him anymore. He looked sharply at the 8 armored generals, his fighting spirit boiling. Roar! The 8 armored generals roared loudly, clearly enraged. The chains on the central coffin trembled madly, and then one after another broke, terrifying death energy rushing out from within. The boss was about to be born. The great battle was about to begin. At the same time, in the White Wolf Guild's instance, Poison Prince's face looked grim. There was only one path leading to the island in the middle of the lake, and its width could only accommodate 3 people walking side by side. The White Wolf Guild's battle formation couldn't be set up at all. They could only rely on continuously piling up numbers. One White Wolf Guild expert after another was pushed into the water and killed by the water ghosts. Almost every meter they advanced, they would lose over 10 members of the raiding team. The short 50-meter road caused the White Wolf raid team to lose nearly half of their members. Report, count the number of people. After arriving on the island, the White Wolf Guild raid team immediately formed a circular defensive formation. Only 350 people left? How can this instance be so terrifying? Poison Prince panicked. They were originally planning to compete for the first kill, but now it's uncertain whether they can even defeat the boss. This unprecedented raid team of 1,000 people lost 2/3 of their members without even encountering the boss. Vice Captain, these 8 guys are too terrifying. Their attacks are incredibly high. Even the tanks can't withstand their attacks for more than 4 or 5 hits. The defense line is estimated to be broken soon. The captain exclaimed. Poison Prince gritted his teeth and said, hold on, as long as we take down a few of them, we can kill the boss. Mu Qingwan shook her head and said in a deep voice, the boss has already revived. It hadn't even been 30 seconds since they arrived on the island, and the chains on the central coffin had already broken. A terrifying figure, 3 meters tall, slowly crawled out of the coffin. It had talismans stuck to its head, dressed in ancient noble attire, and the dead aura wrapped around its body, holding a large seal in its hand. Roar! It swung the seal, causing the ground on Hushin Island to tremble, and hundreds of zombies emerged, charging towards the defense line alongside the 8 major generals. Poison Prince's face turned pale, shouting, "This is bad." Then, the terrifying figure, standing at 3 meters tall, stepped forward to the defense line. Green flames formed from the corpse aura in its eyes, and it forcefully smashed the large seal down. In an instant, the dozen or so tank players in front of it were all smashed into minced meat. "Damn!" Poison Prince screamed. Even Mu Qingwan couldn't remain calm, panic appearing on her face for the first time. "This boss is too dominant." Boom! The large seal fell, and Lin Yan rolled to avoid it, but the shockwave still knocked off more than 200 points of his armor. Truly deserving of being the boss that has discouraged countless people in the newbie village. Lin Yan's gaze became serious as he looked at the attributes of the tall zombie in front of him. Lord of the Lu Palace, Boss Hell, HP, 303,066 armor, 56,000 attack, 275 physical resistance, 45 magical resistance, 45 skills, Corpse Poison, Passive, Death Servant Summoning, Life and Death Seal Shockwave, Tear Bite, Corpse Aura Invasion, King's Intimidation, Death Stomp, Poison Arrow, Corpse Fire Incineration, Armor Amplification, Life Devouring. The comprehensive amplification of the boss in the Hell instance is also 10 times. Lin Yan dodged the pursuit of the Lu King while fighting fiercely with the 8 major generals. Only by killing the 8 major generals first could he focus on dealing with this terrifying Hell boss. Chi. Lin Yan consumed all the attack speed potions, instantly reaching an attack speed of 2. Stacked Blades. He used the Stacked Blades technique, now able to attack 3 times in 1 second, with a staggering burst damage of 10,000. If the cooldown for the stacked waves ended, he could even attack 4 times in 1 second, with a burst damage exceeding 21,000. Therefore, although the 8 major generals were extremely terrifying, under his terrifying output, they quickly fell one by one. However, he did not come out unscathed because he had been avoiding battle all along and had been hit by the Lu King's skills many times. His armor had already dropped to just over 4,000. He now only had 400 HP, and once his armor was depleted, a single skill from the Lu King could take him out. The effect of the attack speed potion has ended. Lin Yan looked at the last armored white zombie that fell and breathed a sigh of relief. Roar! The 3-meter-tall Lu King zombie saw that all the major generals had died, let out a roar, raised the large seal, and on the central island, hundreds of zombies crawled out from the ground. Death Servant Summoning Skill. Lin Yan remained calm. These zombies combined were not as threatening as the 8 major generals. He could easily kill them with a single slash. With the attribute of stacking armor, these zombies were just a source of armor for him. Chi. After easily clearing the surrounding zombies, he engaged in a fierce battle with the zombie Lu King. Buzz! He dodged the Lu King's seal strike with a sidestep, then fiercely slashed at its leg bend. Pang! While King Lu was kneeling on the ground with a bent leg injury, Lin Yan turned around and fiercely slashed its neck with a knife. This critical hit caused a damage of minus 11,200, making the zombie King Lu howl in pain. Its eyes turned into green flames, and it spat out a mouthful of green poisonous arrows. Lin Yan's demonic blade transformed into a shield of 1,000 blades, blocking the arrows and only receiving 30 points of impact damage. Hoo! Green flames spewed out from King Lu's eyes, hitting Lin Yan directly. These flames were like maggots attached to bones, impossible to dodge. Minus 50, minus 20. The burning corpse fire inflicted dual damage of flames and poison, burning away 70 points of Lin Yan's armor per second. Die! Lin Yan took advantage of the cooldown time after King Lu's skill and rushed forward, bursting with killing intent. Chi. 3 consecutive waves of slashes landed on it, combined with the stacking technique, instantly dealing over 21,000 points of damage to the zombie King Lu. The zombie King Lu swung its giant seal and fought against Lin Yan. The Divine Land Game had a blocking mechanism, so as long as the attack could be blocked, only minimal impact damage would be received. Therefore, the swordsmanship and body movement during battles were crucial. In the later stages, almost everyone was a master of swordsmanship and archery. In battles between masters, it was not guaranteed that 10 attacks would cause a single effective damage to the opponent. Of course, Lin Yan, as the #1 powerhouse on the heavenly ranking, had completely suppressed his opponents with his skills at the current time point. Even the Hell Boss had no ability to fight back. After exchanging blows, Lin Yan preemptively predicted and used a backward displacement and roll to dodge the shockwave skill of the Life and Death Seal. After getting up, the demonic blade of 1,000 blades transformed into countless pieces, traversing a distance of 5 meters, and slashed at King Lu's neck, dealing another 10,000 points of critical damage. In the midst of life and death struggle, King Lu's health quickly dropped to only 100,000. Meanwhile, Lin Yan was left with just over 2,000 armor. Now the attack speed and movement speed are too low, the restrictions are too great. Many sword techniques and skills cannot be executed. Lin Yan shook his head. If his attack speed and movement speed both reached 2, he would have the confidence to kill the zombie King Lu without taking any damage. At the same moment, in the White Wolf Guild's instance, gurgle, hurry! We must kill him even if it means sacrificing ourselves. If we're about to die, drink the self-destruct potion and blow him up. Poison Prince went crazy, his eyes bloodshot. The raid team had less than 100 people left, and they were still rapidly losing members. Unlike Lin Yan's tactics, they concentrated all their firepower on the boss and completely ignored everything else, using meat shields to block death. Grandmas, is there no justice in this world? A newbie village boss with 30,000 health and over 5,000 armor. Poison Prince was desperate. Even if everyone focused their attacks on the boss, it still had 10,000 health remaining. And the members of the White Wolf Guild around him were continuously falling, their attack efficiency becoming weaker and weaker. He knew very well that this raid would definitely end in failure. As expected, 10 seconds later, the captain of the White Wolf Guild raid team had his head crushed by the life and death seal while protecting Poison Prince. Damn it! Poison Prince roared, I refuse to accept this. How could this happen? Mu Qingwan also couldn't believe it. A raid team of 1,000 people, and they actually failed the raid. Both of them turned pale, and in the end, they were unwillingly trampled to death. Damn it, this damn designer. Who can defeat this insane boss? Poison Prince ran to the square after his resurrection and cursed loudly. It was at this moment that he realized that there were already 3 major guild raid teams that had declared failure, and the White Wolf Guild was the 4th top guild to be eliminated. Resentment filled the square. I don't believe anyone can defeat this boss. If anyone can succeed, I'll change my last name to theirs. Poison Prince's eyes turned red with anger. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Guild's instance, a raid team composed of thousands of well-trained special forces calmly surrounded and killed the boss. The boss's health has dropped below 10,000. The first kill should be secure. Cold Front said calmly. Just hunting a monster, for a battle-hardened special forces soldier, it's not a difficult task. Killing this boss is just a matter of time. In another half a minute, we should be able to get the first kill, the deputy officer reported. Long Foam nodded. It was only natural for the official to take the first kill. He never thought that anyone could snatch the first kill from him. The 9 major guilds were far behind. You won't last another half a minute. Lin Yan fought fiercely, his fighting spirit soaring. From the beginning, he knew that his biggest enemy was not the 9 major guilds, but the Eastern Guild, and behind them was the official of the Xia Kingdom. Faster! Faster! Lin Yan kept slashing and fighting with Lu Wang. When Lu Wang had only 30,000 health left, it directly crushed the seal in its hand. The terrifying power of intimidation burst out, as if it could command life and death. A one-time control skill, Human King's Intimidation. Lin Yan's body was instantly suppressed by the immense power of life and death, unable to move a step. Oh no, Lin Yan is being controlled. Xin Yue's heart pounded as she tightly clenched her nails, sweat streaming down her face. Break free for me. Lin Yan didn't hesitate at all, directly crushing the control potion he had prepared in his hand. The Human King's Intimidation could control him for 9 seconds. If he didn't break free in time, let alone snatching the first kill, with only 2,000 armor left, the zombie Lu Wang would kill him in 9 seconds. The control potion could immunize him from control for 10 seconds. His body immediately regained its freedom. Lu Wang was stunned, obviously surprised that the guy he had controlled could suddenly move again. Chi. Stacking Waves 3 strikes. Lin Yan's mana was depleted instantly after using Stacking Waves 3 strikes. Stacking Blades. 4 strikes in 1 second, over 21,000 damage. Die! Lin Yan roared, swinging his stacked blades, the cold light piercing through the entire mountain. The 3-meter-tall zombie Lu Wang was directly cut into 2 pieces by this strike. Boom! The zombie Lu Wang fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. At the same moment, the system prompt followed closely. Congratulations on completing the newbie village boss first kill achievement. Congratulations on completing the Hell Dungeon boss first kill achievement. Congratulations, you have completed the Hell Dungeon boss solo first kill achievement. Your feat will be announced to the entire server. Do you want to hide your nickname? No! After seeing the words first kill, Lin Yan completely relaxed, exhaling a long breath, and firmly confirmed. The square was buzzing with discussions, almost all of them criticizing the game's absurd difficulty. After the top guilds like White Wolf Guild were eliminated, the criticism grew even louder. The knowledgeable gamers took the opportunity to write a post titled God Tier Boss Dungeon Difficulty is Insane, No One Can Clear It, which received overwhelming likes and high popularity. 5 top guilds have already been eliminated. If things continue like this, there won't be a single person who clears it tonight. Heh, clear it? The dungeon that even my White Wolf Guild can't clear, there's no one in this world who can clear it. Poison Prince's face turned cold. Mu Qingwan also nodded slightly. The first kill tonight would determine the ranking of the top guilds in the future. As the behind-the-scenes boss of the White Wolf Guild, the Mu Family Consortium, she naturally didn't want to see other guilds succeed in their crusade. Just then, the sky above the square trembled. Everyone's gaze was drawn to it. A majestic voice resounded throughout. Congratulations to player Flame Emperor for completing the Hell Dungeon Boss Solo First Kill achievement. Reward, First Kill of Boss, Fine Equipment *5, Rare Equipment *1, Free Attribute Points, 10, Skill Book, 1, Healing Potion, 100, Silver Advanced Template, 1 Hellboss First Kill Additional Reward, Fine Equipment *15, Rare Equipment *3, Epic Equipment *1, Free Attribute Points, 50, Skill Book, 3, Control Release Potion, 5, Experience Potion, 5, Mana, Healing, Defense, Attack, Agility Potions *100 each, Silver Advanced Template, 3 Solo Kill Additional Reward, Fine Equipment *15, Rare Equipment *3, Epic Equipment *1, Free Attribute Points, 50, Skill Book, 4, Control Release Potion, 5, Experience Potion, 10, Mana, Healing, Defense, Attack, Agility Potions *100 each, Silver Advanced Template, 3 Let players know, keep up the good work, create your own legend in the Divine Land world. After the majestic voice fell, the square fell into extreme silence. Every player who had conquered a dungeon was dumbfounded. Could it be that they had conquered a fake dungeon? This is simply impossible. Poison Prince's veins bulged. 1,000 people went to conquer a normal difficulty dungeon and failed. Why can he solo kill a hell difficulty boss? Indeed unbelievable. Mu Qingwan looked at the large character's Flame Emperor in a daze, feeling very dreamlike. It's too outrageous. Soloing a boss. Even a normal difficulty boss has tens of thousands of health. How terrifying is a hell difficulty dungeon? Is he really playing the same game as us? These rewards are too generous. It takes forever to read them. My eyes are dazzled. Epic equipment, skill books, and advanced templates. Any one of them is a treasure that money can't buy. Not to mention epic equipment, I haven't even seen what rare equipment looks like. Yes. After a long silence, the square exploded. The originally desperate atmosphere turned into astonishment, shock, envy, and excitement. Lin Yan's success proved one thing: boss dungeons are not impassable. How did he succeed? Everyone was pondering. As long as they found out the secret of Lin Yan's success, they believed they could succeed too. I understand. The online gaming expert slapped his head. We misunderstood the mechanism of this dungeon from the beginning. Oh, many people looked over. The online gaming expert straightened his chest and proudly said, simply put, the mechanism of the Divine Land is likely this: the more people who conquer the dungeon, the higher the difficulty, and the stronger the monsters inside. Yes, many games are like this. We did overlook this point. No wonder he could conquer it successfully. Maybe when one person enters, the boss only has a few hundred health. That must be it. Immediately, many players rushed towards the entrance of the dungeon. However, before 10 seconds had passed, these players crawled out of the water with pale faces. Bullshit. Expert, you don't understand. Don't talk nonsense. The monster's stats haven't decreased at all. I was torn to shreds by a group of zombies as soon as I entered. What? Impossible. If the difficulty of a dungeon faced by one person and 1,000 people is the same, then the expert's face turned pale. The players fell into deep self-doubt. At this point, there seemed to be only one explanation left: he was cheating. While the players were scratching their heads, Lin Yan and Xin Yue were caught up in a hidden plot. Brother Lin Yan, the coffin moved. Xin Yue's face turned pale. Could there be another problem? I clearly reminded about the first kill. Lin Yan's eyes lit up. Finally, it's here. Gurgle. Blood gushed out from the coffin on Heart Lake Island, dyeing the entire underground lake red. A blood shadow rose from the coffin, surrounded by countless resentful souls, the terrifying aura suffocating. Upon closer inspection, it was the deceased King Lu. Finally, liberation. King Lu smiled and looked at Lin Yan with a world-weary gaze. He said, "It was you who killed my zombie body, allowing my soul to escape from the sea of blood. As a token of gratitude, I entrust this life and death seal to you." With a wave of his hand, a large seal floated out from the blood coffin and landed in Lin Yan's hand. Lin Yan's eyes flashed with astonishment as he received the life and death seal. It's actually the life and death seal. It's said to be the most legendary treasure of King Lu. Unlike equipment, each treasure has its own unique function. This life and death seal is of extremely high quality. Its power is undeniable, even in the early, middle, and late stages of the game. Lin Yan opened the introduction of the life and death seal. Life and death seal, unique treasure, attribute, in camp, supreme underworld effect, can transform undead into in soldiers and summon them to fight for oneself. In a fully awakened state, it can summon 100,000 in soldiers. When the in soldiers pass through, the living retreat and no grass grows. Current state, awakened, first time. It seems that in order to obtain it, I must fulfill the 3 conditions of solo, hell, and first kill. Lin Yan was amazed at the difficulty of triggering this. In his previous life, no one was able to perfect the beginner's village, so the life and death seal didn't appear until over a year later. It seems that my return has indeed caused a great change. Lin Yan put away the life and death seal. While it was a pleasant surprise, it wasn't what he had been waiting for. After I am liberated, it will appear within 3 days. Escape from the beginner's village, or you will die. King Lu's voice was low. This is a directional teleportation symbol. When your strength is sufficient, crush it to return. At that time, you may receive unexpected benefits. Remember, you only have one chance. I came here to kill it. I won't leave. Lin Yan smiled faintly. Ha! King Lu's dissipating figure suddenly solidified again. You actually know who it is. It seems that you are not an ordinary arrival. King Lu's gaze deepened as he tried to see through Lin Yan. Lin Yan did not deny it. Normally, the first stage of the beginner's village storyline would end here. King Lu's words were forcing players to leave the beginner's village within 3 days after clearing the instance. After advancing and reaching the limit of level 30 professionals, they could return using the teleportation symbol and encounter the hidden boss of the beginner's village, the 1000-year blood corpse. However, no matter what secrets you have, they have nothing to do with me. King Lu brushed his sleeves. I have walked the path I should walk and guarded the way I should guard. From now on, the crown of righteousness will be left for me. Farewell, world. With a carefree smile, King Lu's figure gradually dissipated. Lin Yan frowned. Whether it was the gift of the life and death seal or King Lu's farewell, these were hidden storylines he had never heard of in his previous life. It completely exceeded his expectations. Could these two hidden storylines be related to the legendary Divine Bestowal template? Lin Yan pondered. After reaching level 9, in order to advance to level 10, one needed to obtain the advanced template and become a professional. The advanced template was divided into 3 grades, bronze, silver, and gold. The higher the grade of the template, the greater the improvements and growth potential after advancing. Above the gold grade, there was the legendary Divine Bestowal template. The Divine Bestowal template is of great importance. Only by using the Divine Bestowal template for each advancement can one become a true god. Lin Yan's gaze deepened. This was a top-secret message he obtained in the Starry Sky battlefield. He was the only one in the current world who knew about it. There is indeed a Divine Bestowal template in the beginner's village, but I'm not sure how to obtain it specifically. Previously, I speculated that it was related to the 7 special NPCs in the beginner's village, but now it seems that it may be related to these 2 hidden storylines. Lin Yan continued to contemplate. The Divine Bestowal template was his biggest plan in the beginner's village. This is my first move, only success is allowed, not failure. He took a deep breath and focused his thoughts. This battle was very dangerous. I almost died. I can't challenge the hidden boss right now. I need to go back and strengthen myself. There's only one chance to kill the hidden boss. Using the teleportation symbol will consume it. Fortunately, the first kill reward this time is very generous. He counted his backpack, including the equipment dropped by the dungeon monsters. I obtained a total of 180 common equipment, 55 fine equipment, 9 rare equipment, and 2 epic equipment. Lin Yan looked at the 2 purple epic equipment. Getting 2 epic equipment at once, what a profit. He grinned. The drop rate for epic equipment is extremely low. Killing the boss 10 times and getting 1 epic drop is considered lucky. Getting an epic drop in one go should be the bonus of the Hell Dungeon. This epic bow can be used as Yue's main weapon. As for the other equipment, it can actually form the Gale set. Lin Yan was pleasantly surprised. The Gale set is a divine set for archers in the early stages, directly increasing attack speed by 2. Among these rewarded equipment, he managed to gather 2 sets of beginner divine sets, a Gale archer set and a white armor shield set. I'll give you this set. Lin Yan tossed the Gale set to Xin Yue. Lin Yan, you were the one carrying me just now. I can't accept this set. Xin Yue didn't want to take it. Take it, in the future, you'll be a great help to me. Lin Yan patted her head with a smile. Really? Xin Yue was a bit skeptical. The difference in strength between her and Lin Yan was too great. She didn't think she could be of much help. But since Lin Yan said so, she chose to believe firmly. She didn't want to disappoint Lin Yan. Lin Yan didn't explain much either. He continued to look at his spoils. 110 free attribute points, all added to attack speed. With such a high attack value now, increasing attack speed would yield the highest benefits. Phew! He took a deep breath. After allocating these points, his attack speed reached 2. Increasing a warrior's attack speed requires a lot of attribute points. If these points were given to an archer, it could increase attack speed by at least 2 points. But he knew it was worth it. From now on, his damage output would double. 8 skill books? Lin Yan looked through them all, kept 4, and then threw 1 skill book to Xin Yue. Sell the rest. Skill books are precious in the early stages. They could probably fetch a good price. Learn. He took out a skill book called Flame Blade and started learning it. After a moment, he learned the Flame Blade skill. He opened the skill details. Flame Blade, 1 star, unleash a Flame Blade aura with a 5-meter attack range, dealing flame damage, 10% of attack value. After causing effective damage, it can inflict a 10-second burn on the target, dealing 10 points of damage per second. Mana cost, 9, cooldown, 30 seconds. Flame Blade aura, cool, must choose. Lin Yan smirked. Attack range is a pain point for warriors in the early stages, but combining the characteristics of the Magic Blade 1000 Blades with the Flame Blade skill almost makes up for it. Next up are potions. Lin Yan looked at the massive amount of potions in his backpack, except for mana potions, crowd control potions, and experience potions. He gave them all to Shin Yue. A bottle of ordinary health potion can only restore 100 health points. For the battles he would face next, it couldn't be considered a miraculous medicine. It was practically useless. I'm already level 9, just one step away from the Divine Bestowal template. I need to quickly obtain the Divine Bestowal template in advance to become a professional. After making up his mind, Lin Yan left the boss dungeon with Shin Yue. As soon as they arrived at the square, countless gazes fell upon them, filled with ardor, admiration, jealousy, and doubt. Congratulations, Lin Yan, for getting the first kill on the Divine Land boss. Mu Qingwan walked over gracefully, with a smile on her face. Compared to her coldness when they first met in the morning, she seemed like a completely different person. Now, besides you, only the Eastern Guild has achieved a second kill. The third kill has yet to appear. Lin Yan nodded, not surprised. The beginner village boss was originally supposed to appear in 10 days, but now most players can't even put together a set of ordinary equipment. If you want to defeat the boss, with the same number of people, you need at least a full set of excellent equipment to have a chance. You're so calm, tell me, how did you do it? If you're willing to tell me the secret, I'm willing to pay 1 million to buy it. The Poison Prince walked over, fanning himself with a folding fan, confident in his approach. As soon as the first kill announcement came out, he investigated Lin Yan. His parents were missing, leaving only him and his disabled younger brother at home. A poor college student who relied on playing online games to support his family, he probably had never seen what 1 million looked like in his dreams. The players all looked over, their eyes burning with desire. The secret? Lin Yan smiled. Do you really want to know? Alright, then I'll tell you. The Poison Prince sneered inwardly. Who does he think he is? He'll be begging for mercy under my money in no time. Hoo-hoo! Everyone's breathing became heavy, filled with anticipation. The top 3 players to kill the boss would receive a notice and a large amount of rewards, and the third place had not yet appeared. Everyone wanted to get the third kill. The secret is, I am strong enough. Lin Yan looked at the Poison Prince, whose face instantly turned cold. You dare to play with me? The Poison Prince clenched his fist tightly. And, I warned you, every time I see you, I will kill you. Lin Yan swung his sword, and a terrifying flame blade swept out. You! The Poison Prince widened his eyes, instantly cut in half by the blade, his body completely incinerated by the flames. Wow! Everyone was shocked by his powerful methods, and no player dared to speak out of turn. Mu Qingwan wanted to lecture Lin Yan, but when she saw his cold expression, she couldn't say a word. Her eyes were filled with complex emotions as she watched Lin Yan's figure until he left the square with Shin Yue. Wow, this Yan Emperor is really ruthless. The vice president of the White Wolf Guild, he kills when he says he will. Clean and neat, without leaving any face. I've never heard of this Yan Emperor before. It seems he's not a veteran expert on the heavenly or earthly rankings. Regardless, he has made a big name for himself today. I bet all the guilds can't sit still. As soon as he left the square, Lin Yan was forced offline and his consciousness was kicked back into reality. Is it because I'm too hungry that the helmet's forced logout function was triggered? Lin Yan's stomach growled, and his head felt dizzy. He looked at the time. It was already 1 in the morning. I haven't eaten all day. If I don't log out soon, I might faint from hunger. He ran to the refrigerator and ate 3 chocolate croissants, then cooked 2 packs of instant noodles for himself. Ah, much better. He ate a hot dog in 1 bite and slurped the noodles. Looks like I need to get a nutrient pod. If I use a nutrient pod to play games, I won't have to log out frequently to eat. The nutrient pod was a toy exclusively for the rich, with a price tag of up to 300,000. As a poor student who relied on playing online games to support his family, he naturally couldn't afford it. Ding! Lin Yan opened QQ and explained to the anxious Shin Yue why he suddenly went offline. Boss, is the Yan Emperor who got the first kill on the boss tonight you? It was a message from Fatty. Fatty's name was Duwanda. He was his childhood friend. They had been playing online games together since they were young, so he was very familiar with his ID and it wasn't surprising that he recognized him. Yes, Lin Yan had no intention of hiding it. Fatty was also one of the core teammates he planned to cultivate. As childhood friends, he knew Duwanda very well. Although this little Fatty liked to tell cheesy jokes, he was very loyal. When his younger brother broke his leg and needed surgery urgently, his parents disappeared, and it was Fatty who came up with 300,000 to help. Damn, boss, you're really a badass, you're amazing. I heard that the 1,000-member raid teams of the 9 major guilds were all wiped out. Fatty sent a voice message in shock. Did you just find out that I'm a badass today? Lin Yan teased. That's right, I just registered my account today. Boss, you have to take me along. The chubby guy was very excited. This game has been really popular lately. If we can get some good equipment, we can easily make a fortune. Lin Yan sighed with emotion. The chubby guy's family situation was also average, and like him, they were all students who had to consider supporting their families. Don't worry, stick with me, and I guarantee you'll live a good life, Lin Yan said seriously. After you go online, go to the trading market. The market manager is a blind monk. He likes to hear cold jokes. Raise his favorability to 2 stars, and you can become his disciple. Become a disciple? Of an NPC in a newbie village? The chubby guy was a bit confused. Trust me, Lin Yan replied succinctly. Shin 2 was different from most games. The newbie village had many hidden plots. Every time a player advanced to a new level and returned to the newbie village, they would unlock new storylines. Although the blind monk and the other 6 special NPCs were just guardians of the newbie village, they were all experts. Alright, boss, I promise to complete the mission. Duan grinned. Someone actually wanted to listen to his cold jokes? Even if there was no reward, he would still do it. After chatting for a while, Lin Yan shut down his computer and went to sleep. The next morning, Lin Yan went to the living room. His younger brother, Lin Feng, had already woken up and prepared a table full of breakfast. Why did you make breakfast? Shouldn't I be the one doing it? Lin Yan looked at the weak teenager in the wheelchair and sighed. His younger brother was too strong-willed. Even though he was in a wheelchair, he would never let others do what he could do. Lin Feng grinned. Brother, I'm also a member of this family. Shouldn't I do some household chores? Do you have class today? Lin Yan asked helplessly. Although Lin Feng was disabled, he never gave up on his studies. With his current grades, he could easily get into a top university. I don't have class on Sundays, but I plan to relax by doing some math problems, Lin Feng said. Oh, Lin Yan waved his hand. Since you don't have class, then don't study. Ha! Lin Feng was confused. If I don't study, then what should I do? Of course, play games, Lin Yan said naturally. Lin Feng excelled in math and science, making him a natural-born mage. In the previous life, when the game became a reality, he had never played games before, but he was able to comprehend forbidden-level spells in just 3 days. If he hadn't started late and had a low level, Lin Feng could have been his core teammate. Such a monstrous genius must not be buried. Play games? Lin Feng doubted if he was hearing things. Brother, is our family short on money again? I earned some money from part-time tutoring, and I'll get paid next week. Lin Yan shook his head. What I mean is, you don't have to worry about the college entrance exam anymore. Focus on playing games with me. Ha! Lin Feng blinked, unable to react for a moment. Brother, I can definitely get into Tsinghua with my grades. Only then can I truly change our family's destiny. Not taking the college entrance exam. Lin Yan's expression turned serious. What I'm about to tell you next, you can't mention it to anyone else. Seeing this, Lin Feng also calmed down. His older brother had always been a reliable support, so he must have his reasons for doing this. Lin Yan briefly explained the upcoming game that was about to be released. I have never lied to you before, and it's the same this time. Digest the information I've given you first, and come find me after you make a decision. After Lin Yan finished speaking, he returned to his computer room. He believed that with Lin Feng's exceptional intelligence and trust in him, he would definitely make the right choice. Back in the game world, as soon as Lin Yan arrived at the trading market to set up his stall and collect equipment, he was recognized. Emperor Yan. He's Emperor Yan? Someone's mouth dropped open. The person who got the world's first kill on a boss is actually here buying low-level equipment? The players quickly crowded around, making it impossible to move. Emperor Yan, can I take a picture with you? Emperor Yan, how did you manage to get the first kill? The players were all talking at once. Lin Yan's face turned dark. Are you selling whiteboard equipment or not? I've seen Emperor Yan constantly acquiring whiteboard equipment before. Maybe his strength is related to this. Is there a secret hidden in the whiteboard equipment? Someone started to stir up trouble, and as soon as this speculation came out, players instantly became cautious about their whiteboard equipment. Boss Yan, if you don't honestly reveal the secret inside, we won't easily sell our only set of whiteboard equipment. The leader, a man with a hood, said sarcastically. Ha! Lin Yan recognized the man with the hood. He was a skilled member of the White Wolf Guild, who was always by the side of the Poison Prince. He immediately understood that the White Wolf Guild was causing trouble, and it would be difficult to buy whiteboard equipment in the future. After realizing this, he turned around and left. He needed to focus on getting stronger and had no mood to argue here. If you're willing to pay 10 gold coins for a piece of whiteboard equipment, I'm still willing to sell it, the man with the hood continued to provoke, his face full of mockery. This was both provocation and a test. If Lin Yan really agreed to buy whiteboard equipment for 10 gold coins, it would prove that there was indeed a big secret inside. You're dead. Lin Yan coldly glanced at him and walked away. Emperor Yan, are you joking? This is the trading market. Do you dare to attack me? The man with the hood acted recklessly. His task was to test and provoke Lin Yan. If Lin Yan killed him, then the blind monk would naturally take action to kill Lin Yan. If Lin Yan was killed, it would indirectly avenge the Poison Prince. As for Lin Yan counter-killing an NPC, that shouldn't be possible, right? What's there to be afraid of? Lin Yan swung his sword, and a wave of fiery blade energy swept out, instantly turning the man with the hood into ashes, with his remains scattered in the air. What a cool move! And it even has a flame blade special effect. It feels like he's playing a completely different game than me. The Flame Emperor is too impulsive. He's done for. Although he's strong, he doesn't understand restraint. He won't be able to make it big. Does he really want to fight against NPCs? Many people were amazed by Lin Yan's move, but there were also many who sneered, thinking that Lin Yan was in big trouble. Lin Yan calmly walked towards the exit of the trading market, with all the players following him to watch the excitement. At the exit, the blind monk sat leisurely, collecting tickets. When he sensed Lin Yan coming out, he only raised his eyelids slightly, without any reaction. What the hell? Is there a bug? Admin, he just killed someone in the market. You should punish him. Those who wanted to see Lin Yan's joke were getting anxious. We paid to ensure the safety of the trading market. Now this kid kills someone and you don't care. What's the use of you? I won't dare to come to the trading market anymore. The members of the White Wolf Guild took the opportunity to set the tone. Noisy. The blind monk frowned and swept his staff. A terrifying storm instantly descended, accurately striking all the players who were setting the tone, instantly killing them, their souls returning to the spring water. Everyone was dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? Lin Yan sneered inwardly. Did he think he could scheme against him in the Divine Land? He had already raised the blind monk's favorability to 1 star. With 1 star favorability, he only killed someone who had provoked him in the market. The blind monk would never lay a hand on him. He just killed someone who deserved to be killed. The blind monk took a sip of tea and said lightly, a waste who actively provokes a strong person and gets killed. Does he deserve to cry injustice? Gurgle. The players were dumbfounded. This NPC was clearly favoring Lin Yan. The Flame Emperor is too terrifying. His strength is unfathomable. Even the NPCs are on his side. Can't afford to provoke him. Let's get out of here. The crowd in the trading market dispersed. After thanking the blind monk, Lin Yan left. Just as he found a secluded place to fuse his equipment, a sense of danger made him alert. He looked towards the bushes in front of him and said, "Come out." The bald man walked out from behind the bushes. It was Lung Feng from the Eastern Guild. He was surprised and said, "Indeed, you are the Flame Emperor. Your perception ability is truly powerful. Do you have something to say?" Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. It would become difficult to buy blank equipment in the future, which made him somewhat unhappy. As the person who single-handedly killed the Hell Boss for the first time, your potential has been recognized by the higher-ups. As long as you join the Eastern Guild, you can get a million-year salary contract, plus a 100 square meter fully furnished apartment in the second ring of the capital. Lang Feng paused for a moment. And we can contact the National Hospital's doctor to treat your brother's broken leg. Lin Yan's heart moved when he heard the last part. A million-year salary plus an apartment in the capital would be enough to completely change his family's financial situation. The opportunity to have his brother's leg treated was also something that couldn't be easily obtained. However, in the end, he shook his head. With his current growth speed, making money was easy. As for his brother's broken leg, he had his own way to treat it. It was not the best time to deepen his contact with the Eastern Guild. Alright. Lang Feng showed a regretful expression. He had high hopes for Lin Yan. Since you don't agree, let's not talk about signing a contract for now. I came to discuss another matter with you. Please go ahead. Lin Yan nodded. I know that you have been buying blank equipment, but after your first kill, news of the secret hidden in the blank equipment spread, and no one is willing to sell anymore. Lang Feng smiled. But you can consider buying from our Eastern Guild. Lin Yan's eyes lit up. That's a good proposal. How much do you want to buy? Lang Feng is very confident. He represents the official authority of the Xia Kingdom, and the amount of whiteboard equipment he has in storage is astonishing. I need as much as you have, Lin Yan grinned. Lang Feng was taken aback, clearly surprised. That's a big appetite. It seems that there are indeed secrets in this whiteboard equipment, Lin Yan said without hesitation. Lang Feng nodded, indeed, but they are only useful to me. Lang Feng replied, since we are here to do business, we won't pry into your secrets, but we won't make a loss either. 2 gold coins for a set of whiteboard equipment, that's our offer. 1 gold coin for 2 sets, Lin Yan countered. Right now, we are your only channel. Lang Feng shook his head, refusing to negotiate. 1 gold coin can only exchange for 1 set of whiteboard equipment, which is completely meaningless to me. Lin Yan shook his head and turned to leave. 2 gold coins are the price of a green attack equipment, with a fusion attack plus 10. If I exchange for a set of whiteboard equipment, it's equivalent to 3 novice long swords, with a fusion attack plus 15. The fusion time will also be doubled or tripled, resulting in a loss. It's better to directly fuse with green equipment. Wait, we can discuss it again. Lang Feng relented. After a tug-of-war, Lin Yan finally negotiated a deal for 2 gold coins and 3 sets of novice equipment. 1 green equipment for 2 gold coins, with an attack plus 10. Exchanging for 3 sets of novice equipment is equivalent to an attack plus 45, which is a huge profit. Lin Yan smiled slightly and showed the equipment he wanted to sell to Lang Feng. So many. Lang Feng was shocked. He guessed that Lin Yan had a lot of equipment, but it was even more than he had imagined. These equipment, according to market prices, are worth about 600 gold coins. Tomorrow, I will bring 900 sets of novice equipment for warriors here to trade with you. And these 4 skill books, I'll sell them to you for 50 gold coins, all exchanged for novice bows and arrows. Lin Yan displayed the 4 skill books. This is even better. Lang Feng paused for a moment, feeling a little embarrassed. I don't know about the silver advanced template you obtained. I have no intention of selling that, Lin Yan flatly refused. He had his own plans and arrangements for the silver template. Alright, Lun Feng's side, the advanced template was now priceless in the market. In the entire Divine Land, only he and Lin Yan had the advanced template. Whoever had the template could advance one step ahead, which was of great significance. Moreover, what Lin Yan had was an extremely rare silver template. If he was willing to sell it, the Eastern Guild would even be willing to buy it at a high price. Then I'll go back and report first, goodbye. Lun Feng waved his hand and disappeared with a few steps. When there is a will, there is a way. Things will turn for the better. Lin Yan was in a great mood. He sat down and prepared to further fuse the equipment. Rare and epic equipment had inherent attribute bonuses or attributes, so he didn't plan to exchange them for whiteboard equipment and kept them all. This is the first time I'm fusing epic equipment. Lin Yan's eyes showed anticipation. Let's start fusing. Lin Yan held two pieces of epic equipment in his hands. One was a chestplate, and the other was a bow and arrow. He planned to fuse the bow and arrow as the main weapon for Xin Yue. Since each equipment could only be fused into one final artifact, he couldn't fuse any defense equipment for Xin Yue. Buzz! After a full 10 minutes, the fusion of the epic equipment was finally completed. He opened the detailed information of the Golden Silk Armor. Golden Silk Armor, Whiteboard Armor plus 6,550, Physical Defense plus 10, Magic Defense plus 10, Counter Damage plus 181. Special features, lightweight, wearing does not affect flexibility, silk wrap, when attacked, reduces enemy attack speed by 10%, heart protection, immune to 30% of physical attacks on the heart, armor recovery, when armor value is less than 20%, recovers 20% of armor, cooldown time 1 hour. Indeed, the attributes of the epic equipment can be fully inherited. Lin Yan was very excited. The two attributes of the epic chestplate, heart protection and armor recovery, were fully inherited. In addition, he also added 1,000 armor to him, and his physical and magical defense both reached 10 points. You should know that his overall armor has exceeded 10,000. Just adding one attribute to his armor is equivalent to him having an additional 2,000 armor in battle. This greatly enhances his defense and endurance capabilities. Continue to fuse. Previously, he purchased a total of 3,000 blank equipment from the looting thieves. After fusing over 1,000 pieces, there are now less than 2,000 pieces left. He plans to use all the remaining time today to fuse them. With the sunrise and sunset, a day quickly passes. Except for going offline to eat, Lin Yan uses all his time to fuse equipment. Finally fused all the defense equipment. Lin Yan breathes a sigh of relief. The golden silk armor and golden silk pants have all evolved. He opens the equipment details, soft hedgehog armor, white, armor plus 11,950, physical defense plus 13, magical defense plus 13, counterattack plus 200 special features, lightweight, wearing does not affect flexibility, entangling threads, when attacked, reduces enemy attack speed by 20%, heart protection, immune to 50% of physical attacks targeting the heart, armor recovery, when armor value is below 30%, recovers 30% of armor, cooldown time of 1 hour. Poison armor. Armor has poison attribute. Enemies within a 3-meter range have a chance to be poisoned. Once poisoned, movement speed is reduced by 15%, and 50 points of health is deducted per second. Soft hedgehog pants. White. Armor plus 10,200. Physical defense plus 2, magical defense plus 2, counterattack plus 110 special features, lightweight, wearing does not affect flexibility, entangling threads, when attacked, reduces enemy attack speed by 20%, poison armor. Armor has poison attribute, enemies within a 5-meter range have a chance to be poisoned. Once poisoned, movement speed is reduced by 15%, and 50 points of health is deducted per second. All the special features have been upgraded, defense and armor greatly improved. Lin Yan smiles with satisfaction. Over time, fuse the remaining attack weapons before having dinner. Soon, he fuses the remaining 100 pieces of warrior weapons into the magic blade 1000 blades, and then helps Xin Yue fuse her main weapon. Busy with this, it is already past 10 o'clock at night. Finally, all the fusions are complete. Lin Yan breathes a sigh of relief. He opens his own attribute page, ID, Flame Emperor race, human, yellow, class, warrior level, 9 health, 400, armor, 28470 attack, 5735, armor penetration, 300, physical resistance, 23, magical resistance, 17, movement speed, 1, attack speed, 2, mana, 40 equipment, soft hedgehog armor, white, armor plus 11,950, physical defense plus 13, magical defense plus 13, counterattack plus 200. Soft hedgehog pants, white, armor plus 10,200, physical defense plus 2, magical defense plus 2, counterattack plus 110. Magic blade 1000 blades, white, attack plus 5,710. Ultimate artifact, unique, effect infinite fusion equipment, 3rd tier, skills, 3 waves of blades, 1 star, flame blade, 1 star, abilities, none treasure, life and death seal. These values, in the previous life, I wouldn't even dare to think about them. Lin Yan feels refreshed and full of security. However, I must be cautious when fighting hidden bosses. I'll challenge them after fusing all the equipment from the Eastern Guild tomorrow. Just as he takes off his helmet, he sees his younger brother, Lin Feng, sitting across from him. Brother, are you hungry? Lin Feng hands over the prepared dinner. Lin Yan takes the dinner and starts eating. Have you thought about it? I've made up my mind. I believe in your choice, brother. Lin Feng nods. I've already placed an order, and the gaming helmet will arrive tomorrow, then I'll start playing. You're my good little brother. Lin Yan pats Lin Feng's shoulder. Why bother with Tsinghua University? Playing games is the future. Lin Feng and Lin Yan exchange glances and burst into laughter. In perfect harmony, they exclaim, study? What a joke. There's one more thing. Lin Feng looks a little embarrassed. What is it? Lin Yan raises an eyebrow. I'm not an online part-time tutor. My student wants to come to my house. Lin Feng scratched his head. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Let her come. Lin Yan instantly thought of the appearance of a girl and laughed heartily. But she's a girl. I've only seen her through online video. Is it okay for her to come directly to the house? Lin Feng felt a bit awkward. Although he was a science prodigy, he knew nothing about love and relationships. There's nothing wrong with that. A warm welcome. Lin Yan patted his younger brother's shoulder and stood up after tidying up the dishes. I'm full and tired. Time to sleep. Hey, bro, I haven't told you her name yet. She's called Chu Qingxian. Got it. Lin Yan naturally knew her name. After all, she was his future sister. He returned to his bedroom and opened the game's message list. There were many friend requests. After careful consideration, he accepted these friend requests and logged out, then went to sleep. The next morning, he glanced at the message list. Brother Yan, you're really popular now. As long as you agree to sign with my Starry Sky Guild, you'll receive a 3 million signing fee plus a 37% live streaming contract. Big Brother Yan, the Frost Guild is willing to offer a 5 million signing fee to sign with you. We, the Azure Dragon Guild, are the top of the 9 major guilds. As long as you join us, we'll offer a 10 million signing fee. These were all messages from various guilds trying to recruit him, but the most eye-catching was the last one. Big Brother Yan, join our Vermilion Bird Guild. It's full of beautiful girls. Joining the guild means finding a partner, and we'll also give you a 5 million signing fee. They're all generous, but unfortunately, I'm not interested in any of them. Lin Yan shook his head. His ambitions and aspirations were not something these guilds could accommodate. Otherwise, he would have chosen the Eastern Guild long ago. After all, even the highest bid from the Azure Dragon Guild, offering a 10 million signing fee, couldn't compare to the value of the set of luxury apartments in the second ring of the capital city that the Eastern Guild offered. It seems like I'm really popular. Lin Yan scrolled through the webpage. The popularity of his solo kill of the Hell Boss was fully displayed now, even making it to the headlines and hot searches. Many players were discussing topics about him. After all, he single-handedly surpassed the 1,000-man raid teams of the 9 major guilds. Who wouldn't be curious about how he achieved such an extraordinary record? But this is just one part of my plan. I need fame, the more popular the better. After looking for a while, Lin Yan started logging into the game world. I should go find Cold Front for equipment. Linian Square in the beginner's village. All the equipment you wanted is here, Cold Front said. A pleasant cooperation. Lin Yan counted them and smiled satisfactorily. The transaction is complete. I'll take my leave. If you want to join the Eastern Guild, be sure to contact me as soon as possible. Cold Front said, now that we've defeated the boss, we'll also go to the main city to develop. Lin Yan showed a subtle smile. Defeat the boss and then go to the main city? That's underestimating the plot arrangement of the game world. Although he knew what was going to happen next, Lin Yan didn't remind him. He just left after collecting the equipment. 900 sets of warrior equipment plus hundreds of bows and arrows. Lin Yan worked hard and spent the whole day integrating them all. His strength soared once again. He opened the attribute panel, ID, Flame Emperor race, human, yellow, class, warrior level, 9 HP, 400, armor, 44670 attack, 9325, armor penetration, 300, physical resistance, 23, magic resistance, 17, movement speed, 1, attack speed, 2, mana, 40 equipment, soft hedgehog armor, white, armor plus 20,050, physical defense plus 13, magic defense plus 13, counter damage plus 200, soft hedgehog pants, white, armor plus 18,300, physical defense plus 2, magic defense plus 2, counter damage plus 110. Magic Blade 1000 Blades, white, attack plus 9,300. Ultimate Artifact, unique, effect infinite fusion equipment, 3rd tier, skills, wave stacking 3 blades, 1 star, flame blade, 1 star, abilities, none treasure, life and death seal. Armor is about to reach 50,000, attack power is close to 10,000. Lin Yan estimated, now the attack power is definitely excessive, but the armor and HP are not optimistic. The hidden boss in the Novice Village's instance normally requires advancement to Professional, and reaching close to level 30 to have a chance to form a team and strategize. Having less than 50,000 HP in armor is still somewhat unstable. Lin Yan pondered. Although he could continuously kill monsters and stack up armor over time, he was actually very pressed for time, because only by defeating the hidden boss could the hidden mainline of the Novice Village be unlocked. Only by clearing the hidden mainline could he obtain the legendary Divine Template. Without obtaining the Divine Template, he would be stuck at level 9 unable to advance. Indeed, it's too difficult to advance for the first time using the Divine Template. Ling Yan fell silent. After a long time, the confusion in his eyes gradually dissipated, and his gaze became completely determined. Some things must be done. The ultimate goal of the Divine Land is ultimately to become a god. If he slowed down his advancement speed and was not strong enough when the Starry Sky battlefield opened, Shen Yue's tragedy would inevitably repeat itself. He couldn't accept losing Shen Yue again. Only by becoming a true god can there be hope to single-handedly reverse the Starry Sky battlefield. If in the end, I can only be a faith god, or a position god, saying that I can change the fate of humanity would be nothing more than a pipe dream. Ling Yan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes burning with flames. In this life, he didn't want to see anyone he cared about die again. He wanted to protect Shen Yue and his younger brother, protect Fatty, protect Xia country and even the Earth civilization. After his thoughts became clear, he made up his mind. He would go and strategize the hidden instance tonight. After making up his mind, he sent a team invitation message to Shen Yue. Which instance are we going to clear this time? I'm already prepared. Shen Yue was very excited and eager to try. Do you remember when I said I would give you a gift? Ling Yan smiled slightly. Of course. I've been looking forward to it for 2 days. Shen Yue blinked her bright eyes. The two of them had always teamed up to play online games before and had also exchanged gifts with each other. Every time she received a gift from Ling Yan, she was very happy. I'm giving you this bow and arrow. Ling Yan presented the fused bow and arrow to Shen Yue. Such a beautiful bow. Shen Yue couldn't let go of it as soon as she saw it. Although this bow emitted white light and should only be a blank weapon, as long as it was given by Ling Yan, she cherished it like a treasure. Equip it quickly. Ling Yan smiled. Ha, shouldn't my current weapon be better than this? Shen Yue was a little puzzled, but still equipped it. Is this a unique equipment? Once equipped, it can't be taken off. Ling Yan nodded, yes. Shen Yue became even more suspicious, but still chose to equip it. Oh my god. After opening the attribute panel, she exclaimed, her mouth forming an O shape. This Moonlight Bow is so powerful. It increased my attack power by more than 5,000. Shen Yue couldn't believe it. This kind of weapon could be called a peerless divine weapon at the current stage. No one could withstand an arrow, as long as you like it. Ling Yan smiled slightly. He collected a total of thousands of bows and arrows, allowing Shen Yue's bow and arrow to undergo a second evolution, not inferior to his 1000-blade magic sword. Take this life and death seal first. Ling Yan threw the life and death seal to Shen Yue. As a long-range archer, with the summoning of undead guardians by the life and death seal, it compensates for the shortcomings in close combat. With this bright moon bow, your overall combat power will be quite impressive. Such a powerful treasure. Shen Yue was very surprised after checking the function of the life and death seal. It can summon hundreds of elite zombies at once. With the bright moon bow, I even doubt if I can solo the boss dungeon. Ling Yan smiled knowingly. That's exactly what I want you to do. Ha! Shen Yue was stunned. I will go to the hidden dungeon next, and you can use this time to challenge the boss dungeon and get the triple kill reward. Ling Yan explained his plan. With the life and death seal, Shen Yue would definitely find it easy to challenge the Lu Palace in normal difficulty. After all, in the normal dungeon, the Lu King only had 30,000 health and armor, which couldn't withstand the damage of 5,000 per arrow. But the hidden dungeon he was going to was an advanced nightmare dungeon, which was extremely dangerous for Shen Yue. He would be too busy to take care of Shen Yue. Therefore, he came up with this plan to maximize the rewards. Didn't the Lu King say that we should challenge the hidden boss after advancing to the professional level? Shen Yue tucked her hair behind her ear and said, it would be very dangerous to go now. Don't worry, I'm confident. Ling Yan patted Shen Yue's head. According to the plan, let's split up. Yes, sir. Shen Yue saluted and said seriously, I promise to complete the mission. After sending Shen Yue into the Lu Palace dungeon, Ling Yan's expression became serious. He took out a teleportation scroll without hesitation and activated it. Buzz! His body was enveloped by the power of space and instantly returned to the Heart Island of the Lu Palace. But this time, there was another path on the Heart Island. That path led to a huge bronze gate hundreds of meters tall. He walked up to the bronze gate, and behind it, he could faintly hear the sound of miserable wailing. Blood gushed out through the cracks in the bronze gate, emitting a pungent and eerie smell. Open! He slashed with his sword, and the sword energy blasted open the slightly closed bronze gate. Blood rushed out from behind the gate, like a river. The underground lake instantly turned red, and the howls of the water ghosts echoed in the mountain. Ling Yan's gaze became firm, and he stepped into the bronze gate. As soon as he stepped in, the bronze gate closed with a loud bang. Looking ahead, there was a path leading to the Yellow Springs, with graves on both sides. At the same time as the bronze gate closed, these graves cracked open one by one, and terrifying figures crawled out slowly from them. Indeed powerful. Ling Yan's gaze became serious as he examined the monsters crawling out of the graves. These skeletons wearing mottled armor were surrounded by blood mist, and their eyes flickered with red ghost fire. Burial Ground Bone Fiend, 2nd rank elite, level, 29 health, 18,600 armor, 1,900 attack, 200 physical resistance, 50 magical resistance, 30 skills, Corpse Poison, Passive, Bloodthirst, Corpse Chi Corrosion, Tear Bite, Frenzy, Bone Fiend Blade Dance, Bone Spike, Blood Mist Ghostfire, Bone Fiend Curse. Come on! Lin Yan's fighting spirit boiled, and he rushed towards the Bone Fiends. The Bone Fiends laughed coldly, seemingly mocking Lin Yan's mere level 9. One Bone Fiend reached out its hand coldly, and Blood Mist Ghostfire burned and spewed out. If a normal level 9 player touched this Ghostfire, they would turn to ashes in less than 5 seconds. Die! Lin Yan moved subtly, avoiding the Blood Mist Ghostfire at the limit distance. Chi chi chi! 2 slashes in 1 second. With the stacking blade technique, he slashed 3 times in 1 second, dealing over 20,000 points of explosive damage. The powerful Bone Fiend was killed in an instant. The Bone Fiends were obviously shocked and all focused on this seemingly weak but extremely terrifying human. These Bone Demons rushed forward, launching the Bone Demon Blade Dance and Bone Spike simultaneously. Lin Yan displayed his intricate footwork and plunged into the group of Bone Demons. The dancing bone blades filled every inch of space around him, but he was always able to dance on the edge of the blades, perfectly avoiding all attacks. How is this possible? The Bone Demon's eyes were filled with disbelief. Those who block me shall die. The Demon Blade 1000 blades transformed into a sword umbrella at times, and at other times, it cunningly slashed, killing all the approaching Bone Demons. A large number of experience pearls surged towards Lin Yan, but since he couldn't absorb them, they eventually turned into physical objects and were collected into his backpack. Step by step, he walked on the road to the underworld, stepping on the bones of the Bone Demons, moving forward. Rest assured, leave your soul here. At the end of the road to the underworld, a 3-meter-tall, emaciated zombie stepped forward. Green corpse poison rose from its body, causing the Yellow Springs flowers within a radius of 10 meters to wither. Obviously, the toxicity was extremely strong. Behind it, 3 floating undead surrounded it, emitting a chilling frost that froze souls. Lin Yan focused his senses to investigate. Buried Corpse Green Zombie, 2nd rank commander, level, 29 HP, 150,600 armor, 16,000 attack power, 350 physical resistance, 80 magical resistance, 50 skills, Corpse Poison, Passive, Poison Flow Burst, Corpse Chi Corrosion, Tear Bite, Frenzy, Copper Skin Iron Bones, Bathing in Poison Armor, Chaotic Poison Mist, Green Zombie Curse, Poison Flow Charge, Corpse Dissolution Assimilation. Buried Corpse Undead, 2nd rank elite, level, 29 HP, 24,000 armor, 15,000 attack power, 250 physical resistance, 30 magical resistance, 60 skills, Frost Soul Transformation, Soul Freeze, Undead Mist, Frost Ray, Shared Vision, Same Source Devouring, Death Impact, Undead Tear. Green Zombie. Lin Yan's heart stirred. Green zombies were already considered rare types of zombies in the ancient legends of the Xia Kingdom. They were immensely powerful and extremely evil, with almost no weaknesses except for sunlight. There are also 3 undead accompanying it. It seems I have to take it seriously. Lin Yan's expression became serious. This green zombie, leading 3 undead, had a combat power that could definitely rival the King of Lu. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 undead rushed forward, spewing frost and mist at him. Reduced vision, weakened reaction speed, attack speed reduced to 1. 5. Lin Yan activated his flame blade, and the flames instantly illuminated the front, dispelling the mist and frost. As his vision was restored, the palm of the green zombie, sharp as a knife, stabbed towards him. Clang! Unable to dodge in time, he immediately swung his blade to block. Step, 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 step. The tremendous force from the blade pushed him back more than 10 steps. Indeed, it has immense strength. Lin Yan checked his HP. He completely blocked the attack, but the impact damage alone caused him to lose 100 points of armor. -100, -100. Not good. I've been contaminated by the corpse poison. Lin Yan frowned. The green zombie's corpse poison was too strong, and as long as he got within 10 meters, he would be contaminated. I must finish this quickly. His gaze became serious, and he swung his long blade. The 3 waves 3 blades combined with the stacked blades, pouring out explosive damage onto the green zombie's head, instantly leaving several gashes on its forehead. -9,100, -8,900, -9,300, -8,999. Enormous damage numbers continuously appeared above the green zombie's head. Roar! The green zombie was filled with shock and anger, spewing a curse symbol that hit Lin Yan's chest. Boom! It roared. The toxins and curse symbols on Lin Yan's body exploded together, instantly blasting away over 1,000 points of his armor. Damn beast! Lin Yan's eyes completely turned cold. You think you're the only one who can play with poison? He approached and engaged in battle with the green zombie. The 3 undead continuously spewed frost and mist, disturbing his fight. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Lin Yan merged with his blade, slashing with his sword energy, and flames soared into the sky. The green zombie's attacks could only cause impact damage to him, but he could accurately find the most cunning angles, breaking through the green zombie's defense with every strike, hitting its vital points. The toxic properties of the soft hedgehog armor and soft hedgehog pants were both activated, causing the green zombie to fall into a poisoned state. With continuous bleeding and explosive output from Lin Yan, the skull of the green zombie was sent flying. Plop! The green zombie's body fell to the ground, and green brain matter spilled all over the place. The three undead creatures scattered in a panic and quickly disappeared from sight. Lin Yan didn't chase after them because this place was already the end of the road to the underworld. Beyond the end was a blood river that stretched for hundreds of meters. Since he hadn't unlocked the flying skill yet, he had no way to pursue them. Just as he was contemplating how to cross the river, a hoarse and elderly voice came from behind. "Young man, are you the only one crossing the river?" Lin Yan turned his gaze and saw a lonely boat slowly approaching the riverbank. An old man wearing a raincoat was paddling the boat, with a kind smile and cloudy eyes. "That's right," Lin Yan nodded. It seemed that if he wanted to go to the other side, he could only take this boat. "If you want to ride my boat to the other side, you need to agree to a condition first," the ferryman said hoarsely. "What is it?" Lin Yan asked calmly. The hidden instance had an extremely high difficulty level, and hardly anyone had succeeded, so there were no relevant strategies circulating. When he first advanced, he came to challenge it and died directly on the road to the underworld, without triggering the ferryman's plot. The hidden instance can only be cleared once, so every decision must be made with extreme caution, Lin Yan thought to himself. "I have been trapped here for many years. If you can kill the blood corpse and give me its intact skull, then I can leave this place," the ferryman said in a deep voice. "An additional task?" Lin Yan speculated with a frown. Many instances had additional requirements, and if these requirements were completed, they would receive more rewards. The head of the blood corpse was likely its weak point. If he wanted to keep the skull intact, he couldn't attack the head of the blood corpse during the battle, which would increase the difficulty of clearing the instance. "All right," Lin Yan nodded. This additional condition was not difficult for him. "Then, get on the boat." The ferryman grinned. Out of caution, Lin Yan investigated the old man's information. "Ferryman of the burial ground? No information found?" He looked deeply at the ferryman. This old man was not simple. Although he didn't know how the other party managed to block the investigation, it was always wise to be cautious when encountering such a mysterious presence in a hidden instance. He gripped the handle of his knife and stepped onto the lonely boat. "Why were you trapped here?" Lin Yan asked tentatively. The Divine Land was a real world with many hidden mechanisms that needed to be actively discovered in order to uncover them. He. The old man's expression stiffened, then he sighed. "This is a very long story. This river is wide enough. I think I have time to listen to this story," Lin Yan said calmly. The old man squinted and smiled. "It's been a long time since I've met such a patient young person." "Then I will tell you. Everyone knows that there are true gods in this world. Thousands of years ago, King Lu, because he believed in the Lord of the Underworld, was bestowed with a treasure, the Life and Death Seal. The Life and Death Seal can reverse life and death. Once an undead creature obtains it, their strength will skyrocket. The former undead king, Evil Chi, was one of the powerful beings who coveted the Life and Death Seal. It commanded the undead army and invaded the kingdom of Lu. In order to resist the undead army, King Lu went to the underground palace with his 9 trusted subordinates to activate the Life and Death Seal. But during the activation of the Life and Death Seal, King Lu was betrayed by a despicable traitor. The traitor contaminated the Life and Death Seal with the blood of the undead king. The contaminated Life and Death Seal went into a frenzy, constantly transforming living beings into undead creatures, causing countless deaths and plunging the kingdom of Lu into a disaster. The traitor spread rumors, saying that King Lu intentionally caused the disaster in order to resist Evil Chi, with the goal of absorbing death energy to enhance the power of the Life and Death Seal. Oh, Lin Yan suddenly realized. No wonder when King Lu handed him the Life and Death Seal, he said, "I have already walked the path I should walk, and I have guarded the way I should guard. From now on, the righteous crown will be preserved for me." It turns out that there is a grievance involved. Lin Yan nodded, gradually sorting out his thoughts. However, he furrowed his brows slowly, feeling like he had missed some crucial point. What happened next? Afterwards, faced with internal and external troubles, the king of Lu had no choice but to sacrifice himself along with his 8 loyal followers for the sake of the people and righteousness. The old man continued to narrate. They opened up their own hearts, using their blood to cleanse the contaminated Life and Death Seal. Before his death, the king of Lu used his final strength to kill all the enemies with the Life and Death Seal, and those enemies who couldn't be killed in time were also sealed here. Lin Yan fell silent. The 8 loyal followers should be the final boss, the armored white zombies guarding the bronze coffin of the king of Lu. However, this old man must be hiding something. He furrowed his brow. The story before the king of Lu's sacrifice was very detailed, but the story after his sacrifice was quickly summarized in one sentence. "The story is over. What does it have to do with you being trapped?" Lin Yan's mind was calm, and he asked directly. The old man chuckled. "I am the king of Lu's younger brother, voluntarily helping him guard this sealed world. My mission is to wait for powerful adventurers to come and help them kill the sealed undead. After completing the mission, I can leave here." "That makes sense," Lin Yan nodded slightly. The old man's identity was the biggest doubt and the key to solving the puzzle. But there was no way to verify whether he was really the king of Lu's younger brother or not. He gripped the hilt of his sword, continuously organizing his thoughts. We've reached the center of the river. The old man's face became solemn, filled with nostalgia. This is the boundary between life and death. My brother placed the life and death seal here to balance yin and yang. He glanced at Lin Yan and noticed that he remained unmoved, suddenly showing a righteous expression on his face. Adventurer, if you want to defeat the blood corpse, the life and death seal is an indispensable power. The life and death seal is at the bottom of the lake, and only you can retrieve it. For the sake of the people and righteousness, everything is entrusted to you. At this moment, Lin Yan's heart was calm, and he even wanted to laugh. Go on, keep acting. The king of Lu had already entrusted him with the life and death seal, as the only treasure. There wouldn't be a second life and death seal in the divine land. This old man was clearly lying to lure him into the lake. To see through the lies, the key is not to find logical loopholes in this old man's words, but to perfectly clear the Lu King's palace instance. Lin Yan fully understood everything. No wonder hardly anyone in his past life could pass the hidden instance. Adventurer, do you really think you have enough strength to defeat the terrifying 1,000-year blood corpse without relying on the life and death seal? The old man shouted urgently, his face filled with anxiety. Seeing that Lin Yan still didn't react, the old man sighed, arrogant adventurer, here you only have two choices. One is to go down the lake and retrieve the life and death seal, and the other is to face the 1,000-year blood corpse alone on the other side. It seems that you have already made your choice. I will send you to the other side. No, I have a third choice. Lin Yan instantly drew out the magic blade 1,000 blades and pointed it directly at the old man. That is to kill you. Why would you do that? The old man was shocked, fearful and helpless. But when Lin Yan's attack was about to hit him, a look of extreme malice surged in his eyes. It seems you are an accomplice of the evil spirits, then turn into blood and merge into this blood river. He swung the oar in his hand, colliding with Lin Yan's long knife. Boom! Terrifying power exploded, and shockwaves of blood-colored water surged around the boat, reaching a height of one person. You're still pretending at this point. Lin Yan sneered, you're not the king of Lu's younger brother at all. You're the traitor among the 9 loyal followers who contaminated the life and death seal with zombie blood. How did you guess my identity? The old man was shocked, shouting loudly. Even if he was being attacked, he wasn't afraid. What he feared was his identity being exposed. Once it was guessed, his camouflage to shield investigation would be broken. The dead don't need to know so much. Lin Yan coldly swung his sword. In his eyes, the old man's information panel underwent a huge change. Luke was 6th Commander, Wu Chou, 2nd Order Commander, level, 29 HP, 180,600 armor, 150,000 attack power, 400 physical resistance, 90 magic resistance, 80 special items, water-avoiding cape skills, cross-slash, blood control technique, close-range charge, hypnotic eye technique, eye-blocking technique, corpse blood infection, blood arrow technique, soul-devouring tombstone, 6-fold Azura slash. Special items. Lin Yan's eyes flashed with excitement, and his attacks became even more powerful. How is this possible? Wu Chou's face turned pale with fear. They had just started fighting, and he had already lost nearly 100,000 armor. Even his oars had cracks. This attack power was beyond comprehension. Escape! He had the thought to escape and immediately jumped into the water. Your attack power is indeed heaven-defying, but your HP can't be heaven-defying as well, right? He sneered. Lin Yan chased after him, and as soon as he entered the lake, the armor deduction prompt appeared above his head. Armor, -1,000, -1,000, -1,000. Damn it, no wonder you tricked me into the water, you old bastard. Lin Yan's eyes flashed with anger as he chased after Wu Chou, unleashing a barrage of attacks. He now had over 40,000 armor, and with the armor recovery attribute, he had over 50,000 armor. This HP was already heaven-defying, but it still couldn't last for a minute. If it were a normal level 29 player, they would be dead in 3 to 5 seconds. Chi. Lin Yan went on a killing spree, giving it his all. If he couldn't kill Wu Chou within a minute, his only chance to clear the hidden level would disappear. The divine template would also slip through his fingers. This was a loss he couldn't accept. It's been over 10 seconds. Why aren't you dead yet? Wu Chou's mentality exploded as he was being chased. What the hell are you? Not only was his attack power ridiculously high, but his HP seemed bottomless. You can't escape. Lin Yan shouted angrily. Wu Chou panicked, with less than 30,000 HP remaining. If Lin Yan caught up to him, one combo would take him out. You're crazy. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to get back on the ship. Wu Chou roared. Your HP didn't decrease when you entered the Blood River. You must have a special treasure that resists the erosion of the Blood River, right? Lin Yan smiled coldly, exposing the truth. Wu Chou's face immediately stiffened, cursing inwardly. Damn it, he's clearly a young man. How can he be so cunning? Die! Lin Yan caught up to Wu Chou once again and swung his sword. Seeing that Lin Yan was about to kill him, Wu Chou shouted, Lord Blood Corpse, in return for all the favors I've done for you, save me now. The entire Blood River boiled at this moment. Lin Yan's armor deduction speed became faster and faster. Die! He coldly made his move, his sword shadows dancing. With the combination of the triple wave slash and stacking technique, he instantly dealt over 30,000 damage, killing Wu Chou. Collect! He immediately collected all the equipment dropped by Wu Chou. Special item, water-avoiding cape. Lin Yan didn't care about the other items and directly opened the details of the cape. Water-avoiding cape, treasure, attribute, water camp, supreme, heavenly court function, 1. When fully awakened, it can provide 100% immunity to damage caused by water environments. 2. It allows the wearer to be unaffected by the negative effects of water environments and move freely in water. Current status, 50% reduction in damage and negative effects from water environments. Initial awakening. Note, in the Blood Corpse instance, this treasure can unconditionally immunize against 100% of the Blood River's damage. Just as I thought. Lin Yan's eyes revealed excitement. This was the key to breaking through the hidden instance. He immediately equipped the water-avoiding cape, and the deduction of over 1,000 points of armor per second stopped immediately. That was close. This instance is really tough. Lin Yan cursed inwardly. The Blood Corpse instance was too difficult. He was already cautious enough, and his strength was extraordinary, yet he almost failed. No wonder there were no guides online in his previous life. He even doubted if any player had cleared the hidden instance. With only 20,000 armor left, even with a 30% armor recovery, I now only have a little over 30,000 HP. Lin Yan frowned and swam upstream. Let's return to the boat first, deactivate the combat mode, restore the armor to full value, and then go to battle the boss. As he moved upstream, the Blood River became more turbulent, and even a huge whirlpool appeared. Despite the 50% negative effect reduction, Lin Yan was still sucked into the river bottom due to the tremendous suction. The bottom of the Blood River was filled with countless skeletons, half buried in the sand. It was a scene of Ashura hell. It seems that these skeletons are the pioneers who were deceived and killed by Wu Chou Lao Lu before, Lin Yan thought solemnly. Based on the data of various monsters encountered earlier, the difficulty of the Blood Corpse instance was probably at the Nightmare level 2. To conquer the Nightmare level 2 instance, it generally required a team of players at level 2 or a small team of level 3 ordinary players. To conquer it alone? At least a level 3 top tier player would have a chance. It's still quite difficult for me to match a level 3 top tier combat power, Lin Yan pondered. His attack power was excessive, but his health and armor were too low. If he could obtain a golden template at each level, by the time he reached the pinnacle of level 3 as an elite professional at level 49, his health could easily reach 150,000, and with the armor and weapons, he could easily break through 200,000 health and armor values. As for each level being a divine gift template, then the health would be even higher, at least several 100,000. If his health and armor were so strong, this conquest would be much easier. Ha! Lin Yan stopped and looked towards the center of the whirlpool. A skinny and evil figure was bound by huge chains, suppressed at the bottom of the Blood River. The figure had no skin on its entire body, revealing grotesque muscles and bones. It spewed blood all over its body, merging with the Blood River, while also absorbing energy from it. Millennial Blood Corpse. Lin Yan's eyes narrowed, and he immediately attacked, slashing with his long sword. Clang clang clang. Before he could reach the Millennial Blood Corpse, several ghost-like creatures intercepted him. Blood River Spirits, Level 2 Elite, Level 29, Health, 25,000, Armor, 18,000, Attack Power, 270, Physical Resistance, 40, Magic Resistance, 50, Skills, Death Roll, Blood River Impact, Water Whirlpool, Blood Burst, Shared Vision, Assimilation, Death Impact, Undead Tear. Crack crack. The chains binding the Blood Corpse kept breaking and were about to shatter. Lin Yan immediately took action. If the Blood Corpse was released and joined forces with these Blood River Spirits, it would be troublesome. Buzz! The Flame Blade was unleashed, combined with the Triple Wave Slash and the Stacked Blade, instantly killing one of the Blood River Spirits. Seeing this, the other Blood River Spirits immediately started tearing each other apart. Damn it! Lin Yan cursed under his breath. These Blood River Spirits activated their assimilation. Over a dozen Blood River Spirits devoured each other, transforming into a formidable figure guarding the Blood Corpse. Die! Lin Yan engaged in a fierce battle with the Blood River Spirits. The Blood River Spirits moved faster in the Blood River, making it impossible for him to evade. The Blood River Spirits spun madly, bringing terrifying whirlpool impacts. Death Roll combined with Water Whirlpool. Lin Yan rushed into the whirlpool. Since this skill damage was caused by the Blood River environment, he was completely immune to it with the water-repelling cloak. The Blood River Spirits also realized this and had no choice but to fight him head-on. Death Impact. Undead Tear. Lin Yan dodged the impact with a sidestep and endured the relentless onslaught of the Undead Tear. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. He remained calm yet fierce, targeting all the vital points. As the former number 1 on the heavenly ranking, he knew the weak points of almost all types of monsters. The powerful Blood River Spirits, under his relentless assault, retreated step by step and were soon killed. Phew! He collected the equipment dropped by the Blood River spirits with a wave of his hand. Lin Yan quickly approached the Blood Corpse and swung his sword to strike. Millennium Blood Corpse, Boss Nightmare, HP, 150-3066 Armor, 560000 Attack Power, 810 Physical Resistance, 120 Magical Resistance, 100 Skills, Millennium Corpse Poison, Passive, Skin Manipulation, Blood Witch Curse, Bite, Corpse Chi Invasion, Soul Trap, Flying Bone Spikes, 18 Blood Empty Strikes, Bloodbath, Armor Amplification, Life Devouring, Corpse Flow Explosion. While the Blood Corpse was still trapped, Lin Yan continued to kill it relentlessly. -9588, -9100, -9491. He struck dozens of times, cutting off more than half of the Millennium Blood Corpse's armor. This feels great. It would be even better if I could just stand here and kill it. Lin Yan felt ecstatic. The hundreds of thousands of damage he dealt were practically free, although it could also be due to him figuring out the identity of the corpse at the right time, gaining a time advantage. Crack! The chains finally broke completely. The Millennium Blood Corpse broke free. Instantly, the river of blood boiled, and a terrifying killing intent enveloped Lin Yan tightly. The real battle begins. Lin Yan's expression turned serious. He still had 18,000 armor points. He was facing a terrifying blood corpse with over 1.5 million HP and over 100,000 remaining armor points. Although the opponent's attack power was only 1/10 of his own, the difference in HP was tens of times. I can only make up for it with combat skills. Lin Yan thought clearly. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The moment the Millennium Blood Corpse broke free, the bones inside its body turned into flying spikes, crazily stabbing towards Lin Yan, dense like a rain of arrows. Positioning. Although he didn't have any agility skills at the moment, Lin Yan's footwork honed in life and death was still enough to deal with the dense barrage of bone spikes. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. He only got hit twice from the dense bone arrows, losing over 1,000 armor points. If I had agility skills, I could completely avoid any damage. Lin Yan stared at the Blood Corpse. You better drop a agility skill book that suits me. Ha! The Millennium Blood Corpse was stunned, clearly surprised. Extreme killing intent surged in its eyes as it rushed out, unleashing its ultimate move, 18 Blood Empty Strikes. The Blood Corpse's blood curse power surged, and every part of its body turned into a weapon of attack. Bang bang bang! 18 attacks flowed continuously like a torrential river, each attack carrying over 1,000 points of attack power. If all of them hit, even with 20,000 HP, he would be instantly killed. Lin Yan swung his demonic blade, skillfully resolving attack after attack, but his attack speed was limited after all, and he still got hit a few times. Buzz! The Blood Corpse bit onto Lin Yan's soft hedgehog armor, causing his armor value to drop below 30%, activating the armor recovery effect. Lin Yan's armor instantly recovered to nearly 30,000. You must be running out of mana, right? It's my turn. Lin Yan relied on his swordsmanship to start a close fight with the Blood Corpse. -9,300, -18,500, -9,199. The Blood Corpse's HP bar rapidly plummeted. In the blink of an eye, it lost hundreds of thousands of HP. In the next moment, Lin Yan felt his soul being sluggish, unable to move his body. Blood Witch Curse combined with Soul Trap. He instantly realized, crushed 2 bottles of control-breaking potion, and broke free from the controlled state. Roar! The Blood Corpse's ultimate move followed closely. It opened its mouth and spat out a blood bead, which exploded in front of Lin Yan, countless blood souls rushing out and biting towards him. Corpse Flow Explosion. Lin Yan immediately retreated, using the water avoidance cloak to move as if on flat ground in the water, constantly attacking to counteract the impact. Even so, this Corpse Flow Explosion still caused him to lose over 3,000 armor points. It can be imagined that if he didn't have the control-breaking potion and was hit by this ultimate move while under control, he would lose at least 30,000 armor points. Roar! The Blood Corpse went completely berserk. This combo was its continuous ultimate move, yet it didn't even break through the opponent's armor skin. Buzz! The armor radiance on its body surged, armor amplification. After increasing its armor by 50,000 points, the mana of the Blood Corpse was completely depleted. With no other options, it could only engage in a bloody battle with Lin Yan. I still have over 1,000,000 points of armor left. I don't believe I can't wear you down. It hoarsely roared. The two fought fiercely together. At this moment, there were no fancy skills or strategic battles. It was all about the most brutal and bloody melee combat. The Blood Corpse had a slightly higher attack speed attribute than Lin Yan, and even though Lin Yan's swordsmanship was at a high level, he couldn't defend perfectly. Huge damage numbers kept appearing above the Blood Corpse's head. Lin Yan's armor value also continued to decrease. In the blink of an eye, they fought for dozens of rounds. Lin Yan also unleashed his true fire, his eyes cold and crazy. Just by looking at their eyes, it was impossible to tell who was human and who was the Blood Corpse. -888, -9178, -779, -8999, -1600, -18101 damage prompt after another kept appearing above their heads, from the riverbed to the surface of the river. Boom! The two fought their way onto the surface of the blood river, and in that instant, a terrifying force stirred up a terrifying wave several meters high. Die! In their hearts, there was only the obsession to kill each other. Chi. In this back and forth, Lin Yan used his supreme swordsmanship to gain a huge advantage even when the difference in armor points was several tens of times. He had slashed the blood corpse's health down to just over 80,000, while his own armor points had dropped below 10,000. Bathing in corpse blood, devouring life. The blood corpse shattered its lower body, and blood continuously washed over its remains, causing its body to rapidly decay. Its attack power skyrocketed under this transformation, doubling directly. With one claw, it cut off over 1,500 points of Lin Yan's armor. Kill! Lin Yan continuously drank mana potions, using Flame Blade, Stacked Waves 3 blades, and Stacked Blade technique together. In his final explosive output, the blood corpse's health bar was finally emptied. Boom! The corpse of the blood corpse fell onto the lonely boat of Wuchou, its eyes full of unwillingness. Lord Zombie King, I have waited for you for 1,000 years, but it seems that I can no longer serve you. Day. Lin Yan walked up to it, his eyes devoid of any emotion. He was not someone who liked to waste words. With one slash, the head of the blood corpse fell, completely annihilated. Ding! Congratulations on completing the solo first clear of the hidden instance, Hades Blood Corpse achievement. A server-wide announcement will be made soon. Do you want to hide your ID? The system prompt sounded. Lin Yan took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. Resolute, no. Clearing his second-tier Nightmare instance solo at level 9 was practically a myth in the previous world, and now he had personally created this myth. This fantastical feeling made his heart surge. At this moment, in the Divine Land world, wherever there were players, a grand announcement resounded. Congratulations to player Flame Emperor for soloing the hidden instance, first kill of the 1,000-year Blood Corpse boss. Special rewards, Advanced Fine Equipment *10, Advanced Rare Equipment *2, Attribute Points, 100, 2-star Skill Book, 6, Advanced Control Release Potion, 5, Advanced Experience Potion, 20, Advanced Mana, Health, Defense, Attack, Agility Potions *100 each, Second Tier Silver Advanced Template, 3. Perfectly clearing the hidden instance rewards, Token Blood Corpse Head, Skill Evolution Book *1. Critical reward, Legendary Equipment Swordsman's Helmet. Please be informed, continue to strive and create your own legend in the Divine Land world. Hidden instance? What is that? After hearing this voice, the players were all confused. Most players hadn't even cleared the Lu Palace instance, so naturally, they didn't know about the existence of hidden instances. But, all these rewards are advanced rewards. Does that mean this is an advanced instance? Damn, we haven't even defeated the boss in the newbie village, and Flame Emperor has already cleared an advanced instance? He's defying the heavens. This Yin Emperor is truly powerful. On the way to the main city, Leng Feng looked up at the sky, his face serious. It seems that we underestimated his potential before. We must report to the higher-ups and ask for better treatment to recruit the Yin Emperor. The leaders of the Eastern Guild beside Leng Feng were excited, and the rewards from clearing the hidden instance are too generous, especially the second-tier Silver Advanced Template. I think we should go and clear the hidden instance now. If the Yin Emperor can do it alone, we can definitely do it too. Don't be impulsive. The advanced template is good, but we have to wait for the leaders to decide. Leng Feng persuaded. Alright. The leaders nodded and did not oppose. Leng Feng, who obtained the silver template by killing the boss, had already advanced to a professional. In these 2 days, he absorbed the surplus experience pearls from the guild's reserves, and his level had already surpassed level 10, far ahead of the entire server. I hope the higher-ups will approve us to clear the hidden instance as soon as possible. Yes, as long as we can get the second-tier advanced template, with our nurturing ability, we can easily create third-tier top experts in a short time and dominate the early stages. The members of the Eastern Guild were eager. Soon, Leng Feng received a reply. The order has come down. Send 2 people to explore the hidden instance. Let's go! 2 leaders beside Leng Feng volunteered. They were teleported into the hidden instance in a flash of light. I wonder what's hidden. Leng Feng didn't even finish his sentence when he received a message from the 2 leaders at the spring. We're done. Cleared? Is the hidden level that easy? Leng Feng was a bit confused. Cough. We were eliminated. The 2 leaders quickly came to Leng Feng's side through team teleportation, their faces pale. That Yen Emperor must be cheating. The small monsters in the hidden instance have over 200 health with 1 hit. Can you believe it? I didn't even have time to fully check their data panels before I was killed. The regular small monsters have nearly 20,000 health. The boss's health must be off the charts. If the Yen Emperor really cleared it based on his own strength, then his strength must be terrifying to an unimaginable extent. As they spoke, both of them felt a chill. The Yen Emperor was too terrifying. Leng Feng fell into silence, then without hesitation, he sent a determined message to the higher-ups. As long as we can recruit the Yen Emperor into the Eastern Guild, I believe that any price is worth it. How can the gap be so big? The White Wolf Guild's Poison Prince was so angry that he smashed his teacup. Mu Qingwan's expression was complicated, she just nodded, her thoughts unknown. Notify all guild members, log in with me, I want to go and conquer the Lu Palace instance again. This time, we must clear it. Poison Prince immediately stood up and entered the virtual game warehouse. The boss instance square was bustling with noise. Lin Yan's solo clearing of the hidden instance stimulated many experts in guilds. They didn't want to admit that they were being left behind by a lone player. It was too embarrassing. The large guilds reorganized their raid teams and wanted to redeem themselves. In the Blood Corpse instance, on the Blood River Lonely Boat, Lin Yan counted the rewards he received, his eyes shining brighter. 100 free attribute points, let's add them to movement speed first. He made up his mind. He almost couldn't catch up with Wu Chou during the chase, which led to the failure of the instance. If there were similar chase battles in the future, movement speed would be the most important attribute. Allocate points. He allocated the 100 free attribute points, increasing his movement speed to 3. His speed tripled instantly. Put away the weapons and potions, organize them later after going out. Lin Yan's gaze fell on the skill books. After his speed increased, he urgently needed an agility skill. If he had an agility skill for this Blood Corpse instance, the battle wouldn't have been so fierce. Looking through the rewards, Lin Yan's eyes lit up. I actually found it. Ninefold Thunder Flash, 2 stars, rapidly erupts 9 displacements. Each displacement has a maximum distance of 2 meters, leaving behind thunderous remnants and causing a layer of thunder damage to enemies along the path. Mana cost, 30, cooldown, 30 seconds. This mana cost is really not small. Lin Yan took a deep breath, then looked at the skill evolution book in his hand. The skill evolution book was precious and could be used to specify skills for star upgrades. The upgrade from 1 star to 2 stars doesn't make a big difference. Since I'm using the skill evolution book, I want it to have the maximum effect. Lin Yan's eyes were determined. Ninefold Thunder Flash, upgrade. Buzz. Soon, the Ninefold Thunder Flash was upgraded. Ninefold Thunder Flash, 3 stars, rapidly erupts 9 displacements. Each displacement has a maximum distance of 10 meters, and causes 3 layers of thunder damage to enemies along the path. Each displacement leaves behind thunderous remnants. After the skill ends, the remnants explode, causing explosive area damage equal to 10% of the attack power within a 3-meter radius. Mana cost, 40, cooldown, 30 seconds. The eruption distance went from 18 meters to 90 meters. The thunder damage also increased by 2 layers. And there's the remnants' explosive area damage. Lin Yan nodded. The improvement was obvious. However, the mana consumption was indeed terrifying. Using it once would deplete his mana bar. But fortunately, he didn't lack potions. After using it, he could immediately consume a bottle of mana potion to replenish it. Next, are the 2 most important gains this time. Lin Yan looked at the 2 items in his hand. Blood Corpse Skull, and, legendary equipment, Swordmaster Helmet. I can't believe it. I actually obtained a legendary equipment at level 9. Lin Yan examined the Swordmaster Helmet, which emitted a surging orange light. Damaged Swordmaster Helmet, Legendary, Tier, 2nd Tier Armor plus 9,999, Physical Defense plus 18, Magical Defense plus 18 Special Abilities, Swordmaster's Heart, Immunity to 30% of critical physical attacks, Swordmaster's Defense, Active, costs 40 mana points, restores 20% of total armor, Purification, Immunity to 1 spiritual attack with damage less than the helmet's armor value, cooldown, 1 hour. Note, it seems that the blacksmith in the beginner's village can repair this equipment. Gurgle. Lin Yan's eyes sparkled. Just with the armor boost, this helmet was close to 10,000. And with the Swordmaster's Heart ability, combined with the chest armor's heart protection ability, I can already achieve 80% immunity to physical attacks on the heart. Lin Yan was extremely excited. If he could have the blacksmith repair the helmet completely, perhaps he could achieve immunity to physical attacks on the heart. This kind of rule level ability, as long as it reaches 100%, it becomes a divine level ability. From now on, he no longer needed to worry about physical damage to his heart. This part would be practically invincible. What does this mean for a skilled player? It goes without saying. I must repair the Swordmaster Helmet. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Click. He put on the Swordmaster Helmet. Normally, it would be impossible to equip a weapon that was higher in tier than oneself, but the ultimate artifact was just that unreasonable. It completely disregarded the tier of equipment. He clicked on his attribute page, ID, Yen Emperor Race, Human, Yellow, Class, Warrior Level, 9 HP, 400, Armor, 55999 Attack, 9325, Armor Penetration, 300, Physical Resistance, 41, Magic Resistance, 35, Movement Speed, 3, Attack Speed, 2, Mana, 40 Equipment, Soft Hedgehog Armor, White, Armor plus 20,050, Physical Defense plus 13, Magic Defense plus 13, Counterattack plus 299, Soft Hedgehog Pants, White, Armor plus 18,300, Physical Defense plus 2, Magic Defense plus 2, Counterattack plus 139, Broken Swordmaster Helmet, Legendary, Armor plus 9,999, Physical Defense plus 9, Magic Defense plus 9, Magic Blade 1000 Blades, White, Attack plus 9,300. Ultimate Artifact, Unique, Effect Infinite Fusion Equipment, Tier 3, Skills, 3 Waves of Blades, 1 star, Flame Blade, 1 star, Ninefold Thunder Flash, 3 stars, Abilities, None Treasures, Life and Death Seal, Water Avoidance Cape. Armor value officially breaks through 50,000. Lin Yan's heart surged. Including armor recovery and Swordmaster's defense, he now had a total hidden armor value of over 80,000. Finally, it's the Blood Corpse Skull. Lin Yan's expression became unusually serious. This is the true key to unlocking the hidden plot in the beginner's village. Ha! Is it related to the unique hidden quest from the divine template? Let me see your true face. Lin Yan took a deep breath, his gaze becoming more solemn. The information he collected in his previous life stopped at the Blood Corpse core. He only knew that by completing the hidden instance perfectly, he could trigger the unique hidden plot in the beginner's village. And by completing the hidden plot perfectly, he could obtain the divine template. Unlock the plot first. He slapped the Blood Corpse skull with his palm. Buzz! 2 projections appeared from the Blood Corpse skull. One of them Lin Yan was very familiar with. It was the village chief of the beginner's village. He had a righteous aura and a serious expression. Many years ago, the Zombie King tried to seize the life and death seal in return. The strong warriors of the Dragon Summer Empire sealed him, and our village was built to guard the seal of the Zombie King. But recently, a cult called the Truth Sect has appeared around the village. They are willing to do anything to open the seal and release the Zombie King. I urgently need to reinforce the seal with the Blood Corpse skull. Young man, quickly hand over the Blood Corpse skull in your hand to me. The other figure was a black-robed person sitting on a high chair. His gaze was firm, and his voice was full of vicissitudes. We used to guard the seal together with the village chief and others, until 3 years ago, I discovered the village chief's secret. He was trying to break the seal of the Zombie King. There is no doubt that the village chief has been contaminated by the will of the Zombie King. I led the righteous villagers to fight against the village chief, but the village chief, who was infected by demonic power, was too terrifying in strength. We eventually failed and fled, and established the Truth Sect, only to protect this secret. Do not hand over the Blood Corpse skull to the village chief. Once he obtains it, he will use it to unlock the evil seal of the Zombie King. Hand the Blood Corpse skull over to the Truth Sect to prevent disaster from happening again. After the two finished speaking, the projections disappeared. Make a choice? Lin Yan frowned. Both sides claimed to be righteous, and their reasoning was logical. He couldn't tell for sure which side to hand the Blood Corpse skull to. Just as he was contemplating, the majestic system prompt sound spread throughout the Divine Land once again. Congratulations to player Salt-Loving Girl for soloing the Lu Palace instance. Special reward, Skill Book *1. Please be aware, strive harder, and create your own legend in the Divine Land world. On the square, the gathered players were dumbfounded. They were stimulated by Lin Yan's completion of the hidden instance and were just about to challenge the monster instance again. But someone had already soloed the boss instance. There are always freaks every year, but there are especially many this year. Are they really playing the same game as me? Hundreds of people couldn't clear the instance, but one person did it alone. The gap between people is greater than the gap between people and dogs. The players were all shocked and the discussion on the square was intense. The girl who loves to eat salt? The Poison Prince frowned. This ID seems familiar. It's the girl who has always been with Lin Yan, and we are from the same university. Mu Qingwan said with an ugly expression. What? The Poison Prince's pupils contracted, and he became even angrier after realizing it. So our White Wolf Guild is not even as good as a pendant hanging around his neck. Soon, Xin Yuwei appeared on the square, her face full of excitement. Although she cleared the game on normal difficulty and couldn't compare to Lin Yan, she still felt a great sense of achievement for soloing the boss dungeon. Hey, is Lin Yan still in the dungeon? Xin Yuwei looked at Lin Yan's status in the friend list and murmured. Salt sister, you're too strong. How did you manage to solo it? Teach us your secret. That's right, did you find a game bug? Quickly share it with everyone. Instantly, a group of people surrounded her, their enthusiasm overwhelming, which startled Xin Yuwei. I just killed all the monsters and cleared the dungeon. Xin Yuwei scratched her head and honestly explained. Ah, is that so? The players were both amused and frustrated by Xin Yuwei's unintentional versailles, unable to laugh or cry for a moment. That's where you're wrong. The Poison Prince stepped forward. You're too selfish for not wanting to share good things. Sharing the secret would benefit everyone. Don't you understand the meaning of unity? That's right, we are all citizens of Xia Kingdom. If you share the secret, we can all clear the dungeon and reap the benefits, which will enhance the national strength and bring glory to our country. If we can't defeat foreigners when the national war starts, it's definitely because there are too many selfish people like you. Seeing the leading members of the major guilds speaking up, many people began to follow suit and vent their anger. They spoke righteously, but their true intentions were filled with wicked and sinister thoughts. They saw Xin Yuwei as an easy target to bully, and they put all sorts of labels on her. What makes you think I cheated? Xin Yuwei explained with a grievance. I really cleared it on my own. Humph. Since the boss dungeon opened, only you and Emperor Yan have been able to solo it. The Poison Prince smirked, and you two are always together. Who would believe that you didn't find a bug to clear it? That's right. Stop pretending, just tell us. Many people chimed in, wanting to force Xin Yue to reveal the secret. The benefits of soloing and teaming up were vastly different. Xin Yue gritted her teeth in anger. I don't want to talk to you. If she didn't have to wait for Lin Yan, she would have logged out directly. Humph, stubborn, a selfish person like you, who doesn't consider the collective, needs to be taught a lesson to learn your place. The Poison Prince's eyes flashed with killing intent. Having been killed twice in a row and unable to defeat Lin Yan, he had long held a grudge. At this moment, he not only wanted to know Xin Yue's secret but also wanted to retaliate by killing her. Little girl, I advise you to speak up obediently. The experts from the White Wolf Guild approached. After 2 days of leveling and monster hunting, many of them had reached level 9 and their strength had greatly improved. Don't come any closer. Although Xin Yue was naive, she was not easy to provoke. Sensing the danger, she pulled her bow and aimed at the approaching enemies. If I can clear the dungeon, I naturally have the ability to kill you all. Ha ha ha. The experts laughed, finding Xin Yue's fierce expression lacking any deterrent power. Many players also approached, wanting to take action. This is too much. The hot-tempered captain of the Vermilion Bird Guild wanted to help. Don't act rashly. The red-clothed captain stopped her. There is indeed something strange between her and Emperor Yan. Let's observe the situation first. At least, don't take action until the Flame Emperor appears. The other major guilds watched coldly. You guys have gone too far. Although Xin Yue looked silly on the outside, she was decisive in her actions. Knowing that the situation was irreparable, she immediately started shooting arrows in retaliation. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. 3 arrows were fired in succession, instantly killing the 3 nearest level 9 experts. All of them were shot through the throat with a single arrow. What? Many people instinctively rubbed their eyes. Those were level 9 experts, and they were even level 9 experts from the major guild. Including their equipment and armor, the level 9 experts from the major guild had at least 500 health points. Yet they were all killed with a single arrow to the throat. Her attack power is so outrageous. The onlookers suddenly started to believe that Xin Yue had cleared the instance on her own. Kill her at all costs. The Poison Prince felt a burning sensation on his face. If Lin Yan couldn't be killed, and even the silly and sweet girl by his side couldn't be killed, there would be no point in the White Wolf Guild anymore. Mu Qingwan frowned and pondered. Her thoughts were racing. Lin Yan and this girl have both displayed astonishing attack power beyond comprehension. There must be a big secret about these two. She narrowed her phoenix eyes. According to the investigation, this girl was just an ordinary player before. To have such a terrifying improvement in such a short time, it must be because of Lin Yan. It seems that the value judgment of Lin Yan needs to be raised to another level. This person is not simple. Previously, Lin Yan was only at the level of someone she reluctantly ate with. But now, she started to consider whether she should keep Lin Yan as a backup plan. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Xin Yue's arrows kept flying, killing one person with each arrow. But there were too many people from the White Wolf Guild. She couldn't kill them all. The cooldown of the life and death seal hadn't finished yet, and her own health points were only 500. Once she was approached, it would be very dangerous. First, kill your way out of the instance square, then log out directly. Xin Yue made her plan. Within the instance square, besides being killed or receiving equipment warnings, one couldn't log out voluntarily. This little girl is so strong. I didn't expect that beneath her cute appearance, she hides such a decisive and bloodthirsty heart, but I'm afraid she won't be able to break out. There are too many people from the White Wolf Guild. Unless her health points are as abnormal as her attack power, she won't be able to hold on. The players commented, clearly just enjoying the spectacle. Ordinary players wouldn't dare to provoke such a powerful major guild. Blood Corpse instance. Lin Yan had just made his plan when the longboat docked. Without Wuchou to row the boat, he could only wait for the boat to dock before he could reach the other side. The other side is the exit of the instance. What a clever calculation. Lin Yan felt a chill down his spine once again. The two paths mentioned by Wuchou, going down the lake to obtain the treasure would result in death from the corrupting blood river. But if he didn't go down the lake and went directly to the other side, he would be teleported out of the instance. Without a perfect clearance of the Lu Palace, it's impossible to clear the hidden instance. Stepping forward, radiance flickered as Lin Yan returned to the instance square. Why is it so lively? He frowned, sensing something unusual. Pushing through the crowd, he saw Xin Yue struggling to break free from the siege of the White Wolf Guild. In an instant, Lin Yan felt his anger rise to the top. How dare you! A thunderous roar shook the surroundings, causing the players next to him to vomit blood and instantly die as their health bars dropped to zero. With an attack power of nearly 10,000, the damage caused by his furious roar was equally terrifying. Many people looked over and recognized Lin Yan, exclaiming, "The Flame Emperor has appeared." The siege came to a halt, and even the Poison Prince turned his gaze towards Lin Yan. When he saw Lin Yan, his eyes turned red in an instant. Kill him along with her. The Poison Prince shouted angrily. The first time, he only brought 50 people, and they were killed as soon as they met. This time, he had over 1,000 people with him, and 30% of them were level 9. We'll drown you with our sea of people. So, you're from the White Wolf Guild? After today, the White Wolf Guild will no longer exist in the Dark Village. Lin Yan's killing intent boiled, his eyes freezing to the extreme. Xin Yue was his sore spot, and he wouldn't allow anyone to threaten her. Oomph, just the delusions of weaklings. The Poison Prince shook his head mockingly. He couldn't figure out how Lin Yan could make the White Wolf Guild disappear from Ming Village. The Flame Emperor is too arrogant. Does he really think he can take on a large guild by himself? Oomph, I disliked him for a long time, and today he's gone too far. Surrendering is the smart choice. TSK, he's clearly just a student who hasn't experienced the harsh realities of society. Many jealous players shook their heads, especially the game-understanding brother who had been indirectly slapped in the face by Lin Yan several times. He was jumping in anger, such shameless boasting. Let's see how he gets kicked out of Ming Village by the White Wolf Guild. Lin Yan glanced over and recorded all these players with their sarcastic remarks on his death list. Without any nonsense, he acted instantly. Disappeared? The Poison Prince's eyes almost popped out. How can a warrior have invisibility skills? But in the next moment, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the entire square. Boom 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 boom. Like the thunder of divine punishment, it resounded 9 times in a row. And just seconds ago, Lin Yan, who was still 100 meters away, appeared directly in front of him. What the hell? It's like seeing a ghost. He was so scared that his legs trembled. Die! Lin Yan swung his sword down. The Poison Prince was instantly cut into 4 or 5 pieces, splattering blood and body parts that flew more than 10 meters away. The Vice Guild leader is dead again. The experts of the White Wolf Guild were dumbfounded. Unlike last time, this time the Poison Prince was killed in an instant under the protection of thousands of people. This method was simply godlike. He really isn't playing the same game as us. This agility. Before the players could finish their complaints, the 9 afterimages left by Lin Yan exploded with a thunderous boom. Although the explosion damage was only 1/10 of his attack power, it far exceeded the health of the White Wolf Guild's experts, who only had 400 to 500 health points now. Boom 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 boom. The 9 afterimages exploded one after another. Within a 3-meter radius of the explosion, one expert after another from the White Wolf Guild was blown to pieces, with charred limbs flying in all directions, creating a spectacular scene. Afterwards, more than 100 experts on the path continuously lost health due to the 3 layers of thunder damage and died one after another. Gurgle. This shocking scene left everyone dumbfounded. The combat power displayed by Lin Yan was a devastating blow to all the players at the current stage. Even the leader of the strongest guild, the Azure Dragon Guild, had a pale face. How did he do this? Lin Yan, calm down. As a man, don't be so impulsive. Mu Qingwan frowned and tried to stop him. If things get out of hand today, it won't end well. If you still hope to further develop with me, then stop here. Shut up. Lin Yan turned his head and scolded angrily, his eyes icy. What? Mu Qingwan was completely stunned. How dare you? What are you? Do you think you're qualified to point fingers here? Lin Yan sneered, ignoring the stunned Mu Qingwan, and looked around the scene. You all want to know how I cleared the level, right? Fine. Today, I'll generously teach you. Unfortunately, I still need a teaching tool. Playing tricks. What do you want to borrow? The game-understanding brother couldn't help but shout in dissatisfaction. Your lives. Lin Yan swung his long knife, and a burst of flame blade light flew out, sweeping through the crowd. Anyone hit by the blade light was burned to charcoal. He plunged into the crowd, and blood splattered instantly. With his movement speed, attack power, skills, and armor all overwhelming, he was like a tiger among sheep, freely slaughtering. With his physical resistance now reaching 41, even a level 9 expert without high-level weapons couldn't break through his defense. They could only cause 1 point of mandatory damage. Looking at the -1 popping up above Lin Yan's head, the powerful attackers surrounding him were all dumbfounded. How did he do that? The leader of the Azure Dragon Guild turned pale. The Flame Emperor seemed to have no weaknesses, just pure strength. Strong to the point of being unbeatable, strong to the point of being incomprehensible. The guild leaders watching were all shocked. It was only at this moment that they realized that the Flame Emperor hadn't lied at all. He was truly powerful, and it was a kind of strength that surpassed comprehension. Report to the guild president immediately. These leaders immediately reported to their respective guild presidents and uploaded the video. The instance square allowed for recording game videos. Many players were excitedly watching and recording, eager to share them on platforms like Vibrato, Slowhand, and Chengdu. With the current popularity of the Divine Land, these cool and flashy videos would definitely trend. We don't believe it. Today, even if we have to drain your blood by force, we will grind you to death. That's right, Flame Emperor, you may be powerful, but before your health runs out, you may not be able to kill all of us. The experts from the White Wolf Guild were also filled with anger and came back to support after resurrecting from the spring. Regardless of whether they were level 9 or level 1, they couldn't break through the Flame Emperor's defense. They were only willing to use their own lives to force Lin Yan to lose a drop of blood. Wave after wave of powerful attackers rushed forward, only to be mercilessly killed. Just as they finished killing one group, another group of experts who had just resurrected from the spring arrived and continued to surround and kill him. The corpses quickly covered the entire square, breaking and filling up at the same time. Blood flowed like a river. Damn, why do I feel like the Flame Emperor is the boss? You're talking nonsense. He's more terrifying than the boss by 10,000 times. If he were a boss in an instance, we would never be able to leave the newbie village in our lifetime. The players were all dumbfounded. Kill. Lin Yan's killing intense sword. As soon as his skills finished cooling down, he immediately used his ultimate move. In this seemingly endless siege, his strength remained unyielding. In the back and forth killing, he had already lost count of how many people he had killed. Gradually, the average level of the people attacking him dropped from level 8 to 9 to only level 4 to 5. Gurgle. The onlookers were all numb. He must have had thousands of points of armor forcibly deducted, right? How high is his armor value? Could it be over 10,000 points? The beautiful vice-captain of the Vermilion Bird Guild exclaimed. That's unlikely. If it were over 10,000 points, then he would truly be invincible. The beautiful leader of the Vermilion Bird Guild shook her head. Although it seems unbelievable, he really is handsome. All the female players present were captivated by Lin Yan's domineering aura. A surge of anger for the sake of a beauty. Even if there were thousands of people, I would still go. Which teenage girl hasn't had such a fantasy? So domineering. Go, Flame Emperor. Many female fans began to cheer and support Lin Yan. Is he really an invincible killing god? The more surprised the bystanders were, the more desperate the people participating in the siege against Lin Yan became. From the beginning, they had looked down on him, then became angry, then terrified, and now they were completely engulfed in despair. Lin Yan was like an insurmountable mountain, causing them to develop an unbeatable psychological shadow. Young master, should we give up? If we continue to kill, all of our people in the underworld village will be reduced to level 1. The steward was on the verge of tears. Give up on him? I'll be damned if I do. The Poison Prince was completely enraged, and hearing this advice made him even angrier. His health must be running out soon. Keep spawning for me. Issue a bounty. For anyone who participates in this siege and dies once, I'll give them 10 gold coins. 10 gold coins were equivalent to thousands of dollars in reality. Giving away so much money, just for participating in a siege, naturally attracted many people to join in. What? Seeing the Poison Prince so worked up, the steward knew he couldn't persuade him anymore, so he silently left to find the Poison Prince's father. As more players attracted by the bounty entered the scene, the siege became even more terrifying. The huge instance square had turned into a battlefield, with the sound of killing shaking the heavens. It's too terrifying. The more they watched, the more frightened the onlookers became. Cooldown is over. Xin Yue paused shooting arrows and took out the life and death seal, activating it. Roar! Hundreds of elite zombies joined the battlefield, instantly pushing back a large group of enemies, greatly accelerating the killing speed. How exhilarating! Lin Yan's killing spree intensified, swinging his long knife faster and faster. His attributes, boosted by the 2 special features of the ultimate artifact, were rapidly increasing. Special feature 1, each attack increases armor by 1 point. Up until now, he had increased his armor by 5,000 points. The funniest part was that the damage these people caused him was still less than the armor increased by the special feature. If Poison Prince knew that he was indirectly helping Lin Yan stack armor, he would probably be infuriated. Special feature 2, each time he is attacked, the maximum counter damage increases by 1 point. The counter damage limit has been increased to nearly 5,000. It's a pity that the counter damage can only return the damage equal to the opponent's maximum damage limit. Otherwise, even if they stand here and let them attack, they would be worn down. Lin Yan felt a bit regretful. Continue. If at the beginning he killed these people out of anger, now he was filled with joy and wished for more enemies. It would be best if all the players in the newbie village came to attack him, so that he could stack armor even faster. He maintained this killing speed, accompanying Xin Yue from night until dawn the next day. He kept killing until everyone was trembling in fear. He killed until no one dared to approach him. This battle is destined to be recorded in the history of online games. Indeed, I even doubt if I'm dreaming. The leaders of the major guilds whispered. The sun rose. The onlookers were numb, and many of those besieging Lin Yan dropped from level 9 directly to level 1. He can't be killed at all. He is the god of death himself. Someone murmured, completely losing the will to fight, their spirits collapsing. Lord Yan, please stop now. This is a misunderstanding. This conflict was caused by the reckless actions of the deputy guild leader. The guild leader has already reprimanded him. The guild leader has sent me to reconcile with you. The voice of the steward of the White Wolf Guild trembled. Regretting it now? Lin Yan sneered, it's too late. He wanted to establish his dominance and make a name for himself. If the guild leader of the White Wolf Guild didn't support Poison Prince, he would have stopped this battle long ago. It was only when the losses became unbearable that they were forced to seek a truce. I'm here to discuss conditions. The steward of the White Wolf Guild repeatedly said, Lord Yan, the guild leader is willing to offer 1,000 gold coins to resolve this misunderstanding. 1,000 gold coins? Lin Yan couldn't help but laugh. Do you think it's not enough? Then, Lord Yan, state your conditions. The steward asked directly. I said, after today, there will be no more White Wolf Guild in the Dark Village. Lin Yan's eyes were cold. Heh, that's a bottom line that is impossible to accept. The steward shook his head. Lord Yen, be more rational. After all, you are just a solo player, while we are a large guild. Forgive me for being blunt, but I really can't imagine what you can do to make a large guild like ours completely disappear from the newbie village. You may be strong, but unless you block the spring and guard our members every day, it's simply impossible for you, as an individual, to achieve this. Oh, is that so? Lin Yan grinned, his eyes calm and full of mockery. How about we make a bet? Lin Yan suggested. A bet? The steward was somewhat surprised, but then he smiled and shook his head. Lord Yen, playing tricks won't work. If you want to bet, just say it. Let's bet on whether I can fulfill my promise before the end of today. Lin Yan's voice was icy. The wager will be a legendary equipment. Legendary equipment? The steward's face turned pale. Since the server opened, the White Wolf Guild didn't even have an epic equipment, let alone a legendary one. I know you don't have it yet, but when you do, I will come to collect the debt. Lin Yan knew that the White Wolf Guild would soon obtain a very powerful legendary equipment. Although he didn't expect Poison Prince, this treacherous person, to honor the bet, he could always go and snatch it later. With a prior bet, it is only natural to seize the opportunity. If he wants to establish his power in the future, he naturally needs to cherish his reputation. The butler sneered. He naturally wouldn't refuse such a good opportunity to receive legendary equipment for free. If you lose, the legendary swordsman helmet in the announcement will belong to our White Wolf Guild. The bet has been made. Wait for the good news. Lin Yan waved his hand. He dared to make this bet because he was 100% confident. Afterwards, he left with Xin Yue. The players couldn't help but follow, wanting to see how Lin Yan would make the White Wolf Guild disappear from the newbie village. But to everyone's surprise, as soon as they left the instance square, the two of them went offline directly. What kind of operation is this? I thought he would go block the spring water, but he went offline directly. Does he want to use his influence in reality? What? Emperor Yan is not only handsome, but also a super tycoon in reality. Female fans automatically imagined. Does Emperor Yan need a girlfriend? Don't be so strict about gender. Many male players were also moved. The butler knew Lin Yan's background very well. He was just a poor student. What kind of power could he have in reality? Just an overconfident teenager. He will realize reality tomorrow. At home, Lin Yan took off the VR device and went to sleep. After fighting all night, even an Iron Man couldn't hold on. I should get a virtual game warehouse. After waking up, Lin Yan rubbed his head. A virtual game warehouse could provide nutrition for players so they wouldn't have to eat, and it could also put players in a dormant state while playing games, replacing sleep. Theoretically, players could play games in a virtual game warehouse for 24 hours without going offline. I need to make some money. He took out his phone and saw a video of his heroic slaughter on the lock screen. Wow, it's so popular? Even he didn't expect that his battle video from yesterday would become so popular, to the point that bloggers started naming the battle. They called it the Square Battle. This matter dominated the hot search rankings on various apps. All the forums were discussing why he was so strong and predicting the outcome of his bet with the White Wolf Guild. His fans believed he would win, but the majority of people thought it was impossible. Because no matter how hard they thought, they couldn't figure out how Lin Yan could make the White Wolf Guild disappear from the newbie village. Brother, you're awake? Lunch is ready, have some. Lin Feng said. Lin Yan suddenly remembered something. When will that female student of yours come? She'll come for dinner tonight. Lin Feng said. No rush then. Did your helmet arrive? Come into the game with me first. Lin Yan got up and walked towards the esports room. Okay. Lin Feng pushed the wheelchair and followed. The two of them put on their helmets and arrived in the dark village. You absorbed all these experience pearls. Lin Yan directly threw a pile of experience pearls to his younger brother. They were all extras from when he cleared the instance. Especially the Blood Corpse instance, the experience pearls dropped were all second tier, which was considered a huge amount for a level 1 newbie. Buzz! In less than a minute, Lin Feng leveled up to level 9. He was confused. I collected information and the posts all said that leveling up in the Divine Land was very slow. So there's this kind of operation? Lin Yan smiled slightly. Let's go, I'll take you to meet your teacher. My teacher? Lin Feng was confused. What does he teach? An all-around teacher in math, physics, and chemistry. Lin Yan said mysteriously. Lin Feng was speechless. Brother, didn't you say you won't study anymore? So you just want me to change my study environment? Just follow me. Lin Yan patted Lin Feng's head and led him forward in the newbie village. Brother, you seem to be very famous. Lin Feng looked at the enthusiastic, odd, and hateful gazes on the road, immediately understanding that his brother was definitely a prominent figure in the newbie village. Sort of. Lin Yan didn't explain much. With Lin Feng's intelligence, he understood everything after taking a few more glances. He didn't need to waste his breath. This is it, Lin Yan said as he looked at the small brick house in front of him, with a sign on the door that read Mage Hut. He knocked on the door, and an old man with a scholar's hat opened it. The old man had a stern face and complained as soon as he opened the door. How many times do I have to say it? If you want potions, go find an alchemist. I'm a spell researcher. I don't sell any damn potions or scrolls. Looks like I need to put up another wooden sign at the door. Don't be angry, we're just here to pay our respects to you, sir, Lin Yan said with a slight smile. The old mage was taken aback, took another look at Lin Yan, and smiled. Oh, so you're the Flame Emperor? Come on in then. Lin Feng scratched his head. Were NPCs really this intelligent now? I'm just a spell researcher. I don't understand social etiquette or how to treat guests. Feel free to sit. The old mage sat down, picked up a book, and ignored Lin Yan and his brother. Lin Yan looked around the old mage's stone house, which could only be described as simple. Besides piles of books, there was no decent furniture. Thinking about the old mage's background, he couldn't help but sigh, such a wealthy person living such a simple life. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was shocked as soon as he entered, constantly searching through the books with excitement in his eyes. Lin Yan wasn't surprised and let his brother immerse himself in his own world, while he sat across from the old mage, Xingdaozi. After a while, the old mage finished reading a book and looked up to find that Lin Yan and his brother were still there. He couldn't help but wonder, Flame Emperor, aren't you a warrior? What are you doing here? Lin Yan got straight to the point. I want my brother to become your disciple. Ha ha ha. Xingdaozi couldn't help but laugh. Flame Emperor, you really know how to joke. As far as I know, you players don't even care about us newbie village NPCs, right? Lin Yan wasn't surprised. The residents of the Divine Land had their own logic. They called players descendants and believed that they were sent by the foreign gods to gain experience, which is why they could be reborn. They also knew that these descendants referred to each other as players and called the local residents NPCs. It's because Lin Yan was about to explain his prepared excuse. Forget it, who cares about your reasons? I'll tell you the truth, I've long given up on taking disciples, I won't take any more. Xingdaozi waved his hand. If that's why you came, go back the way you came, I won't see you off. Lin Yan was speechless. Xingdaozi's attitude was so resolute. The several special NPCs in the newbie village were the best choices for apprenticeship in the early stages. If he couldn't become Xingdaozi's disciple, the golden advancement template he had planned for his brother would be ruined. The advancement templates were divided into bronze, silver, gold, and divine bestowal. The difficulty of obtaining the silver template was already high enough. Only the top 3 players who killed the boss had a chance. In the early stages, out of 100 people, only a few had a chance to obtain the silver template. The gold template was even rarer, with an extremely high difficulty of obtaining it. Just as Xingdaozi was about to get up to see them off, Lin Feng, who was immersed in the books, suddenly exclaimed, I never thought that this is the true application of mathematical principles to the world's rules. It's enlightening, truly enlightening. He kept deducing with his hands, the flow of mana, directly constructing a spatial bubble. Then, the spatial bubble disappeared in his hands and turned into a fireball, ice, earth spikes, black mist, poison gas. This is the truth of the world. Lin Feng murmured, his eyes shining brighter. Earth was a world in its final days, where the rules were not apparent. But in the Divine Land, there were traces of rules, and by calculating these rule trajectories, one could cast spells. This? Xingdaozi was dumbfounded. How did you do that? The ability to freely switch between elemental forms was clearly a manifestation of comprehending the essence of mana. The book says so I just followed it. It's just that these formulas are all unfamiliar, so it took me more time to calculate. Once I become more familiar with them, I should be able to improve and innovate, and then casting spells won't take so much time. Lin Feng dissipated his mana and scratched his head with a smile. What? You want to improve spells? You even have ideas for creating your own spells. Xingdaozi's tongue was tied, and his mind went blank. Genius. No. Calling him a genius is an insult. He is clearly an unparalleled monster. His hands are trembling with excitement. This talent is too incredible. Just by reading some messy manuscripts, he directly comprehended the essence of the laws and even had the urge to create his own spells. Searching through the classics, there are very few talents like this throughout history. Any one of them is a peerless saint-level powerhouse with extraordinary talent and uniqueness. Lin Yan is not surprised by Xingdaozi's reaction. After all, he is a peerless monster who comprehended the forbidden curse in 3 days. If it weren't for his younger brother entering the game too late in his previous life, and his cultivation level was too low to use the forbidden curse, there would be no place for that couple to participate in the final divine battle. Xingdaozi's eyes were glued to Lin Feng, as if he had seen a rare jade, and even drooled. Lin Yan smirked, thinking of Xingdaozi's stinky face just now, and pretended to be regretful. I didn't expect that senior Xingdaozi is no longer accepting disciples. What a pity. It seems that my younger brother and you are not destined. Let's go, buddy. Oh, okay. Lin Feng nodded and was about to leave. Although he was a little reluctant, he had absolute trust in Lin Yan. After all, his brother had saved his life. Hey, don't go. Xingdaozi suddenly became anxious. Who said I'm not accepting disciples? I didn't say that. It was clearly the dog who said it. Lin Yan's eyes widened. This old man was really ruthless. He even scolded himself when he became anxious. Cough cough, how about this? Let's perform the ceremony to become master and disciple immediately. Tonight, I will impart all my lifelong knowledge to you. Qing Daozi looked at Lin Yan's expression. His cautious appearance was completely different from just now. "TSK, I didn't expect you, old man, to have two faces." Lin Yan smiled in his heart and pretended to ponder, "But my younger brother, he is just a beginner and doesn't have any treasures." He had already made up his mind to temporarily trust the village chief's faction and hand over the head of the blood corpse to them. After helping them so much, it wouldn't be excessive to collect some interest, right? "What?" Lin Feng, still thinking like a student, hesitated a bit. "Since senior is so kind, then I will accept them." Lin Yan signaled to Lin Feng with his eyes. "All right." Lin Feng nodded and accepted the gifts. Naturally, he had to change his words. "Thank you, teacher." "Ha ha ha, good, good. I will do my best to cultivate you into a giant in the future mage world. With your talent, as long as you study hard, you will definitely become a generation's great mage." Qing Daozi laughed with his eyebrows raised and danced with his hands and feet. He pursued the truth of magic throughout his life, ignorant of human emotions, and had the personality of an old child. Lin Yan also nodded with satisfaction. Among the players in the Divine Land, mages accounted for a very small proportion. Because the combat in the Divine Land was very realistic, no matter what profession one chose, they had to truly understand the fundamental principles of that profession. Those who could become high-level mages were mostly science prodigies. Unfortunately, these prodigies rarely played games full-time. This resulted in the fact that Xiagwa didn't have many mage experts who could hold their ground on the battlefield. In large-scale battles, Xiagwa suffered a lot due to the lack of top-level mages. "Then you should study with the master first. I'll go visit the village chief," Lin Yan said with a smile as he bid farewell. It was extremely difficult to increase Qing Daozi's favorability, but now he had directly reached 2 stars. His younger brother, Lin Feng, had even reached 3 stars. Visit the village chief? Qing Daozi's smiling face instantly turned serious. He looked Lin Yan up and down, his gaze deep, and finally said, "The village chief is fishing in the mountains today. You can find him there." Lin Yan thanked him. Qing Daozi had been a great help, otherwise, he wouldn't know how long it would take to find the village chief. This could also be considered as benefiting from his younger brother. In the pond behind the mountain, Yuan Tianrun, the village chief of Ming Village, was fishing. "You finally came," the old voice of the village chief came. Lin Yan looked at the figure in front of him, his eyebrows raised. "You know that I cleared the hidden instance?" The village chief shook his head. "I sensed it the moment the blood corpse head was born, but I don't know who obtained it." Lin Yan naturally sat down next to the village chief and picked up a fishing rod to fish. "You made the right choice," village chief Yuan said with a relieved smile. Lin Yan's gaze remained calm, and he didn't speak. His goal was the divine bestowal template, but he wasn't sure if the choice he made was right or wrong. After a moment of silence, village chief Yuan narrowed his eyes and smiled, looking at Lin Yan. "It seems that you didn't choose me out of righteousness. Tell me, what are your conditions?" Lin Yan nodded. Dealing with smart people was easy. He didn't say a word, but the other party guessed his thoughts. "I have 3 conditions," Lin Yan said. "First, give me a legendary equipment. Second, provide clues about the divine bestowal template. Third, completely expel the White Wolf Guild from Ming Village." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Tianrun's pupils contracted, and his gaze towards Lin Yan became deep and dangerous. "How do you know about the divine bestowal template?" Yuan Tianrun's tone was cold. "Everyone has their own opportunities." Lin Yan smiled slightly and didn't answer. Yuan Tianrun pondered for a long time, and the dangerous look in his eyes gradually dissipated. "The divine bestowal template is just a legend to me, and I don't know how to obtain it specifically. As for the legendary weapon, it's hard to find even 2 in the entire Ming village, so it's impossible to exchange for it." Yuan Tianrun shook his head. "I can exchange it with an epic equipment. As for expelling the White Wolf Guild, it's just a matter of words. I can promise you now." Lin Yan's expression remained calm. He didn't expect to really get such a big benefit. "At least it has to be an advanced epic equipment." Lin Yan shook his head, resolute. Yuan Tianrun rubbed his chin and looked at Lin Yan. "If you insist on an advanced epic equipment, it can be done. I happen to have a task here. As long as you can complete it, I can give it to you. But it doesn't matter if you say it." Lin Yan nodded. Yuan Tianrun said in a deep voice, "This is an advanced task with extremely high difficulty. If it weren't for the fact that you caused a commotion in the newbie village and obtained the blood corpse head, I wouldn't even mention it to you. Think about it, whether you want to go to the main city to train for a while, advanced away, professional, and then come back to take on this task, or do it now," Lin Yan decisively said. "Ha, good. You have courage." Yuan Tianrun nodded and directly issued the task. "Village Chief Yuan Tianrun of Ming Village has issued a task to you. Will you accept it? Task details: destroy the Truth Sect stronghold outside the village. Task deadline: 1 week. Task requirements: kill more than 80% of the Truth Sect's cultists in their strongholds and bring back the head of the stronghold leader. Task rewards: advanced silver template *1, advanced epic equipment *1 are their hidden rewards. Yes, accept." Lin Yan accepted the task and got up to leave. He still had a week's time, and he wasn't in a hurry. Now it was time to meet his future sister-in-law. Looking at Lin Yan's departing figure, Yuan Tianran's gaze became deep, and he revealed an inscrutable smile. He's a smart person, but I wonder who you will choose in the end? Back in the newbie village, many players were discussing Lin Yan. Mr. Yan, the Emperor of Flames, is almost at the end of his reign. I wonder if you can fulfill your promise to make the White Wolf Guild disappear from the newbie village. The steward of the White Wolf Guild walked up with a concerned look on his face. It's better to hand over the legendary equipment early so that our guild can recruit you, Mr. Yan, without holding any grudges. Today is the day. Why are you still holding on? Several experts from the White Wolf Guild sneered. Many players gathered around, most of them thinking that Lin Yan was bragging and that his bluff was about to be exposed. They all wanted to see the joke. Lin Yan smiled faintly. Before he could speak, the NPC enforcement team from the Dark Village rushed up. All players from the White Wolf Guild must leave the Dark Village within an hour, or they will be forcibly expelled. This ban is permanent and cannot be delayed. The shouts echoed throughout the newbie village, and the entire village seemed to fall silent. The players were dumbfounded. Did I hear correctly? The NPCs in the newbie village are going to expel the White Wolf Guild. Oh my god, Emperor Yan's methods are too incredible. The NPCs actually listened to him. How did he do it? I told you earlier, our Emperor Yan is not an ordinary person. What he says, he can definitely do. The discussions soared to the sky. After a while, the steward of the White Wolf Guild, who was still standing in place, finally reacted. He looked at Lin Yan with a pale face, as if he was looking at a monster. The experts from the White Wolf Guild were all unwilling and rushed forward to question, on what grounds? How dare you, mere NPCs, expel us players? Who gave you the courage? What qualifications do you have to expel us? The lowest rank of the newbie village guards was at least tier 2. They sneered at the words and said, "This is the village chief's order. If you dare to cause trouble, I will expel you right now." I don't believe this. You dare to expel A. Before the words were finished, the guards captain of the White Wolf Guild was killed by a single slash. Go ahead and try. The newbie village guard sneered and sheathed his sword. How dare a level 9 weakling speak disrespectfully to him? Seeing that the NPCs were really going to expel them, the steward felt a sense of unease and logged out before the sword could strike him. He ran away fast. Lin Yan sneered contemptuously. In the White Wolf Guild's headquarters, the steward's face turned pale. That Yan Emperor really did it. I don't know what means he used, but he actually made the newbie village chief issue an expulsion order. Ha! The Poison Prince's face turned dark, and a cold light burst from his eyes. He couldn't believe it for a long time. Who is this kid? He actually has such great power. Could it be that he is not just a poor kid from an ordinary family? The Poison Prince rubbed his chin. Lin Yan had already killed all the high-level experts of the White Wolf Guild below level 3, and the losses were already devastating. After losing this bet, the White Wolf Guild's reputation and prestige would plummet. Their stocks and support behind the scenes would also collapse. The losses were too great. It seems that we must make a strong move to make up for our losses. The Poison Prince's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. If the White Wolf Guild suffered such great losses and still remained unscathed, then they might as well not exist. Since they couldn't do it in the game, they would do it in reality. He was just about to make a plan when he received a call from his father. Are you planning to harm Lin Yan in real life? A cold voice came through the phone. Yes. The Poison Prince nodded. Father, this is the most sensible choice. The cold voice laughed. I just received a call from the military district. They don't allow grudges from the divine land world to continue into reality. Give up your unrealistic fantasies. What? What does this have to do with the military? The Poison Prince was shocked. It's just a game, isn't it? The Poison Prince was dumbfounded. Could it be that Lin Yan is the illegitimate child of some high-ranking military officer? Even the military district is protecting him. Nonsense. Shut up. A cold voice paused for a moment. Based on my estimation, it should have nothing to do with Lin Yan as a person, but rather the uniqueness of God's land. Father, what do you mean? The Poison Prince suddenly realized, his back covered in cold sweat. Leave the newbie village. Head towards the main city. We have wasted too much time already. The cold voice was chilling. Don't make any more mistakes. God's land is too significant. We can't afford to lose. Yes. The Poison Prince hung up the phone, gritting his teeth. Damn it. You're lucky. I will make you pay sooner or later. Although Lin Yan was abnormal, the guild's advantage became more apparent as time went on. With thousands of people helping him gain experience points, as long as he continuously obtained advanced templates, the level gap would only grow larger. I don't believe you can laugh until the end. Within an hour, the White Wolf Guild had indeed completely withdrawn from the newbie village. This seemingly impossible bet ended with Lin Yan's resounding victory. The gaming community was shocked. Lin Yan had become famous in one battle, and the instigator of it all had already prepared a sumptuous feast with his younger brother. Ding dong! The doorbell rang. Lin Yan's eyes lit up. Little sister is here. As soon as Lin Yan opened the door, a hot figure with wine-red wavy long hair burst into view. Hello, brothers. Chu Qingxian greeted them very familiarly, as if it wasn't her first time here. Tutor brother, I finally get to see you alive. Xu Qingxian saw Lin Feng behind Lin Yan and immediately gave Lin Feng a big bear hug, making the face of this science student blush. Hello. Lin Feng was still worried that the other party would be shy, but he ended up being the one who didn't know what to do. Please sit. Lin Yan invited the two to take a seat. Tutor brother, you taught so well, why did you suddenly quit? Did my mom pay you too little? Xu Qingxian patted her impressive chest. Don't worry, I told her, from now on, I'll pay you 10,000 yuan per lesson. Lin Feng almost choked. He knew that Xu Qingxian came from a wealthy family, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to afford a tutor, but he didn't expect her to be this rich. I plan to focus on playing online games full-time. Lin Feng honestly said. Is it God's land? Xu Qingxuan's eyes lit up. I came this time to persuade you to play this game too. I was still thinking about how to convince you, but you've already figured it out. Her family background was not small, so she naturally heard the internal news in advance. Then let's play the game together? Xu Qingxian looked at Lin Feng with a charming gaze, very proactive. This? Lin Feng looked at Lin Yan. Lin Yan nodded. Great, you two young ones can cultivate teamwork by spending more time together. We will definitely need to team up in the future. Lin Feng almost spat out his soup. Brother, you're only 3 years older than me, why do you speak like an old man? Is this what they call an elder brother acting like a father? See, our brother agrees. Xu Qingxian climbed up the pole, giggling. I don't think our family has a virtual game warehouse yet, right? It's convenient to use that for gaming. I'll have the driver bring 2 over. That's not necessary. Lin Feng was about to refuse, but Lin Yan smiled and nodded. That's great, it'll be more convenient for us to team up and fight monsters. I'll convert the money for the virtual warehouse into experience pearls or gold coins for you. No need. It's just a toy for gaming. Let's consider it as making friends. Xu Qingxian waved her hand, full of grandeur. Generous. Lin Yan gave a thumbs up. Rich kids are really extravagant. He was just thinking about whether to convert his equipment into gold coins to buy a virtual warehouse. A meal in exchange for 2 virtual game warehouses worth 600,000 or 700,000. It's really worth it. Lin Feng looked at his brother, then at Xu Qingxian, and then buried his head and started eating. After dinner, Xu Qingxian was very happy. It's settled then, see you in the game. Okay. Lin Yan sent Xu Qingxian away, and jokingly bumped into Lin Feng. Can't you see? She's interested in you, don't let her down. Lin Feng shook his head and sighed, but our family is poor, and I am disabled. I dare not miss such a good woman. Lin Yan paused for a moment and then assured him, don't worry, your leg can be cured. It just needs some time, so don't worry about it. Really? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Yes, after the game arrives in the world, you can easily find a high-level priest to heal you. It's not difficult at all. Lin Yan patted Lin Feng's shoulder. You must bravely express your feelings. Don't miss out on such a good girl. In life, we shouldn't have regrets. Lin Feng fell into silence. Lin Yan returned to the esports room and found that the game's message list was exploding. Various guild recruitment messages were everywhere. Some offered 3 million, 5 million, and even the Qinglong Guild was willing to offer 80 million. Various gaming conglomerates also directly invited him. Even the richest man in Xia country, Mark Jean, sent an invitation, wanting to sign him for 3 billion. They're really willing to spend money. Lin Yan shook his head. He had indeed gained a great reputation in this battle. With his own strength, he completely expelled the White Wolf Guild and showed his terrifying power in the Divine Land. That's why these guilds and conglomerates were willing to invest in him. Unfortunately, money doesn't mean much to me. Lin Yan shook his head. When the future Starry Sky battlefield arrives, with the bloodshed of the various races, money will be as worthless as scrap paper. Whoever holds the power, holds the truth. So, I must cultivate my own power and not rely on anyone. His gaze was sharp and determined. After returning to the game, Lin Yan began to organize his thoughts. The task of wiping out the stronghold of the True Faith Church had a 1-week deadline. As an advanced task, the difficulty would not be lower than that of hidden instances. The Blood Corpse instance was so dangerous that he almost lost. He must strengthen himself before proceeding. Lin Feng is no longer in the newbie village, and I can't exchange for whiteboard equipment. Newbie village players can't afford second-tier equipment. Looks like I can only go find the blacksmith. Lin Yan shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. Compared to fair player-to-player transactions, the blacksmith's prices were very high, and equipment could only be sold at low prices. When he arrived at the blacksmith's shop, Wang the blacksmith was forging. Brat, what are you doing here? The blacksmith raised his eyebrows and glanced at Lin Yan, obviously having heard of him before. Of course, I'm here to trade weapons with you. Lin Yan smiled. Those newbie weapons are just toys. Didn't they open a trading market for you to buy and sell? Wang the blacksmith frowned. These advanced equipment can't be sold in the trading market. Lin Yan honestly said. Wang the blacksmith was somewhat surprised, and his expression became serious. Advanced equipment? Let me see. Lin Yan displayed the weapons from his backpack. 35 pieces of second-tier common equipment, 15 pieces of second-tier fine equipment, 3 pieces of second-tier rare equipment. Wang the blacksmith casually calculated and said, 1,000 gold coins, I'll take them all. Lin Yan furrowed his brows and inwardly cursed the greedy blacksmith. As far as I know, these weapons are worth at least 3,000 gold coins. Ha ha ha, if that brat wants to sell, he can go to the main city. Why come to me? If you want to sell it to me at this price. Wang the blacksmith waved his hand, ignoring Lin Yan's bargaining. Lin Yan was speechless for a moment. This blacksmith was really greedy. If all else failed, he could only start the main city plot early. Lin Yan, you're here too? Shen Yue exclaimed in surprise. You're here too? Lin Yan was somewhat astonished. Uncle Blacksmith is very nice. He asked me to help with some small tasks and gave me a high salary. Shen Yue blushed after being discovered. In fact, she wanted to save money to buy an advanced weapon as a surprise for Lin Yan. Is he your friend? Wang the blacksmith appeared to be in his 50s, with a strong muscular build, and had a sour expression towards everyone. Only after seeing Shen Yue did his face soften with a fatherly kindness. Yes, Uncle Blacksmith. He is my best friend. Shen Yue nodded proudly. The blacksmith nodded, his expression becoming more relaxed. Alright, since he's the little girl's friend, we'll make an exception. But I'm in the business of buying equipment, so I can't pay the original price. Otherwise, I won't make any profit. How about this? I'll give you the highest purchase price, 80% of the original price, 2,400 gold coins. How does that sound? Deal. Lin Yan nodded. Even in the main city's weapon shop, he wouldn't be able to negotiate such a high purchase price. Your attitude changed so quickly. Lin Yan felt something was off and checked the other person's panel. He was pleasantly surprised to find that Blacksmith One's favorability towards him had reached 1 star. Just as I thought. He smiled faintly. Each NPC in the beginner's village had their own strategy. To unlock their storylines, their favorability needed to be increased. Shen Yue's actions had earned him an extra 1,400 gold coins. Old Wang, do you have any white-grade equipment? Like a set for 1 silver coin? Lin Yan's mind started working again as he tried to get closer. Do you think I deal in junk? Blacksmith Wang waved his hand impatiently. Even my worst equipment is a first-tier blue-grade fine equipment. Alright, Lin Yan sighed, realizing he couldn't exploit this bug. Then show me your goods. He planned to use the gold coins he earned to purchase first-tier equipment. The logic was the same as exchanging first-tier equipment for white-grade equipment. A second-tier ordinary longsword was worth 30 gold coins and only added 40 attack power. But a first-tier ordinary longsword was worth at most 3 gold coins and added 10 attack power. If he bought first-tier equipment with all 30 gold coins, he could increase his attack power by at least 100. Sell the second-tier equipment and buy a large quantity of first-tier equipment? Blacksmith Wan looked deeply at Lin Yan. You really are unpredictable. But since you're the little girl's friend, I'll sell them to you at a fair price. Soon, Lin Yan purchased hundreds of first-tier fine equipment from Blacksmith Wang and also took Shen Yue's Moonlight Bow. In a secluded area of the beginner's village, he began another round of fusion. In addition to my own equipment, I need to strengthen my little brother's and Yue's main weapons. Lin Yan contemplated. If we need to tackle dungeons together in the future, we need to ensure their damage output is sufficient. Yue is a ranged archer, and my little brother is an AoE mage. They can provide explosive damage from the backline under the protection of the life and death mark. So the top priority is to equip them with powerful main weapons as soon as possible. After a round of fusion, all the equipment received a significant boost. Yue and my little brother's main weapons are also taking shape. After putting the Moonlight Bow and Forbidden Staff into his backpack, Lin Yan opened his attribute page, ID, Flame Emperor Race, Human, Yellow, Class, Warrior Level, 9 Health, 400, Armor, 81519 Attack, 10025, Armor Penetration, 300, Physical Resistance, 45, Magical Resistance, 40, Movement Speed, 3, Attack Speed, 2, Mana, 40 Equipment, Soft Hedgehog Armor, White, Armor plus 26,050, Physical Defense plus 13, Magical Defense plus 13, Counter Damage plus 4,099, Soft Hedgehog Pants, White, Armor plus 24,500, Physical Defense plus 2, Magical Defense plus 2, Counter Damage plus 4,267, Broken Swordmaster Helmet, Legendary, Armor plus 9,999, Physical Defense plus 18, Magical Defense plus 18, Magic Blade 1000 Blades, White, Attack plus 10,000. Ultimate Artifact, Unique, Effect Infinite Fusion Equipment, 3rd Tier, Skills, Wave Stacking 3 Blades, 1 star, Flame Blade, 1 star, Ninefold Thunder Flash, 3 stars, Abilities, None Treasures, Life and Death Mark, Water Avoidance Cape. After the previous battle and this fusion, my stats have received a huge boost. Basic Armor broke 80,000. Lin Yan looked at the magic knife Qianrun in his hand, his eyes were hot, and most importantly, his attack power finally broke 10,000. Prepare for the strategy. Lin Yan stood up, handed the equipment to Shen Yue and his younger brother, and walked out of the newbie village alone. I hope this time I can stack more armor, he muttered. At the same time, the Mu group. I've heard about the things these past 2 days. If it's true as you say, you need to get closer to this Lin Yan. A woman dressed in elegance and luxury, drinking red wine, lazily said. Get closer to him? He's just a poor student. I don't see his value. Even if he's strong now, he's still just in the newbie village. The situation is uncertain now. Mu Qingwan frowned and analyzed. You don't understand. The woman shook her head. This game, God's Land, will bring about a world-class revolution in the future. Lin Yan's current performance is worth winning over. Wasn't he your lapdog before? Tempt him. If you don't even know how to manipulate a man's heart, how can the Mu group trust you? Mu Qingwan's face turned pale, and she nodded heavily. I understand. Good. Even if you have to turn the tables and manipulate him, you have to do it. I just want to know the secret of his strength. After obtaining this secret, the Mu group will become incredibly powerful. At that time, whether you abandon him or seek revenge on him, it will be up to your own discretion. The woman revealed a cold smile. Everything in this world is nothing more than the word interest. Only by any means necessary can you obtain everything you want. Mu Qingwan's eyes trembled, and her mentality completely changed. I understand, mother. Qingwan will definitely do it. Go. The exit of the dark village. Just as Lin Yan walked out, he saw a group of people banging drums and gongs. Boss, are you going to jungle too? Fatty Duande approached. Ha! Why aren't you telling cold jokes to the blind monk? What are you doing at the village entrance? Lin Yan teased. Hey, you know how talented I am, the king of cold jokes. Just tell a few to that old man, and he'll be laughing his head off. Duande was extremely proud. You don't know, that old man begged to take me as his disciple. Then didn't you take the opportunity to extort 2 treasures from him? Lin Yan smiled faintly. These big-shot NPCs in the newbie village are all rich. There's also this kind of operation? I was careless. When it comes to being sinister, it has to be you, boss. Duande smirked. Get lost. Lin Yan rolled his eyes and casually scattered a pile of experience pearls. Is it true that you're still level 1? Use these experience pearls to level up, enough to get you to level 9. Damn, boss, you're generous. Duande happily accepted the experience pearls. Just now, I was just bragging. In fact, these days, he had been racking his brains to come up with cold jokes for the blind monk and didn't have time to level up. It was not easy for him to become the blind monk's disciple, so he was still at level 1. What's going on here? Lin Yan pointed to the crowd banging drums and gongs in front. Oh, them? They're from the White Wolf Guild. Fatty smirked. Wasn't Poison Young Master expelled from the Dark Village? He brought people from the White Wolf Guild and joined some kind of truth sect on the way. They're here to preach for the truth sect. The truth sect says that the village chief and his gang are all bad people and want to release a big boss to ravage the land. As long as you join the truth sect and help them destroy the newbie village, you'll be rewarded with a silver template, and the first achiever will be directly rewarded with a gold template. Oh, Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. This plot is a bit different from the previous life. In theory, the truth sect wouldn't recruit players now. This reward is really tempting. If I hadn't already become the blind monk's disciple, I would have wanted to trick them into giving me a silver template. Fatty shook his head regretfully. Why are you regretting? Lin Yan shook his head. Go back and honestly raise the blind monk's favorability to 3 stars, and I guarantee you'll get a gold template. Damn, is it true? Duande exclaimed in disbelief. Now players all know the meaning of the advanced template. The bronze template advances, and the overall strength doubles. The silver template, the overall strength triples. And advancing with the gold template, the strength increases 5-fold directly. Its preciousness is self-evident. If every stage is advanced with the gold template, the gap between the players who advance with the bronze template will quickly become insurmountable. It is said that there is 1 in 10,000 chances of obtaining the gold template. To get it, you need a great opportunity. Boss, you are truly farsighted and unparalleled in wisdom and courage. You have paved such a road to the heavens for me from the beginning. Duande danced with joy. Lin Yan rolled his eyes. It is extremely difficult to increase the NPC's 3-star favorability. Even he is not sure. He can only rely on the fat man's ability. Brothers, did you see that? When we joined the True Faith, we were directly given many experience pearls and advanced templates. The expert from the White Wolf Guild boasted, Brother, I am now a true professional. Yesterday, he was beaten up by Lin Yan and was expelled from the newbie village in a miserable state. Today, he has returned after advancing. Who wouldn't be envious of this leveling speed and the great opportunity it represents? How do we join the True Faith? I want to go too. Advanced templates? This is too good. Even if you work hard to defeat bosses, you might not get a silver template, right? The players were extremely envious. Although in recent days, several major guilds have cleared the Lu Palace instance and obtained the silver advanced template, for the vast majority of ordinary players, the silver advanced template is still a luxury. Many people can only choose to join the main city army, obtain the bronze advanced template, and undergo the lowest level job change. Follow me, I'll lead the way. The professional from the White Wolf Guild beckoned, looking proud. Lin Yan sneered. The silver template is precious, and the True Faith doesn't have too much inventory. They are just using a few advanced players to deceive the players. It is impossible to give everyone a silver template. I was just wondering about the location of the True Faith stronghold, and he came over to lead the way. It's like giving a pillow when I'm sleepy. In a sense, the White Wolf Guild can also be considered my lucky star. He shook his head and laughed. You go back and continue to increase the favorability of the blind monk. I'll follow and take a look. Lin Yen instructed the fat man. Okay. Duan Deli came out this time to level up by killing monsters. Now that he has reached the maximum level with the help of Lin Yan's experience pearls, he is naturally not in a hurry. Lin Yan followed the White Wolf Guild all the way. With his strength, it was easy for him to go unnoticed. Soon, he tracked them to a camp. It seems that this is the stronghold of the True Faith. Lin Yan concealed his aura and quietly entered the stronghold. As soon as he entered the stronghold, he heard the black-robed priests of the True Faith preaching their doctrine. From the calamity caused by the King Lu's corpse 1,000 years ago to the evil conspiracy of village chief Yuan's group. So that's how it is. Many players suddenly realized, exclaiming that this is the correct way to open the plot. No wonder it's so difficult to play in the Ming village. It turns out that you need to leave the village to trigger the real plot. The truth is like this. Village Chief Yuan is really despicable. The players all criticized. I promise that as long as you help us in the True Faith to overthrow Village Chief Yuan and contribute to justice, the True Faith will definitely not treat you unfairly. The black-robed priest pulled the poison prince onto the stage. Just like this noble prince who understands righteousness, he is the first to choose to join the True Faith. As our first friend, he has obtained an epic weapon and a silver advanced template. I promise that as long as you can bring in 100 friends and relatives to join our True Faith, you can obtain the silver template. Is it true? Wow, amazing. The True Faith will surely win. Overthrow the tyranny of the old village chief. The members of the White Wolf Guild dispersed among the crowd, setting the rhythm at the right time and creating a very appropriate atmosphere. Lin Yan was speechless. Isn't this just a pyramid scheme? Deceive people to recruit new members into the organization. Recruit enough people to receive corresponding rewards. It seems like a cult without a doubt. He sneered, then began to walk around the camp. This stronghold is quite big. I need to find out more before taking action. Lin Yan pondered. Looking at the members of the True Faith, there were at least thousands of them, and the weakest were all second-tier professionals. The black-robed priest was even a third-tier elite professional. He scanned the opponent's data. True Faith black-robed priest, Smurl race, human, white, profession, flame priest level, 35 HP, 67,300 armor, 31,519 attack, 1,750 armor penetration, 300 physical resistance, 45 magical resistance, 40 mana, 6,000. Equipment, Spirit Fire Ritual, True Faith Leather Armor, Priest's Cloak. Skills, Bone Spirit Cold Flame, Curse of the Fire Sea. Due to the level difference, he could only see part of the opponent's information. I wonder how many experts like him are in this stronghold. He was cautious. This priest was obviously an advanced elite professional with a golden template. The data was impressive, with an attack power of 1,750, more than twice that of a blood corpse, posing a great threat. Also, the race of the True Faith. Is it really white? Lin Yan caught this important information. Emperor Yan, the poison prince, standing on the high platform, caught a glimpse of Lin Yan and his eyes turned blood red. He hated Lin Yan to the core. Even if Lin Yan turned into ashes, he could still recognize him at a glance. Your Excellency, he is the village chief's lackey. To kill the village chief, we must kill him first. The poison prince coldly said to the black-robed priest. Oh, the black-robed priest focused his gaze on Lin Yan. They couldn't defeat the old village chief and his group, but if they could eliminate the village chief's lackey, it would be a great achievement in the True Faith. Immediately seal off the stronghold and gather all members, don't let him escape. The black-robed priest ordered immediately. In the next moment, the gates of the stronghold closed, and powerful black-robed figures rushed out from all directions, surrounding Lin Yan. Ha! Discovered? Lin Yan was not surprised. He came here to take down the stronghold after all. Although he hadn't fully grasped the enemy's strength, with his current power, a mere stronghold couldn't threaten him. Capture the thief first. He had a clear goal, his eyes coldly fixed on the black-robed priest. Ninefold thunder flash. Boom! 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 In an instant, he crossed 100 meters, cutting down anyone who stood in his way. These second-tier True Faith disciples, even if they were advanced to silver rank and equipped with weapons and armor, their HP values were still in the thousands. Killing them was a piece of cake. The players present immediately exclaimed in shock at the sight of the massacre. It's him! It's Emperor Yan again! Don't let him escape! The black-robed priest was surprised. Lin Yan's combat power was truly extraordinary. These professional disciples had HP values in the thousands, and yet he could kill them with a single strike? How high was his attack power? Boom! 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 Shadows exploded, accompanied by the damage from the triple thunder. Wherever Lin Yan went, blood damage numbers popped up above the heads of these disciples, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Damn, it seems I have to personally take action. The black-robed priest waved his ritual instrument, and a huge black curse mark formed behind him. Go! The black curse mark struck Lin Yan, reducing his attack speed and movement speed by half, and causing his armor to lose 100 points per second. Damn! Lin Yan frowned. This was his first time facing a third-tier powerhouse since his rebirth, and it was a ranged priest, very troublesome. I must quickly take him down. Lin Yan continued to kill his way through, unimpeded. Occasionally encountering experts, he could defeat them in just 2 or 3 strikes. Although NPCs had lower stats than dungeon monsters, their combat skills and skill intensity were generally higher. Why could a skilled player kill dozens of wild monsters with higher stats than him? It was because of his intelligence and combat skills. So, even though the number of these truth cultists is low, they are more deadly and harder to defeat. Unfortunately, in terms of battle experience, you guys are still too inexperienced. Lin Yan's killing intent was raging as he slaughtered over 300 truth cultists, cutting his way to the altar. He glanced at his own condition. My armor has dropped by over 3,000 points, mostly due to curses. Gurgle. Poison Prince was drenched in cold sweat. He had thought that after advancing, his combat power would be on par with Lin Yan's, but now it seemed that the gap was still terrifyingly large. They were simply not on the same level. Mr. Poison, now is the time for you to show your loyalty. Immediately lead your subordinates into battle. The black-robed priest was scared out of his wits. He was just a priest, and once he got close, with the terrifying output of the Flame Emperor, he probably wouldn't survive 10 strikes. Alright. Without these words, Poison Prince also wanted revenge. Follow me. He led the members of the White Wolf Guild to charge down the altar and intercept Lin Yan. Unfortunately, they were simply too weak. The truth cultists occasionally had some experts who could withstand 2 or 3 strikes from Lin Yan, but they were taken out by a single strike, with several of them killed clean in less than a minute. This time, I want to see if you can survive. Poison Prince laughed maniacally before his death. He didn't believe that Lin Yan could escape from the truth cult stronghold. TCH. The blade flashed, and the White Wolf Guild was wiped out once again. Lin Yan stepped on the platform built from bones and killed his way up to the altar. Your time is up. He coldly looked at the black-robed priest. Ha ha ha. The black-robed priest laughed loudly. You're too late. My ritual is already complete. Black blood oozed from his body as he shouted, O Supreme One, eliminate the enemies in this world. Black mist surged out from the altar, engulfing the truth cultists and players one by one, causing them to explode and their essence to be absorbed by the altar. The black mist grew thicker, and a huge skull emerged from it, spewing out an evil aura. At the same time, the altar formation was activated. 4 black-robed figures appeared simultaneously, standing at the 4 corners of the altar, all of them third-tier powerhouses. Flame Emperor, we have been waiting for you. The faces of the 4 were obscured by their black robes, making them indistinct. Lin Yan's pupils contracted, and his heart sank. These 4 were all higher rank than the black-robed priest, 1 level 39 mage and 3 level 36 warriors. I fell into a trap. He frowned. In his current state, facing 5 third-tier powerhouses, plus an evil spirit formation, was not good at all. This can't even be considered an advancement quest. His face darkened as he glanced at the quest panel. The original advancement quest had temporarily changed to third-tier elite quest. Damn it! He took a deep breath, his mind racing as he instantly thought of many possibilities. Perhaps there was a traitor among the village leaders. Perhaps someone didn't want him to complete the quest and gain the trust of the old village chief. Perhaps the old village chief and the truth cult were in cahoots from the beginning. But regardless of the truth behind this ambush, he had to pass this test first. Only through battle. His eyes gleamed brightly, filled with fighting spirit. Roar! The black skull roared as it engulfed Lin Yan, trying to devour him in one bite. Lin Yan rolled and dodged, slashing with a 3-blade combo, cracking the black skull. Die! Before he could even stabilize himself, the weapons of the 3 black-robed third-tier warriors were already attacking him. Flame blade! He shouted angrily, unleashing a blade of fire that pushed all 3 of them back. Such bravery in killing the pawns. The highest-ranked black-robed mage praised. He muttered incantations, pointing his staff, and the poison mist turned into a 3-meter giant black hand, restraining Lin Yan. Take this opportunity to kill him. The mage shouted. Die! The 3 black-robed warriors attacked together. Break! Lin Yan drank a potion to break free from the control, spun in the air, narrowly avoiding the 3 attacks, and kicked the sword-wielding warrior in the face, using the force to fly towards the priest. Such terrifying battle instincts. The black-robed mage was sweating profusely, and the speed of his incantations increased. Die! Lin Yan, in conjunction with his folding knife technique, slashed twice in 1 second while under the curse state. Minus 9,880 minus 10,239. Damn it! A single slash deals over 10,000 damage? What kind of monster are you? The black-robed priest retreated in fear, but Lin Yan persisted, relentlessly attacking him. The skeleton head behind him had caught up and crashed into Lin Yan's back. Minus 1999. I must deal with the priest first. Lin Yan's eyes were as cold as ice. The evil fire priest could continuously summon evil spirits with the help of the formation, and one evil spirit posed a greater threat than 2 black-robed warriors. If he didn't quickly take down the evil fire priest, once he summoned 4 evil spirits, he would have no choice but to flee. minus 1888, minus 1789, minus 2333. The evil spirits relentlessly bombarded his back, causing his armor value to plummet. But Lin Yan held on tightly, unleashing a frenzy of attacks and reducing the evil fire priest to pieces. Phew! He was continuously losing health, and the curse debuffs that reduced his attack speed and movement speed disappeared. I've lost over 20,000 armor in this battle, and at least 20,000 of it was because of this black-robed priest. Lin Yan summarized as he fought. I need to find a weapon with curse restraining properties as soon as possible. He turned around, using the wave stacking technique in conjunction with the folding knife, and hacked the motionless skeleton head to pieces. If you want to die, come and fight. Lin Yan's fighting spirit boiled as he pointed his long knife at the three approaching black-robed warriors. The three were intimidated by Lin Yan's overwhelming killing intent, freezing in their tracks. We were ambushed by 5 top experts, and the priest even set up the sacrificial formation in advance, yet we were still killed by a single priest. The Emperor of Flame's strength is truly terrifying. The surviving players trembled in a corner, watching this high-level battle that they couldn't comprehend. I don't believe you have so many control dispelling potions. The black-robed mage's spells cooled down, and he cast them again. A black hand appeared out of thin air, restraining Lin Yan, allowing the 3 black-robed warriors to charge forward. Ha! Lin Yan sneered, crushing the control dispelling potion in his hand. Control dispelling potions were indeed rare in the early stages. However, he had achieved several rare achievements that were enough to be announced to the entire server, so he had a considerable number of control dispelling potions and was almost immune to control skills. Frost Cross Slash, Frost Spike, Mountain Splitter. The 3 black-robed warriors used their ultimate skills, unleashing terrifying power that turned into a hurricane, dispersing the surrounding black mist. Ha! Lin Yan's lips curled up as he swallowed a blue potion, and in the eyes of everyone, he disappeared instantly. Boom! 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 Like thunder descending, lightning struck every 10 meters. It's that move again. The 3 black-robed warriors were astonished. By the time they reacted, Lin Yan had already forcefully killed his way to the black-robed mage. Quick! Save me! The black-robed mage let out a miserable scream, raising his staff and continuously casting defensive spells on himself. At the same time, he took out several scrolls and tore them open with a pained expression. Lin Yan's attack power was too terrifying, and he had to do everything he could to survive. Buzz! 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 Various protective shields unfolded around the black-robed mage. The mage's armor value was the lowest among all classes except assassins, so every mage would exhaust all means to collect survival methods. At this moment, he desperately used all his survival methods, making it difficult for even Lin Yan to break through. Bang! 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 Even though he could break through 2 or 3 layers of protective shields with a single slash, this old 6th black-robed mage had layered dozens of them on himself, especially the extremely magnificent earring, which evolved into 20 layers of protection with a single spin. The colorful rainproof covers nested together, making the black-robed mage's defense even stronger than a turtle shell. We're here! The 3 black-robed warriors rushed over with all their might. If they lost the mage as their long-range damage dealer, they wouldn't be able to save themselves. Saving the mage meant saving themselves. You have a thick turtle shell. Lin Yan had no choice but to turn around and fight the 3 black-robed warriors. These 3 individuals have high attack power. Even with tens of thousands of armor, it's not enough to withstand their attacks. He is able to fight against 3 opponents at once and become stronger with each kill, even gaining the upper hand. This guy is terrifying. The 4 black-robed powerhouses are all shocked and terrified. Lin Yan's strength surpasses their expectations. He's only been here for a short time. How is it possible for him to be this strong? It seems that the old village chief underestimated him. Lin Yan's gaze sharpens, unaffected by these words. He fights against the 3 black-robed warriors while also having enough strength to break the turtle shell of the mage. Blades and sword shadows, chi energy everywhere. Due to the relentless attacks from the 6th mage, Lin Yan's armor value continues to decrease. However, the protective shield of the black-robed mage is also almost destroyed by him. Now is the time. He drinks a mana potion and unleashes the 9-fold thunder flash once again. This time, he directly breaks through the black-robed mage's last defense and even grabs hold of him. The black-robed mage's brain hasn't even reacted yet, and he's already being carried by Lin Yan, flying nearly 100 meters away. Oh no! The 3 black-robed warriors are dumbfounded. Emperor Yan, you have no sense of honor. They frantically run towards the mage. But it's already too late. I deliberately synchronized the cooldowns of all my skills for this moment. Lin Yan sneers and drinks several mana potions again. Triple Wave Slash. Triple Wave Slash, Stacking Blade Technique, Flame Blade. The 3 major skills are unleashed, along with the explosive damage from the 9-fold Thunder Flash and Triple Thunder damage. Minus 10,399, minus 12,899, minus 14,299, minus 10,387, minus 13,330, minus 1,340. In just a moment, Lin Yan unleashes all his skills, delivering the most explosive output so far, surpassing 60,000 damage. He directly blows up the black-robed mage, turning him into a pile of flesh. Phew! Lin Yan breathes a sigh of relief. Having dealt with this long-range control 6th mage, the rest of the battle will be easy. He grabs the exquisite earring in his hand, which is likely a defensive treasure, but he's not sure if it's disposable. No! The 3 black-robed warriors feel a chill down their spines. With the mage dead, they know they have no chance against Lin Yan. Run! The 3 of them make a quick decision and turn to flee. Lin Yan smirks. You think you can escape? You can't! Oh my god! He won! A level 9 killing a level 39 elite NPC. Emperor Yin is invincible. The trembling players discuss in a shaky voice. The black-robed protectors have all run away. Brothers, let's escape. The members of the Truth Sect have completely lost their composure. They won't risk their lives for just a few dozen gold coins of monthly salary. The stronghold falls into chaos, with thousands of people gathered in the Truth Sect stronghold, all killed by Lin Yan alone. Lin Yan relentlessly pursues the 3 black-robed warriors. They are all 3rd-tier elite professionals, and they have all advanced to the Golden Template, proving their high status in the Truth Sect. As long as I can obtain a 3rd-tier equipment, even if it's just a fine quality one, it will greatly enhance my current strength. Lin Yan became more and more excited as he thought about it. Hand over all the equipment on your bodies. His smile fell into the eyes of the 3 people, like the sinister smile of a demon. He's even uglier than a boss in a dungeon. The black-robed sword warrior commented. Ha! You talk too much. Lin Yan swallowed a cooldown reduction potion and instantly caught up to the sword warrior with 9 consecutive lightning flashes. The sword warrior, whose fighting spirit had collapsed, was killed by him in less than 10 seconds. In this way, he chased after thousands of Truth Sect followers, running through the mountains. Along the way, he also took care of the Truth Sect followers he encountered. The mountain road quickly turned into a bloody path, with bodies everywhere. So bloody and brutal. He shouldn't be called the Flame Emperor, he should be called the Great Demon King. The players watched this scene dumbfounded, all stunned in place. After a long time, Lin Yan returned covered in blood, holding the bloody heads of 3 black-robed warriors in his hand. The players' legs went weak. Although they knew it was a game, Lin Yan was a bit too brutal, and he was killing humanoid NPCs. What are you looking at? Are you all waiting to snatch my loot? Lin Yan scanned the crowd with a cold gaze and asked in a cold voice. No, we dare not. The players were afraid of being killed by him in one strike and scattered obediently. Who? Lin Yan put the heads of the 5 black-robed people into his backpack, looted the stronghold clean, and finally looked at his own status. I've lost nearly 50,000 armor. I almost triggered the armor recovery warning line. His fear of insufficient armor syndrome flared up again. He looked at the mission status bar. Mission name: annihilate the Truth Sect stronghold outside the village. Mission status: completed mission requirements. Kill more than 80% of the Truth Sect cultists in the stronghold and bring back the head of the stronghold leader. Mission rewards: Advanced Silver Template *1, Advanced Epic Equipment *1 mission evaluation, perfect clearance. Hidden rewards have been activated. I can go back and ask old Yuan for more information. Lin Yan's eyes were cold. How did the Truth Sect know that he was going to destroy their stronghold? The news must have leaked, and it must be related to the higher-ups in Ming Village. When he returned to the newbie village, he saw his younger brother and Chu Qingxian strolling together in the village. Lin Feng's expression was relaxed and happy. Only in the game could he regain the feeling of having legs. Brother! Lin Feng waved at him. Did you take Qingxian to meet that tyrant flower? This was what Lin Yan had instructed Lin Feng to do before he left. Brother, you're amazing. That female martial fanatic took a liking to Qingxian at first sight. They had a great conversation, and Qingxian easily gained 1 star of favorability. Lin Feng said. Lin Yan nodded. Keep up the good work and try to get 2 stars of favorability and then become her disciple. The female martial fanatic was also one of the 7 special NPCs, known as the Tyrant Flower of Ming Village. If Chu Qingxian could learn core skills from her, she would definitely become one of the top experts in the future. Then you guys go ahead and have fun. After waving his hand, Lin Yan went to the village chief's house. He found that Yuan Tianrun was not there again. Damn slacking village chief, did he go fishing again? Lin Yan found the fishing pond behind the mountain, and sure enough, Yuan Tianrun was there. Why are you here again? Yuan village chief was somewhat surprised to see Lin Yan. Did you find the advanced mission too difficult, so you're planning to give up? I'm here to turn in the mission. Lin Yan presented his mission settlement application. Yuan Tianrun's pupils contracted. He looked deeply at Lin Yan, and then confirmed the settlement. You really surprised me. He threw the silver template and advanced epic equipment to Lin Yan. By annihilating one of the Truth Sect's strongholds, you have shown your commitment. I can fully trust you. Yuan Tianrun smiled slightly. He stood up and looked at Lin Yan with admiration in his eyes. You can become my disciple. I will teach you the core professional skills that will allow you to see the entire Longsha Empire and be considered a top-tier core professional. Lin Yan's eyes remained calm. He knew that Yuan Tianrun wasn't bragging. Each of these hidden powerhouses in the newbie village was a top force in the Longsha Empire. Yuan Tianrun is completely qualified to say so. But unfortunately, I refuse, Lin Yan calmly said. Oh, do you think I'm just a small village chief, too weak? Yuan Tianrun raised an eyebrow and smiled. He waved his sleeve and pointed his finger at the bamboo forest in front of him. With his finger as a sword, the sword energy passed through like a hurricane. Chi. The lush bamboo forest on the mountain was all destroyed by this sword energy. Although I am old, I still have some qualifications to teach you, Yuan Tianren said proudly with a hint of pride in his old eyes. Village Chief Yuan is powerful, but I am focused on the Divine Bestowed template. The Divine Bestowed template comes with a core professional skill, so I cannot accept other core professional skills, Lin Yan explained calmly. Yuan Tianren looked at Lin Yan with a deeper gaze. You actually know so much about the Divine Bestowed template? Even he had only heard about it and never actually seen it. If it's the core skill of the Divine Bestowed template, it is naturally much stronger than this old man. Yuan Tianren also smiled calmly and did not insist. Unfortunately, with your current strength, it is far from enough to obtain the Divine Bestowed template. You don't have to worry about it, Village Chief Yuan. Lin Yan smiled slightly. I have proven my sincerity, and Village Chief Yuan should also prove your sincerity. My sincerity? Yuan Tianren was taken aback. Since Village Chief Yuan knows that there is a Divine Bestowed template in the Ming village, you should know some clues. I need this information, Lin Yan said calmly. Yuan Tianren's face completely darkened. Or, you can find and kill the traitor who betrayed me this time, and give me all their equipment, Lin Yan said firmly. You dare! Yuan Tianren said in a low voice, a terrifying aura emanating from him. There can never be a traitor in the Ming village, Yuan Tianren said decisively. Lin Yan frowned and sneered. I was ambushed in the stronghold and had to kill 5 third-level experts to break free. Whether what I said is true or false, you can check the mission rating. Yuan Tianren's heart trembled. He was too focused on wanting to take Lin Yan as his disciple and didn't pay attention. At this moment, he frowned and restrained his anger. The followers of the true faith once said during the battle that it was you who provided the information. Lin Yan observed Yuan Tianren. This is just sowing discord. Yuan Tianren shook his head. I think I don't need to go through such a big circle to kill you. I can just attack you directly. Who knows if you established a cult under your command to handle the dirty work that you can't be seen doing, just to maintain the village chief's positive image? Lin Yan pressed on aggressively. Then how do you want me to prove it? Yuan Tianren couldn't argue logically and asked in frustration. Clues about the Divine Bestowed template, or killing the traitor. Lin Yan confidently held his ground. He only wanted the Divine Bestowed template, and he didn't care about the truth. Crack. Yuan Tianren clenched his fists tightly, then sighed helplessly. I am not unwilling to tell you, but the Divine Bestowed template is related to past events. Talking about it would reopen old wounds, so I don't want to mention it. Lin Yan also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Finally, he's going to talk. The reason why he was so firm was to force Yuan Tianren to reveal the hidden story and advance the hidden plot. As long as he kept advancing the plot, the Divine Bestowed template would be closer and closer to him. When the zombie king Evil Qi returned, the Longsha Empire fought with all its might, vowing to completely eliminate this hidden danger. Yuan Tianren recalled, in the final battle, I and 6 other brothers, along with the Empire's Princess Xiaqi, fought against the Evil Qi together. After a bloody battle, we finally sealed it here. And the 7 of us, 1 died in battle, 1 went missing, and the rest were all seriously injured. Yuan Tianren's eyes were filled with sorrow, and he sighed deeply. After this battle, we were honored as the 7 heroes of Dawn for our achievements. But Princess Xiaqi was imprisoned due to court intrigue. The 5 of us were disheartened and had to return home to protect the princess. We promised to guard the Ming village for the rest of our lives and never step out of it. In exchange, the princess would regain her freedom. Lin Yan fell silent. The village elder's experience was indeed tragic. Few heroes have a good ending since ancient times. You are going to attack the stronghold of the true faith, and I only told these few trusted brothers in the village, Yuan Tianren said in a deep voice. They would never betray the Ming village. After all, whether they wanted wealth and glory or to sell out for personal gain, they didn't have to wait until today to do it. Do you understand? But my information leaked. That's the truth. Lin Yan shook his head, not satisfied with this explanation. That's right. Yuan Tianren frowned, then a look of shock flashed in his eyes. Could it be? She's back? Who? Lin Yan's eyes flickered. The teammate who went missing in that battle? You're perceptive, Yuan Tianren nodded, his eyes filled with both surprise and confusion. She's the daughter of a blacksmith and a psychic. In that battle, she lost her memory due to mental overload and went berserk. We searched for her for many years but couldn't find any trace of her. She had a psychic contract with me and the others. If it's her, she might indeed know our plans. But if she regained her sanity, why didn't she come back to the Ming village and instead join the true faith? Yuan Tianren shook his head, completely unable to understand. But he couldn't think of any other possibilities for the leaked information. I need to think about this matter, but it is indeed my responsibility that the information leaked and put you in danger. Yuan Tianren took out an advanced epic equipment again. Consider this as my compensation. Lin Yan nodded and accepted it. I have a guess though. Tell me. Yuan village chief frowned. Even if I tell you my guess, you won't believe it. Just do as I say. Lin Yan whispered his thoughts to the village chief. Yuan Tianren's face changed, then he nodded. I'll follow your words. After the decision was made, Lin Yan returned to the Ming village. Since it's related to Wang the blacksmith, let's go to the blacksmith shop and see if we can find any clues. I also need to exchange the supplies from the stronghold for weapons. Lin Yan walked all the way to the blacksmith shop. He keenly noticed that there were fewer players in the newbie village, and the players he encountered looked at him with vigilance and hostility. He didn't pay much attention and continued to the blacksmith shop. Lin Yan. Xin Yue looked at him with great concern. Are you okay? What could be wrong with me? Lin Yan was a bit puzzled and asked with a wry smile. Xin Yue said anxiously, you haven't been online for a long time, right? Take a look at this post. Lin Yan frowned and looked at it. It was a post titled The True Faith is the Correct Plot. Emperor Yan ruined our future. The author's ID was none other than the gaming expert. I'm sure everyone already knows about the existence of the true faith and knows the truth of the plot. The village elder and his gang are the real villains. It's not hard to see from the game difficulty design. In the newbie village, we have no hope of advancing to silver, but in the true faith, we can easily obtain a large number of rewards, gold coins, and even silver templates. So without a doubt, if you want to level up quickly, you have to join the true faith. But Emperor Yan went against the tide and destroyed the stronghold of the true faith to prevent everyone from becoming stronger. This directly interrupted our plot, and it's hard to come into contact with the true faith again. He is the sinner of our Xia Kingdom players. That's right. Emperor Yan is just a selfish person. Exactly. I've been wondering why I couldn't defeat the boss and get the advanced template. Does anyone know any other ways to join the true faith? The comments below all agreed with the gaming expert, mostly from players who had been struggling for days without being able to defeat the boss in the instance, filled with resentment. They vented their anger on Lin Yan. Although I dare not go against him in the game, everyone becomes a judge on the internet and spares no mercy with their words. Don't worry about him. Lin Yan waved his hand, not caring about how Dongbu set the rhythm. Those who followed were all weaklings. After all, a biting dog doesn't bark. Even if they all came at him, it wouldn't be enough for him to take them down with one strike. The elephant never cares about the ant's clamor, because the difference in strength is too great. You work at the blacksmith's shop. You should have accumulated a lot of favorability with Wang the blacksmith, right? Lin Yan asked with a smile. Yes. I've already reached 3 stars today. Xin Yue proudly showed Lin Yan the armor on her body, golden template, and an advanced epic set, all given by Uncle Ironsmith. Lin Yan nodded. He knew that the blacksmith had lost his daughter, so he would take extra care of kind and innocent little girls. Indeed, he is a blacksmith, and he is indeed generous. Apart from the mage Qingdaozi, Wang the blacksmith was the richest person in the village, with a full set of advanced epic equipment at his disposal. Lin Yan had to fight a bloody battle and destroy a 1,000-person stronghold just to obtain 2 pieces of epic equipment from Yuan Tianrun. In comparison, the old village chief was really stingy. You brat, you're here again. Wang the blacksmith walked out and looked at Lin Yan with an unfriendly gaze. It was probably similar to how an old father would look at a yellow-haired kid who was stealing his cabbage. Fortunately, Lin Yan showed his strong strength, which earned him the approval of Wang the blacksmith's heart. I'm here to change equipment. Lin Yan stated his purpose directly. This wave of attacking strongholds could be said to have earned him a lot. Although the drop rate of NPCs was not as good as that of monsters, the resources in the strongholds were very valuable. This time, he changed a total of 3,000 pieces of fine equipment. Alright, you've almost emptied my inventory. Wang the blacksmith waved his hand in disdain. He had prepared thousands of pieces of fine weapons, which were enough for the new players in the beginner village to exchange for. Who knew that he would encounter Lin Yan, the 6th son, who cleared out his inventory in one wave? I do have a high demand. Lin Yan smiled slightly. Several thousand weapons would be enough for him to fuse for a while. After he finished fusing, Wang the blacksmith's weapon inventory would probably be refreshed as well. By the way, Lin Yan, the blacksmith uncle said he wants to invite me to a feast tonight. Do you want to come too? Xin Yue asked eagerly. Sure. Lin Yan's heart moved, and he immediately agreed. The Divine Land was a real world, so of course they could have a meal. Some top-notch dishes could even increase attributes after eating them. After reaching 3-star favorability with these special NPCs, they could indeed enjoy a meal with attributes, which was much more precious than free attribute points. Free attribute points could only increase existing attributes, but attribute meals could possibly unlock unknown attributes. Moreover, he originally wanted to investigate the blacksmith, and Xin Yue had helped him a lot. You always think about this brat whenever there's something good. Wang the blacksmith shook his head with some pain. Attribute delicacies were extremely precious. Even he felt heartache when he invited one more person. But Lin Yan was calm and composed. The business he did with Wang the blacksmith was enough to make the other party earn a lot. It was reasonable for him to have a meal and replenish his health. Afterwards, he found a secluded place to start fusing equipment. If I'm not mistaken, I will have a conflict with Wang the blacksmith tonight, and even have to fight. Lin Yan organized his thoughts. With my current combat power, it's impossible to win. I can only try to survive for a longer period of time. So, this fusion must be used to enhance my armor. Buzz. Having made up his mind, he began fusing. Now he could fuse 3 pieces of fine equipment in 1 minute. He worked tirelessly, continuously accumulating armor. 10 hours later, he had fused a total of 1,800 pieces of fine armor. The total armor value has exceeded 190,000. Lin Yan calculated. Including a 50% armor recovery, it's still less than 300,000 health armor value. I still need to add. He took out the 2 advanced epic equipment rewards from Yuan Tianlun's mission. Fuse. Buzz. Lin Yan took a deep breath and opened the equipment page. Soft hedgehog armor. White. Armor plus 90,050. Physical defense plus 18. Magic defense plus 18. Counter damage plus 4,599. Special features. Lightweight. Does not affect flexibility when worn. Entangling threads. Reduce enemy attack speed by 20% when attacked. Yuan armor shield. Armor comes with a counter damage shield equal to 10% of total armor. Can be activated again when out of combat. Soft hedgehog pants. White. Armor plus 76,300. Physical defense plus 2. Magic defense plus 2. Counter damage plus 4,867. Special features. Lightweight. Does not affect flexibility when worn. Yuan armor shield. Armor comes with a counter damage shield equal to 10% of total armor. Can be activated again when out of combat. After fusing the 2 pieces of equipment into an epic equipment, they both gained the Yuan armor shield special feature. Lin Yan smiled with satisfaction. He now had an additional 20% counter damage shield. With the shield provided by this earring, it should be enough. Lin Yan took out the exquisite earring dropped by the Black Robe Mage. This earring can activate a shield with 200,000 armor value, but unfortunately, it can only be activated once a day. I've done my best. Whether I succeed or fail depends on how much strength Wang the blacksmith has left. He opened his own attribute panel. ID, Flame Emperor race, human, yellow, class, warrior level, 9 health, 400, armor, 200019 attack, 10025, armor penetration, 300, physical resistance, 45, magic resistance, 40, movement speed, 3, attack speed, 2, mana, 40 equipment, soft hedgehog armor, white, armor plus 90,050, physical defense plus 13, magic defense plus 13, counter damage plus 4,599. Soft hedgehog pants, white, armor plus 76,300, physical defense plus 2, magic defense plus 2, counter damage plus 4,867. Broken swordsman helmet, legendary, armor plus 9,999, physical defense plus 18, magic defense plus 18, magic blade 1000 blades, white, attack plus 10,000. Ultimate artifact, unique, effect infinite fusion equipment, tier 3, skills, stacked waves 3 blades, 1 star, flame blade, 1 star, 9-fold thunder flash, 3 stars, abilities, none treasures, life and death seal, water avoidance cape. Who would believe that this is the attribute panel of a level 9 player? Lin Yan grinned. He glanced at the panel of the ultimate artifact. I have already fused over 9,600 weapons, and I'm about to unlock the 3rd artifact feature. He stood up, feeling a sense of security. After the battle between the 7 Heroes of Dawn and the blood battle of evil oddities, they were all seriously injured. Their combat power is far from their peak, but they were all once strong at the hero level. A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse, so I have to be cautious. Lin Yan returned to the blacksmith shop. The food is ready, just waiting for you, you little brat. Wang the blacksmith was annoyed by Lin Yan taking advantage of his attributes, and when he looked at Lin Yan, his nose wasn't a nose, and his eyes weren't eyes. Thanks. Lin Yan grinned and sat down with Xin Yue. Gurgle. He drank a glass of strong liquor and felt extremely refreshed. Ding! Your lifesteal has increased by 0.1%. Lin Yan didn't care. He mainly relied on his armor now, so lifesteal wasn't much help to him. Uncle Blacksmith, drink more. Xin Yue didn't know Lin Yan's plan, but since Lin Yan asked her to encourage the blacksmith to drink, she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. The blacksmith was also happy and kept drinking, enjoying the meal. Ding! Your lifesteal has increased by 0.1%. Ding! Your health regeneration speed has increased by 0.1%. Ding! Lin Yan's mouth twitched, and he cursed inwardly, can't you give me something useful? Are you targeting me? Wang the blacksmith. Ding! Your critical strike rate has increased by 0.1%. It was only at the end of the meal that Lin Yan triggered a useful attribute. A 0.1% critical strike rate. What's the difference between having it and not having it? Lin Yan was speechless, but having something was better than having nothing. Previously, he couldn't hit the enemy's vital points, so he couldn't trigger a critical strike. Now there is at least a chance. He comforted himself. Uncle Blacksmith, did you have a daughter before? Xin Yue asked according to Lin Yan's instructions. Wang the blacksmith, who was originally drunk, suddenly became alert and looked sharply at Lin Yan. You're investigating me. Lin Yan's eyes narrowed. He was indeed one of the former 7 Heroes of Dawn, alert and sharp. However, he didn't imagine that he could get a hero-level powerhouse drunk with just alcohol. Don't misunderstand, I was just chatting with Village Chief Yuan and these things came up. Lin Yan smiled slightly. He actually told you all this? Wang the blacksmith shook his head. It seems he really approves of you. His aura gradually weakened, like a lonely old father, instantly aging quite a bit. He sighed, tears welling up in his eyes. Indeed, I had a daughter, but I failed to protect her and lost her. Speaking of which, Bauer and the little girl look somewhat alike. Wang the blacksmith took out a photo from a box. The photo showed a lovely girl chasing butterflies, with Wang the blacksmith smiling behind her, bathed in warm sunlight with lush flowers and plants. Lin Yan keenly noticed the girl's earring in the photo, and his pupils contracted. It was the same earring used by the black-robed mage, a treasure that could instantly activate a 20-layer defense shield. If his previous thoughts were just speculation, now he was about 80% sure. This earring is very beautiful, he deliberately praised. I personally made it for her, Wang the blacksmith said proudly. These two earrings are a pair. When activated together, they can trigger a 1,000,000-point armor defense shield. It's one of my proudest works. Bauer is a psychic mage with weak defense, so I made her many defensive treasures. Unfortunately, what ultimately broke her was not external harm, but the heavy burden on her mind. Lin Yan was taken aback, feeling fortunate. If the black-robed mage had obtained a complete pair of earrings, the battle would have been dangerous. The single earring he confiscated from his backpack could only activate a 200,000-point shield. Since you personally made it, there should be only one in the world, right? Lin Yan continued to probe. Of course, Wang the blacksmith nodded. The materials used to make these treasures are too expensive. I can't even bear to make them for myself. Lin Yan nodded, his gaze gradually turning cold. So, you betrayed the village for the sake of your daughter. Wang the blacksmith's heart shook, angrily shouting, what nonsense are you suddenly spouting? Xin Yue, who was immersed in a melancholic atmosphere, was also startled and pulled on Lin Yan's sleeve. Lin Yan, you can't lay a hand on him. Lin Yan pulled Xin Yue behind him, and with his other hand, he took out the earring from his backpack. This is the spoils I confiscated from attacking the Truth Sect's stronghold. You just admitted that this is the only treasure, and that you personally made it for your daughter, right? You! Wang the blacksmith looked at the earring, his eyes instantly turning bloodshot. What are they doing? He roared, on the verge of losing control. Terrifying power surged from him, causing the walls of the blacksmith shop to crack. Lin Yan shouted to Xin Yue, go! I can handle this. All right. Xin Yue gritted her teeth and left, knowing that staying here would only cause trouble for Lin Yan. Now that you know so much, the Nether village can no longer tolerate you. Wang the blacksmith's face turned cold. You're clever, but perhaps too clever for your own good. Will you leave the Nether village on your own, or will I kill you until you can no longer be resurrected? It's your choice. Are you so confident that you can defeat me? Lin Yan smiled lightly, his tone relaxed. I know you have some skills, but compared to me, you're far behind. Wang the blacksmith's confidence came from his absolute strength. Killing you only takes one move. After that, I'll wait at the spring, silently killing you several times in the dead of night until you can no longer return. The whole thing will go unnoticed. Are you planning to kill the little girl too? Lin Yan paused and asked seriously. Wang the blacksmith hesitated, then sneered. No one will believe her words. Enough talk. Give me your choice. Lin Yan shook his head. You can't kill me. Wang the blacksmith became angry and laughed. You really don't know fear. He made a powerful move, almost instantly appearing in front of Lin Yan. Boom! Thunder descended, and Lin Yan immediately activated the ninefold thunder flash. Wang the blacksmith was also extremely fast, and as soon as Lin Yan's afterimage appeared, it was destroyed by him. This brief chase made Lin Yan's heart pound. Wang the blacksmith was the first person to match his explosive speed after unlocking the ninefold thunder flash. Die! Wang the blacksmith threw a punch. Lin Yan directly used his earring, and a 20-layer defense shield appeared. Crack, crack, crack. Wang the blacksmith's heavy punch shattered the defense shield one after another. Just one punch had an attack power of over 10,000. Lin Yan's pupils contracted. Fortunately, he was fully prepared, otherwise this punch would have sent him to his death. He wouldn't even have time to trigger the armor's recovery. It's useless. Wang the blacksmith roared, once again throwing a heavy punch and breaking the remaining defense shield. Lin Yan retreated a few steps, relying on his exquisite footwork to make up for his lack of speed, perfectly avoiding this attack. Even so, just the wind from this punch scraped off over 1,000 points of his armor. This is really exaggerated. Lin Yan broke out in a cold sweat. With his current strength, facing the top power of the Dragon Summer Empire was still too difficult. Although Wang the blacksmith was not at his peak, he was still a hero-level powerhouse who could fight against the Zombie King. You actually managed to dodge my punch. Wang the blacksmith was momentarily stunned. The difference in attack speed and movement speed between him and Lin Yan was unknown. Although the opponent used the defense shield to buy some reaction time, being able to dodge this punch proved that his combat intuition and footwork were at a terrifying level. At least, several realms higher than him, a hero-level powerhouse. Who exactly are you? Wang the blacksmith's gaze became even deeper. But no matter what, you will die today. He revealed a long-handled giant hammer and swung it towards Lin Yan with a loud crash. Before the hammer even reached him, the gust of wind lifted the entire floor of the blacksmith shop. So fast, Lin Yan knew he couldn't dodge it. His combat skills surpassed the current era, but the difference in movement speed and attack speed was too great. In the face of absolute strength, skill lost its meaning. If you want to bite into this bone, you'll have to break a few teeth. Lin Yan went crazy. He consumed various potions, instantly breaking free from the control effects caused by the powerful wind pressure. He used all his skills at once, continuously replenishing his depleted mana with mana potions. The blacksmith's hammer and Lin Yan's attacks landed on each other at the same time. Boom! Lin Yan's figure was instantly thrown back, and the golden light on his armor shattered in an instant. At the same time, a blood-red number floated above his head, -148,980. Thump, thump, thump. Dozens of meters away, Lin Yan stopped his figure, his fighting spirit still boiling. Wang Taijian widened his eyes, not dead. How is that possible? He had been hit by his hammer, yet he didn't die. After breaking my elemental armor shield with one strike, you caused such a huge amount of damage. Truly worthy of your title as a hero. Lin Yan triggered his armor recovery, and at this moment, his armor was restored to nearly 160,000 levels. Impossible! Wang Taijian roared in anger. He knew Lin Yan was extraordinary, but this was too much. He, a heroic level powerhouse, couldn't even kill a mere level 9 warrior with a frontal hammer strike. Drip! A drop of blood slid down his face. He belatedly touched his cheek. I'm actually injured. He, a heroic level powerhouse, was actually injured in a battle against a level 9 junior. Good. You're good. Wang Taijian continuously nodded in shock. Truly gifted by the heavens, but it's a pity. It's such a pity. The more terrifying you are, the more I can't let you threaten my daughter. Wang Taijian's gaze turned completely cold, filled with anger. He made his move and struck with his hammer. Boom! Lin Yan's figure instantly disappeared. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Taijian's hammer struck empty air, landing on the ground and creating a huge crater with a 3-meter diameter, causing the earth to shake. Dust and debris rose, stones flew like rain. Relying on the ninefold thunder flash and his extreme combat skills, Lin Yan continued to fight with Wang Taijian. He actually managed to deplete over 100,000 of the opponent's health again. Good, good. Wang Taijian also unleashed his anger. He had fought several rounds against Lin Yan without being able to do anything to him. It was like slapping himself in the face. Boom! A terrifying hammer strike fell, its speed reaching its limit. The extreme attack speed overwhelmed Lin Yan completely, and he was sent flying nearly 100 meters before he could stabilize himself. He looked at his armor value. Even with top-notch unloading techniques, I still lost 120,000 armor. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Taijian turned into an afterimage, closing in at extreme speed. Yuan Tianrun, how long are you going to wait? Show yourself. Lin Yan cursed as he was forced into a corner. Ahem. An awkward cough sounded, and a terrifying sword intent instantly descended. Yuan Tianrun's figure appeared before Lin Yan like a ghost, so fast that even his afterimage couldn't be seen. He stretched out his big hand and actually blocked the angrily descending iron hammer in midair with his bare hand. Boom! The energy spread out, causing the ground to sink. Wang Taijian saw Yuan Tianrun and his pupils contracted. He immediately retracted his hammer and respectfully saluted Yuan Tianrun, Brother Yuan. Yuan Tianrun looked at Wang Taijian with a complex gaze. This kid has joined the true teachings and came back to sow discord between us, so I had no choice but to take action. Wang Taijian wanted to struggle a bit more. No need to say more, I've been listening nearby the whole time. Yuan Tianrun shook his head. Ah, Wang Taijian was stunned. You've been here the whole time. Lin Yan rolled his eyes. Did you think I'm an idiot? The reason he dared to fight against Wang Taijian was because he had relied on Yuan Tianrun, who he had arranged as a reinforcement in advance. You old man, you're so unreliable. Lin Yan looked at Yuan Tianrun. If I hadn't called out just now, were you still not planning to make a move? Yuan Tianrun laughed heartily, stroking his beard. He knew he was in the wrong and didn't argue. Your strength truly shocked me, young friend. Being able to exchange so many moves with old Wang going all out, I can't help but be curious about your limits. Ha! Lin Yan knew Yuan Tianrun was confident in his crowd control abilities and didn't pursue the matter further. He looked at Wang Taijian. You promised me that once the spy is captured, you will kill them. Wang Taijian sighed and lowered his head. Brother Yuan, please make your move. I won't resist. Just my daughter, you must save her. Before Wang Taijian could finish speaking, Yuan Tianrun waved his hand. We are like brothers, and you were forced to sell information because of your daughter. I won't kill you. Lin Yan's eyes remained calm. He never thought that Yuan Tianrun would kill Wang Taijian. After all, Wang Taijian was his loyal brother and a top fighter in Ming Village. The only reason he brought this up was to take advantage of the situation. Young friend, give me face and spare him. If you want the divine template, Wang Taijian cannot die. Yuan Tianrun sincerely pleaded. Are you threatening me? Lin Yan asked in return. No. When we sealed the Zombie King back then, we used the power of some divine templates. And to restart that power, Bauer is the key. Yuan Tianrun continued. Bauer is probably being controlled now. If we rescue her and she finds out that we killed her father, she definitely won't be willing to help us find the divine template. Ha! Lin Yan sneered. The old man's mouth was really strict, only willing to reveal a little information about the divine template when pushed to this extent. However, death can be forgiven, but living with guilt is hard to escape. Yuan Tianrun's face turns serious. Wang Hao, don't you have a legendary equipment? Bring it out. Wang Taijiang obediently took it out, feeling heartbroken. He had put in countless efforts and spent decades to refine this legendary equipment to the 4th rank, and now he had to give it away. But he accepted his fate. Lin Yan put the legendary equipment into his backpack and a smile appeared on his face. Oh, I just realized. Uncle Taijiang is really desperate to save his daughter. I can totally understand. Yuan Tianrun was speechless. Could you change your stance any faster? But, since I understand you like this, you should also understand me a little. That's fair, right? Just a legendary equipment. It can't compare to the suffering I almost died for. Lin Yan changed the topic. Yuan Tianrun couldn't help but cry and laugh. As an outsider, Lin Yan could be resurrected after death, just like the local NPCs who would disappear after dying. But he knew that Lin Yan just wanted more benefits. So, tell me, what will satisfy you? Lin Yan immediately took off the helmet of the Swordmaster, and the helmet instantly returned to its original appearance. I want you to repair this legendary weapon. This is the Swordmaster's helmet. Wang Taijiang and Yuan Tianrun couldn't stabilize their emotions when they saw the helmet. Their energy surged, and their bodies trembled violently. Ah! The Swordmaster's helmet was lost for so many years. I never expected it to be in your possession in the end. Yuan Tianrun shook his head. The Swordmaster was the leader of the Dawn 7 heroes. He died in the decisive battle against evil Qi, and it was a forever pain in the hearts of those who survived. I will do my best to repair it. Wang Tiejian's eyes turned red, his tone resolute. What's going on? Such a commotion. Female warrior Chibawangwa, Mage King Daozi, and Blind Monk all rushed over. After learning the previous situation, their emotions were mixed. The most important thing now is to rescue Bauer, the niece. Wang Taijiang nodded. I pretended to join them before, giving them some insignificant information in exchange for their trust. Lin Yan chuckled. Your insignificant information almost got me killed. Wang Taijiang scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. Lin Yan knew that Wang Taijiang thought of himself as an outsider. Dying once wouldn't matter. In the time you spent with them, did you find any clues about Bauer, the niece? Village Chief Yuan asked. Wang Taijiang nodded slightly. Yes, but I can't be sure. Oh, Yuan Tianrun urged, tell us. Wang Taijiang nodded again. She should be in the secret base of the Truth Sect, but there are many strong guards inside. If we launch a direct attack, they can easily hold Bauer hostage and put her in danger. It's indeed quite troublesome, Yuan Tianrun frowned. But they have been pressuring me to poison you all, probably intending to launch an attack on the village. Wang Taijian glanced meaningfully at Lin Yan and said, I was initially conflicted, but thanks to young Emperor Yan, I was able to spill everything out. Ah, we really owe it to Emperor Yan. Yuan Tianrun sighed, regretting that Lin Yan didn't choose him as his teacher. This is a difficult situation. Xing Daozi rubbed his chin. If you don't poison them, you'll be suspected. If you directly launch a strong attack, it will endanger Bauer and the others. Lin Yan looked at the pensive crowd and felt that they were scrutinizing him intentionally or unintentionally, which made him increasingly suspicious. Yuan Tianrun couldn't hold back any longer and asked, does young Emperor Yan have any brilliant plan? I do have a plan, but it's not necessarily brilliant, Lin Yan casually replied. Oh, please tell us, Xing Daozi and the others eagerly asked. We'll use their own tactics against them, lure the enemy away from their base. Then, we'll strike at their stronghold. Lin Yan explained. First, we'll spread the news that all the high-ranking members of the village are poisoned, attracting the True Faith sect to attack. While their base is vulnerable, I'll go to the True Faith sect's secret base to rescue Wang Bauer. Great! Brilliant plan! Everyone praised, their expressions exaggerated. Truly worthy of the chosen one, so clever. Lin Yan furrowed his brows. The conversation between these people always made him feel something was off. The mage's reaction to the truth was too indifferent. Moreover, as the top heroes of the Dragon Summer Empire, they must be both intelligent and brave. Why would they boast about such a simple plan? Everything tonight seemed like a deliberately arranged plot. Yuan Tianrun seemed to sense Lin Yan's caution and explained, to prevent the True Faith sect from suspecting us, none of us can leave the village. But it's too dangerous for you to rescue Bauer and the others on your own. We were hesitant to mention this plan, so we had to wait for you to bring it up. Lin Yan rolled his eyes. These old folks were truly cunning. Dealing with them required being more cautious. Cough, don't worry, you won't lose out. I can guarantee that as long as you can rescue Bauer, you can ask for anything, and we will do our best to get it for you. Xing Daozi assured, patting his chest. That's right. The Tyrant Flower also waved its hand arrogantly. The Blind Monk, Yuan Village Chief, and Wang Taijian all looked expectantly at Lin Yan. He. Lin Yan shook his head. If he wanted to obtain the divine bestowed template, he had to rescue Wang Bao. He had no other choice. Show me your sincerity first, he said. Yuan village chief laughed. I knew you wouldn't reveal your hand until you see the rabbit. He then directly presented a task. Task name, rescue Bauer. Task details, retrieve the missing daughter of Wang Taijin, the soul mage Wang Bauer. Task rewards, legendary weapon, swordsman's sword, 100 attribute points, 3rd rank silver advanced template, 1000 advanced potions, 10,000 gold coins. Lin Yan looked at these rewards, already very tempted, but he remained calm and silent. You really have self-control. Yuan village chief shook his head helplessly. Well, since you have the sincerity, I will naturally do my best. Lin Yan nodded, happily accepting the invisibility cloak and taking on the task. I'll take my leave once the helmet is repaired. I'll go to the forge first to refine the legendary weapon I obtained. He still felt that village chief Yuan and the others were a bit strange, but his goal was powerful equipment and the divine template. As long as he could obtain these two things, it didn't matter what plans and thoughts the people in Ming village had, it had nothing to do with him. After Lin Yan completely disappeared, the smile on village chief Yuan's face gradually disappeared. This child is indeed terrifying. He has only been here for a few days and he can already fight with old Wang, exchanging blows multiple times without defeat. He even made me lose. Old Wang touched the scab on his face and chuckled. Old Wang, you're not good enough. It seems like you really have gotten old. The mage teased. Fortunately, everything is going according to our plan. As long as we are cautious, the big things will be accomplished. Village chief Yuan waved his hand and said seriously, this brat has already proven his ability to complete the stronghold mission. Why do we still need to put on this act tonight? Wang the blacksmith complained, he even tricked me into giving away my only legendary weapon. And my invisibility cloak, the blind monk chimed in. Get lost. The invisibility cloak was originally meant to be given to him according to the plan. Wang the blacksmith angrily retorted, you didn't tell me beforehand, or else I wouldn't have agreed to act in this play with you. If we had told you beforehand, would you have been willing to accompany us in this act? Yuan Tianran glanced at Wang the blacksmith. Saving Bauer is of great importance. If we don't thoroughly understand this kid's strength, I think you would be the first to oppose letting him go save her. Wang the blacksmith awkwardly coughed. Alright, if we can exchange Bauer's return for just one piece of equipment, that would already be a great stroke of luck. Qing Daozi patted Yuan Tianran's shoulder. The 7 heroes of the dawn rely on each other for life and death. They will never betray each other. Wang the blacksmith knew that the moment he found out his daughter was still alive, he discussed this matter with village chief Yuan and the others. All of this was just a scheme to test Lin Yan's true strength. Of course, the most important thing is that we need the trust of the Flame Emperor. Yuan Tianran's eyes were profound. In order to make him think that we are unaware, you will have to bear this blame. If he can really save Bauer, I would gladly bear 100 blames. Wang the blacksmith laughed bitterly and shook his head. But it's a pity that we are being closely watched by the true teachings. We can't personally take action. Although we have tested the Flame Emperor's true strength, it still feels unstable without us personally taking action. After all, the true teaching's secret base is still a dangerous place for him. Begin fusion. Lin Yan looked excitedly at the 4th tier legendary equipment in his hand, the snowy wind boots. 1st tier blank, 2nd tier professional, 3rd tier elite professional, 4th tier is a master. A 4th tier master can be considered the backbone of the Longsha Empire, an absolute expert no matter where they are placed. Adapting to the 4th tier master's legendary equipment, I've hit the jackpot. Lin Yan was extremely excited. He opened the equipment details of the snowy wind boots. Snowy wind boots, legendary, tier, 4th tier armor plus 666,666, physical defense plus 200, magic defense plus 200, movement speed plus 5 special abilities, wind walk, active, doubles movement speed, consumes 40 mana per second, sung in the snow, doubles the effect of agility skills, cooldown, 3 minutes, avoiding heaven's net, wind and snow dual attribute attacks have a 10% chance to dodge, 1/100, instant wealth. Lin Yan equipped the snowy wind boots and bound them to the ultimate artifact. Then, he continued to fuse the equipment in his hand. The true teaching's secret base was many times more dangerous than the stronghold, even though this time it was estimated that the experts inside would come out in full force. But there was still a possibility of encountering true 4th tier master powerhouses. He had to be extremely cautious. Buzz. As Lin Yan continued to fuse, after more than 400 pieces, the ultimate artifact once again emitted a radiant light. The ultimate artifact has awakened to the 4th tier. He looked at the page of the ultimate artifact, unique effect, infinite fusion equipment, 4th order, current progress, 10,000/1000000 first order attribute, attacking permanently increases armor value by 1 point, plus, 2nd order attribute, being attacked permanently increases counter damage by 1 point, plus, 3rd order attribute, killing an enemy unit permanently increases armor recovery by 1 point, plus, every time I kill someone, I can gain 1 point of armor. Recovery? Lin Yan's eyes lit up. He was currently lacking in means of recovery, and this was it. If he could stack the armor recovery, no one would be able to kill him even if he stood still. The plus sign behind the attribute finally lit up. Lin Yan repeatedly clicked on the plus sign behind the first order attribute. It really leveled up. His eyes brightened. First order attribute, attacking permanently increases armor value by 100 points, plus, directly increased by 100 times. Is it that powerful? Lin Yan swallowed his saliva. In other words, now he only needed to swing his sword once to permanently increase his armor by 100 points. Continue fusion. His eyes gleamed. The feeling of rapidly becoming stronger was truly addictive. Soon, he completed the fusion of all the equipment in his hands. Awesome! Lin Yan punched the air in excitement. With this fusion, his attack power directly increased from 10,000 to 30,000, and his armor reached over 800,000. With the armor recovery in the elemental armor shield, his total armor was approaching 1,500,000. Even if I encounter a master-level powerhouse, I have nothing to fear. Lin Yan smirked. The True Faith Church is now flourishing, and many players have advanced to the second order. Even if a silver second order warrior at level 29 has reached full level, their attack power is only a little over 200. But now, Lin Yan's physical defense and magical defense have both reached over 200, and players can't break through his defense, only causing a little force damage. After he casually kills an enemy to trigger armor recovery, combined with counter damage, he can truly become invincible. Phew! He stood up. This wave of enhancement can be said to be epic. The helmet should be repaired soon. Lin Yan returned to the beginner's village. Many players were discussing. I heard that the higher-ups in the Dark Village have all been poisoned. It seems that there will be major changes in the plot soon. Yes, it seems that the True Faith Church is indeed the right choice. My friend joined the True Faith Church and is already level 20. I think we shouldn't waste time here anymore, hoping to level up by raiding the Lu Palace. Who knows when that will happen? That's right. Brother, quickly tell us how to join the church. Shoo, that plague god, Emperor Yan, is here. Let's not discuss this. If he charges in and takes over the True Faith Church base again, we won't have a chance to advance to silver. Yes. Lin Yan ignored the players' discussions and went straight to the blacksmith shop. Old Wang, is my helmet repaired? Lin Yan shouted. It's repaired. Blacksmith Wang nodded, looking regretful. Ah, it's a pity that the battle with Evil Chi was too intense. Our weapons were all damaged beyond repair. Even I find it difficult to restore the helmet to its peak glory. But I did my best. Lin Yan nodded and took the swordsman's helmet. He checked it. Swordsman's helmet, legendary, grade, 4th order armor plus 1 million, physical defense plus 100, magical defense plus 100 attributes, swordsman's heart, immune to 50% of critical physical attacks, swordsman's defense, active, costs 40 mana points, restores 20% armor to the whole body, purification, immune to 1 spiritual attack with damage less than the helmet's armor value, cooldown, 1 hour. That's great! Lin Yan was excited. The swordsman's helmet was originally a 5th order legendary item, although it was forced to be downgraded due to that battle. But its data and attributes were far superior to ordinary 4th order legendary equipment. He opened the attribute panel, ID, Flame Emperor race, human, yellow, class, warrior level, 9 HP, 400, armor, 186, 7401 attack, 30025, armor penetration, 300, physical resistance, 345, magic resistance, 340, movement speed, 8, attack speed, 2, mana, 40, HP recovery rate, 0, 5%, lifesteal, 0, 1%, critical strike, 0. 1% equipment, soft hedgehog armor, white, armor plus 90,050, physical defense plus 13, magic defense plus 13, counter damage plus 4,599, soft hedgehog pants, white, armor plus 77,000, physical defense plus 2, magic defense plus 2, counter damage plus 4,870, swordmaster helmet, legendary, armor plus 1 million, physical defense plus 118, magic defense plus 118. Snowy Wind Boots, legendary, armor plus 666,666, physical defense plus 200, magic defense plus 200, movement speed plus 5, magic blade 1000 blades, white, attack plus 30,000, ultimate artifact, unique, effect infinite fusion equipment, tier 4, skills, wave stacking 3 blades, 1 star, flame blade, 1 star, ninefold thunder flash, 3 stars, abilities, none treasures, life and death seal, water avoidance cape, cloak of invisibility. Basic armor, officially over 1 million. Lin Yan's eyes flickered with flames. We can set off now. Although Wang Tai-Smith has roughly figured out the route, I still need to find the specific location myself. Lin Yan arrived at the deep mountains that Wang Tai-Smith mentioned. The scale of the True Truth sect was large, and the power supporting it was terrifying. Its hidden base was extremely difficult to find. Lin Yan's eyes lit up as he saw 2 familiar figures on the road. It was Poison Prince and Mu Qingwan. What a stroke of luck. Lin Yan smiled faintly. Following these 2 people would definitely lead him to the headquarters of the True Truth sect. He kept his distance and followed behind. What? Aunt Mu actually wants us to get close to that poor loser? Poison Prince waved his hand. Absolutely impossible. According to my mother's speculation, his strength is already not inferior to those top-ranked experts in the closed beta. His potential is at least among the top ranks. Mu Qingwan said calmly. Aunt Mu really thinks highly of him. Poison Prince shook his head. The top ranks represent the top 100 experts in Xia country's history. With just a poor loser like him, ranking among the top ranks? That's laughable. My mother has never made a wrong judgment. Mu Qingwan's eyes turned cold. The latest internal news suggests that the Divine Land may have an impact on reality in the future. If the news is true, then all forces will face a major reshuffle. Even the Mu family consortium will need to hold onto the thigh of a strong individual in that era. Xinguan, we control the White Wolf Guild. With such a huge force behind us, leveling up and becoming stronger is as easy as drinking water. Poison Prince said proudly. Not to boast, even if those top-ranked experts, so what? It's only a matter of time before we surpass them. We ourselves are our biggest reliance. There's no need to seek others. Mu Qingwan laughed at Poison Prince's arrogance. Don't be too naive. The experts on the top ranks are as strong as demons, beyond our imagination. Even with the support of a guild, it's not enough. This is my mother's decision. You don't need to say more. Grrr. Poison Prince clenched his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. But Mu Qingwan's mother was the main backer of the White Wolf Guild, and he didn't dare to defy her. Mu Qingwan looked at Poison Prince's expression and comforted him. Moreover, we're just temporarily gaining his trust, taking advantage of him. As long as we find out his abnormal secret and find an opportunity to join forces and kill him, the future world will be under our control, won't it? Poison Prince's face finally eased, and he nodded slightly. That's true. Mu Qingwan smiled faintly. Poison Prince was her most stable pawn, and she couldn't abandon him. She wouldn't do something foolish like breaking her own lackey's leg before embracing the thigh of a top-ranked expert. Lin Yin followed behind, listening to these conversations clearly. What a pair of dog men and women. It turns out that in their previous life they had planned this way. It's just that I was too powerful, and they never had a chance to kill me. So they took advantage of my weakest state during the final god battle to launch a sneak attack. His killing intent grew stronger. However, he knew that things wouldn't be so simple, but he had already figured out the initial motivation of this pair of dog men and women. Soon, they arrived at a cave. The guards of the cave were all second-tier professionals, and the leader was a third-tier elite professional. Token! The leader shouted. After Poison Prince took out the token, the leader activated the energy matrix. Lin Yin immediately equipped his invisibility cloak and swaggered into the portal of the matrix. Indeed, they are cautious enough. With this matrix, it can not only deceive people's vision but also serve as a defense. Lin Yin rejoiced. Fortunately, he paid attention, otherwise, even if he knew the location of the base, he would have crashed into this invisible matrix triggering an alarm. After entering the cave, they passed 3 levels and 4 layers of mechanisms in succession. Lin Yin followed Poison Prince and Mu Qingwan to the underground base of the Truth Sect. Why do I always feel a chill behind me? Poison Prince frowned. Maybe it's because there's heavy energy underground. I also feel a chill on my spine, Mu Qingwan comforted. Lin Yin followed a step behind the two, unable to help but chuckle at their words. He casually tripped them, causing them to fall flat on their faces, and then he floated away. Damn it! How can I get beaten up like this while playing a game? I'm really frustrated. Poison Prince raged in helplessness. When he turned his head, he saw Mu Qingwan with messy hair and a crooked mouth and couldn't help but burst into laughter. But soon he stopped laughing, as both of them were emitting poisonous mist from their heads, and their health was continuously decreasing. We're inexplicably poisoned. There's something wrong with this underground base. We're probably cursed. Poison Prince wailed. Lin Yin, who had already walked far away, glanced back and sneered. These two really had good luck. Just by touching them, he triggered the poison armor attribute of the soft hedgehog armor. I should go find the blacksmith's daughter. He continued searching in the underground base. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. The underground base was extremely large, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people at least. The maximum number of players that could be accommodated in the Dark Village was only 100,000, and this underground base was almost the size of a newbie village. The villages chosen to be newbie villages were not ordinary villages, and their areas were quite large. Boom boom boom. In the largest central hall of the space, countless people were busy, and there was the sound of machinery roaring. What are they building? Lin Yan looked solemnly. These large-scale machinery were constantly operating with the support of mana crystals. The atmosphere was eerie, with black mist swirling around, as if they were constructing some giant creation. Hundreds of summoners were constantly summoning undead creatures and delivering them to these large-scale machinery. Once a summoner's mana was depleted, a blue potion would be sent over for replenishment. If they slacked off even a little, they would be beaten up by the third-tier elite overseer. It seems that these players were deceived into coming here to work as laborers. Lin Yan almost laughed out loud. It was true that advanced templates were being sent here, but they needed to sign a labor contract with the Truth Sect first. The players couldn't understand the text on the contract and only wanted the silver template, so they signed it without really understanding. This kind of contract would only be invalidated if they deleted their account and stopped playing. It would only end after the contract time was fulfilled or if they successfully escaped from the base within a certain time. To be scammed while playing a game, it's truly unbelievable. He shook his head, took a picture of these large-scale machinery, and resumed his search. I thought 1 hour would be enough. Lin Yan felt the pressure. But the underground base was really too big, and its structure was complex. It was quite difficult to find the place where Wang Bauer was imprisoned within an hour. Hurry, the elder is about to preach. All of you, gather immediately at the preaching altar. Move! The third-tier elite disciples shouted continuously. Lin Yan frowned and followed along. With so many people and so much noise, maybe he could obtain some useful information. However, the moment he stepped into the preaching hall, he was stunned. The so-called elder standing on the altar, wearing a red veil dress, stood amidst a sea of black-robed figures. With a magnificent earring on her ear and eyes like rubies, she exuded a sinister and elegant charm. It was Wang Bauer. Lin Yan couldn't hold back anymore. Damn it, I came to rescue you, but you ended up becoming a cult elder? What's going on? Lin Yan furrowed his brows. Wasn't it said that Wang Bauer was being controlled? But now it seemed that she not only wasn't restricted, but also became an elder of the True Faith sect. Has she betrayed us? Lin Yan furrowed his brows. Could it be that the blacksmith and his daughter had both betrayed them, and everything last night was just a trap for him? He rubbed his chin and shook his head. It's also possible that she's pretending to submit and gaining the trust of the True Faith sect. These people are all cunning, one more sinister than the other. We can't just judge by appearances. He pondered and decided to wait and see. Soon, he noticed that Wang Bauer's body movements and facial expressions were very stiff. Something's not right. Lin Yan furrowed his brows. However, he couldn't gather much information from Wang Bauer's speech alone. I have to wait for the right moment. Lin Yan rubbed his chin. He had also thought about secretly carrying her out while she was sleeping, but unfortunately, the invisibility cloak only allowed him to be invisible alone. In any case, the difficulty of the mission has suddenly increased. He felt like vomiting. Originally, he just had to find Wang Bauer and secretly bring her out, but now he had to knock her out. He didn't dare to bet that she was definitely pretending to surrender. What if she started a fight as soon as she appeared? He didn't think he had the ability to break through all these barriers. Although the True Faith sect was currently weak with all their strong members out, it couldn't be underestimated. To forcefully abduct a powerful enemy from here under multiple layers of security, at least a hero-level strength was required. Why do I always encounter these kinds of things? Old Man Yuan is probably intentionally setting me up every time. He glanced at the mission level and indeed, it had changed from a third-tier elite mission to a fourth-tier master mission. Unlucky, unlucky, unlucky. If I have the chance, I must max out my luck value. He muttered. Items that could increase luck were rare treasures, and in the cultivation world, they were called treasures of fortune. The difficulty of obtaining them could be imagined. Soon, the preaching was over, and the enchanting and glamorous Wang Bauer walked down from the altar. Lin Yan followed her all the way. Wang Bauer led him through twists and turns in the underground base for more than 20 minutes before finally arriving in a secret room. Lin Yan could only follow inside. Wang Bauer sat in front of the tea table, her crimson pupils slowly fading away, turning into green pupils. She filled both cups on the table. Come out, I know you followed me in. Lin Yan was stunned, and his killing intent instantly surged. This father and daughter were indeed colluding, trying to lure him into a trap. However, he didn't move. The invisibility cloak would only become visible when attacked, and he didn't want to expose himself prematurely. I am a psychic mage. Although my strength has been greatly damaged, I was once a hero-level powerhouse. You can conceal your aura, but you can't conceal your psychic power. Wang Bauer sighed, I don't have much time left. I am not your enemy, please believe me and reveal yourself. You can just speak. Lin Yan didn't reveal himself. He spoke while moving at high speed, making his voice evenly reverberate in the room, making it impossible to determine his exact location. All right. Wang Bauer's speech speed increased. You should be sent by my father. I assume you know all the previous circumstances. What should I know? Lin Yan couldn't help but complain. Wang Bauer completely ignored him and said urgently, after that battle, I lost my memory and became an idiot. The True Truth sect found me first. Their soul mage took advantage of my idiocy and turned me into a blood servant. Later, my main consciousness awakened, but it was too late. I have been hiding for so many years, waiting for this moment. She took out several treasures and placed them on the ground, speaking more urgently, the accumulated soul power over the years is only enough for my main consciousness to awaken for 1 hour. With so much time, it's enough for you to escape with me. Lin Yan said calmly, not enough. I used most of the time to prepare these treasures. Wang Bauer said urgently, now, I only have 10 minutes left. The soul mage controlling me has been monitoring my location. As long as I leave his range of 1 kilometer, he will notice. So, I can't escape without killing her. This treasure can knock out my blood servant. Wang Bauer threw a small bottle to Lin Yan. The second treasure can be used to awaken my main consciousness at any time, but there are only 8 minutes left. The third one is a map of the underground base. You can use it to find the soul mage's training room. Once you find him, awaken me immediately. I will use my soul power to seal the space so that your battle with him won't be discovered by others. But, you only have 7 minutes at most. I leave everything to you. If you have any more questions, wait until I'm out. Wang Bao's green pupils were sincere and eager. I entrust everything to you. This is the only chance. Please, stranger. After speaking, her eyes turned red again. In the next moment, she coldly shouted, "Who's here? I sense you. If you don't come out, I will release a ranged spell to kill you." Lin Yan cursed silently, feeling a chill on his scalp. This behavior was even more bizarre than schizophrenia. He acted decisively and splashed a few drops of liquid from the small bottle onto Wang Bao's face. Plop! Wang Bao instantly fainted, her body going limp, and Lin Yan held her in his arms. "Tisk, you're quite cunning." Lin Yan shook his head helplessly. He had many questions he wanted to confirm, but Wang Bao only had 7 minutes of consciousness left, so he didn't dare to waste it casually. To find a way out in such a desperate situation. With her personality and intelligence, she's wasted living in this divine land. She should really play in a spy movie. Lin Yan sighed, "And sister, you don't even know my strength, yet you assume I can kill the soul mage controlling you." The more Lin Yan thought about it, the more speechless he became. If that soul mage was a hero-level powerhouse, it would be a miracle for him to escape with his life today. But her plan is indeed the only hope in this dead end. Lin Yan organized his thoughts. If he directly carried Wang Bao away, it would alert the soul mage and he would be intercepted halfway, unable to escape. To leave, he had to kill the soul mage first. And to silently kill him, he had to do it before Wang Bao's 7 minutes ran out. I hope that soul mage isn't too strong. Lin Yan sighed, his gaze becoming determined. After confirming the location on the map, he hugged Wang Bao closely and controlled her to walk out of the secret room. Elder! The True Truth sect disciples bowed their heads when they saw Wang Bao. Da-da! Wang Bao walked past them confidently. "Don't you think Elder Wang is acting strange today?" one disciple asked. "When is she not strange? Every time I see her walking and talking, it's like seeing a zombie, stiff and terrifying." Another disciple's voice trembled. "Indeed, let's continue with the plan. The key to the return of Wang is about to be successfully forged." The disciples all went to the forging hall. Lin Yan, with Wang Bao, arrived at the Soul Mage's training room. The practice of the spiritual master is very taboo to have any noise around, so there is no one here, and there is only the spiritual master in the secret room. The spiritual master can sense invisibility and must awaken it now. "Wake up!" Lin Yan used the second folding fan treasure to hit Wang Bao's buttocks. Surprisingly, it feels pretty good. "You!" After waking up, Wang Bao felt a pain in her buttocks and glared at Lin Yan. But now time is precious, so she immediately used the mental shield. 6.5 minutes left. Only one chance. Lin Yan nodded and entered the meditation room. In the meditation room, incense was burning in the furnace, and smoke filled the air, making people feel calm just by standing in it. A figure with its back to the door, wearing a black robe with red patterns, should also be an elder of the True Doctrine Church. Lin Yan frowned. Although he was not sure about the opponent's strength, things had already come to this point, so he couldn't retreat. The person in the black robe made a questioning hum, as if sensing something. But in the next moment, thunderous sounds exploded in the cave. Ninefold thunder flash. Boom boom boom. Thunder echoed in the meditation room, and before the person in the black robe could react, they were already hit by several blades. The person in the black robe's robe was shattered, revealing the face of an old woman with detestable golden hair and blue eyes. "So it's an old lady." Lin Yan sneered and casually cast a probing spell. True Doctrine Church Spiritual Master, now race, human, white, occupation, Spiritual Master level, 55 HP, 937,000, armor, 301,519 attack, 21,700, equipment, Spiritual Staff, skills, Demonic Nightmare, treasures. The level difference is too big, and the information that can be probed is too little. Lin Yan frowned. Because of the ultimate artifact, he could continuously become stronger without leveling up, so he didn't need to rush to level up. Just patiently gather all the templates of the divine bestowal of each stage. There will probably be many situations in the future where there is a large level difference in battles. I have to quickly get a high-level skill book for probing, otherwise I will have too little information about the enemy and be at a disadvantage in battle. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Old thing, your strength is not good enough. Lin Yan smiled faintly. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this old thing wasn't a hero-level character. But this was also normal. Hero-level characters were considered the strongest in the Dragon Summer Empire, and the True Doctrine Church probably didn't have many of them. They must have all come out to deal with Village Chief Yuan and the others. Kill! He kept slashing. Mage-type professions like himself knew that their defense and armor were low, so they desperately collected treasures and scrolls to protect themselves. And mages were usually wealthy, so this old spiritual master definitely had a lot of defensive treasures. If he wanted a quick victory, he had to constantly suppress the opponent and not give them time to use their protective artifacts. In just a dozen seconds, the bewildered spiritual master had lost all of their armor and lost over 200,000 HP. No! Nao's eyes flashed with intense fear. At this rate, she would be killed in 1 or 2 minutes. Die! She immediately used her ultimate skill, Heartflow Burst. The immense mental power turned into substance and formed a huge vortex that engulfed Lin Yan. Within the vortex, terrifying mental arrows continuously shot towards Lin Yan, each carrying a dreadful amount of damage, and then exploded in Lin Yan's mind. Boom 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 boom. Nao's eyes flickered with madness. This was her signature move. As long as she had mana, Heartflow Burst would not stop. If the opponent had no means to counter mental attacks, they could only passively endure and be completely beaten. And before her mana was depleted, she could cause nearly 1,000,000 points of damage. Even a warrior of the same level would be instantly killed by this move. Sizzle 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 sizzle. The mental storm engulfed Lin Yan madly, but there was never a deduction of HP above Lin Yan's head. Nao was confused and finally felt that something was wrong, immediately terminating the flow of her explosive skill. You didn't take any damage at all? How is that possible? Lin Yan's eyes flashed, and he saw an opportunity. He grinned confidently and said, I have mental immunity, so don't struggle. In fact, this was the third special feature of the Swordmaster's helmet, Purification. Every hour, he had a chance to be immune to spiritual attacks that dealt less damage than the helmet's armor value. The Swordmaster's helmet had exactly 1,000,000 armor value, and the opponent's explosive skill had just depleted 1,000,000 armor value. That's why there was still a sliver of health left. No, this can't be possible. In all these years, I've never heard of anyone in the Dragon Summer Empire being completely immune to spiritual attacks. Nao was shocked, her eyes bloodshot, shaking her head in disbelief. The means to defend against spiritual attacks were already scarce, which was why psychic mages were feared by others, let alone being completely immune to spiritual attacks. She kept retreating, clearly frightened by Lin Yan. Unfortunately, you've encountered your archenemy. Lin Yan's confidence radiated as he played the role of a golden horse actor. He had to completely intimidate Nao with this clever misunderstanding. The methods of a psychic mage were strange, and if the opponent intentionally struggled with him, it would be easy to buy time. But he didn't have time. So what? Nao's face twisted in madness. This is the base of the True Faith Church. Although the High Priest is not here, there are still dozens of elders. They will definitely come when they hear the commotion here. You're doomed. Lin Yan shrugged. I've already taken care of all of them. You're talking nonsense. Nao's sharp voice grew louder, but her will to fight grew weaker. She frantically started summoning blood servants, hoping to get Wang Bauer to come and reinforce her. The personality of the blood servant keeps fighting against me, and the time I can stay clear-headed is getting shorter. Please hurry. Wang Bauer's telepathic message came through. She was maintaining her mental barrier while resisting the backlash from the blood servant's personality and was on the verge of collapse. Lin Yan's heart sank, but his face remained confident. Old lady, then tell me, why hasn't anyone come to save you until now? Giggle. Giggle. Nao's mental pressure grew stronger, her psychic power began to riot, and her expression twisted. No, it's not like that. Lin Yan approached Nao while devilishly inducing her. If you don't believe me, go and try to break down the door. But don't blame me for not reminding you, my subordinates have already taken control of the entire True Faith Church base, and you've been robbed. You can't even leave this door. Nao couldn't hold on any longer and turned around, crazily trying to ram the door. But the door to the meditation room was sealed by Wang Bauer's mental barrier and couldn't be opened. No, how can this be? Nao's face was filled with despair, her mental pressure increased, and she was on the verge of madness. You have nowhere to escape. Lin Yan walked up to Nao. Surrender willingly. Nao completely broke down and shouted, even if I die, I will take you down with me. You're immune to spiritual attacks, right? Then let's die together. Her eyes turned bloodshot, her psychic power swelled, and her entire body swelled up like a balloon before exploding with a loud bang. Boom! The terrifying impact sent Lin Yan flying. Although his armor was severely depleted, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Old lady, you finally scared yourself to death. The old lady's self-destructive power is quite strong. Lin Yan spat out some dust. The meditation room was completely destroyed, and he had lost 800,000 armor. With a thought, he collected Nao's spoils and checked them, feeling extremely fortunate. If Nao had used these life-saving scrolls, he would definitely not have been able to kill her within 5 minutes. Outside the meditation room, Wang Bauer's heart trembled. Why is there such a commotion? After such a big commotion, everything fell into silence, making people feel extremely fearful. What's going on? I only have 1 minute left now. Do you need me to go in and help you? If I help you, I can probably last for only 30 seconds. Wang Bauer panicked. After so many years of hiding, is everything about to be ruined? Why are you in such a hurry? This old lady committed suicide. The secret room door opened. Lin Yan brushed off the dust on his body and walked out with a dirty face. What? Wang Bauer was pleasantly surprised. Are you really a hero-level powerhouse? She was just taking a gamble, as a psychic mage had many means of self-preservation. And from the moment Lin Yan went in until he came out, It only took a little over 2 minutes. To be able to kill a master-level psychic mage so quickly, he must be a hero-level powerhouse at the golden advanced stage. Do I look like a hero level to you? Lin Yan shrugged. Ha, I am indeed only level 9. Then how did you manage to quickly deal with that person in just 2 minutes? Wang Bao couldn't believe it. Mages really value their lives. Lin Yan answered without answering, instead taking out a few high-level scrolls he had obtained and shaking them. Just these few things alone would take me several minutes to break through. Wang Bao became even more confused. So, from the beginning, I knew I couldn't force my way in. Lin Yan smiled faintly. Alright, stop teasing me. I don't have much time left. Tell me so I can die in peace. Wang Bao pouted. Ha! Lin Yan was somewhat surprised. The person who cursed you is already dead, but your blood pact is still intact. Wang Bao nodded. I did all this just so that the True Faith sect wouldn't use me as a bargaining chip to threaten my father and Uncle Yuan. But now that I've lost my pact holder, I will soon fall into a coma and wither away within 10 days. Lin Yan was moved. This girl had planned to calmly face death from the beginning. The blood pact curse is almost impossible to break, so after I fall into a coma this time, we probably won't have a chance to talk again. Wang Bao's face showed a hint of loneliness and sadness. So, satisfy my curiosity a little. Lin Yan nodded. Forgive me for being blunt, but I have figured out the fatal weakness of your psychic mages. What is it? Wang Bao asked in confusion. That is, psychic mages generally have very fragile minds. Lin Yan shrugged. Wang Bao became an idiot due to mental overload, and now couldn't handle the mental pressure and self-destructed, which proved this point. That's because our psychic power is too strong. Even a slight emotional fluctuation can cause our psychic power to go out of control. We are already the best at controlling emotions in this world, but in the end, we are still affected by it. Those who manipulate the mind and spirit also suffer greatly. You are really smart to have noticed this. Wang Bao smiled. Thank you, stranger. Her body began to sway, and she was about to fall into a coma. Finally, can you tell me your name? Lin Yan. I will remember it. Wang Bao completely lost consciousness and once again fell into Lin Yan's arms. You won't die, I promise. Lin Yan whispered softly. He wasn't acting on impulse, but rather, the key core of the divine template was Wang Bao. She must not die. Activating the invisibility cloak once again, he carried Wang Bao out of the underground base and arrived at a cave on the surface. The token! The leader of the elite team at the checkpoint reached out and said coldly. Lin Yan controlled Wang Bao's body and handed over Nao's token. The leader of the elite team inserted the token into the magic array, and then his eyes widened. This isn't your token. Lin Yan was stunned, realizing that he had been exposed. Damn it, you cult, playing with what black technology? Tokens can still bind identities. But he had already reached the ground, and with his current strength, he was capable of breaking through these levels. He didn't bother to conceal himself. He carried Wang Bao on his back and slashed his way out. This elite leader was obviously not an important figure like the Black Robe Sacrifice. Upgraded from a silver template, his total health and armor were only a little over 20,000, and he was instantly killed with one slash. Enemy attack! The professional disciples next to him exclaimed, immediately preparing to sound the alarm. But Lin Yan was too fast. Swoosh! He moved swiftly. With his current movement speed of 8 points, he appeared as fast as a phantom in the eyes of these disciples. Swoosh! 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 These gatekeepers were all low-level bronze template cannon fodder, with only 2,000 or 3,000 health points. He could kill 10 of them with one slash. Boom! 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 He broke through the levels and defeated the enemies along the way, passing through 3 levels and 4 cards before the alarm was finally successfully sounded. Only the last level left. Lin Yan looked at the densely packed pursuers behind him, none of them able to catch up to him. Are you all snails? He couldn't help but mock. Oh my god, what did I see? Elder Wang floating in the air, ghosts in the void killing people. The disciples were all scared stiff. He's fucking invisible. You useless pieces of shit, chase after him. We absolutely cannot lose Wang Bao. Otherwise, we will lose our trump card in suppressing the Dark Village. The master-level experts of the True Faith were going crazy. Hee. Lin Yan looked at the outer protective formation that had just closed. This was the weakest layer of the energy shield, its main functions being invisibility and triggering alarms. He threw all of Una's precious items at the energy shield. Then he unleashed all of his abilities, crazily bombarding it. Boom! 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 A frenzy of explosions, in a short period of time, over 1,000,000 points of damage hit the shield, directly creating a small hole. Lin Yan carried Wang Bao on his back and leaped out. Looking at the distant sunrise, he felt relieved. Breaking through the formation meant that he had successfully escaped. You guys can chase after me slowly. I'll bring the beauty back to the village first. Lin Yan had the time to turn around and wave mockingly at the pursuers, then with a few jumps, he disappeared into the dawn forest. Damn it! The masters of the True Faith were filled with hatred, but they couldn't do anything to Lin Yan. Lin Yan carried Wang Bao all the way back to the Dark Village. Before he even entered the village, he heard intense fighting sounds, the ground trembling slightly, and distant dust flickering. Leave the Wang blood. A roar came out, and Lin Yan could tell it was Yuan Tianrun's roar. Hee, you old bastards thought you could trap and kill us, but little did you know that we were also playing you. The man in the black robe and mask sneered. We came to the dark village this time for this thing. Now that we have the Wang blood, we don't need to stay any longer. Hee. Lin Yan looked from afar and immediately recognized this man in the black robe and mask. He was the spokesperson of the true faith that Lin Yan had seen after triggering the selection with the blood corpse's head. He is the leader of the true faith. Now that we have the Wang blood and the trump card of Wang Bauer, you have already lost. Surrender early. The masked man threw his cloak. He held the Wang blood in his hand, his tone arrogant, as if he was looking down on the world. If everything goes as planned, Wang Bauer should have already been rescued by my people. This is just a matter of exchanging trump cards, Yuan Tianrun said indifferently. Ha. Do you really think that kid can rescue Wang Bauer from my heavily fortified underground base? The masked man laughed loudly. Let me tell you the truth. Wang Bauer was never imprisoned by us. She was trained by a psychic mage to become a blood servant. Even if you send that kid, no matter how talented he is, it is impossible for him to bring Wang Bauer back. What did you say? Xing Daozi's face turned pale. As a mage, he understood the trouble of this situation the most. Yuan Tianrun also fell silent, understanding that Lin Yan's mission this time was a matter of life and death. Wang Taijian was extremely saddened to find out that his daughter had been turned into a blood servant. Why are you so downcast? This is a disgrace to the name of our 7 heroes of dawn. A domineering voice sounded, and the female warrior, Baihua, stepped forward. That kid hasn't been reborn in the spring yet. The outcome is not determined, and the desperate situation is still far away. The spirits of the group were shaken, and their eyes became determined. Moreover, even if we fail, so what? We have even subdued the zombie king before. Are we afraid of a small true teachings? Baihua pointed her fist at the iron-faced man. We will fight to the last drop of blood. That's right. Yuan Tianrun nodded slightly. And, for some reason, I still have confidence in that kid. Ha. The mighty 7 heroes of dawn in Longsha can only console themselves with fantasies now. The iron-faced man sneered. If that kid can bring Wang Bauer back in this situation, I will surrender immediately. So what? It's a deal, no turning back. Lin Yan's frivolous words appeared, breaking the tense atmosphere and bringing silence to the scene. What? The iron-faced man looked at Lin Yan in shock, and when he saw Wang Bauer behind him, his body trembled. This is impossible. As long as a hero-level powerhouse touches the formation, it will trigger an alarm. If it's not a hero level, it's impossible to escape from the underground base. Bauer, Emperor Yan. When Yuan Tianrun and the others saw Lin Yan appear, even with their composure, their eyes couldn't help but turn red. Wang Taijian rushed over instantly, protecting Lin Yan and preventing the iron-faced man and others from attacking. Ha. Yuan Tianrun laughed heartily. How about it? The heavens assist the righteous and not the evil. Come back to the right path. Suppressing his anger and shock, the iron-faced man's eyes turned bloodshot. Just exchanging trump cards. Besides, Wang Bauer is about to die, so we still win this time. Who will have the last laugh? We will soon find out. Retreat! He shouted, and the several black-robed figures behind him turned into black mist and quickly left the village. Yuan Tianrun looked at the disappearing iron-faced man with deep eyes. Yes, we will soon find out. You actually did it. Xing Daozi walked up, amazed. When he heard that Wang Bauer had been turned into a blood servant, he had already given up hope completely. Amit Ba. Emperor Yan, you truly are an incredible existence. The blind monk also clasped his hands together, feeling emotional. You guys just love these illusions. Wu Baihua walked up, pushing the blind monk and Sheng Daozi aside, and hugged Lin Yan with her fiery figure. Little brother, you're so handsome. Big sister loves you. Cough. Lin Yan struggled to breathe under her ample bosom and broke free. Now is not the time to celebrate. Bauer is back. It's a great victory. Why isn't it time to celebrate? Wu Baihua was taken aback. Why is Bauer unconscious? Wang Taijian anxiously asked. The blood servant of the mind is different from ordinary blood servants. The contract is deeper. If the contract is not lifted from the soul within 10 days, Bauer will wither and die. Sheng Daozi had known everything from the beginning, so he didn't show any joy from start to finish, and his face was somewhat sorrowful. No! Wang Taijian's eyes turned bloodshot. I've been searching for Bauer for so many years, not just to see her for a brief moment and bid her farewell. Isn't there any solution? Yuan Tianrun also asked repeatedly, his expression heavy. Although Wang Bauer was the weakest in terms of combat power among the 7 heroes, her importance was unquestionably the highest. If she really died, it would be a huge loss for the Longsha Empire. Most importantly, it would completely sever the connection between the village and the Divine Gift Template, and Emperor Yan would probably not stay in the village anymore. He had realized that Lin Yan was the key variable to breaking the deadlock, and he couldn't afford to lose him. There is no absolute in everything. Xing Daozi shook his head. Old Xing, think of a solution quickly. Aren't you the strongest mage in the Dragon Summer Empire? Please, save my daughter. Wang the blacksmith grabbed Sheng Daozi, as if holding onto a lifeline. Sheng Daozi shook his head and smiled sadly. Do you think I don't want to save your niece? It's just that this method is even more difficult than reaching the heavens. Even if I say it, it will only increase despair. For a father, knowing the solution but not having the ability to achieve it is much more cruel than feeling hopeless from the beginning. If we don't say it, how do we know it's a dead end? Lin Yan spoke up. Although the 7 heroes were powerful in the Dragon Summer Empire, their perspective still couldn't compare to his. What they considered hopeless, they themselves might be able to accomplish. Even if you don't believe in us, you should believe in young Emperor Yan. He is a person who can create miracles. Wu Baihua patted Lin Yan's shoulder, still optimistic and determined. This? Alright, Sheng Daozi said. First, various auxiliary medicines, such as flame spirit wood ash, clear heart crystal pendant, stalactite liquid, etc. Although precious, we can still obtain them. The most difficult part is the 2 main medicines, the 1,000-year willow wood heart and the remnants of the Book of Truth. I have only heard of these 2 treasures, but I have never seen them myself. Lastly, and also the most difficult point, is the medium for administering the medicine. It requires the ancient national treasure of the Lu Kingdom from 1,000 years ago, the Yin Tianzi life and death seal, which has been lost for countless years. Everyone's breath hitched. If the 2 main medicines were rare in the world, then the life and death seal was purely a legend. No one knew if it even existed, let alone where to find it. I don't know if the life and death seal you're talking about is this? Lin Yan's calm voice came out as he held the life and death seal in his hand, smiling as he asked. You actually obtained the legendary life and death seal. Sheng Daozi's eyes were almost popping out. This was a treasure that only existed in legends. It's just luck, just luck. Lin Yan smiled faintly, modestly saying, truly a man who can create miracles. Wu Baihua was extremely happy and couldn't help but embrace Lin Yan deeply once again. Now, we only need the 1,000-year willow wood heart and the remnants of the Book of Truth. Sheng Daozi rubbed his chin. I do have some clues about the 1,000-year willow wood heart, but as for the remnants of the Book of Truth, there are currently no leads. I'll go inquire about it. The blind monk stood up. That's great. Yuan Tianran nodded. Having maxed out his intelligence skill points was one of the blind monk's hidden attributes. Although he couldn't see with his eyes, he could hear everything in the world. This 1,000-year willow wood heart. Sheng Daozi was about to continue speaking. Lin Yan interrupted. I think we should settle the rewards for this mission first before discussing future matters. With the cunning personalities of these 6 old men, if he didn't bring it up, they might really forget about his reward. Don't worry, you have done us a great favor. We naturally won't be stingy. This is your mission reward. Yuan Tianran handed over the equipment to Lin Yan. Lin Yan saw the backpack prompt. You have obtained, Swordsman's Sword, 100 attribute points, 3rd rank silver advancement template, various high-level potions x 1000, 10,000 gold coins. Why are these the only rewards we agreed on? What happened to gratitude? This mission has increased in difficulty midway, old village chief. I suspect you specifically targeted me? Lin Yan activated his traditional skill, bamboo pole racket. Ahem. Yuan Tianran's face turned red. I miscalculated. What compensation do you want? A skill book for an immunity skill. Lin Yan made a bold request. Immunity skills were extremely rare and scarce. As long as the skill effect included the words immunity, it would be at least a 5-star skill. This. Yuan Tianran shook his head. Skill books for immunity skills are too rare. We don't have them in the Dark Village. How about you change your request? Lin Yan shrugged. He didn't expect to actually extort an immunity skill from the old village chief. He was just hoping to negotiate for a high-level detection skill book. Lin Yan stretched out his hand and said, just give me a few hundred free attribute points and tens of thousands of gold coins as compensation. That would be the best. You really dare to ask. Yuan Tianran smiled helplessly and then gave Lin Yan the skill book for advanced detection and 100 free attribute points. Thanks. Lin Yan grinned. Sometimes you have to be shameless. If he had been honest, he wouldn't have gained anything today. Never expect others to be kind. Brother Wang, I saved your daughter. Next time you sell me equipment, it should be cheaper, right? Lin Yan joked. Don't worry. Wang the blacksmith directly gave all his inventory to Lin Yan. These are free. From now on, all our transactions will be at cost price. Lin Yan nodded and glanced at his own and the 5 Dawn Heroes' favorability, all of which had increased to 3 stars. Brother Yan, do you have any other requests? Yuan Tianran asked politely. Of course. Lin Yan nodded, pretending not to understand Yuan Tianran's false politeness. Yuan Tianran's face stiffened. He should have known better than to ask. The new disciples you've taken in are all my friends. I hope you can wholeheartedly cultivate them on their path of cultivation. Lin Yan said sincerely. Don't worry, they are our own disciples. We will definitely do our best to cultivate them. Sheng Daozi was the first to promise. His favorability towards Lin Feng had already reached 3 stars upon their first meeting. Yes, I will nurture the little girl as if she were my own daughter. Wang the blacksmith also nodded. If it weren't for Xing Yue, he wouldn't have been able to find his daughter and he was grateful. The blind monk and Wu Baihua also nodded to reassure Lin Yan. Alright, I've finished making my requests. Now let's talk about the matter of the 1,000-year willow heart. Lin Yan said. He attached great importance to saving Wang Baoer. If he could save her, he should be able to obtain the divine gift template. Well, when I traveled the continent in my early years, I once obtained a teleportation scroll in a cave, Xing Daozi said in a deep voice. According to the cave's ancient book, the place the scroll links to is the secret realm where the Willow Demon clan resides. Perhaps this clan possesses the 1,000-year willow heart. Then let's go get it quickly, Wu Baihua said eagerly. Xing Daozi shook his head. The teleportation scroll is already damaged, and masters above the Grandmaster level cannot use it to teleport anymore. And the most crucial thing is that once the 1,000-year willow heart leaves its body, it will quickly lose its essence. Only a few secret techniques can preserve its essence. For example, the blind monk's reincarnation curse. The blind monk nodded. Reincarnation curse was his core skill, his ultimate move. The only way now is to pass this move on to my disciple, but his combat power is not high. Everyone looked at Lin Yan at the same time. A master below the Grandmaster level with an extraordinary combat power. This teleportation scroll was simply made for him. Ahem, young Emperor Yan, it seems that we have to trouble you again, Yuan Tianren said with some embarrassment, his face turning red. The 7 heroes of Dawn, who were once awe-inspiring in the Dragon Summer Empire, were all powerful, but when faced with a problem, they couldn't do anything and had to ask a younger generation for help. Well, I'm the kind of person who loves to help others. Lin Yan smiled slightly and rubbed his fingers. That's it. Don't worry, I understand. Yuan Tianren patted his chest. As long as you can bring back the 1,000-year willow heart, I will give you another legendary equipment. Lin Yan rolled his eyes. Just a few days ago, this old man said that there were at most 1 or 2 legendary weapons in the Dark Village. Now he already had 3 of them. And now there's another one. These old guys with dark hearts, not a single honest one among them. Then it's a deal. I'll go and cultivate first, and then I'll set off with Fatty. Lin Yan accepted the task speechlessly and bid farewell casually. I'll take this time to properly discipline my wayward disciple. The blind monk knew time was of the essence and also left. After everyone dispersed, what are the chances of his success? Yuan Tianren asked Xing Daozi. Xing Daozi shook his head. The Willowwood clan has a notorious reputation. It's probably not easier to infiltrate than the True Doctrine base. This time, we're going for a treasure hunt. Even if we calculate everything, there's probably only a slim chance. Soon, Lin Yan found a secluded place. He took out the legendary weapon he had just obtained, the Sword of the Swordmaster. It's said to be the main weapon of the strongest hero in the Dragon Xia Empire for the past 100 years. Lin Yan was extremely excited. With this fusion, my combat power will at least reach the threshold of a golden hero. From now on, no one in Dragon Xia can stop me. Not many left. Advanced Detection Technique Skill Book, Use. Lin Yan thought. Congratulations, you have obtained the Advanced Detection Technique. Advanced Detection Technique, 3 stars. You can obtain all panel data of enemies within 3 levels, with a maximum level difference limit of 60. For now, it's enough for anything below king rank. Lin Yan felt relieved, as he believed in knowing oneself and the enemy in battle. If he could obtain all the information about the enemy, he could formulate strategies on the spot. The further he went, the more important it was to anticipate the enemy's moves. Next is the free attribute points. Lin Yan used all his attribute points, comprehensively improving his data, especially the mana he urgently needed. Although he didn't lack mana potions, his mana limit was only 40 points, and good skills required over 100 points of mana per use, rendering them useless. I've saved up a lot of gold coins, but I can't use them. Lin Yan shook his head. The blacksmith had already given him all his inventory, so even if he had money, he couldn't buy a large quantity of cost-effective weapons in the beginner village. However, with the weapons I have now, I can strengthen myself for a while. Lin Yan contemplated. He continuously fused, rapidly increasing his attack and defense. He had also heard of the Willow Demon clan, and to challenge their secret realm, he needed at least hero-level strength. But now he only had 10 days at most, so he had to hurry. I also need to fuse a main weapon for Fatty. Lin Yan pondered. Fatty was the core of completing the mission this time, so he couldn't let him be killed as soon as he entered the Willow Demon clan's secret realm. I'll make him a counterattack shield. Lin Yan decided. Fatty was going to inherit the core skill of the blind monk, the nanny tank route. Considering this characteristic, pairing his main weapon with a counterattack shield was the most suitable. He could follow the path of a shield warrior in battle, able to attack and withstand, absolutely formidable. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Lin Yan's strength had made tremendous progress. After fusing this Swordmaster sword, this mission will be successfully accomplished. Lin Yan's excitement surged. He liked to save the good stuff for last. Buzz. Light flickered as the weapon fusion was completed. Lin Yan opened the attribute page of the 1,000 Blades of the Magic Sword. 1,000 Blades of the Magic Sword. White, attack plus 100,000, attack speed plus 0. 3. Critical hit rate plus 5% special features, iron cutting like mud, with an additional 300 armor penetration, decisive action, 1% chance to sever rare quality weapons, 10% chance to sever fine quality weapons, 100% chance to sever ordinary quality weapons, 1000 blades, can be decomposed into broken blades, which can fly at the user's will or be instantly reassembled. Note, consumes 2 mana per second, integrated, for each piece of equipment in the Swordmaster set, armor absorption increases by 1%, Swordmaster's secret technique, activates the power of the sword soul sealed within the Swordmaster's sword, doubling the damage of the next attack, Swordmaster's Battle Spirit, summons the Swordmaster's Battle Spirit, the duration of which increases with level, and its combat power changes with the user's fighting will. It's a pity that this sword was also damaged in that battle. Otherwise, as the main weapon of the Dragon Xia Empire's #1 hero, it would undoubtedly be terrifying. Lin Yan shook his head with some regret. But even with some damage, the provided characteristics were still terrifying to the extreme. First of all, there was armor absorption. This was equivalent to the lifesteal trait corresponding to health points. With the Swordmaster's helmet he currently equipped, he could restore 10,000 by 1% equals 1,000 armor with each basic attack. To know, before he could only obtain a small amount of armor absorption by killing enemies. This is a qualitative leap. If I can gather the Swordmaster set, the speed of armor recovery will reach a terrifying level. Lin Yan had another expectation in his heart. Why are there plus signs after the first 2 attributes? Lin Yan clicked to see and found that from now on, if the newly added attributes are not satisfactory, they can be fused to enhance the abilities of cutting iron like mud and decisive blow. Not bad. Lin Yan nodded in satisfaction. A pile of weak attributes is no match for a top-level attribute. Just like the difference between ordinary and divine-level attributes, it's like night and day. For example, when decisive blow is maxed out, even legendary weapons can be completely severed. Lin Yan was extremely excited. He exhausted all the useless attribute terms and upgraded cutting iron like mud and decisive blow to level 2. Upgrade some of the armor's attributes too. He upgraded the entangling silk and poison armor attributes. Now, when fighting against me, you will have your attack speed reduced by 50%, even hero-level opponents won't be able to handle it, right? Lin Yan grinned. After upgrading entangling silk, both the upper and lower armor can reduce the opponent's attack speed by 25%, and his continuous damage ability has also improved. The combined attributes of the upper and lower armor can cause a total of 40% slow and 600 points of continuous damage. He glanced at his attribute panel, ID, Flame Emperor race, human, yellow, class, warrior level, 9 health, 400, armor, 2850 attack, 1000, armor penetration, 1000, physical resistance, 543, magical resistance, 538, movement speed, 8, attack speed, 2, 5, mana, 400, health recovery speed, 0, 5%, lifesteal, 0. 5%, critical strike, 6% equipment, soft hedge armor, white, armor plus 60W, physical defense plus 113, magical defense plus 113, counterattack plus 4600, soft hedge pants, white, armor plus 55W, physical defense plus 100, magical defense plus 100, counterattack plus 4900, broken swordmaster helmet, legendary, armor plus 100W, physical defense plus 118, magical defense plus 118. Snowy Wind Boots, legendary, armor plus 666,666, physical defense plus 200, magical defense plus 200, movement speed plus 5, magic blade 1000 blades, white, attack plus 100,000, critical strike plus 5%, attack speed plus 0, 3%, ultimate artifact, unique, effect infinite fusion equipment, 4th order, skills, stacked wave 3 blades, 1 star, flame blade, 1 star, 9-fold thunder flash, 3 stars, advanced detection technique, 3 stars, abilities, none treasures, life and death seal, water avoidance cape, stealth cloak, awakening fan. With various means, even if I were to fight against a golden hero, I still have a chance to win. Lin Yan was full of confidence, his fighting spirit boiling. To achieve such great achievements in such a short time, one couldn't help but marvel at how powerful the ultimate artifact was. After everything was ready, Lin Yan saw a fat man with a bruised and swollen face at the entrance of the Ming village. What happened? Why do you look so miserable? Lin Yan jokingly asked. Don't mention it. That unlucky master of mine, when he came back, I don't know what medicine he took wrong, suddenly gave me devil training, forcing me to inherit his core skills in 3 days. And he's like he's been transformed. He can't even listen to a joke anymore. Duande complained tearfully when he saw Lin Yan. Big brother, these past few days have been a disaster for your chubby brother. Ha ha, Lin Yan laughed immorally. You're still laughing at me. Big brother, you have no conscience. Duande's already round body swelled even more with anger. Here, let me compensate you with a good piece of equipment. Lin Yan threw the thorn shield he had fused to Duande. Without hesitation, Duande bound the thorn shield, white grade. What kind of quality is this? Damn. Damn. What is this? The fat guy was dumbfounded. What grade is this weapon? How am I worthy of having it? It increases over 200,000 armor and over 10,000 attack power, and the first attribute is, immediately returns 1% of the damage as armor value when attacked, with no upper limit on counter damage. The second attribute is even more outrageous, attacks can inflict damage equal to 1% of the total armor value. Lin Yan nodded, smiling slightly. How about it? Isn't this equipment amazing? It's too precious. This equipment is so powerful that it would probably be worth millions to the rich. They would be willing to pay. Duan De shook his head. I can't accept it. Anyway, once you bind this equipment, it can't be dismantled or replaced. Even if you regret it, it's useless. Lin Yan shrugged and spread his hands. Duan De laughed helplessly. Boss, let's not talk about so many empty words between us. Follow me from now on, and I'll take you to new heights. Lin Yan patted Duan De's shoulder. Boss, I love you so much. Duan De hugged him affectionately, but Lin Yan quickly dodged. I don't like men. Don't make me change my mind. The fat guy scratched his head. These attributes are just perfect for me. I'm getting a bit too excited. Oh, Lin Yan was puzzled. With 200,000 armor, your attacks only deal 2,000 damage. The fat guy shook his head vigorously. No. If you knew how insane my master's core skill is, you would understand why I'm so excited. Tell me about it. Lin Yan became interested. The rebirth curse has 3 movements: salvation, survival, and same fate. The fat guy's expression turned serious. The movement same fate allows for sharing half of the armor value of friendly units within a certain range. It can be shared with up to 6 teammates. If I have a few high armor tanks by my side, my armor and attack power will skyrocket. Lin Yan took a sharp breath. It was said that the Dawn 7 heroes might be the strongest hero group in the history of the Longsha Empire, even surpassing the king. Now it seemed that it wasn't just a rumor. Just imagine, during a battle, if the blind monk uses same fate, and the Dawn 7 heroes share all their armor, how terrifying would their individual armor become? Faced with these 7 monsters, even the zombie king, who had been fierce for 1,000 years, was defeated. Before, he wondered how a king-level creature could be defeated by heroes. Now, Lin Yan could only sigh and say, Zombie king, evil chi, you are truly powerful. Can you bind me and try it out? Lin Yan smiled. Sure. The fat guy placed his hand on Lin Yan's shoulder, and in the next moment, his eyes widened in shock, unable to say a word. Oh my god. After a long time, Duan De finally reacted. My armor has increased by over 1.4 million. My attack power and counter damage have also skyrocketed by 14,000. Boss, you've been hiding your true strength too well. He knew Lin Yan was strong, but he never expected him to be this strong. He could only share half of the armor. In other words, Lin Yan's armor was already close to 3 million. Invincible, boss. With our combined strength, we are unbeatable. The fat guy excitedly danced around. Together, he and Lin Yan had nearly 5 million armor. Lin Yan smiled faintly. The fat guy had only seen current players and beginner village bosses, so his perspective was limited. In the late game of this game, there were countless monsters with various data. 5 million was only terrifying in the early stages. Well, let's head out. Lin Yan said seriously. Boss, please speak carefully. If you say things like that, I'm scared. The fat guy was startled. Lin Yan grinned and, with the fat guy, found Chung Daozi. You all need to think carefully. It's dangerous to go there. The Willow Demon Clan has means to counter intruders. If the worst happens, you may be trapped in the secret realm and unable to return. Chung Daozi said in a deep voice, this is the teleportation talisman. If the worst case scenario happens, it will be activated. It can ignore spatial constraints and forcefully teleport the user thousands of miles away. Don't worry. Lin Yan took the teleportation talisman and grinned. By the way, Fatty, since you're so heavy, if I teleport with you, will it shorten the distance? Boss, you're so mean with your words. Fatty rolled his eyes. You've ruined the solemn atmosphere of the wind blowing and the cold water. Keep it in your heart. If I dare to take you, I will definitely bring you back. Lin Yan's voice was reassuring. He had some dealings with the Willow Demon Clan in his past life, so he had a certain degree of confidence to take on this mission. Otherwise, he wouldn't risk his own safety, even with the divine gift template. Buzz. Lin Yan triggered the teleportation scroll in his hand and entered the teleportation passage with Fatty. Young Emperor Yan, it's all up to you. The mage bid farewell with a bow. After the teleportation passage closed, Yuan Tianlun's figure appeared. Rest assured, this kid wouldn't agree to this if he didn't have some confidence. Brother Yuan. Chung Daozi greeted. The most important thing now is to protect the treasure. The true doctrine has obtained the king's blood, and the creation will awaken soon. Yuan Tianlun's eyes were profound. With Tiangang's character, even if he knows that the treasure won't wake up, he will still do everything he can to assassinate and increase his chances of winning. Chung Daozi nodded solemnly. The young emperor has his battlefield, and we have our own. Yuan Tianlun waved his sleeve. All we can do now is fight with all our might. With that, he stepped out of the house, pointed his sword, and beheaded 3 disciples hidden on the roof. Thump! Lin Yan stepped out of the teleportation passage with Fatty. Boss, why do I feel such a gloomy atmosphere here? Fatty trembled. It was a desolate forest, with a thick black and purple demonic energy, greatly reducing the field of vision. The site was filled with withered and blackened willow trees, oozing green liquid and emitting a foul smell. The Willow Demon Clan shouldn't be like this. Something has happened here. Lin Yan's eyes narrowed, then he shouted, not good. Try not to breathe the air here. Boss, can you please say that earlier next time? Fatty's face had turned purple, and his eyes rolled back. Negative numbers like -500, -500 started appearing above his head. Sigh. Lin Yan helplessly took out the awakening fan, a treasure given to him by Wang Bauer that could awaken the mind. Smack! He slapped Fatty's face with the fan, leaving an imprint on his chubby face. Ouch, that hurts, boss. You're really ruthless to your brothers. Fatty glared. Ha! Without saying a word, Lin Yan kicked Fatty hard, sending him flying. Boom! In the instant Fatty flew out, a bloodthorn vine with a ghostly aura descended from the sky and pierced into the ground. The entire ground cracked and dust flew as a result of this attack. Fatty climbed up with a dirty face and muttered, Boss, can you please hold back a bit next time with your kick? Lin Yan swung his sword and dealt 100,000 damage to the bloodthorn vine in front of him. Let's get rid of these troublesome things first. Alright. Duwanda held up his counterattack shield and pressed down on the bloodthorn vine as if Mount Tai was pressing down on it. The vine struggled frantically but was continuously counterattacked, causing its injuries to become more and more severe. In the end, even before Lin Yan could make a move, the bloodthorn vine was crushed to death by Duwanda. Wow, this thing gives so much experience. I just leveled up. Duwanda exclaimed in surprise. With the golden template given by the blind monk, he had already advanced to become a professional. Don't worry, if we're lucky on this trip to the Willow Demon Clan, you might reach full level in the second tier, Lin Yan casually said, examining the bloodthorn vine in detail, then frowned. This isn't a creature of the Willow Demon Clan. It seems that something has happened to the Willow Demon Clan. He stood up and walked towards the depths of the purple mist with the fat man. Along the way, there were withered and charred willow trees, and they encountered several ambushes from bloodthorn vines. Lin Yan casually killed them and gave the experience orbs to the fat man. So cool. Duwanda grinned. He had leveled up several times along the way. These vines are all around level 30 to 40, third-tier creatures. Just killing a few of them is enough for you to level up. Lin Yan smiled faintly. After walking for a long time, the purple mist gradually dissipated. Finally out. It was so oppressive back there. The fat man complained. Stop. Who are you people? Several slender figures blocked their way. These figures had human forms, but their hair was made of willow branches, swaying in the wind, elegant and eerie. We're just two ordinary adventurers, Lin Yan casually replied. Adventurers? You're lying. Whether you're lying or not, outsiders are not welcome in the territory of the Willow Spirits. Leave immediately, or we will attack you. The female captain of the Willow Spirits angrily shouted. We're not here to enter. We just wanted to ask if you have any 1,000-year willow wood hearts for sale. Duwanda asked bluntly. So you're also colluding with the Bloodthorn Spirits, thieves plotting to steal our tribe's treasure. There's no need to say anything, just kill them. Several Willow Spirits said angrily. Hey, look who we've encountered. The Princess of the Willow Spirits? If we capture her alive, the Willow Chief will definitely agree to hand over the Willow Wood Heart. That's right. Just as the Willow Spirits were about to attack, a group of humanoid creatures covered in bloodthorn vines appeared, their eyes filled with excitement and bloodlust. The female captain's expression changed, realizing that they were outnumbered. She protected the Willow Princess behind her and said guardedly, when the fight starts, prioritize escorting the princess away. I'll hold them off. Anya. The Willow Princess looked anxious. Choosing to stay behind was as good as sacrificing herself. How about we make a deal? Lin Yan calmly suggested. You're in cahoots with them. What else is there to say? Captain Anya glared at Lin Yan. Did I ask you? Lin Yan looked directly at the princess. I'll take you out, and you'll take me to see the leader of the Willow Spirits. How about that? Stranger. Why should I trust you? Anya frowned. If you don't have a brain, then don't talk. Duwande couldn't stand it anymore. My boss is trying to do business. Stop blabbering. You. Anya's face turned pale with anger. Princess, don't trust them. They just want to deceive you. After a moment of contemplation, the Willow Princess smiled and said, Alright, I trust you, as long as you do what you say. Okay. Lin Yan nodded and directly pulled the Willow Princess to his side, then swaggered out with the fat man, leaving the encirclement. The leader of the Bloodthorn clan was dumbfounded. Seeing that Lin Yan was really taking the princess away, he couldn't help but become furious. Do you think we don't exist? This kind of contempt was too insulting. If you don't want to die, step aside. You're not worth my time, Lin Yan said indifferently. Giggle. The leader of the Bloodthorn clan instantly rushed over, the bloodthorns on his body turning into blood shadows, attacking Lin Yan. Lin Yan coldly glanced at him. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. He instantly drew his sword. With the combination of the three-wave slash, flame blade, and stacking blade, he instantly dealt hundreds of thousands of damage. The leader of the Bloodthorn clan was instantly cut into several pieces and lay in a pool of blood. Gurgle. This terrifying scene left everyone stunned. So strong. The soldiers of the Bloodthorn clan were sweating coldly. The captain was a max-level elite, but she was killed in an instant with just one strike. Tada! Lin Yan took the princess and walked leisurely towards the outside of the encirclement. For a moment, no one dared to stop them. Why are you still standing here? Do you all want to die? Lin Yan scanned the surroundings with a cold and sharp gaze. The captain is dead, let's retreat. Yes, yes, yes. The warriors of the Bloodvine clan had no fighting spirit and turned around to escape into the purple mist. Anya was stunned. Did she just scream and shout at such a terrifying boss? Her face turned red with embarrassment as she lowered her head and led her subordinates to follow Lin Yan, leaving in shame. The princess curiously looked at Lin Yan, seemingly contemplating something. Dada! Soon, they arrived at the core hall of the Willow Demon clan. The clan leader of the Willow Demon clan anxiously looked at the battle report, his brows furrowed in worry. Clan leader, the princess has returned. Someone reported. The clan leader of the Willow Demon clan's eyes lit up, standing up and saying, "My daughter, you have finally returned. Did you bring back good news?" Princess Lu shook her head. The Peony clan and the White Poplar clan are unwilling to lend a helping hand and are just watching from the sidelines. Oomph, they are truly ungrateful. They have benefited so much from us in normal times, but when it comes to needing their help, they keep making excuses. Although the clan leader of the Willow Demon clan was angry, he was also helpless. The clan leader of the Bloodvine clan has broken through to the hero stage. Although it is only the silver rank advancement, he has ultimately entered the realm of hero. Our Willow Demon clan is in danger this time. Lin Yan listened on the side and already understood the situation. The clan leaders of both the Willow Demon clan and the Bloodvine clan were originally full-level Golden Masters. But now, the clan leader of the Bloodvine clan has obtained the Silver Hero Advancement template, becoming a hero, which is why he ambitiously wants to annex the Willow Demon clan. Who are these two? The clan leader of the Willow Demon clan noticed Lin Yan and the fatty. They are adventurers and also my lifesavers. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have been able to come back, the princess introduced generously. Oh, the clan leader of the Willow Demon clan was extremely grateful. Two adventurers, I am deeply grateful for your great kindness. Is there any treasure you want? My Willow Demon clan will do our best to fulfill it. Old clan leader, you're really kind. We happen to want a Millennium Willow Heart. Do you have any? The fatty asked directly. At this moment, the old clan leader's face stiffened, and the whole scene fell silent. The Willow Heart is the essence formed within our clan's body. If it's 100 or 1,000 years old, we can still negotiate. The clan leader of the Willow Demon clan shook his head. A Millennium Willow Heart. Even with the Willow Demon clan's inheritance for so many years, there are only 3 of them, all of which are treasures of the clan and cannot be exchanged for any price. How about you choose another treasure? Lin Yan's eyes flickered, confirming that it wouldn't be so easy. Hey, old man, didn't you just say that the Willow Demon clan is about to be wiped out? Why keep the treasures of the clan when you're on the verge of extinction? Weren't they all taken away by the enemy? I love speaking the truth. The fatty spoke his mind without any concealment. How dare you? Who do you think you are to say such things? We can wipe out the Bloodvine clan in an instant. Several Willow Demon clan generals were furious, their eyes spewing fire. You're so powerful, yet you had to go out and seek help? The princess almost got kidnapped? The fatty sneered, full of disdain. You? The Willow Demon clan generals drew their weapons, wishing to fight the fatty right away. Everyone, calm down. The clan leader of the Willow Demon clan coughed and eased the atmosphere. His gaze was profound as he looked at Lin Yan. If you really want the Millennium Willow Heart, it's not impossible. As long as you can help our clan repel the Bloodvine clan and save us from this disaster, I can naturally give it to you. Hee, clan leader, do you really think a few cats and dogs can repel the Bloodvine clan? Just based on him? Several Willow Demon clan generals sneered. My mind is made up, there's no need for you to say more. The clan leader of the Willow Demon clan waved his hand, then smiled at Lin Yan. I just received a confidential report that recorded the whereabouts of the Bloodvine clan leader. If you can kill him on the way, I will consider it a success and you can take the Millennium Willow Heart. How about that? Deal. Lin Yan nodded. However, you need to show your sincerity. The clan leader of the Willow Demon clan nodded, issuing the mission. The mission is just like the oath of the heavenly path in the cultivation world. Once violated, there will be terrible punishments. Lin Yan glanced at the information. Mission name, assassinate the Bloodvine clan chief. Mission level, silver rank 5. Mission criteria, successfully kill the Bloodvine clan chief and bring back its head. Mission reward, 10,000 year Willowwood Heart. Mission time limit, 1 day. Lin Yan nodded. If you still don't trust me enough, I can send my beloved daughter and the first general of my Willow Demon clan, Anya, to accompany you on the mission. The Willow Demon clan chief said with a grand gesture. Let's do it this way. Lin Yan nodded and led Duanda out of the hall. Princess Lu Fu glanced at the Willow Demon clan chief, smiled lightly, and then left the hall with Anya. Inside the hall, several Willow Demon generals asked in confusion, Clan chief, why did you give such an important secret report to him? Regardless of whether he has the ability or not, we haven't determined if we can truly trust him. The Willow Demon Clan chief smiled mysteriously. You will know everything tomorrow. Outside the Willow Demon Clan territory, Princess Lu Fu walked side by side with Lin Yan. Are you really going to assassinate the Bloodvine Clan chief? Lin Yan nodded. Yes. Don't you find it strange? Lu Fu bit her silver teeth and hesitated for a long time before asking. What's strange? Lin Yan raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile. My father first sent me to seek help at great risk, and now he sent me with you to carry out this dangerous mission. Lu Fu's eyes were firm. Since she had made up her mind to speak, she couldn't hesitate anymore. Oh, so you've already figured it out. I thought you were stupid. Lin Yan smiled lightly and said. Lu Fu was confused. Please explain it clearly. Lin Yan nodded. This was originally your family's business. It has nothing to do with me, and I don't want to say much. But since you brought it up, let me remind you, you will eventually die at the hands of your father. In his previous life, he had learned some information about the Willow Demon Clan. The future Willow Demon Clan chief would become the Willow Demon King, and his most famous achievement was wiping out the 8 major Demon Clan secret realms and becoming the king of a domain. After becoming the king, he also killed the greatest contributor, his own daughter and the female general, Anya. His early actions were weak and inactive, but once he showed his fangs, he became cruel and swift, earning him the reputation of being the most cunning and ruthless demon king. Lu Fu remained silent for a long time, then smiled bitterly. I thought I was the only one who saw through my father's disguise. I didn't expect. His ambition was already known to everyone? Lin Yan didn't explain much, just shrugged. Even if he didn't know the future, repeatedly sending his daughter to do tasks that were as good as sending her to her death, the Willow Demon Clan chief definitely had no good intentions. Since you know his ambition, you should understand that this time he wants us to assassinate the Bloodvine King. He must be planning to use us as a scapegoat. Lu Fu said urgently. I know. Lin Yan nodded. You know and still go? Anya couldn't hold back anymore and complained. The boss has his own plan. You idiot, don't talk too much. Duanda, although he was also confused, instinctively wanted to retort Anya. Lin Yan smiled slightly. Do you have a better plan? Lu Fu's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness. Since you have the courage to kill the silver rank hero Bloodvine Clan chief, do you have the courage to kill my father? Lin Yan was stunned. Wow, this is truly a filial daughter. This family is so loving and virtuous, they are the role models of the new era. He is heartless, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Lu Fu's calm eyes filled with fierceness. If he wants to kill me, why can't I kill him? Are you brave enough to fight me? If you succeed, I will naturally give you the 10,000-year Willowwood heart. Lin Yan sighed. Helping you obviously doesn't have as much winning potential as helping your father. Don't you think so? With the same bargaining chip, there is no way to move me. Lu Fu gritted her teeth and directly issued a mission to Lin Yan. Lin Yan calmly looked at the information. Mission name: assassinate the leader of the Willow Demon Clan. Mission rank: Golden 4th rank. Mission criteria: successfully kill the leader of the Willow Demon Clan and ensure the safety of Lu Fu before she takes over as the leader. Mission rewards: 10,000-year Willowwood heart plus 100 attribute points plus 10,000 gold coins. Mission time limit: 1 day. I can consider it. I'll take the mission. Lin Yan had his own plans, and he smiled slightly as he accepted the mission. Alright, now follow me back to complete the mission. Lu Fu turned around to return to the clan. What's the rush? Lin Yan smiled faintly. Then do you need to prepare for anything? Lu Fu frowned. Of course, I have to go kill the Bloodvine Clan leader first. Lin Yan said naturally. Are you playing with me? Lu Fu was furious. In business, there is always a sequence of events. If I don't bring back the head of the Bloodvine Clan leader, will your father completely trust me to assassinate him? Lin Yan casually made up a reason. He had his own calculations. What? Lu Fu furrowed her brows, thinking that what Lin Yan said made some sense. Fine, but do you really have the confidence to kill the Bloodvine Clan leader? If you want to stay alive, listen to me. Lin Yan stopped wasting words and walked towards the secret route to the Bloodvine Clan leader. We're getting close. Lin Yan's expression became serious as he walked through the purple mist. The Bloodvine Clan had already invaded the Willow Demon Clan, occupying most of their secret realm. So it was easy to encounter the Bloodvine Clan soldiers, and once they encountered them, they would attack without mercy. Killing these monsters is really profitable. I've leveled up several times. Fatty grinned. Is that all? This time when we leave the secret realm, I guarantee you'll level up to the maximum of the 2nd rank. Lin Yan sneered. He had already predicted what was going to happen next. Stop! He waved his hand, and everyone stopped in their tracks. They pushed aside the grass in front of them and saw a camp. This was a temporary camp, of high standard. The soldiers patrolling and guarding outside were all elite warriors of the 3rd rank. It seems like this is where the Bloodvine leader is. Lin Yan pondered. You guys stay here, I'll go in and investigate. Lu Fu was somewhat surprised. You? Before she could finish asking, Lin Yan had already activated his invisibility cloak and disappeared from everyone's sight. Invisibility. Lu Fu broke out in a cold sweat. This adventurer's trump card was truly terrifying. Both invisibility skills and invisibility treasures were extremely difficult to obtain. His identity is not simple. Lu Fu became more and more convinced that she had found the right helper. Step by step, Lin Yan moved through the enemy camp as if he were in an uninhabited place. The Bloodvine clan had a low probability of having psychic mages. The demons preferred to play as brute warriors and didn't like technical skills such as mental spells. Soon, he saw the figure of the Bloodvine clan leader in the central camp. He was looking at a map, analyzing the battlefield situation, with no one around him. Heh, just as I expected. Lin Yan smiled faintly, returned to the bushes, and revealed his figure. How is it? Duande asked repeatedly. Apart from these elite guards at the gate, there is only the Bloodvine leader in the camp. Lin Yan truthfully replied. Humph. After advancing to the hero level, this Bloodvine thinks he's invincible and believes that there is no one in the world who can match him. Leaving the camp defense so empty, it's simply arrogant. Lu Fu said coldly. Not really. Lin Yan shook his head. It seemed that besides being filial, Lu Fu's intelligence attribute was not high. In the midst of a march, how could the whereabouts of a leader be easily discovered? The Bloodvine deliberately leaked his whereabouts, wanting to lure the enemy in to kill him. Lin Yan analyzed. The assassin who comes to kill him must be a top expert from the Willowwood clan, so he can easily eliminate many troubles. Lu Fu suddenly understood, and said in realization, that's right. Lin Yan nodded. The assassin's hidden assassination damage is multiplied by 10, and if it's a critical hit, the damage can be doubled again. So, the top assassins trained by each ethnic group have the opportunity to assassinate and kill enemy leaders. Even if they cannot assassinate them, they can still cause serious injuries, causing them to lose their best condition in subsequent battles. After all, regaining health is extremely difficult in this game. So what do we do now? Lu Fu was a little frightened. She didn't expect this. If they had rushed in recklessly just now, they would have fallen into the Bloodvine chieftain's trap. First, find the experts ambushing around him and eliminate them all before taking action, Lin Yan said directly. You two follow the fatty. We'll split into 2 teams and clear the area along the arc from 2 directions. When we meet, we'll have cleared a circle. Okay. Lu Fu now had great trust in Lin Yan. After all, he had just saved her life. They got to work immediately. Lin Yan set off directly. With his experience and intuition, he could easily detect the ambush. It would probably be difficult for the fatty and his team to clear perfectly, but this time they were just aiming to weaken the Bloodvine's ambush force. Heh, there really is an ambush. Lin Yan crouched on a tree branch, looking down at the Bloodvine leader sitting cross-legged, waiting for the Bloodvine to strike. He sneered. A level 60 silver master? Not worth mentioning. He pounced down directly, wielding his flame blade, using the triple wave slash and the stacked blade technique, instantly dealing a damage output of 5 to 600,000. Who? The Bloodvine master who was waiting cross-legged hadn't even stood up yet, his eyes wide open in shock, and he was directly killed in an instant. It was a calamity from the sky. He was cut into 5 or 6 pieces while sitting, blood flowing. Lin Yan didn't stop at all, continuing to clear the ambush. Along the way, he killed more than a dozen silver masters. There are really a lot of ambushes. Lin Yan frowned. He had cleared more than half of the circle himself, and although the fatty's team had 3 people, their efficiency was not as fast as his alone. Ha! A golden master? Lin Yan looked at the strange man in front of him, manipulating the Bloodvine on his body like tentacles, sucking the blood of a young female willow demon. Only level 50, a newly advanced golden master, he sneered. Masters of the Bloodvine race like this were extremely rare, and this person was probably the son of the Bloodvine chieftain. It's a bit difficult to kill him instantly, Lin Yan frowned. Even if he had just advanced to a golden master, his health would still be in the millions, and with his armor, his health and armor values would be close to 2 million. Boss, what should we do? The fatty had also finished clearing the area and joined Lin Yan. Let's attack together and see if we can kill him instantly, Lin Yan said in a deep voice. Kill him instantly? That's impossible. You should know that he is the son of the Bloodvine chieftain, a golden master. Although he just advanced, his health and armor values alone are close to 2 million. Anya felt it was unbelievable. This value was scarier than her own. If he could be killed instantly, wouldn't she be able to be killed instantly too? You're talking too much again. Big chest, no brains. Duande had always disliked Anya. I can provide a magic scroll that can instantly cause 600,000 points of damage after it explodes, Lu Fu said calmly, starting to add up the damage values. My reincarnation can cause 1 second of control effect, the fatty said in a deep voice. And during this time, I can probably deal 100,000 damage with all my strength. I can only provide 50,000 damage. Anya blushed. As the #1 warrior of the Willow Demon tribe, her attack value was too pitiful in comparison. She really wanted to find a hole to hide in. Since there's a control skill, it's easy. I'll make up for the remaining damage gap, Lin Yan smiled slightly. Damn, boss, are you serious? The fatty widened his eyes. We're still lacking 2 million damage. Don't worry, leave it to me. Lin Yan waved his hand. Let's do it. In the next moment, the 4 of them didn't hesitate anymore and erupted with full force. The fatty chanted the reincarnation spell, controlling the Bloodvine scion. Lu Fu threw a scroll, and venom gushed out, directly corroding away his 600,000 armor. The fatty and Anya rushed over, giving it their all to attack the Bloodvine scion, removing another 160,000 armor. Who are you guys? The eyes of the Blood Vine Prince were blood red, approaching rage. But as soon as he broke free from control, a punch was thrown. A powerful figure descended. Attack speed potion, poison potion, fire potion, ice potion, mana potion, shrink potion, stacking blades, stacking waves 3 blades, flame blade, 9-fold lightning flash, poison armor, counter damage, wind walking, song in the snow, cutting iron like mud, Swordmaster's secret technique, Swordmaster battle soul. At this moment, Lin Yan unleashed his full potential, unleashing the most brilliant combo since his rebirth. Die. Although the attribute and damage boosts from a single bottle of potion were minimal, Lin Yan had a lot of potions. Coupled with the damage doubling effect of the Swordmaster's secret technique, Lin Yan's combo directly dealt over 1,000,000 damage. No! The Blood Vine Prince was sent flying into the air, taking out a communication jade card, about to crush it. You have no chance. Lin Yan leaped up and swung his long sword down. Poochie! The Blood Vine Prince, who was already just a skin of blood, was instantly cut in half by this strike. Crack! The 2 halves of his body fell to the ground, with red and green blood flowing, and a large number of experience pearls and treasures scattered all over the place. Truly a satisfying one-shot kill. The chubby guy exclaimed in awe. The damage output from the leader was simply terrifying. Lu Fu and Enya also looked at Lin Yan as if they were looking at a monster. In their eyes, the combo just now was like a god descending to earth. The real battle has just begun, don't be stunned. Lin Yan tapped Lu Fu's head to snap her out of it. He looked towards the central camp. Just now, he had used the 9-fold lightning flash, which must have alerted the Bloodvine clan chief. Sure enough, in the next moment, the formation around the camp started to move, and the entire sky turned blood red. Thick blood vines grew from the ground of the formation, dancing with bloodlust. A burly figure walked out from the tent, with blood vines entwined behind him emitting a terrifying blood glow. His gaze was sharp as he surveyed his surroundings. Come out. The answer to him was a talisman. Boom! The talisman exploded in front of him, flames spewing out and turning his face into black carbon. Above his head, a prompt floated down, -400,000. Ah, so funny, trying to act cool? But it only lasted for 3 seconds. The sarcastic remark from the chubby guy came. Boom! Thunder roared again, and Lin Yan appeared in front of the Bloodvine chief in an instant. With the flame blade striking down, under the flames, the upper half of the Bloodvine chief turned into black carbon. Roar! The Bloodvine chief was enraged, and the Bloodvines behind him struck out, moving at an extreme speed. Sizzle sizzle! The following attacks from Lin Yan were blocked by the densely packed Bloodvines, forcing him to retreat. Even though he was strong enough now to face a hero-level expert, he still had to be cautious, because after advancing to a hero, they would have their own core skills, which, once unleashed, could reverse the battle. No hero should be underestimated. He used an advanced detection spell, Bloodvine Chief, Vine Disaster Race, Demon Race, Wood, Class, Mage Warrior Hero Level, 70 HP, 8, 13 million, Armor, 7, 25 million Attack, 127,000, Physical Resistance, 300, Magic Resistance, 300 Equipment, Enchanted Guandao, Vine Armor Bloodplate, 1000-Year Vine Boots. Skills, Vine Shield, Life Drain, Vine Iron Whip, Wood Escape Technique, Earth Escape Technique, Wood Wind Glide, Blood Mist, Empty Armor Explosion, Blood Vine Domination, Deadly Entanglement. Core Skill, Blood Dragon Blood Slaughter Technique Treasure. With a difference of 4 ranks and a level gap of over 60 levels, even an advanced detection spell can't fully obtain its information? Lin Yan's expression became serious. He chose the full divine route, and this small price had to be endured. Above advanced detection spells is the Eye of Detection, a 5-star skill that beginners probably can't obtain in the newbie village. Just as he was pondering, the Bloodvine chief sneered, Luyao clan chief is still so foolish. Did you really think it would be so easy for me to reveal my whereabouts to him? You all fell into my trap. Today, none of you will escape. Lin Yan sneered coldly, this kind of petty trickery can only deceive a 3-year-old child. You demon clan should just be honest and be straightforward warriors. Don't learn the scheming and plotting of humans. It only makes you a laughingstock. You're still talking tough even when facing death. Vine Disaster roared loudly, my warriors, come out, come out, come. Embarrassing, long-lasting silence, no one responded. Vine Disaster's face showed a hint of horror, looking at Lin Yan in disbelief. What have you done to them? Stop struggling, we've killed all your ambushes. Duwanda sneered. What about my son then? My son, come out and fight alongside me. Vine Disaster panicked. He was the only candidate for the next leader of the Vine clan. He couldn't afford any mishaps. Are you looking for him? Lin Yan coldly laughed and threw the head of Vine Disaster's son out, rolling to Vine Disaster's feet. No, my son. Vine Disaster's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Do you know that you are provoking a true hero? Just a silver hero. Lin Yan raised his sword. He had long wanted to fight a hero. Die! Vine Disaster roared in anger. Since that old ghost of the Willow Demon killed my son, I will also kill his daughter. He charged straight towards Lu Fu. Lu Fu's face turned pale. She had just advanced to a golden master, and being approached by a hero, she would be killed soon. Oomph. You underestimate my meat shield too much, don't you? Fatty held up the thorn shield and stood in front of Lu Fu. Oomph. What nameless nobody dares to stop me? Vine Disaster laughed in anger. He checked Fatty's level and found that he was only in his 20s. It was simply laughable. A second-tier professional dared to stand in the way of his level 70 hero? This was not how one saw death. He was incredibly confident, believing that this one strike would be enough to take Fatty's life. Boom! The Guandao struck the thorn shield, causing shockwaves that overturned the surrounding land, but Fatty remained motionless. Minus 30,000. Because of a perfect block, Fatty only suffered block damage. Take this shield attack. Fatty smashed the shield onto Bloodvine's face. The counterattack, combined with Fatty's attack, caused Bloodvine's armor to plummet by 50,000. How is this possible? Vine Disaster was dumbfounded, as if in a dream. Are 20-something level adventurers all this powerful now? It's ridiculous. Damn, this was simply defying the heavens. There's something even more ridiculous. Do you want to see? Lin Yan had already killed his way to Vine Disaster's back and struck with his sword. Hoo-hoo! Vine Disaster was extremely wary, swinging the blood vine behind him to block Lin Yan's attack. He looked fearfully at Lin Yan. This kid was obviously the most terrifying one. Vine Disaster glanced at Lin Yan's information and almost kneeled on the ground. Level 9? Holy shit! Each one was more heaven-defying than the last. His mind, previously clouded by anger, suddenly became much clearer. These two adventurers were too abnormal. He had to treat them with caution, otherwise he might capsize in the gutter today. It seems like you've become much more clear-headed. Lin Yan nodded. In that case, today's show will officially begin. What are you talking about? Bloodvine Tower frowned and questioned. Chief Willow Demon, are you hiding in the shadows, planning to take advantage of the situation? Do you think you can benefit from the conflict between us? Show yourself. Lin Yan shouted loudly, his voice resonating throughout the entire purple mist forest. What? The old Willow Demon himself has come? My father has come too? Vine Disaster and Lu Fu were both shocked. TSK. The wind stirred, dispersing the purple mist, and an old figure walked through the demonic wind. He. I'm impressed that you can guess my intentions. You adventurers really do come prepared. The sinister laughter of Chief Willow Demon, Lu Gui, echoed. So you really came. Vine Disaster sneered. You've always been mediocre and cautious. Why suddenly so brave? You know that I've already broken through to the hero stage, yet you dare to risk your life. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you along with the others? Kill me? Just by relying on you? Liu Gui Fusho Early, Baki Si, Heping Rigian de Chishir Wanchuan Buton Lu, Ta Senren Xiao, Ben Lei Jiwang Jini de Shou Chudio wa Denur, Mei Shangdani Jingran Chuan Daoja Zhong Dibu, Bei Yide Xiaosha de Meiaxian Shua de Tuanchuan Juan, Jiran Rusi, Nanaiman Jo Ichi Si Zaijili Ba, Liu Gui Yenshin Langma, Shishir Chongxiao, Sha, Jadaudi Shir Zin Mi Wishi, Liu Fu Mong Lu, Lin Yan Zuojie Oitio, Henming Xian, Kaishi Shir Tengze Sheiji Maifu Liu Yaoizu, Mifu Qing Jiangji Swan Yajitengze Jisho Jejua Suwayo Mafan, Rujin Yin Kanji Wa Peitang, Tajita Qin Zi Chusho Jejua Suwayo Mafan, Tazilio da Jinri de Zhenchan Huiyan Hua Chen Jiga Jumian, Jinjing de Zhando, Sai Gangang Kaishi, Hong, Nija Bianshu Keishi Shir Wa Mei Shangdao de, Ben Leisha Ka Shir Benzwa Tianyu Wufing de Jiwa, Liu Gui Fene de Kanja Lin Yan. Ruofe Lin Yan Powe Lita de Jua, de Joka Jeja Liu Fujisi, Jifa Liu Yoizu de Tuanjia Jishin, Minjung Yanchuan de Daija Suoyo Liu Yoizu Fengquang Fujo, Iju Jejua Dia Suoyo de Huahuan, Juma Wan Mei de Jiwa, Juan Beija Yin Dige Powe Lu, Na Yo Rua, Tang Zaman Buzeha de Lengxiao Sheng, Mitsutsu Yaich Huang Jin Dashi, Yagandawa de Jui, Wa Iji Shodo Nung Nia Sini, Lin Yan Wu Na Yato, Jateng Zai Keishi Yudian Suan. Liu Gui Rusi Shenghan Yinren, Shinji Zuiyo Chengwei Dai Wangja, Shirley Shang Ziren Yahui Sanjua, Ruguota Sua Li Butsua, Liu Gui Rajin Bing Rani Jing Shirin Shang Jielu, Yi Ji Shou Nye Siwa, Liu Gui Ning Xiao Sheng, Da Shou Ishua, Luz de Liu Tiao Hai Yiban Hensoerchu, Shede Kepa de Chishir Pai Zai Teng Zishinchan, Dash 25W, Teng Zai de Hujia Beija Eg Da de Posen. Dengji Yuegao, Insan Ziji Shinchi Dinengli Yuechang, Suaran Lin Yenyo Gaji Tanchashu, Danya Jioingsheng Kaiki Zhenjing Zhuangtao, Sainang Qinggong Tancha, Liu Yazu Zuzhang, Liu Gui Zhangzu, Yazu, Mu, Jiek Yafa Yingxiong Dingji, 70 Xingming Jiliang, 1305W, Hujia, 1100W Gongji, 207000, Wukong, 600, Fakong, 600 Zhuangbei, Liu Yachu Enjang, Talio Shui. Jineng, Liumu Fingchuan, Xingming Suetsu, Mu Duinshu, Tuduinshu, Liu Fu Sha, Ingxiong Jimao, Duya Jishen, Liu Yotongyu, Yelio Jijia, Samu Jimia Hashin Jineng, Bao Wu, Guoran Shiring Xiong Erki Haishi Huang Jining Shon, Lin Yin Mubuan Minzhong Dao Jidian, Soren Gengeng Jinjie, Dun Huang Jining Shon de Zhanli, Feng Yin Long Xia Digua, Dokanchin Kongu de Kanzai, Teng Zai Nian Seibai, Tagang Tupo Jio Podai de Shelai, Halomo Shinswan, Chin de Juchi de Liu Guibi, Shizai Shirtai de Lian Lu. Ranjedo Jinjia Huangjining Xianglo, Iranbu Sheng Bu Xiang, Menxing Fa Dutsai, Tang Zai, Jiran Kanxing Li Xingshi, Bianingai Qingchu Shuai Tsai Shi Women Gongtong de Diren, Lin Yan Moran Chuxing, Xian Liancho Shalulio Gui, Zai Swan Chita Churin, Taji Suai Yao Xian Lai Shatang Zai, Joshir Inwei Liu de Liu Gui Song Luisho, Rubo Liu Guizhen Shi Huangjining Xiong, Zai Bishu Yao Inrui Gu Xin de Liliang Jinlai, Sanfang Jihong, Sayo Kanung de Sheng Zhongji Mudi, Yuan Lai Ni Da de Shir Zhiga Zhui, Liu Gui Ling Xiao Sheng, Keshie, Zai Juidui de Shirley Manchen, Ichido Shir Tulo, Taiyu Dimian Rong Weiyi, Shinru Qingfeng, Xuanjian Sha Dao Tan Zai Manchen, Fazheng de Xia, Kepa de Guangmong Bufa, Wushu Liu Tiao Tsong Fazheng Zhang Yanshinerchu, Zhang Tan Zai Jijia Bufu, Liu Tiao Buduan de Suajin, Tang Zid de Hujia Buduan de Bankui, Sueho, Liu Gui Xuanjian Zhuanshan, Rufang Ben Shaolin Yan Manchen, Huaishir de Xiaozi, Wayao Rong Ni Hui Chuxing Zai Zhiga Shiji Shang, Liu Gui Nu Hui Sheng, Lin Yan Keishi Gunjili Chachuan, Don Tabu Xin Yaish Zhoumph. Lin Yan's figure disappeared in an instant, and the ninefold thunder flash was activated. You want to compare agility with me? Lu Gui sneered coldly, activating the earth escape technique, moving as fast as the wind, not slower than Lin Yan's ninefold thunder flash, and even surpassing it. Flame Blade. Lin Yan swung his sword and clashed with Lu Gui while moving at high speed. Lu Gui had too many branches, and in order to break through his defense, Lin Yan could only exchange injuries with him at his current attack speed. Chi. Several branches broke through Lin Yan's defense. If they hit, it would cause tens of thousands of damage at the very least. Lin Yan threw out Wang Bao's earring. Wang Taijiang had given it to him as a gift for this mission. Bang bang bang. Several layers of defense shields were generated in front of Lin Yan, but these branches kept piercing through them. Just one attack had already destroyed nearly half of the defense shields. Roar! You damn demon! Feng Zai broke free from Lu Gui's entanglement, his blood vines swirling around him, and he caught up, directly using his ultimate move. Blood Dragon Blood Slaughter Technique. His body twisted with numerous blood vines, transforming into a wooden dragon, with a surge of blood mist, extremely fierce, wanting to bite and kill Lu Gui in one bite. Lu Gui's Demon Protection. Lu Gui's demonic energy surged, transforming into a set of demonic armor. Crack! The moment the blood vine wooden dragon bit down, the demonic armor shattered, and Lu Gui's chest was pierced, with red and green blood splattering, causing him to grunt. Minus 770,000. Even with the demonic armor protecting him, Lu Gui still lost 700 to 800,000 armor from the bite. Pa! Lu Gui spat out a mouthful of blood, sinisterly grinning. Blood Dragon Blood Slaughter Technique, is that all? Lin Yan was not surprised. A future king would definitely have a strong and resolute character. Fatty, protect Lu Fu, I can't take care of you guys anymore. Lin Yan instructed, charging forward once again. Lu Gui, Feng Zai, and Lin Yan fought together, each other's mortal enemies, with extraordinary strength, instantly creating a cloud of dust, and their blood chi-soared. Such a terrifying battle. Lu Fu's cold sweat dripped. Is this what a hero-level battle looks like? Kid, you forced me to use my trump card. You have some skill. Lu Gui's eyes were filled with madness, then he took out a blood card from his pocket and crushed it. Boom! The blood-colored card instantly exploded, and a wave of blood surged outwards, completely restraining Feng Zai and Lin Yan's movements. Die! Lu Gui shouted loudly, killing intent bursting forth, and the branches behind him transformed into death scythes, slashing towards the two of them. Lin Yan sneered, continuously taking control-dispelling potions, instantly freeing himself from the restraint. The 1,000 blades of the demon blade turned into a shield, blocking all the attacking branches. Even so, he still suffered nearly 100,000 impact damage. Feng Zai was even more unlucky. He was restrained for a full 10 seconds and suffered over 3 million damage. Damn it! Feng Zai panicked. Although Lin Yan was low-level, he had too many tricks up his sleeve. If they continued like this, he would definitely be the first to die. You think you're the only one with a trump card? He directly emptied his mana bar, and his body twisted. The blood vines wrapped around his body pierced into his body, and he no longer had a human form. The blood vines continued to grow and intertwine on his body. In the end, his entire body transformed into a giant wooden dragon over 10 meters long, made of blood vines. The core skill of Feng Zai, Dragonification of the Wood. Lin Yan's gaze froze. The dragon of Feng Zai roared, directly entangling Lu Gui within it, and with the life absorption, Lu Gui's armor kept shattering, and his body was decaying. Oomph! Life extraction! Parasitic poison bud! Lu Gui had long collected a lot of information about Feng Zai and knew how to counter him. In the next moment, various poisonous buds grew on the body of the dragon of Feng Zai, exuding green poison pus, corrupting the wooden dragon's body. These poisonous buds connected to Lu Gui's body, achieving a delicate balance between his armor loss and absorption. Buzz! Between the flicker of a thought, within 100 meters, willow trees sprout and quickly grow into towering trees. These willow branches are extremely long, transforming into countless ropes that tightly bind the vine disaster dragon, layer upon layer. Willow Demon's continuation. Lin Yan's heart sank, and his magic sword transformed into a protective film, then he threw out many life-saving cards he obtained from the deceased psychic mage. Now, he continuously resisted the erosion of the Willow Demon's realm. Bang bang bang! Many defensive shields continuously shattered, but they were never completely broken through. Oomph, you little brat, you're quite resourceful. I'll deal with you later. Willow Gue's eyes turned cold. If he didn't use his trump card soon, the vine disaster would break free. Grass and trees extinguish. He waved his staff and unleashed his ultimate move. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The Willow Demon's realm within 100 meters instantly withered, filled with deathly aura. Any living creature tainted by this aura would die along with the grass and trees. Roar roar roar. The vine disaster dragon continuously twisted and struggled, clearly suffering immense pain. Even though Lin Yan had perfect defense, under the influence of the deathly aura, his armor was constantly losing durability, not to mention the completely bound vine disaster. Roar! The vine disaster's eyes turned bloodshot, and numerous thorny wooden spikes grew on its body. It exerted all its strength, finally breaking free from the bound willow branches. It slapped Willow Gue with its tail, then a dragon's swing of its head sent him crashing into the sky. Willow Demon Old Ghost, today I will kill you. He unleashed the empty armor explosion technique, continuously bombarding the Willow Demon in the air. He attacked 8 times in total, sending the Willow Demon flying 100 meters high before it exhausted its strength. Boom boom! The two of them fell from the sky. The vine disaster dragon's body was covered in corroded and tattered wounds, and its armor was completely shattered. Willow Gue was bathed in blood, and his chest plate was also broken and collapsed. Although they looked miserable, both of them were filled with killing intent, like two battling demonic dragons. Pah! Willow Gue wiped the blood off his face. Is this your trump card? You can go to hell. He raised his arm, which unexpectedly transformed into a sharp spear. Spear of the hero. Sizzle! He thrust the spear into the already heavily injured and stiff vine disaster dragon's eye, causing blood to spurt out. It's almost over. Lin Yan checked and saw that the heavily injured vine disaster only had a little over 3 million health left. If he didn't save it now, he would have to face Willow Gue alone. Boom! He unleashed the ninefold thunder flash, smacking the vine disaster's head with a fan. The effect of the awakening fan was simple and brutal. It awakened the spirit. This fan was equivalent to giving the vine disaster a shot of stimulant, instantly invigorating it and restoring its combat ability. A good template determines the upper limit of one's combat level. These two didn't have much difference in strength before, but because Willow Gue advanced to the golden rank, the vine disaster was basically being beaten down. Lin Yan's desire for the divinely bestowed template grew stronger. Hold him for 3 seconds, and I'll deliver a heavy blow. Lin Yan shouted. He directly took out Nao's last resort scroll and crushed it. Buzz! A terrifying mental attack burst forth, dealing a huge blow to Willow Gue and exposing his weakness. Roar! Now, if he wanted to survive, he had to listen to Lin Yan. The vine disaster no longer hesitated and entangled and controlled Willow Gue. Lin Yan erupted with all his strength, once again using all his potions and skills to maximize his output. Your daughter prepared 9 tier 5 scrolls to kill you. Take them now! He pressed 5 scrolls against Willow Gue's face. These scrolls were secretly exchanged by Lu Fu using the 1,000-year-old Willow Wood Heart. She had long sensed the crisis and made countless preparations to kill her father. Boom 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 boom. The 5 scrolls, along with Lin Yan's wave of powerful output, continuously dealt massive blows to Willow Gue. -1, 2 million, -1, 33 million. Huge damage numbers kept appearing above his head. In just 3 seconds, Lin Yan completely depleted Willow Gue's armor value, and all his equipment shattered. Bastard! Beast! Willow Gue was furious to the extreme. He hid his clumsiness throughout his life, not even making a sound when advancing to the golden hero level. But now, he unleashed his full power and suffered such a huge loss? He was furious to the extreme. This trump card was originally meant to deal with my daughter's counterattack, but now you're using it. Lu Gue took out a bottle of potion and drank it eagerly. His whole body swelled several times in size, and his leaves turned into a metallic sheen, dangerous and sharp. Die! Lu Gue went berserk, his muscles bulging, and his veins popping out. He exerted all his strength and tore apart the entwined vine disaster dragon from the middle, tearing a dragon apart. Unbelievable! The chubby guy beside him trembled in fear. He had thought that by teaming up with Lin Yan and binding 5 million armor points, he could dominate the world and roam freely in the Divine Land. But witnessing today's battle made him realize how naive he was. It brought a huge shock to his obese heart. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Lu Gue bathed in dragon blood, threw the dying vine disaster on the ground, stomped on it, and crushed its skull. Die! Lu Gue's eyes revealed madness as his huge foot descended once again, about to completely finish off the vine disaster. Stop! Lin Yan appeared in front of the vine disaster in an instant. The vine disaster's eyes showed joy. Does this mean it doesn't have to die? Lu Yao's heart sank, afraid that Lin Yan would use some strange means again. He hesitated for a moment. Let me enjoy the experience alone. Lin Yan's eyes showed joy as his attack speed reached its peak. He took the lead and cut off the vine disaster's wooden dragon head with a single slash. Buzz! The moment the Vine Disaster was killed, a massive amount of experience orbs surged out and were collected by Lin Yan into his backpack. Then, he took the equipment and treasures that the Vine Disaster had dropped and left like the wind. What have you done? Lu Guwei was furious to the extreme. After advancing to the hero level, the experience required for leveling up increased dramatically. After killing the Vine Disaster, he could have leveled up with it. But this 6th Emperor Yin took the lead? Lin Yan grinned. Enough talk, fulfill your promise quickly. Even if I tear you into 1,000 pieces, it would still be a favor. What else do you want? Lu Guwei's anger made the leaves on his head stand up straight. The task you gave me was to kill the Vine Disaster and bring its head to you. Lin Yan threw the Vine Disaster's head to Lu Guwei. Now that I've completed the task, are you going to break our agreement? I'll kill you. Lu Guwei's eyes turned red with anger. Lu Fu laughed on the side. The Emperor Yin was really disgusting. I submitted the task, but you became my enemy and refused to pay. This is equivalent to breaking the oath of heaven. Lin Yan sneered. Pooh! Lu Guwei spat out a mouthful of blood, and the prompt of -3,000 kept appearing in his mind. How could he carry the treasure of the clan with him? Lin Yan grinned. According to the rules of the Divine Land, this situation meant that Lu Guwei had broken his oath and would be punished. Unless he died or the other party fulfilled the oath, the punishment would not end. Emperor Yin, did you plan for this too? Lu Fu looked at Lin Yan with even more admiration in her eyes. I don't need to fight you anymore. I'll keep you occupied. In less than an hour, you will be dead. Lin Yan said calmly. Kek, kek. Ha ha ha. Lu Guwei laughed angrily. Do you really think you're clever? With my strength, killing you is as easy as killing ants. Do you think it will take me 2 hours? He made a move, turning into a purple misty shadow. In his frenzied state, his speed was almost twice as fast as before. Even Lin Yan's ninefold thunder flash couldn't match it. But this also came at a price. The corrosive effect of the frenzy potion caused him to lose 3,000 HP per second. It seems like you only have half an hour left to live. Lin Yan smirked. Die! Lu Guwei was completely enraged, and his attacks became even more frenzied. Even with Lin Yan's abilities, it is not to be underestimated the impact damage in the berserk state of the Golden Hero. In just a minute of fighting, his armor was stripped off by millions. Do you still think you can survive until the end now? Lu Guwei laughed wildly, his eyes wild and terrifying. Lin Yan's face remained calm, but his heart sank. The Vine Disaster was really useless. It was just destroyed after helping him remove all of Lu Guwei's armor. Even as a tool, he couldn't even do it properly, despite saving him twice. The battle power of the Golden Hero is too terrifying. He has used so many trump cards, utilized so many advantages, and exhausted all calculations. It's difficult to kill him. Lin Yan clenched his fists. Strength. Although his strength was superior to all current players, he was still far from being able to manipulate the entire Divine Land. He continuously consumed potions and threw out all the Vine Disaster treasures he had just obtained, even if it meant destroying them, just to buy time. SSS. He searched for tricky angles to continuously inflict substantial damage on Lu Guwei, but the opponent's health bar was too thick, and even with bloody battles, the outcome was still unclear. Boss, I'll help you. Fatty shouted, abandoning Lu Fu and the others. If the boss was in trouble, who would care whether these two burdens lived or died? He stood directly in front of Lin Yan and said, I'll buy you time, boss. You just focus on dealing damage. Duanda's eyes were determined as he held up the thorn shield, continuously enduring damage for Lin Yan. Good brother. Lin Yan nodded, and the pressure immediately lessened. Damn it! Lu Guwei's eyes flickered. With Fatty joining, his chances of winning instantly decreased by 30%. Oomph! Everything is within my control. Although he was angry, Lu Guwei remained calm. He looked at Lu Fu, a bloodthirsty smile playing at the corners of his mouth. My obedient daughter, after I drain you dry, I should have enough time to make it back to the base camp, right? Lu Fu's face turned pale, and she instinctively wanted to escape. But how could her speed compare to Lu Guwei's? Almost instantly, she was caught up to, and with a swing of Lu Guwei's staff, the vines enveloped Lu Fu and Anya. Life extraction. Boss. Fatty panicked. If Lu Fu died too, then the 1,000-year willow heart would truly be lost. Lin Yan sneered and waved his hand. No rush, let the bullets fly a little longer. Lu Fu had long been prepared for Lu Guwei. She had hidden her desire to kill her father for many years and must have many tricks up her sleeve. How could she only have those few scrolls? Even if Lu Fu doesn't have any tricks, we don't need to rush to make a move. We need to preserve some strength. Otherwise, if Lu Guwei dies and we are also heavily injured, it will be us who die. Lin Yan said coldly. Are you saying that Lu Fu is also an enemy? Fatty exclaimed. Can a woman who has had the desire to kill her father since childhood be a good person? Lin Yan grinned. Damn, I suddenly don't know how to play games anymore. Duan complained. To play this game, you need to have 800 tricks. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Are these NPCs also cunning? Emperor Yin, save me! Lu Fu urgently called out. Her health was rapidly decreasing, and seeing that Lin Yan had no intention of rescuing her, her eyes gradually turned cold, and panic disappeared from her face. Indeed not easy to deal with. She grinned and looked at Lu Guwei. "Father, how much do you think I resemble you?" Lu Guwei's heart skipped a beat, realizing that things were not good. His daughter had inherited his patient nature, and now she was finally going to show her fangs. "Please accept my challenge." Lu Fu directly submitted 3 mission requests. "What?" Lu Guwei's eyes widened, and he shouted in shock, "All 3 clans agreed to support you. You deceived me just to make me break my promise at this moment." Similarly, he had come alone this time and had no way to fulfill the mission promise, and now he and Lu Fu were in a state of hostile conflict. Minus 15,000th the health deduction prompt on his head suddenly changed from 6000 per second to 15,000. Not finished yet. Lu Fu threw out more than 10 task applications in succession. "You've been deceiving me since over 10 years ago. You clearly completed these tasks, but deceived me into thinking you failed." Lu Guwei roared, delivering a heavy blow. Minus 50,000 his visible blood volume decreased rapidly, decreasing crazily. "It's not over yet." Lu Fu gritted her teeth and spat out a doll, then bit it with her silver teeth, directly shattering the doll. "Pooh!" Lu Guwei sprayed blood all over, his eyes filled with horror. "You secretly cursed me with the same heart curse. Oh my goodness, this woman is ruthless." Fatty just realized that the woman standing behind him was like this, and he shivered in fear. She's practically demonstrating 100 ways to kill her father. Tap, tap, tap. Lu Guwei took several steps back. The same heart curse could bind the hearts of the caster and the cursed person. As long as the same heart curse was shattered, both sides would suffer a heavy blow and lose blood according to their respective percentages. "Damn it! You don't want to live anymore." Lu Guwei exploded in anger. He had over 10 million health points, and in his fight against Lin Yan, he only lost a little over 4 million. But in less than 10 seconds, his daughter killed 6 million. Lin Yan was also astonished. This girl was truly ruthless. Normally, he only needed to deal 6 million damage to kill the fully leveled Golden Master Lu Guwei, but with the scrolls she brought out, the total damage was at least over 10 million. Whoever she set her sights on would be skinned alive. Unfortunately, Jiang is still the old ginger. Lu Guwei is 6 years older than her and secretly leveled up to the Golden Hero stage. Lin Yan shook his head. If it weren't for himself, Fatty, and Vine Disaster's wholehearted assistance, even if Lu Fu calculated everything, she would never be able to kill Lu Guwei. Die! Lu Fu's mouth also bled as she looked at Lin Yan in a pitiful manner. "If you don't make a move now, I'll really die." Lin Yan narrowed his eyes. "My armor has just started to recover. If you hold on for 10 more seconds, I'll come immediately." "You!" Lu Fu gritted her teeth. "Don't you want the 1,000-year willow heart anymore?" Lin Yan remained indifferent and didn't answer. In the final battle, it was about who had more composure. Who knew who was still hiding some trump cards? The closer to the end, the less careless one could be. "My good daughter, it seems like you've run out of cards. It's my turn." Lu Guwei took out his trump card from his pocket for the 3rd time, a wine jug. Lin Yan frowned and didn't make any rash moves. Who knew what kind of medicine Lu Guwei was selling in his gourd? Lu Guwei looked around, sneering coldly. "With just a few rotten fish and shrimp like you still want to kill a true golden hero? How naive." He threw the wine jug directly into his mouth, biting it with his sharp teeth and shattering it. The blood wine inside gurgled into his throat. "It's a skill effect doubling potion." Lin Yan's pupils shook, and he lowly shouted, "Quite knowledgeable." Lu Guwei glanced at Lin Yan, grinning. "You're impressive, but unfortunately, you chose the wrong opponent." He shouted loudly. The high-level skill doubling potion could triple the effect of his next skill, but it couldn't affect core skills. "Willow spring in the woods." He shouted loudly. Who? His health points crazily increased. The Willow Spring in the Woods skill, which originally only restored 20% of his health, suddenly changed to restore 60%. Lu Guwei, who had already dropped to just over 3 million health points, instantly recovered to over 10 million. "Tremble! Despair! You ants!" Lu Guwei roared. Lin Yan furrowed his brows. This Lu Guwei truly lived up to his title as the Silent King. He had so many trump cards, he was practically an unkillable cockroach. "Good daughter, you're the best to kill. How about exchanging your life for your father's?" Lu Guwei sneered and instantly made his move. Although his health had recovered to 10 million, he was still under the debuff of losing 50,000 health points per second. The situation was not optimistic, and they had to finish the battle quickly. "Emperor Yen!" Lu Fu let out a miserable cry, his face turned pale, and it seemed like he was about to die. Fatty became anxious because he knew that the heart of the 1,000-year willow was important to Lin Yan. If Lu Fu really died, their mission would definitely be ruined. "Stay calm." Lin Yan's eyes were cold and unaffected. As a true world, these high-ranking NPCs had climbed up the ranks through intelligence and strategy, so it wasn't easy for them to die. "Damn Emperor Yen!" Lu Fu gritted his teeth and summoned a broken golden bell. The bell swelled in the wind and transformed into a 3-meter size, ancient and mottled, enveloping Lu Fu within it. "Humph, obedient daughter, I didn't know you were hiding so many good things until now." Lu Guwei sneered, and his body swept with willow branches, fiercely attacking the golden bell. However, in the first instant, his expression changed drastically. minus 194,300, minus 215,789. Huge damage numbers appeared above his head. A full counterattack treasure. Lu Gui widened his eyes. How could you obtain a treasure of this grade? Tisk tsk tsk. The golden bell shook and was already damaged to the extreme, on the verge of completely shattering. Heh, turns out it's a piece of junk. Lu Gui finally breathed a sigh of relief. This daughter was too terrifying, he had to go all out to kill her first. Otherwise, if he gave her time, who knows what terrifying move she would come up with. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Gui's killing intent surged as he unleashed various attacks. After dealing nearly 2 million damage, the golden bell shattered completely. Lin Yan felt a pang of heartache. If he had obtained the golden bell, perhaps the blacksmith Wang Tai could have repaired it. Oh my god, this girl is wasting her talent by not becoming the best actress at the Golden Horse Awards. Fatty shook his head. I really thought she had nothing left. Who knew she would pull out such a hidden treasure? The city is full of tricks. I want to go back to the countryside. Lin Yan nodded. He also wanted to take this opportunity to teach Fatty the way of survival in the Divine Land. If he had really attacked and fought with all his strength just now, and then Lu Fu directly used this treasure to kill him, he would have been the one to be killed. Die! After the golden bell shattered, Lu Fu was continuously attacked by Lu Gui, and her health rapidly decreased. She was only a golden master, and after exhausting all her special means, being killed was the only outcome waiting for her. Take action! Lin Yan shouted, and the ninefold thunder flash was used, blocking Lu Gui's attacks just seconds before Lu Fu was killed. You finally decided to save me. Lu Fu's eyes were filled with annoyance. Lin Yan grinned. I was heavily injured just now too. I immediately came to save you as soon as my armor recovered a bit. Wasn't it difficult for me? Miss, you should know how to be grateful. Lu Fu rolled her eyes. You didn't even lose a drop of blood. You've been losing armor the whole time, and you were heavily injured. Who would believe that? Lin Yan was speechless. Yes, he didn't lose any blood, but when she saw him lose blood, he was probably already dead. Lu Fu let out a sigh of relief and loosened her grip on a certain item in her hand. Then, she glanced deeply at Enya beside her. Enya's cold sweat also subsided a bit, and she nodded at Lu Fu. If you want to hurt our boss, you have to get past me first. Fatty's fighting skills weren't as high, but he had learned from the blind monk and had the thorn shield given by Lin Yan, so he also engaged in a fierce battle with Lu Gui. But he was clearly the one being beaten up. Hold on for just over a minute, and he'll die, Lin Yan said as he crazily unleashed his attacks. With his and Fatty's combined attack power, their damage output rate definitely exceeded 150,000. Lu Gui had been enduring the health deduction buff for a long time, and it was clear that his life was coming to an end. Damn it all! Lu Gui's eyes turned red, and his killing intent reached its peak. Remember, it's you who forced me. Old bastard, do you still have any trump cards? Duande couldn't help but curse, his mouth full of profanity. There is another chapter later. You can join my tomato fan group. You can see it on the homepage. His core skill hasn't been used yet. Be careful. Lin Yan reminded. The core skill of a hero level character is his deepest hidden card. Understood. Fatty inherited the mantle of the blind monk. Naturally knowing how powerful the core skill is, his eyes also filled with seriousness. Lin Yan knew that Fatty had some misunderstandings. The Dawn 7 heroes, since the founding of the Longsha Empire, can also be regarded as the strongest hero group. The ordinary golden hero's core skill can't be compared with these few at all. However, he didn't explain. It's always better to be more cautious. Wood Spirit Incarnation. Lu Gui finally couldn't help it and directly used his core skill. Buzz. Another Lu Gui suddenly emerged from his body. However, this Lu Gui was obviously an energy body and not solid. Incarnation type skill? Lin Yan's eyes narrowed. The incarnation can inherit half of the original body's values, and does not inherit any negative buffs. Fortunately, it's not the most disgusting clone-type core skill. He breathed a sigh of relief. If it was a clone skill, not only could it inherit all of its own attributes, but as long as one clone survived, it wouldn't be considered dead. Die! Lu Gui, along with the Lu Gui incarnation, his attack speed suddenly increased, and the pressure instantly skyrocketed. Lin Yan's eyes tightened. He still had a hidden card that he hadn't played yet, but if he revealed it now, there would be no chance to turn the situation around later. Lin Yan frowned and shouted at Fatty, before we set off, did the blind monk give you anything good? Use it now. Fatty complained, that old man is so poor, he didn't give me any treasures at all. He just gave me a few teleportation scrolls to escape. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Yan's eyes lit up, and he threw all the movement speed potions, agility potions, burst potions, mana potions, armor enhancement potions, and defense doubling potions in his hand to Fatty. Hold on to that incarnation. Fatty was confused. What do you mean? I don't like old men. Although he complained, he immediately followed Lin Yan's command, ignoring the intense damage, and hugged the Lu Gui incarnation. Use the teleportation scroll. The incarnation is different from the clone. If the main body dies, the incarnation will automatically disappear. Lin Yan shouted, move it away, then escape immediately, drag him for 2 minutes, and everything will be over. I can't use the teleportation scroll while in a continuous injured state. Fatty complained. Do you have any control methods that you haven't used yet? Lin Yan hurriedly looked at Lu Fu. If we fail to hide our abilities any longer, we will die together. Even if I die, I can still resurrect, but if you die, you will truly be gone. Lu Fu was reluctant, but in the end, she took out a yellow sealing paper. This can provide 5 seconds of control. Originally, this was my last means of escape. Don't let me down. Lin Yan grinned. Don't worry. But in his heart, he complained, I don't believe you. You definitely still have some tricks up your sleeve. After saying that, he directly imprinted the yellow sealing paper on the wood spirit incarnation. Now is the time. Activate the teleportation scroll. Lin Yan shouted. Okay. Duande quickly activated the teleportation scroll. 3 seconds later, he disappeared along with the Lu Gue clone. No! Lu Gue became even more crazy, completely losing his mind. He was truly desperate. After preparing so many methods and being a golden hero, was he really going to be killed by these ants? This is a killing game that has been planned for decades for you, so leave in glory. Lin Yan shouted, fighting crazily against Lu Gue. Lu Fu was left with only a sliver of health, and if she was touched by Lu Gue again, her 1,000-year Willowwood heart would be completely ruined. Die for me! Lu Gue had truly exhausted all his cards, reaching the end of his rope, and became completely insane. Lin Yan's killing intent, combined with the debuff that deducted 50,000 HP per second, rapidly decreased Lu Gue's health. Lin Yan's situation was not optimistic either. His armor was now less than 800,000, entering the final desperate stage. The two of them fought fiercely, knocking down countless trees along the way, and the ground was swept away by the aftermath of their battle. No! Lu Gue's desperate roar shook the entire dense forest. The battle was finally coming to an end. Lin Yan's eyes sharpened, a murderous intent burst forth, and he swung his sword down, aiming to take the last 100,000 HP from Lu Gue. Buzz! However, Lu Fu appeared in front of him with an teleportation symbol? Lin Yan was surprised. Teleportation symbols could only move 100 meters in an instant. The relocation symbol was extremely precious. Only the highest level of the Dragon Xia Empire, like the 7 Heroes of Dawn, could obtain it. Otherwise, with Lu Fu's personality, she would have run away long ago. You want to steal the kill? Ha! Lin Yan sneered. He himself was an expert at stealing kills. How could he be careless? He had long been on guard against Lu Fu trying to steal the kill. Get lost! He kicked out. His foot swept across Lu Fu's face, sending her flying and distorting her face. In the next moment, he punched Lin Yan in the chest, flattening the rise and fall of her chest, and fiercely threw her to the ground. Puff! The two women spat out blood, looking at Lin Yan in disbelief. They never expected that Lin Yan would still be so wary of them and attack so ruthlessly. Lu Gue, your destiny should have been to become king, but I will cut off your path to becoming king. Lin Yan's killing intent was like a rainbow. I refuse. I refuse. Lu Gue's eyes turned bloodshot. In the last moment of his life, only a flash of a knife remained in his eyes. Gurgle. His head rolled off, blood splattering. A generation of heroes fell. A huge experience pearl surged towards Lin Yan, and he waved his hand, collecting all the items that Lu Gue had dropped into his backpack. Rest in peace. Be a good monster in your next life. Lin Yan looked at Lu Gue's headless corpse. It stood there motionless, unwilling to fall. Lu Fu looked at Lin Yan's back, her eyes filled with murderous intent. But Lin Yan had only lost his armor, and she hadn't seen him lose any HP until now, which made her extremely wary. Otherwise, she would have attacked long ago. Congratulations, Chief. Enya, who was beside them, had keen eyes and immediately knelt down to congratulate him. Lin Yan curled his lips. Lu Gue's body hadn't even cooled down yet, and this woman couldn't wait to establish herself. His companion hasn't returned yet. Should we take advantage of this opportunity? Enya took the opportunity to whisper in Lu Fu's ear. Lu Fu's eyes flickered. Now she only had one last card, and the cost was too high for her to accept. Lin Yan was as powerful as a bottomless pit, and she couldn't figure him out. Want to kill me? Lin Yan jokingly looked at Lu Fu. Heh, Emperor Yan, you misunderstood. We just wanted to help you, but you overreacted. Lu Fu's eyes flashed with light, and her heart was in a frenzy of struggle. To fight or not to fight? Hey, I've really exhausted myself, even Fatso's legs are broken. A voice came from afar, completely dispelling Lu Fu's thoughts. She sighed and made a wise choice. The Bloodvine army was still ravaging the territory, and as the new leader, she had to quell this disaster before she could gain the support of the people. If she used up all her cards here with Lin Yan, the elders of the Lu Yao clan would definitely take advantage of the situation and make it impossible for her to successfully ascend the throne. Emperor Yan, how about we make a deal? Lu Fu said. Go ahead. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. Smart people always took what they needed, so we wouldn't lose out by listening to the terms of the deal. We form an alliance. You help me deal with the invasion of the Bloodvine clan, and in the future, the Lu Yao clan will fully support you with an unconditional army. Lu Fu looked at Lin Yan, unmoved. And you will also receive the position of an honorary elder of the Lu Yao clan, with the authority to mobilize resources within your jurisdiction at any time, and permanent access to the Lu Yao clan's teleportation array. Lin Yan grinned. Alright, but there's one more condition. You have to fulfill the benefits your father promised me. Lu Fu's face stiffened. The Lu Yao clan only had 3,000-year-old Lu Wood hearts, all of which were treasures of the clan. Now he was asking for 2 of them to be given away. There's no room for negotiation on this. Lu Fu shook her head, her eyes turning cold. This is what your Willow Demon clan owes me. If you don't give it to me, I will immediately join the Bloodvine clan and destroy your Willow Demon clan. The 3,000-year Willow Wood hearts will all be mine. Lin Yan's eyes were filled with a murderous intent. You think you can exchange 1 Willow Wood heart for me killing your father and solving the Vine disaster? You're dreaming. You're twisting the truth. And yet angrily retorted. Nonsense. If it weren't for our boss, you would have died long ago. How dare you speak so arrogantly here? Duande couldn't stand it anymore and had to argue with Anya. You. Anya's chest heaved with anger, and the place that had been kicked flat swelled up again. Alright, what the Flame Emperor said makes sense. Lu Fu sighed. If the Flame Emperor really joined the Bloodvine clan, the chances of the Willow Demon clan surviving would be slim. Her dream of becoming a queen would be shattered. Just 2 hearts, just 2. Flame Emperor, please set out and kill the enemy now, she said resolutely. No rush, I'll wait until all my injuries have fully healed. Lin Yan and Fatty sat cross-legged, chatting leisurely, not in a hurry at all. Squeak, squeak. Lu Fu gritted her teeth. This Flame Emperor was really cunning. He was just an adventurer, not someone like her who was born in the whirlpool of power. Why was he so sly? Princess, what do we do now? Anya asked anxiously. Lu Fu smiled faintly. No rush, let the Bloodvine clan and the Willow Demon clan fight each other. After both sides are severely weakened, we will take action. Otherwise, if we clean up the Bloodvine clan and the Willow Demon clan turns against us, we will have to go through a lot of trouble again. Damn, boss, are we going to take action now? Why have we been waiting for so long? Duande couldn't hold it in any longer and wanted to kill. These experience pearls are enough for you to level up to the 2nd rank. Level up first. Lin Yan threw the experience pearls to Duande. Buzz. Duande leveled up and activated the team voice chat. Boss, what's this about? Lin Yan smiled faintly. Let the Bloodvine clan and the Willow Demon clan fight each other. We'll take action after both sides are severely weakened. Otherwise, if we clean up the Bloodvine clan and the Willow Demon clan turns against us, we will have to go through a lot of trouble again. Damn, boss, you're amazing. You shouldn't be playing games. You should be an emperor. Duande admired him greatly. The boss's mind was spinning too fast. Lu Fu was anxious on the side. Every minute they delayed, more members of the Willow Demon clan would die. The Flame Emperor is clearly procrastinating. If he doesn't make a move soon, we will be defeated. Anya was extremely anxious. Forget about him, let's go support the front line first. Lu Fu knew Lin Yan's thoughts, but at this moment, she couldn't stay calm either. After all, whether the Willow Demon clan could win or not didn't have much impact on Lin Yan. Lin Yan glanced at Lu Fu, who was about to take action, and then stretched lazily, slowly getting up. Ah, I was seriously injured just now, and it's only now that I've recovered. It seems like I've wasted some time. Lu Fu was so angry she felt like vomiting blood. She had enjoyed watching Lin Yan anger the Willow Demon clan just now, but now she felt disgusted by his behavior. Alright, hurry up and follow us to the battlefield. Lu Fu didn't want to spend another second with Lin Yan and just wanted to get rid of this jinx as soon as possible. Alright, Lin Yan grinned and beckoned to Fatty, then he and Lu Fu went to support the front line. The purple mist battlefield was filled with the sound of battle. Nearly 100,000 warriors from both clans were engaged in a fierce battle on the edge of the purple mist forest. The scene was grand, and the battlefield seemed endless. The battle was nearing its end, and the situation was extremely brutal. The purple mist had been stained red by blood, and the red and green blood mixed together to form rivers, with bodies densely covering the ground. The Willow Demon clan's defense line had completely collapsed, and the warriors with severed limbs and arms lay on the ground, waiting to be slaughtered one by one. The sound of desperate screams and the bloodthirsty crows circling in the sky made the battlefield seem like the end of the world. Pull yourselves together. The princess is here with the heads of the Bloodvine clan leader. Anya shouted loudly, boosting morale. Lu Fu raised the heads of the Bloodvine clan leader and his son high in the air. The father and son of the Vine disaster have been completely annihilated. The Bloodvine tribe should no longer resist. Surrender immediately or face merciless death. The warriors of the Bloodvine tribe trembled at the sight. That's the chief's head. Both the chief and the deputy chief are dead. No! These warriors were filled with despair and grief, their fighting spirit completely gone. The situation on the battlefield instantly reversed. Don't believe her slander that shakes the morale of our troops. The Willow Demon tribe's front line has already collapsed. They are desperate. The marshal of the Bloodvine tribe shouted from a high point, beating the war drum to boost morale. Damn it! Lu Fu gritted her teeth. The enemy marshal's fighting ability was indeed formidable, otherwise the Willow Demon tribe wouldn't be in such a miserable state. At this stage of the battle, whoever loses morale first will lose. Lin Yan stepped forward, grinning. Once I take the marshal's head, this war will be over. What? Lu Fu widened her eyes. The Flame Emperor wanted to take the enemy marshal's head amidst tens of thousands of chaotic soldiers. Lin Yan said no more. His ninefold thunder flashed and he cut through the entire battlefield like thunder. Any enemy in his path was slaughtered. Who is that? The marshal of the Bloodvine tribe clearly noticed Lin Yan. He was just too powerful. No one in the midst of the vast army could match him. The one who will kill you. Lin Yan had already ghostly appeared on the platform, and with one slash, he aimed for the marshal. Protect the marshal. The Bloodvine tribe's vine-armored soldiers all surrounded the marshal, fighting desperately to protect him. But they were all just third-order elite warriors, and with a casual swing of Lin Yan's blade, they were all killed. The marshal's eyes filled with despair. This human's strength was too terrifying. They couldn't stop him at all. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and in the instant before Lin Yan's long blade reached him, he resolutely knelt down. Please listen to me. You're about to die. What else do you have to say? Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. The marshal was drenched in sweat, speaking urgently. You are a human, not a member of the Willow Demon tribe. We have no deep-seated hatred with your tribe. Right. That's right, but I have taken on a mission from the Willow Demon tribe, and you must withdraw your troops. Lin Yan said calmly. Whether he killed the Bloodvine tribe or not was irrelevant to him. Completing the mission and gaining benefits was enough. The Bloodvine tribe is willing to withdraw unconditionally, the marshal said firmly. He instantly analyzed the situation. Now that both the Bloodvine father and son were dead, and only the princess of the Willow Demon tribe came out to oversee the situation, it was likely that the Willow Demon tribe's chief was also dead. And this human and the Bloodvine tribe had no deep-seated hatred. They could easily stabilize the situation. At this moment, the battle between the two tribes temporarily came to a halt. Tens of thousands of people watched eagerly. The life or death of the marshal would determine the outcome of this battle. I can completely kill you and then kill all of you until the blood flows like a river before you withdraw. Lin Yan began to display his traditional skills. Tell me, why should I let you retreat safely? The marshal's eyes turned, and he grinned. I understand. My tribe is willing to offer our ancestral treasure, a 1,000-year blood vine. That's enough to spare your life, but not enough for the Bloodvine tribe to withdraw safely. Lin Yan shook his head. Now that he held all the initiative, he naturally wanted as many benefits as possible. The marshal gritted his teeth, realizing that this human was indeed not easy to deal with. Fine, as long as you can ensure the Bloodvine tribe's safe withdrawal, we are willing to appoint you as an honorary elder, allowing you to freely use our resources and the Bloodvine tribe's teleportation array. The marshal carefully observed Lin Yan's expression, and finally gritted his teeth. The Bloodvine tribe can also assist you unconditionally once, without any reservations. Lin Yan's expression finally eased. This was basically the highest bargaining chip for negotiations with the demon tribe. Alright, in the end, both of you must sign a 1-year ceasefire treaty, within which you are not allowed to attack each other. Lin Yan added. Both the Willow Demon and Bloodvine tribes could assist him once, and he didn't want to waste these two trump cards before he had the chance to use them. Losing one trump card for no reason would be a pointless loss. I have no objections here, I just don't know if Princess Lu Yaozu will agree or not. Feng Shui Huoshui Dongying glanced at Lu Fu. Lu Fu smiled without smiling. Now that the situation is strong, she can't afford to offend the Flame Emperor, so she can only nod. It's up to the Flame Emperor to decide. Good. Lin Yan laughed loudly. Then let's swear by the heavens and cease the war. Both sides shall cease fire. Feng Shui stood up, took a deep breath, and made a vow with Lu Fu. That's right. There is no grudge in this world that cannot be resolved. Your two clans must live in harmony and not invade each other. Lin Yan took the many treasures handed over by Feng Shui and grinned. Flame Emperor, farewell. Feng Shui bowed to Lin Yan without saying much and withdrew his troops directly. Although it seemed like he lost, he actually gained. With the deaths of Feng Zai and his son, as the highest esteemed figure of the Bloodvine clan, he brought in such a strong human guest elder. The next Bloodvine clan leader will undoubtedly be him, Feng Shui. The Bloodvine clan retreated, leaving behind countless corpses and a mess. Lin Yan returned to the Lu Yaozu territory with Fatty and Lu Fu. Lu Yaozu's main hall. What? Your father is dead. The clan leader's funeral is truly a great tragedy. Put. Cough, cough. Since Lu Gui has already died, the clan cannot be without a leader for a day. I think we should elect the next clan leader. Several elders quickly accepted, almost laughing out loud. Then I won't stand on ceremony. I have the highest position and seniority in the clan. Does anyone object to me becoming the clan leader? The eldest elder stood up and asked with a smile. Before my father died, he clearly said that he wanted to pass the position to me. Lu Fu frowned. What evidence do you have? Lu Gui's death was unclear. I suspect that you, this rebellious woman, killed your father and seized the position. The eldest elder made baseless accusations, but unexpectedly guessed the truth. I can testify. These two human guest elders can also testify. Anya stood up. Humph, these two are also enemies. You conspired with humans, murdered the old clan leader, and seized the position of clan leader. You all deserve to die. The eldest elder frowned and shouted. The other elders remained silent, smiling as they watched the struggle between the two. What the sixth elder said is right. That's right. The sixth elder is wise. The sixth elder understands righteousness. We all support the words of the sixth elder. In an instant, the many elders who had been silent all stood up and stood behind the sixth elder. Ha! The eldest elder was stunned. Didn't you all agree to support me? So it turns out you are all on the side of the sixth elder. These elders all smiled, standing behind the sixth elder, expressing their intentions through actions. Lin Yan observed everything calmly. A biting dog doesn't bark. The one with the greatest power and deepest hidden in the Lu Yaozu is this sixth elder. He really is the sixth elder of the clan. Duan De commented on the side. Lu Gui and his daughter, as well as this sixth elder, are all cunning individuals. In the task you agreed to before, I included a condition. You must ensure my safety before I take over. Lu Fu looked at Lin Yan repeatedly. Are you threatening me? Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. I dare not. Lu Fu forcibly suppressed the anger in her chest. She knew Lin Yan's character well. With the current situation, she couldn't possibly become the clan leader without Lin Yan's help. She took a deep breath. A wise person doesn't speak in riddles. Name your price. You have quite a few enemies in the clan. To be honest, this matter is not easy to handle. Lin Yan grinned, not speaking directly. You shall have half of all the items captured on the battlefield this time. Lu Fu knew that Lin Yan was forcing her to cut her own flesh, and felt even more distressed. This condition is only enough for me to kill this old dog. Lin Yan pointed at the eldest elder. Who are you calling an old dog? The eldest elder was furious. After all, he was a silver master and couldn't be insulted so lightly. I'm calling you an old dog if I say you are. Who gave you the courage to argue with me? Lin Yan's eyes were icy, and a burst of killing intent erupted as he made his move in an instant. He had to make everyone realize that at this moment, he was the one who held the balance of power. Displaying a strong approach was the best method. Humph! Ignorant fool! Let me teach you a lesson, young man. Don't be too arrogant. The elder arrogantly made his move, exuding great confidence. However, before his words even fell, his body fell into a pool of blood, his corpse shattered and splattered, staining the entire hall red. The noisy hall of the Willow Demon clan suddenly fell silent. Gurgle! Many elders were filled with fear, even the sixth elder who sat securely on the fence frowned. Although the elder's strength was not the strongest among the elders, he was at least a full-level silver master. Yet, he was killed so quickly. Young friend, as long as you support me as the clan leader and help me kill the traitor Lu Fu, I can promise you our clan's precious treasure, the Willowwood Heart. After considering for a moment, the sixth elder spoke in a deep voice. Lu Fu has already promised me 2 of them. If you want me to help you, in addition to her demands, you need to add 1 more. Lin Yan said calmly. Absolutely impossible. The elders of the Willow Demon clan were furious. Didn't that mean that all 3 of the clan's precious treasures would be given away? What was the difference between that and being wiped out as a clan? Emperor Yen. These 6 elders are ruthless and unscrupulous. It is absolutely impossible to agree to their promises. Please believe me, after this is done, I will give you half of the clan's hidden treasures. Lu Fu also became anxious and threw out her final bargaining chip. Lin Yan did not respond, but smiled and looked at the 6th elder. The 6th elder frowned and then sneered. Emperor Yen, I advise you to see the situation clearly. This is the territory of the Willow Demon clan. Do you really think you can single-handedly oppose the entire clan? Why not? Lin Yan shrugged. Don't tell me you think you're strong? With his current strength, if he was willing to pay the price, it was not impossible to wipe out the entire Willow Demon clan. But the price would be great, so it was better to prioritize peace. You! The 6th elder's eyes darkened. Fine. Since you won't listen to my advice, then I have no choice but to kill you, the outsider. He considered himself to have many trump cards, and with his power, he could even contend with Lu Gui. It would be too much of a loss to exchange half of the Willow Demon clan's heritage for killing Lu Fu. In his calculations, killing both Lin Yan and Lu Fu should not require half of the Willow Demon clan's heritage. It would be a profitable deal. Activate the formation. The 6th elder shouted loudly. Many elders immediately responded, and the Willow Demon clan's grand formation lit up, emitting a terrifying energy fluctuation, as if it intended to exterminate gods. Lin Yan's eyes turned cold as he looked at Lu Fu. You must have prepared for this situation, right? A woman who could kill the patient King Lu Gui would not overlook this step. He didn't want to fight the Willow Demon clan to the death. As a clan's territory, they must have many hidden means, and it would be too troublesome to fight. Sigh, nothing can escape Emperor Yan's eyes. Lu Fu sighed and waved her hand, directly taking control of the core of the Willow Demon clan's formation. Then, she raised her eyebrows and shouted, Why aren't you attacking? Are you hesitating, wanting to betray me? As soon as her words fell, the sound of blades piercing flesh could be heard. The 6th elder widened his eyes, unable to believe it, and turned his head. Behind him, the 3rd elder, whom he trusted the most, lowered his head and drew out a poison dagger, then kicked the paralyzed 6th elder away. You! The 6th elder had planned for many years, but he had never doubted the 3rd elder. At this moment, his mind went blank. The 3rd elder sighed. Sorry, 6th elder, rest in peace. I was also forced. Hiss! Lin Yan rushed forward and directly killed the paralyzed 6th elder. The sixth elder's head rolled off, his eyes wide open, as if he couldn't believe that the third elder had betrayed him. Now, does anyone else have any objections? Lin Yan asked indifferently. The elders of the Willow Demon clan were currently without a leader, so they all knelt down. We are willing to listen to Lord Yan's orders. Yes, they were not afraid of Lu Fu, but of Lin Yan. Lu Fu's expression was complicated. Although it seemed like she had won in this power struggle, she had actually won a Pyrrhic victory. Her power all came from Emperor Yan. It could be said that Emperor Yan would be the true clan leader of the Willow Demon clan in the future. She was just a spokesperson. Once I inherit the position of clan leader, I can use resources to quickly increase my level. When I have enough strength, I can consider regaining my influence. Lu Fu suppressed her dissatisfaction and temporarily accepted reality. Lin Yan nodded, very satisfied. This was almost the best result he could achieve in his visit to the Willow Demon clan. Fatty was stunned by Lin Yan's actions. Originally, they were only here for a 10,000-year Willowwood heart, but in the end, the boss directly brought the Willow Demon clan under his command. This was too surreal. Lu Fu, who had resigned herself, dared not have any crooked thoughts anymore. She obediently took out everything Lin Yan needed from the clan's inventory. The Willow Demon clan's treasury now truly belonged to Lin Yan alone. Manage the Willow Demon clan well. I hope that the next time I come, you will have become a hero-level powerhouse. After receiving all the items, Lin Yan entrusted Lu Fu. The stronger the Willow Demon clan, the more beneficial it would be for him. This demon clan would be of great use in the future. Lu Fu will do her best. Lu Fu nodded and personally opened the teleportation channel for Lin Yan. The elders stood respectfully behind her, while the ordinary members of the Willow Demon clan stood at the back, admiring and grateful. Lord Yan, take care. Benefactor, please come back to visit us often. These simple-minded clan members had no idea what a power struggle was. In their eyes, Lin Yan had turned the tide and saved the entire Willow Demon clan. Otherwise, they would have been destroyed by the Ironhoof clan long ago. Calling Lin Yan a great benefactor was not an exaggeration at all. Lu Fu snorted coldly. Peasants will always be peasants, ignorant and foolish. Not only can they not see the truth, but they also worship an enemy who has grievances against our clan. Lin Yan glanced deeply at Lu Fu. He knew that Lu Fu was not content, but for now, he had to keep her to maintain the stability of the Willow Demon clan. He didn't have the time or energy to truly manage a clan. Lu Fu, take care of yourself. He patted Lu Fu's shoulder and disappeared into the teleportation array with Fatty. Lu Fu was almost frightened by Lin Yan's gaze. After confirming that Lin Yan had completely disappeared, she took a deep breath and felt like she had come back to life. Rest assured, Emperor Yan, I won't let you down. A slight smile appeared on her lips, her eyes deep. Ming Village. The movement of the targeted teleportation had long alerted Qing Daozi. Yuan Tianrun and the high-level members of Ming Village stood guard in front of the teleportation channel, as if facing a great enemy. Any force that could use a teleportation array must have had a golden hero in their ancestry at least. Tada! In the next moment, Lin Yan walked out of the teleportation channel with Fatty. Yuan Tianrun was immediately stunned. They didn't use a broken teleportation scroll to leave, so why did they return through the teleportation array? However, now was not the time to be puzzled. Wang Taijin quickly approached, his face extremely nervous as he asked, "Did you succeed on this trip?" Fatty flipped his hand, and a 10,000-year Willowwood heart appeared in his hand. Once the Willowwood heart left the Willow Demon clan's treasury, its life force would continuously diminish. It had to be preserved by Fatty's core skill. When they saw this item, Yuan Tianrun and the others breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect you to really do it, young friend. Qing Daozi understood the difficulty the most inside. That was the Willow Demon clan's ancestral treasure. How could it be easily handed over? The twists and turns in the process were probably only clear to Lin Yan himself. Old man Yuan, you almost got me killed this time. You have to give me an explanation. Lin Yan angrily confronted him, venting his anger. What does this mean? Yuan Tianrun looked confused, completely unaware of the situation. See for yourself. Lin Yan submitted the mission. When we set off, it was clearly a silver rank 5 mission, but it suddenly changed to a gold rank 5 mission halfway. Yuan Tianrun's pupils contracted, filled with uncertainty. He was shocked because in order to prevent any mistakes in the mission upgrade midway, he had set the mission to the highest level, yet the result was still lower. He doubted because in a gold rank 5 mission, there should have been at least 1 gold hero or 10 silver heroes appearing during the completion process. How did Lin Yan complete this mission? Lin Yan smirked, taking advantage of Yuan Tianrun's burnt-out brain CPU, and pressed on. In short, the benefits you promised me before are definitely not enough. I risked my life this time. At the very least, I should get 2 legendary weapons, right? This statement immediately startled Yuan Tianrun, who shook his head repeatedly. 2 legendary weapons? You really dare to ask for them? Old man Yuan, are you planning to go back on your word? Lin Yan frowned. Ahem, no. 2 legendary equipment is difficult to promise, so please ask for something else, and I'll do my best to compensate you. Yuan Tianrun coughed awkwardly. This kid was quite skilled in PUA, clearly knowing that he was pushing for more, but you couldn't find any fault with it. Then, just give me 4 skill upgrade books, whatever you have. Lin Yan opened his mouth confidently. Yuan Tianren held out 2 fingers and said, 2 books, no more. That's settled then. Yuan old man, you're really fair. Lin Yan grinned. In his expectations, getting 1 book would be good enough. After all, skill upgrade books were very difficult to obtain in the early stages. Yuan Tianren knew he had negotiated poorly, but he wasn't angry. After all, without Lin Yan, they wouldn't be able to retrieve Lu Muxin. In their hearts, Wang Bao's life was more valuable than any treasure. This is the legendary equipment I promised you. Yuan Tianren handed the equipment and upgrade book to Lin Yan. Yuan Sr., you're so generous. Lin Yan was extremely satisfied, and even changed how he addressed him. I also have some information about the remnants of the Book of Truth. We'll be able to confirm it completely tonight. We'll have a meeting at the village chief's house at 10 o'clock tonight, the blind monk said in a deep voice. Great. Wang the blacksmith nodded repeatedly, wishing he could hug the blind monk. Then I'll go practice first. Lin Yan stretched lazily and said, but in reality, he went straight to the blacksmith's shop to find the silly girl. Lin Yan, you're back. Xin Yuwei immediately rushed over and hugged him. After a while, she realized her face was as red as an apple. Missed me that much? Lin Yan teased. You've been gone for 2 days. How could I not miss you? Xin Yuwei scratched her cheek and clumsily changed the subject. Oh, by the way, I've learned a lot of forging techniques from Uncle Blacksmith these past 2 days. Here, this ring is for you. Lin Yan took the ring from Xin Yuwei and checked the details. Can this treasure provide 200,000 armor defense? Lin Yan was surprised. Wang the blacksmith had been studying forging techniques for decades and was still a hero-level powerhouse, but the treasure he made for his daughter could only provide 1,000,000 armor. Xin Yuwei, on the other hand, had created a treasure that could provide 200,000 armor in just 2 days. She was a forging genius. In the previous life, she hadn't developed this kind of god-level potential. Wait, Lin Yan imagined Xin Yuwei swinging a big hammer to forge equipment. On second thought, forget it. The image is too beautiful, I can't imagine it. What are you thinking? Xin Yuwei blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. Ahem, nothing. Lin Yan grinned. I also brought you a gift. Really? What is it? Xin Yuwei exclaimed. Lin Yan took out 9 arrows from his backpack. The top treasure of the Willow Demon clan, Willow Demon arrows. Xin Yuwei took them and checked the information, her eyes brightening. These 9 arrows can each have an armor-piercing effect equal to their attack power, and the arrow speed can increase by 10. Most importantly, the 9 arrows are connected, so after hitting the target, they can automatically return. Such powerful arrows. Lin Yan smiled. Willow Demon arrows were the top treasures of the Willow Demon clan, and he had brought all 9 of them. Thank you, Lin Yan. Xin Yuwei couldn't contain her emotions and pecked Lin Yan's cheek. Suddenly, Lin Yan felt refreshed, as if all the hardships and intrigues in the Willow Demon clan were nothing. He wanted to hug Xin Yuwei, but she had already shyly turned and run away. Lin Yan scratched his head, knowing that he couldn't rush things, so he turned to fuse his equipment. Boss, you looking for me? Fatty grinned, clearly benefiting a lot from the blind monk this time. Looks like you've gained a lot, Lin Yan joked. It's all thanks to you, boss. It's like the saying goes, he who walks with the wise grows wise. Oh no, it's he who walks with the righteous becomes righteous. Fatty scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Since I've helped you so much, I have a small favor to ask. You won't refuse, right? Lin Yan grinned. Fatty felt a chill run down his spine. This trip to the Willow Demon clan had given him a deeper understanding of Lin Yan's cunning. Boss, please don't laugh. Whenever I see you smile like that, I know it's not a good thing. Don't worry, it's a good thing. Lin Yan smiled faintly. You also know that releasing skills can improve skill proficiency. When the proficiency is high enough, the skill can be upgraded, right? Fatty nodded cautiously. So today, you'll be my punching bag. I'll hit you a few times to help increase the proficiency of your defense skill. I've put a lot of effort into your growth. Lin Yan patted Fatty's shoulder with a serious tone. As expected, nothing good comes out of this. Fatty sighed. Boss, you actually want to improve your own attack skill, right? Lin Yan coughed, realizing that his son had grown up and couldn't be easily fooled. My Flame Blade and Triple Wave Blade experience points are almost full. This is mutual help and mutual benefit, right? Lin Yan squinted and smiled. Is that so? Fatty muttered, then why don't you hit Yuwei and have mutual benefit with her? Nonsense, you're the only one who can withstand my attack. Who else can? Stop talking and let's start training. Lin Yan grinned and swung his blade directly at Fatty's head. Ouch, boss, you're really ruthless. Fatty was beaten up, his face swollen and bruised, sighing in pain. But he couldn't fight back, so he could only bear it obediently. Buzz. Finally upgraded. Lin Yan's heart moved. The experience points of Flame Blade and Triple Wave Blade were already at the critical value, but each set of attacks dealt hundreds of thousands of damage. Besides Fatty, there were not many people who could withstand such an attack. Alright, let's end today's special training. Lin Yan grinned. I'm going to practice, you keep up the good work. 6. Fatty made a hand gesture to Lin Yan and then ran away dejectedly. Although he muttered that he would never participate in such things in the future, he was actually looking forward to it. After all, fighting against Lin Yan would greatly improve his combat skills. It could be called top-level teaching, at least much better than his own master, Blind Monk. Skill Upgrade Book, Use. Lin Yan used 2 skill upgrade books on Flame Blade and Triple Wave Blade. The higher the rank, the lower the success rate of upgrading, so he didn't plan to take the risk of using the upgrade book on the 9-fold Thunder Flash. Skills below 4 stars have a basic success rate of 100%. When upgrading from 3 stars to 4 stars, the success rate drops to 50%. Buzz. Skill upgrade successful. The prompt came. Lin Yan checked the details of the 2 skills. Triple Wave Blade, 3 stars, swing 3 blades within 1 second. Each blade increases damage by 50%. After casting, attack speed doubles for 1 minute. Special, every 3 casts will have 1 critical strike. Mana cost, 80, cooldown, 1 minute. Flame Blade, 3 stars, swing a Flame Blade aura with an attack range of 10 meters, dealing flame damage equal to the attack value. After causing effective damage, it can inflict 10,000 points of burning damage per second on the target. Mana cost, 90, cooldown, 1 minute. The improvements are significant. When fighting against hero-level enemies, in terms of skill quality, I won't be inferior. Lin Yan rubbed his chin, but compared to the number of skills, it was a bit lacking. Looks like I have to extort Yuan Lao and the others for a bit. Although the Willow Demon Clan also had skill books, either they were exclusive to the Demon Clan or their star level was not high, so they didn't provide much help to him. Next, it's equipment fusion. Lin Yan looked forward to it. This time, he gained a lot of equipment from the Willow Demon Clan. Just the spoils of war on the battlefield were enough for him to fuse for a while. This legendary equipment? Lin Yan carefully examined the equipment given to him by Yuan Tianrun. It turned out to be the upper body armor of the Swordmaster. So, I almost have all of the Swordmaster's equipment. Lin Yan's heart stirred. You see, the Swordmaster's sword has a special characteristic. The more pieces of the Swordmaster's set are gathered, the higher the absorption ratio of the armor. Fusion. The equipment continuously fused in his hands until the moon rose above the willow branches. It's time for the meeting. Lin Yan glanced at his attribute page, ID, Flame Emperor race, human, yellow, class, warrior level, 9 HP, 400, armor, 10 million attack, 150,025, armor penetration, 1000, physical resistance, 1330, magic resistance, 1325, movement speed, 8, attack speed, 2, 7, mana, 400, HP recovery rate, 0, 5%, lifesteal, 0, 5%, critical strike, 11%, armor absorption, 1000 equipment, soft hedgehog armor, white, armor plus 5,700,000, physical defense plus 500, magic defense plus 500, counter damage plus 5,000, soft hedgehog pants, white, armor plus 3,500,000, physical defense plus 500, magic defense plus 500, counter damage plus 5,000. Swordmaster helmet, legendary, armor plus 1 million, physical defense plus 118, magic defense plus 118. Snowwalking boots, legendary, armor plus 666,666, physical defense plus 200, magic defense plus 200, movement speed plus 5. Magic blade 1000 blades, white, attack plus 150,000, critical strike plus 10%, attack speed plus 0. 5. Ultimate artifact, unique, effect infinite fusion equipment, 4th tier, skills, 3 waves of blades, 3 stars, flame blade, 3 stars, 9-fold thunder flash, 3 stars, advanced detection technique, 3 stars, abilities, none treasures, life and death seal, water avoiding cape, stealth cloak, awakening fan. Armor over 10 million. Both physical and magic defense are over 1,000. Lin Yan counted his gains and grinned. Finally, the critical strike rate is over 10, and the armor absorption has reached 1,000. With the 3% armor absorption provided by the integrated attribute, every strike I make can restore 5,500 points of armor. And, the Swordmaster's armor I fused this time also provides a special and insane attribute. Lin Yan clicked on the Swordmaster's self-healing attribute. Swordmaster's self-healing recovers 1% of armor value per second. With this attribute, my armor recovery per second has reached 100,000 plus. Lin Yan's heart surged. Even if he faced powerful heroes, he would not be inferior. Recovering over 100,000 armor per second, even if you are a hero-level character, your attack power would be at a similar level. If I go to the Willow Demon Clan this time with this setup and panel, I won't need to waste so much effort killing Willow Gue. Lin Yan clenched his fist, feeling the immense power that made him incredibly confident. With his combat experience and this panel attribute, he would definitely be the #1 figure in the Dragon Summer Empire. Maintaining this speed, how powerful will I become in 3 years? Lin Yan fantasized. After collecting his thoughts, he went to the village chief's residence. Yuan Tianrun, Qing Daozi, and others were waiting there. Oh, you two are here too. Lin Yan looked at the fat guy Duanda and his younger brother Lin Feng with surprise. The fat guy came back at max level and was given a third-tier golden template by the blind monk. He has now reached level 31 and advanced to an elite professional. I am now the master's direct disciple, so of course, I have the qualifications to participate. The fat guy respectfully said to the blind monk, without a trace of his pitiful appearance when he mocked the blind monk. Lin Feng was about to say something, but Lin Yan waved his hand. You don't need to speak. He was well aware of Lin Feng's position in Qing Daozi's heart. When they first met, Lin Feng's talent almost scared Qing Daozi to death. After accepting him as a disciple, Qing Daozi treated Lin Feng as his most precious treasure, pouring all kinds of benefits and resources onto him. Even though Lin Feng hadn't gone out to fight monsters, he had already reached level 35 as an elite professional. This is the treatment that only geniuses receive. Lin Yan sighed. Let's not waste time and get straight to the point. Qing Daozi's face turned serious as he spoke. I have found the exact information about the Book of Truth * fragment. In 3 days, it will be publicly auctioned at the Black Iron City Trading Fair. Black Iron City? Lin Yan frowned. The Black Iron City is located at the border of 2 major empires. It is a neutral and free city, a lawless zone, extremely chaotic. Many forces are mixed in it, emphasizing free trade. Only in a place like this can the remnants of the Book of Truth possibly be found. Qing Daozi nodded. Similar treasures, if discovered in the 2 major empires, would have long been monopolized by the imperial family and nobles, with no chance of falling into the hands of others. Although the Black Iron City is chaotic, this may be our last chance. Yuan Tianran also nodded. Now we are bound by Bauer and the altar, unable to leave. We have to trouble young Emperor Yan to make a trip. Lin Yan reached out without saying a word. Yuan Tianran's mouth twitched. Why are you so skilled, kid? Stop talking nonsense. Give me the money quickly. Saving Wang Bauer is not just my business, Lin Yan said confidently. I'll do it. Wang the blacksmith was eager to save his daughter and handed his gold card directly to Lin Yan. There are 1 million gold coins in this gold card. Spend it as you please. As long as you can save my daughter, I'm willing to spend it all. Lin Yan was speechless. Wang the blacksmith was indeed rich. He truly lived up to his profession as a blacksmith, casually handing out 1 million gold coins, although it might be his entire savings. Indeed, these old foxes were all hidden millionaires. They had to be squeezed hard. I also have 500,000 gold coins here. As the administrator of the trading market, the blind monk, although poor before, had collected a lot of player protection fees during this time. 1 gold coin per player, 9,000 gold coins for 10,000 players. I have not saved much money due to my obsession with martial arts. This money is all my savings, spend it all. Wu Baihua took out a 30,000 limit gold card generously. Black Iron City is different from other places. There, being able to buy items through auctions is just the beginning. The real skill is being able to successfully leave the Black Iron City. Qing Daozi shook his head. There are restrictions on teleportation in the Black Iron City. If you want to get something and run away, it's as difficult as reaching the sky. Everyone fell silent. Indeed, money was the easiest trouble to solve in the Black Iron City, but the hardest part was whether or not they could survive and bring the treasure out of the Black Iron City. Then what should we do? We can just abandon the altar. I'll carry Bauer on my back and go with Emperor Yan. Let's see who in the Black Iron City can stop me. Wang Hao. The blacksmith's killing intent surged, his dominance leaking out. As a member of the strongest hero group in the Dragon Xia Empire, he had the qualifications to say such words. Although I am old, a mere Black Iron City does not have the ability to snatch things from my hands. The blacksmith disregarded everything for the sake of his daughter. Shut up! Yuan Tianrun frowned. Have you forgotten what the biggest obstacle is for us to leave the village? The blacksmith was immediately speechless, his eyes filled with endless killing intent as he looked towards the east. Even though they had returned to the village to save the imprisoned princess and retired, the Dragon Xia Empire's royal family still feared them greatly and strictly forbade them from leaving the village. Therefore, the greatest obstacle for the Dawn Heroes was not the Truth Sect, but the Dragon Xia Empire's royal family. Once we few old folks dare to leave the village, what awaits us is a bloodbath. In that case, the compromises and sacrifices we made back then would all be in vain. The blind monk's voice trembled. Although he was persuading Wang the blacksmith, he couldn't help but feel a burning rage in his heart. Damn it! Wang the blacksmith roared, his eyes bloodshot. What about my daughter then? I finally found her. My daughter absolutely cannot die. If she dies, no matter what price I have to pay, I will stain the Dragon Xia royal family with blood. Wang Hao, calm down. Yuan Tianren shouted. They may be strong, but they were still powerless against a powerful empire's royal family. If they had any chance of winning, they wouldn't have chosen to retreat and compromise back then. Just as the atmosphere became heavy and oppressive, I have come up with a plan, but I don't know if Emperor Yan agrees. Qing Daozi looked at Lin Yan with a deep voice. Please speak, Lin Yan said politely. These brothers are currently immersed in the sadness and anger of the past, so it's better to go along with the flow. In the next 3 days, I will pass on my core skills to Lin Feng. Once you obtain the remaining pages of the Book of Truth, Lin Feng can start using advanced spatial forbidden spells. Xing Daozi stroked his beard. I will meet you at the teleportation array in Ming Village, and we should be able to break through the spatial restrictions of Black Iron City. However, there is one requirement. You must withstand at least 10 minutes of siege. No problem, Lin Yan nodded. He thought it was no big deal. Although your task is only to withstand for 10 minutes, the danger you may face is even more perilous than last time. Xing Daozi spoke honestly. Black Iron City is not like the Willow Demon Clan. It is a mix of all sorts of people, and you have no idea what kind of ruthless characters are lurking there. Even if a few heroic experts who want to kill and seize treasures appear at the auction venue, it wouldn't be surprising. Lin Yan grinned. Don't worry, as long as you are reliable, there won't be any problems. After this wave of strengthening, he wouldn't even frown when facing a golden hero like Lu Guwei. Golden heroes are well known in both empires. In a small auction in Black Iron City, it wouldn't suddenly produce several of them. Right, take me with you. With my armor, we can hold on for a bit longer, the chubby guy volunteered. Sure, Lin Yan nodded. Master, it won't take 3 days. I have seen your core skills, and if you use them 3 more times, I should be able to understand them, Lin Feng said directly. Baoer's condition is getting worse, we can't delay any longer. Let's leave tonight. Xing Daozi was stunned by his words and smiled, shaking his head. My disciple, I know you're a genius, but I dare say that my core skills are the strongest among all the heroic mages in the Longsha Empire. Its power is no less than a forbidden spell. Master, please go ahead and use it. Lin Feng's gaze was firm. Xing Daozi shook his head. His disciple was still too young. He had no idea how high and deep the mountain was. Alright, let me show you a little something. Xing Daozi nodded. It was normal for young people to be a bit arrogant, but they also needed to guard against arrogance and impatience. He waved his big hand, and the space around his body instantly collapsed and then expanded. Finally, it turned into a spatial bubble. My core skill, Dreamy Bubble. With the body of a hero, I can dabble in spatial magic and stand alone in the world. Xing Daozi's face was filled with immense pride. Spatial magic was not something that a heroic mage could easily touch, but he had an extraordinary talent and managed to figure it out. When he first used it, it shocked the entire mage world. He continued to use it, and before 10 minutes had passed, Lin Feng nodded, waved his big hand, and under the fluctuation of mana, a small spatial bubble emerged around him. Inside the village chief's house, there was suddenly silence. Ha! Xing Daozi's heart was unstable, and the spatial bubble almost went out of control. Fortunately, Lin Yan acted quickly and slapped Xing Daozi on the back of his head with the awakening fan, waking him up and retracting the spatial bubble. Oh my goodness! Xing Daozi circled around Lin Feng, unable to believe it. When he used the spatial forbidden spell with the body of a hero, he was hailed as a rare genius in the mage world. But his disciple, a level 35 elite professional, just glanced at his core skill and directly used it. What would that make him? A genius that appears once in 1,000 years? No, once in 10,000 years. I originally thought that even with your talent, it would take you 3 days to learn my core skill, but I never expected. Xing Daozi muttered in a daze. Everyone in the room, except for the chubby guy who had no idea what this meant, and Lin Yan, who was not surprised at all, was confused. Xing Daozi, I know you have taken in a genius, but this is going too far. This talent is unreasonable. I think within 3 years, he will be able to achieve the position of a mage king. Yuan Tianran, Wang Hao, Blind Monk, Wu Baihua, and a few others were sizing up the two brothers, Lin Yan and Lin Feng, as if they were looking at monsters. These two brothers, one killed a golden hero at level 9, and the other comprehended spatial forbidden spells at the 3rd rank. They are both extraordinary. It's simply unbelievable. Good. Xing Daozi went from being unable to accept it to becoming ecstatic. Lin Feng's talent was even more incredible than what he had imagined. Even if he boasted before, he wouldn't dare to boast this big. But Lin Feng actually achieved it. Ha ha ha. In the future, I will have a disciple who will become a king of magic, or even a saint of magic. I am destined to leave my name in history. Xing Daozi laughed to the sky. He had no wife or children in his life, and everything he did was for pure magic, to climb to the highest peak of magic. Unfortunately, that battle broke his foundation, preventing him from further forging the bones of a king. However, in his old age, he received such a talented disciple. In Lin Feng, he saw the hope of realizing his lifelong wish, and tears almost flowed from his laughter. Alright, we're all old folks, and we're still injured. We can't be too happy or too sad. Take care of yourself and don't laugh yourself to death. Yuan Tianran also felt happy for his old friend, but he was also afraid that he would die from laughter, so he quickly comforted him. Since everything is ready, we can set off tonight. He quickly changed the topic. Lin Yan shook his head. Old man Yuan, did you forget something? Now that there was a solution, the atmosphere improved, and he started to tease him again. Yuan Tianran slapped his head. Oh, you see, I was so happy that I forgot for a moment. He fumbled around in his pocket and took out a gold card. Ahem, this is 20,000 gold coins. Lin Yan looked at him disdainfully. Old man Yuan, are you playing with me? As the village chief, you're so stingy? Yuan Tianrun's face turned black. Do you think it doesn't cost money to maintain such a big village? Do you think we can feed so many people for free? For these years, we haven't been allowed to leave the village. We've been relying on our savings. Having these 20,000 gold coins is already good enough. Lin Yan was speechless. Yuan Tianrun, who should have been the richest, turned out to be the poorest in the Dawn Heroes. He was truly an exemplary and honest village chief. Alright, the mission funds have been given out. What about the mission rewards? Lin Yan asked. Although the money seemed like a lot, in reality, it would be used up in an auction. After all, the Book of Truth was not cheap. And even if it wasn't used up, these cards had to be returned. At most he could use the money inside to buy some treasures he liked. Sigh, forget it. Yuan Tianrun gave the mission information without saying anything. Mission, retrieve the fragment of the Book of Truth rating, silver rank 5th order requirement. Bring back the fragment of the Book of Truth within 3 days and hand it over to Mage Qingdaozi. Reward, legendary equipment, lower body armor of the Swordmaster. Lin Yan grinned. I knew you still had legendary equipment. Just be more straightforward next time. After saying that, he didn't hesitate anymore. He took Lin Feng and Duwande and walked towards the outskirts of the Dark Iron City. The Dark Iron City does not provide any spatial services, the internal space is sealed, and there are no teleportation arrays. If you want to go there, you can only walk. With this reason, Lin Yan extorted hundreds of teleportation symbols from Qingdaozi. Brother, isn't it a bit extravagant to use teleportation symbols to travel? Lin Feng scratched his head. I just found an excuse to get these teleportation symbols. I didn't say I would use them. Lin Yan rolled his eyes. Boss, you're so cunning. Duwande gave him a thumbs up. If you're itching for a fight, do you want to spar with me again? Lin Yan glanced at him. Ahem. Boss, you are wise and brave, quick-witted. You are simply our moral role model. Duwande immediately became serious. Alright, let's get on the road. It will take at least 2 days to get from here to the Dark Iron City. Lin Yan smiled. The Dark Iron City is not far from the border between the Longxia and Roland empires. This border area is constantly being tested by both empires, and there is constant conflict and chaos, with no one inhabiting it. Along the way, there were many bandits and robbers, but those who can become bandits are not powerful. How many masters can a mountain stronghold have? Even if they are notorious bandits, their strength is not enough to be seen in front of Lin Yan and his group. Although their levels don't seem high, they are all abnormal. They easily killed all the thieves and bandits they encountered along the way, accumulating a lot of experience points. The public security is too chaotic. Just by traveling, Fatty has reached level 43, Duan decide. Yes, the border of the empire has always been a place of poverty and war. Lin Feng also reached level 45. Lin Yan smiled faintly. It's not that much, mainly because whenever we encountered roadblocks, we directly wiped out their lairs, so we leveled up quickly. I estimate that we have already wiped out most of the strongholds and bandit dens along the way. We can also be considered as eliminating harm for the people. Lin Feng nodded. In the past 2 days, killing bandits made him feel like a hero. Da-da. The three entered the city of Black Iron and headed straight to the most luxurious inn. The best private rooms, 3 of them. Swipe the card. Lin Yan waved his hand generously. After all, it wasn't his money. Seeing a big customer coming, the waiters were very attentive, serving them diligently. Wait. A lazy voice came. Lin Yan's heart sank. Is there going to be some vulgar competition for the VIP rooms? He turned around and saw a handsome young man with a folding fan in his hand. Do you need something? Lin Yan frowned and asked. Seeing how generous you are, I believe you must have an extraordinary background. I came here specifically to make friends. The handsome young man arched his hand and smiled. Not interested. Lin Yan shook his head. Black Iron City is a mix of good and bad. It's always better to be cautious. Coming to Black Iron City at this time, you must be here for the auction, the handsome young man said confidently. I have exclusive information about the auction that I believe you would be interested in. Lin Yan paused and looked at the handsome young man. Name your price. You are indeed generous. The handsome young man waved his folding fan and extended a finger. 10,000 gold coins. That's a high price. Lin Yan furrowed his brows. If it's not worth that much, you'll bear the consequences. Of course, the handsome young man nodded. Here's the list of items for the auction, as well as the forces interested in these items. He approached and lowered his voice. But judging by your aura, you must be here for the highlight of the auction, the remnants of the Book of Truth, right? Lin Yan coldly glanced at him without responding. The handsome young man nodded. That's right. The remnants of the Book of Truth are related to the legendary divine template. Once you gather 3 pieces, you can obtain a guide and acquire a divine template. Even the royal families of the 2 empires are drooling over it. The fact that such a treasure can appear in an auction is all thanks to the uniqueness of Black Iron City. Heh. Just with this information, it's not worth 10,000 gold coins. Lin Yan naturally knew about the remnants of the Book of Truth. It was related to the divine template, and even without the matter of Wang Bauer, he would have come to Black Iron City. Of course, what if I tell you who the strong contenders for the Book of Truth are, as well as their weaknesses? The handsome young man grinned. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. Deal. The handsome young man nodded, grinning. There aren't many forces qualified to compete for the Book of Truth. If they don't even have a golden hero as their backer, they won't dare to make a move. You don't have to worry about those small fry, you only need to pay attention to these three people: Longwen Jin from the Dragon Summer Empire, Stana from the Roland Empire, and the High Protector of the Truth Sect. Lin Yan's pupils contracted. All three of them are here in Black Iron City. Longwen Jin is the leader of the Golden Guards of the Dragon Summer Empire and is also known as the strongest of the new generation in the Empire. He has already reached the level of a golden hero. Stana is the third princess of the Roland Empire. On the day she was born, she gained the attention of the sea god. Now, she is already a golden hero and, along with Dragon Sword, is renowned in both empires. As for the great protector of the true faith, he is an old powerhouse. He used to travel between the two empires in his early years and was extremely mysterious. He has been a silver hero for over 10 years now, and his level is at least 80. This is their specific information. The handsome young man took out a confidential letter. Money in one hand, goods in the other? Lin Yan nodded. He had only heard stories about these three people in his previous life and had never fought against them, so he didn't know their weaknesses. Especially the great protector of the true faith. If he really is above level 80, he would be completely beyond the range of advanced detection spells. Having advanced knowledge of information is very important. Well, let's go to the auction then. After selling the information, the handsome young man didn't waste any time and waved goodbye. After studying the information for a while, Lin Yan went to sleep. The next day, Lin Yan, along with Lin Feng and Duwanda, entered the auction venue. This was the largest auction in Black Iron City, personally controlled by the Black Iron City Lord's family. To maintain such a large free and neutral city in the border area between the two empires, one can imagine the origins and status of the Black Iron family. In Black Iron City, only the industries under the Black Iron family's control are protected, and no conflicts are allowed. Even if there is a fight on the streets outside the Black Iron family's industries, no one will intervene. It is like an emperor of the border. I can't believe that the two empires would allow such a city to exist. It's ridiculous. Duwande exclaimed. Lin Yan smiled faintly. He knew the reason. There were no conspiracies or complex causes. It was simply because the Black Iron family had a transcendent king-level powerhouse. The king level was a watershed. It was extremely difficult to advance to that level, and there was basically no possibility of challenging higher levels below the king level. Even the Dawn 7 heroes, the strongest hero group in history, who defeated the zombie King Ichi, were hailed as legends. Having a king-level powerhouse was equivalent to a force possessing a nuclear weapon, and no one would provoke such a force. It's really luxurious. In this desolate land, in a towering city that suddenly appeared, there was a magnificent auction tower. It felt like a dream. Lin Yan took out his gold card with 1 million in savings, verified it, and sat directly in the VIP seat. On the VIP seat, Dragon Sword, Stana, and the Great Protector sat next to each other, their faces calm but their muscles tense, silently competing against each other. Lin Yan's arrival broke this silent confrontation. All three of them looked over, clearly surprised. Being able to sit in the VIP seat represented having at least 1 million gold coins. Daring to bring 1 million gold coins to Black Iron City, interesting. I've never seen him before. Did he also come for the remnants of the Book of Truth? The three of them observed Lin Yan, each with their own thoughts. Lin Yan ignored them and calmly sat in the main seat. Buzz! The three of them tentatively released their auras. Lin Yan frowned, his eyes turned cold, and his aura turned into a gust of wind, extinguishing the auras of the three people. Indeed, not simple. The three of them dared not underestimate Lin Yan anymore, nor did they continue to test him. Duwanda and Lin Feng sat in the back row of the VIP seats, enjoying the benefits of being VIPs. The auction quickly began, and Lin Yan closed his eyes to rest. The small fish and shrimp in front were not interesting to him. He wanted to make sure he could buy the remnants of the Book of Truth. As for other treasures, he would see if there was a chance to snatch some after leaving. One item after another was auctioned off. They were all rare treasures from outside, which showed the value of this auction in Black Iron City. Next item, remnants of the Book of Truth. The beautiful auctioneer on stage twisted her mature waist and raised her voice a few notches. It's here. Lin Yan opened his eyes, his expression becoming serious. Dragon Sword and the other three also straightened up, no longer lazy. The famous name of the Book of Truth's remaining pages needs no introduction. This is a gift left by the three gods in the world. The beautiful auctioneer, Zhu Chun, seductively opened her lips and enticed. By collecting the 3 pages, you can obtain a clue to the divine template. I'm sure everyone here can't wait. The auction begins now. Starting price, 1 million gold coins. Wow! Even though they had heard of the famous name of the Book of Truth's remaining pages, the auction hall erupted in astonishment. They never expected the starting price to reach such a terrifying level. Gurgle. Many people's eyes turned bloodshot. If they could obtain such a top treasure, they would live a life of wealth and prosperity without a doubt. In the Black Iron City, committing crimes was not illegal. 1,500,000 gold coins. Long Winda lightly made a bid. The red-eyed patients with soaring desires in the audience immediately wilted after seeing Long Winda's figure. Even this person has come. It seems that I have no chance with this treasure. Who would be foolish enough to compete with a golden hero for a treasure? You see, in the Black Iron City, it's not illegal for you to commit a crime, but it's also not illegal for someone to kill you. 1,800,000. Stana raised her sign beside him. 2 million. The chief guardian of the Truth Church followed closely. As the bidding continued, the discussions in the hall grew louder. Obviously, they were all shocked by this monetary offensive. Lin Yan also frowned. 2 million was equivalent to the purchasing power of 200 million in reality. These people really didn't hesitate to spend money. They were willing to spend a fortune for the possibility of obtaining a divine template. It can be imagined that they didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache when spending money, and they probably didn't hesitate to exploit the people. Soon, the price was called out to 2,800,000. The tension between the three individuals grew stronger. Lin Yan rubbed his chin. The 7 heroes of Dawn could all think of ways to escape, and these 3 individuals had strong backgrounds. Once they obtained the remaining pages, they would probably be able to escape immediately. It seems that I can't save money. He raised his sign and joined the competition directly. On the way, Lin Feng gave Lin Yan a gold card from Cheng Daozi, which contained a huge amount of money. Lin Yan didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache when spending it. Although Cheng Daozi's family looked poor, he was actually a hidden billionaire. He used to be the chief mage of the Dragon Summer Empire, and he could sell a high-level magic scroll for several 100,000 gold coins. It can be said that the combined amount of gold coins in the pockets of the other 6 heroes of Dawn was far less than his alone. "Sir, what is your bid?" the graceful female auctioneer asked. "I don't want to beat around the bush. Let's settle it with one blow. 5 million gold coins," Lin Yan said confidently. The whole audience was in an uproar. Who is this kid? He's so arrogant. He just opened his mouth and it's 5 million gold coins. My goodness. He dares to challenge the face of the 2 empires. Amazing. Many people looked at Lin Yan, their eyes rolling. Long Wenjian and Stana represented the 2 empires, and no one dared to provoke them. The chief guardian had been famous for many years and had strong power. But this kid was young and unknown. Even if he killed someone and took the treasure, there was no reason for the forces behind him to seek revenge. Humph. Stana's face immediately darkened. She felt that something was different as soon as this unfamiliar young man appeared, but she never expected Lin Yan to be so wealthy. "Are you trying to snatch the treasure from my Roland Empire?" she questioned. Lin Yan smiled faintly. "So what if I am? The capable should possess the treasure. If you don't have money, then get out of here and stop pretending in front of me." Wow, this young man is really bold. I like someone who's this bold. He dares to confront Stana. He must really value his life. The whispers in the hall continued. "May I ask which family you belong to, young man? Judging by your appearance, you should be from my Dragon Summer Empire, right?" Long Wenjian, with his sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, smiled confidently. "The remaining pages of the Book of Truth are needed by the royal family of the Dragon Summer Empire. Our Dragon Summer Empire has always emphasized loyalty to the emperor and the country, and patriotism. What the royal family needs is what the country needs. As a member of our Dragon Summer Empire, you should consider the country more and solve problems for the country." Lin Yan coldly glanced at Long Wenjian and sneered, "Get lost." Everyone was stunned. This kid is neither from the Dragon Summer Empire nor the Roland Empire. Admirable courage. The Great Protector Law stood by and watched the show. Although the True Faith Church is wealthy, it cannot compare to the 2 empires. It would cost 2 or 3 million gold coins just for a fragment of the Book of Truth. Now, all they can do is watch the show and wait for an opportunity to snatch the treasure. Long Wenjian's face immediately turned cold. "Under the heavens, there is no land that is not the king's. Do you know the consequences of speaking to me like this?" Lin Yan smiled faintly. "Oh, then let me ask, is the Black Iron City your land? Is the land of the Roland Empire your land?" Long Wenjian was speechless. "Shut up if you don't have money, and if you dare to accuse me, I'll cut you down," Lin Yan said coldly. "Auctions rely on momentum. You have to make people believe that your wealth and confidence are unmatched, so that they lose the desire to compete." "All right, you're good," Long Wenjian sneered. "Apart from the royal families of the 2 empires, no one else can freely teleport in the Black Iron City. If you dare to snatch the treasure from me, I want to see if you can walk out of the Black Iron City alive." He was so angry that he stood up directly, waved his sleeves, and turned to leave. "Hey, broke loser who can't shut up without money, if you can't argue, just run away," Duanda laughed. "You?" Long Wenjian really wanted to go on a killing spree right now, but the Black Iron family is the emperor in the Black Iron City, and he couldn't afford the consequences of breaking their rules. "What about me? I love telling the truth." The fat man infuriated people to death and continued to provoke. "Humph." Long Wenjian's killing intent boiled. "As long as you dare to take a step out of the auction, I will immediately take your heads for treason." Lin Yan looked at Long Wenjian's angry figure and sneered. "Is this the unparalleled strength of the empire? You're broke and running away. Do you still want to sit here?" Lin Yan jokingly asked Stana. "Humph. Wait to be executed." Stana gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Yan. "Young man, you have a lot of courage." The Great Protector Law gave Lin Yan a thumbs up. "Unfortunately, you will die in my hands soon." "What a pity, what a pity." He smirked and followed Stana out of the auction. The three powerhouses left one after another, and there was no suspense left. No one in the audience would spend millions of gold coins for a fragment. Lin Yan naturally obtained the fragment of the Book of Truth. After the auction, Lin Yan wandered around the auction tower with the Fat Man and Lin Feng. After the auction, there was a trading session. Many people would bring their treasures in trade during this grand auction. This critical strike fruit is good, I'll take it. The potion that permanently increases physical defense? Give it to me. Lin Yan went on a crazy shopping spree. After returning to the Dark Village, he had to return the gold card to Yuan Lao Tu and the others. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he naturally had to spend lavishly, considering it as a business trip expense. You bought a lot of things. Lin Yan spent crazily and felt very happy. But his generosity shocked many people, and many approached him to make friends. They believed he was a young master of a hidden clan or a protagonist with incredible luck. Sure. Lin Yan naturally accepted everyone who came, but if they wanted to be friends with him, they had to show some sincerity. In this way, relying on extortion, Lin Yan's own gold card gained nearly 100,000 gold coins. Spending other people's money and earning his own interest, how satisfying was that? That's enough. Lin Yan was satisfied and, after almost emptying a few gold cards, he left the auction with the Fat Man and his younger brother. As soon as they stepped out of the auction, a terrifying killing intent pressed down on them like Mount Tai. Lin Yan remained calm and threw out a bunch of defense scrolls he had just bought with a huge sum of money, forming countless protective shields in front of the three of them. Lin Feng's hands were not slow either. He immediately used spatial prohibition magic to wrap the three of them inside. Boom boom boom. The attacks from the three were extremely sharp and terrifying, continuously shattering the defense barrier. With 10 minutes, at most, I can only kill one person. Who should I kill? Lin Yan's gaze kept shifting between the three. According to the intelligence, the chief protector of the True Truth sect was the weakest and most likely to become an enemy in the upcoming battle in the Dark Village. Logically speaking, he should be the one to kill. But, who let you possess a valuable treasure? Lin Yan licked his lips and looked at Long Wenjian. Among these three, the one with the highest cost-effectiveness for himself was actually Long Wenjian. As long as I unleash the dragon pattern sword, my attack power can increase by another level. Lin Yan's gaze was determined as he fiercely attacked Long Wenjian. Chi. His sword was like a raging wind, landing on the dragon pattern sword. Instantly, it dealt hundreds of thousands of damage. Long Wenjian's eyes narrowed, and the dragon pattern sword in his hand emitted a light. Not bad, kid. Struggling before death? Useless. The chaotic battle between several heroic-level forces caused the street to shatter, attracting countless onlookers. Impressive. Before we even had a chance to make a move, these big shots couldn't resist. It seems like it has nothing to do with us. The people with ulterior motives hidden in the dark were somewhat disappointed. In their eyes, facing the siege of three top-tier powerhouses, Lin Yan was undoubtedly doomed. Die. Lin Yan used all his means to maximize his output. With the combination of various potions and skills, he dealt millions of damage in an instant. Using skills after upgrading them feels great. A flame blade light shot up into the sky, sending Long Wenjian and the others flying. So strong. Long Wenjian's eyes revealed astonishment. He was the one directly facing Lin Yan's fierce attacks, so he had the deepest sense of Lin Yan's terrifying power. His strength was definitely at the level of a golden hero. You want to kill me alone? Trying to forcefully exchange one for one? Useless. Long Wenjian sneered. Lin Yan glanced at Long Wenjian's health. Long Xia, the Royal Guard Commander. Long Wenjian race, human, yellow, class, Dragon Roar Swordsman level, 70 HP, 13 million, armor, 9 million attack, 307,000, physical resistance, 600, magic resistance, 600 equipment, Dragon Pattern Sword, Royal Guard Captain's armor. Skills, Cross Sword Slash, Dragon Roar Sword Chi, Frenzied Sword Technique. Core skill, treasure. There's too little visible data. Fortunately, I bought the intelligence in advance. Lin Yan remained calm in his heart. In that last wave, he had cut off over 2 million armor from the opponent. Humph. Long Wenjian coldly laughed. Daring to show off your insignificant skills in front of me? Watch as I cut you down, you traitorous rebel. He waved his hand, and a terrifying sword aura surged from his sword. Buzz. The sword aura surged like a tide, plowing deep scars into the ground of the street. Boom. Ninefold thunder flash. Lin Yan instantly disappeared from his original position and appeared in front of Long Wenjian. Triple wave slash. The two engaged in battle, and Stana and the Chief Protector also joined the siege. The sword aura that was dodged struck the auction tower, leaving a terrifying crack that stretched for 7 to 8 meters. Long Wenjian, you're such a fool. Damaging the Black Iron family's property gives them a reason to intervene in this siege. Stana let out a sharp explosion. Long Wenjian frowned. He never expected that Lin Yan would possess such advanced footwork, actually being able to dodge that attack. Thorn shield. Fatty also saw through Lin Yan's intentions and stood in front of him. He raised his counterattack shield, taking on Stana and the Chief Protector's attacks. Now that Lin Yan's armor had exceeded 10 million, and with the shared armor, his blood armor value was also extremely high. For a while, these two couldn't break through his armor. This guy is also so strong. Feeling the terrifying counterattack damage from Fatty, the two were instantly shocked. Fatty's armor had greatly increased, and the damage returned proportionally to his armor had also increased. Both of them felt a bit of minor shock from the counterattack. Boom! Lin Feng used the spatial prohibition curse with one hand, and with the other hand, he had enough power to use precise magic spells. With the forbidden staff given by Lin Yan, the damage was extremely terrifying. Where did these three guys suddenly come from? The three powerhouses frowned. The weakest of Lin Yan's trio had reached the level of a silver hero. Such powerhouses could not be unknown in the Dragon Summer Empire, but suddenly three of them appeared, and they were all so young. I actually thought about robbing these three people just now. Many people felt a chill down their spine. They were only a thought away from death. Damn it! In the midst of the fight, Long Wenjin's armor had already been completely cut off by Lin Yan, but he hadn't even broken through the layers of protection on the opponent's body. Lin Yan grinned. He had never fought such a wealthy battle before. It was a complete money-burning strategy. Afterwards, he threw all the scrolls he had purchased. Boom 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 boom. Dozens of high-level scrolls instantly caused Long Wenjin to lose millions of health. You've angered me. Long Wenjin was furious. He no longer considered the consequences and his eyes turned bloodshot. If he didn't use his ultimate move, he would die here. Dragon Mark Howling Kill Sword. Energy surged around him, and the Dragon Mark sword emitted a terrifying sonic attack, like a dragon's roar. Anyone who was not far enough away from the scene was blasted and spat out blood. Bang 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 bang. The sonic attack shattered all of Lin Yan's defense shields. Long Wenjin held a long sword and spat out a 3-foot green edge, sharp to the extreme, intending to cut Lin Yan in half. It's a pity that the scrolls are used up. Lin Yan looked regretful, then waved his hand and summoned 2 ear pendants. The ear pendants hummed and transformed into a defense shield with 1,000,000 armor. Long Wenjin almost vomited blood in anger. How many hidden cards did this guy have? Chi. The power of the Dragon Mark Howling Kill Sword was truly terrifying. Even the top-level treasure with 1,000,000 armor could barely withstand it. Hoo. Long Wenjin's eyes turned bloodshot with anger. Until now, he hadn't even broken through Lin Yan's armor. He shouted in anger. He had never fought such a frustrating battle in his life. If you can't break through the defense, then your sword is indeed useless. Lin Yan shook his head. The Dragon Mark sword is truly wasted in your hands. Why don't you give it to me? Swordmaster's will. Sword Soul Manifestation. Buzz. The powerful Swordmaster's shadow merged with Lin Yan, doubling his attack power and skill effects. Every strike released a terrifying sword aura. The 100 meters of the battlefield turned into a forbidden zone. Even the Black Iron City guards who came to stop them didn't dare to approach. Who would dare to enter the forbidden zone where heroes were fighting? It was simply seeking death. You forced me to do this. Long Wenjin was left with only 3 or 4 million health, and his face twisted in pain. Blood-stained Dragon Soul. He used his core skill. Half of his health was instantly absorbed by the Dragon Mark sword, and all his attributes tripled. His body cracked, blood gushed out, and he turned into a blood-soaked corpse. Die! With his already formidable attack power of 300,000, every skill he used now could cause over 1,000,000 points of damage. Lin Yan was also fearless. He directly fought Long Wenjin with his life. Chi. Sword lights and shadows filled the air, and the sword aura and knife aura that flew out from their battle destroyed all the shops on both sides of the street, turning them into ruins. Critical hit fruit. Lin Yan consumed a fruit that guaranteed 10 consecutive critical hits. -1. 2 million inch -350,000 -1. 19 million inch -360,000. Terrifying armor and health deductions appeared above their heads, making people's legs weak. The final life or death battle was fast-paced, like lightning. It ended in just 10 seconds. Who won? Everyone's gaze was heavy as they looked at the rising dust in the center of the battle. There, only one figure remained standing. Hoo. The strong wind blew away the dust. In everyone's eyes, the person standing there held the Dragon Mark sword, covered in blood. Did Long Wen's sword win in the end of the bloody battle? Indeed, he is one of the unparalleled heroes. It's not easy for anyone to kill him. Many knowledgeable people nodded in agreement, their tone confident. When the dust settled, Lin Yan stood proudly, wielding the Demon Blade 1,000 blades in one hand and the Dragon Pattern sword in the other, covered in the blood of his enemies. Under his feet, the Long Wen's sword had already turned into a puddle of flesh, with only a severed head rolling away. Damn! Long Wen's sword is dead. One of the esteemed heroes of the Empire, killed in broad daylight. Black Iron City is in trouble. Many sensitive individuals felt a great fear after their astonishment. Long Wen's sword held a high position in the Longsha Empire, and his death in Black Iron City would surely anger the Empire. A bloody storm is coming. This kid is really audacious, daring to actually kill Long Wen's sword. Sistana and the Great Guardian, who were fighting against Duanda and Lin Feng, were stunned. A golden hero of his caliber was killed within 10 minutes. Although this kid used a pay-to-win strategy, it would still be a serious event that would shock both empires. What, do you two want to die too? Lin Yan grinned and looked at Sistana and the Great Guardian. Gurgle. Now that Lin Yan was free to fight, the odds were not in their favor in a 3-on-2 battle. However, due to their pride, they couldn't just turn and run. So for the time being, they stopped fighting and stood their ground. Lin Yan sneered. He had already spent a lot of money on his equipment and obtained the dragon pattern sword. There was no need to fight Sistana and the Great Guardian to the death. Besides, there wasn't enough time left to kill another person. Brother, the teleportation channel has been connected. We can leave once it stabilizes, Lin Feng reminded. Lin Yan nodded, not paying much attention to Sistana and the Great Guardian, but instead looking warily in the direction of the Black Iron family. As expected, right after Longwen's sword died, a rumbling sound came from the direction of the Black Iron family, and the once clear sky seemed to darken. Boom! The sound of breaking wind came as a black figure approached from afar, traversing the air. He was dressed in black iron battle armor, his robe fluttering, wielding a giant halberd, like a king. So this old man has been alerted. Lin Yan urged, hurry up, the big one is coming. More and more people noticed the figure approaching in midair and their legs trembled. Black Iron King! Someone hoarsely exclaimed, unable to believe it. The Black Iron King, the leader of the Black Iron family, the founder of Black Iron City, a true king-level powerhouse, capable of traversing the air. Gurgle. The Black Iron King, who hasn't shown himself in 10 years, has actually appeared. The captain of the Imperial Guards of the Longsha Empire died in Black Iron City. He will definitely bring the culprit to justice to answer to the royal family. With a king-level existence making a move, there is no doubt about the outcome. Many onlookers scattered, fleeing as far as possible. The king level was a significant leap in power, completely different from previous advancements. Each king was not to be trifled with. Do you want to leave? In the sky, the white-haired, black-armored old man sneered. He reached down with his large hand, and a terrifying palm took shape. I'll block him. The chubby man shouted, charging forward with the thorn shield raised. Boom! The chubby man's face turned pale, feeling an irresistible force pressing down on him like Mount Tai. Damn! What kind of damn monster is this? He spat out a mouthful of blood. A huge -3 million appeared above his head. Oh my god! The chubby man had already fought hard, and this slap almost sent him back to the fountain. Indeed formidable. Lin Yan looked at the black-armored old man in the sky. He was already this terrifying without even using his king-level domain. Once the opponent unleashed their king-level domain, this slap would truly take the chubby man's life. It seems that this Black Iron King is a true king among gold-tier warriors. Lin Feng's brain rapidly processed information, increasing his speed of analysis. He has quite a lot of health. The Black Iron King once again slapped his palm, intending to break Lin Feng's spatial channel. Old man, don't be too arrogant. Lin Yan scolded, directly using his trump card, Life and Death Seal. Hundreds of Yin soldiers rushed out from the Life and Death Seal. Although it was just a treasure, its effectiveness depended on the summoner's own strength. The 100 Yin soldiers summoned by Lin Yan were all at the level of Yin soldier generals, each with a blood volume exceeding 100,000. Under the terrifying palm, dozens of Yin soldiers shattered one after another. However, more than half of the Yin soldiers still attacked the Black Iron King. These ethereal creatures could fly and burrow underground. Ha! The Black Iron King could no longer remain calm, staring fixedly at the Life and Death Seal in Lin Yan's hand, seemingly unable to believe it. That is. No, how is this possible? The Black Iron King frowned. Dozens of Yin soldiers enveloped him, forcing him to use his royal domain. Buzz! The royal domain unfolded, and all the attributes of the Yin soldiers decreased by half. Annihilate! The Black Iron King unleashed a ranged skill, and a terrifying energy wave resonated from within him, reducing dozens of Yin soldiers to dust. Old man, do you think you're invincible? Lin Yan flashed out from behind the Yin soldiers and kicked the Black Iron King in the face. Then, with a teleportation, he used a displacement symbol to retreat quickly. The Black Iron King was dumbfounded. The entire Black Iron City fell silent. The sound of a needle dropping could be heard. The dignified Black Iron King, who had not appeared for 10 years, the esteemed Black Iron King, he had just made his appearance and was kicked in the face by someone. The old man in black armor was furious, his hair flying in all directions. You're seeking death. He roared, and a destructive sound wave surged out like waves, destroying everything within hundreds of meters. The ground in the entire area collapsed. The Black Iron King clenched his fist. As a king, not only did he fail to keep a few juniors, he was also kicked in the face. This was simply a great humiliation. I will definitely find you and make you beg for life, unable to die. He flicked his sleeve and flew back to his mansion. Today, he had completely lost face. Buzz buzz buzz. Lin Yan and the others leaped out of the spatial channel one after another, and a terrifying aura spewed out from the channel. Yuan Tianrun was originally smiling as he welcomed them, but his scalp instantly tingled. It was only when he joined forces with several Dawn heroes that the terrifying fluctuations were suppressed. You guys really did it. Who did you provoke this time? You actually got so angry. Yuan Tianrun questioned Lin Yan speechlessly. Hey, you don't know how thrilling and exciting it was this time. The chubby guy patted the dust off his body and couldn't wait to boast, vividly describing the events as if he were performing a skit. Yuan Tianrun and the others listened anxiously, but after talking for so long, he didn't mention whether they obtained the remaining pages of the Book of Truth, which made them anxious. Finally, when they heard about the Black Iron King's actions, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. You guys survived even after that old guy made a move. It's really not easy, Yuan Tianrun sarcastically remarked. These guys were really good at causing trouble. They went to Black Iron City once, not only killing the captain of the Dragon Summer Royal Family's guards, but also kicking the face of a king. It was truly earth-shattering. You guys have caused a big disaster this time. Yuan Tianrun shook his head helplessly. Offending both the Dragon Summer Royal Family and the Black Iron City, two major forces, just thinking about it made one's scalp tingle. Forget about it, that old man, the Black Iron King, wasn't a good person to begin with. He only stayed in Black Iron City and acted like a king. We don't need to care about him. Wang Taijian waved his hand. As long as we bring back the remaining pages of the Book of Truth. Xing Daozi nodded. Now that all the necessary treasures have been gathered, we can begin the awakening ceremony. Lin Yan was also extremely eager. Wang Bauer is finally waking up, and the first divine template he has been longing for is finally within reach. Let me prepare, the awakening ceremony will begin tonight, Xing Daozi said, extending his hand to Lin Yan. Ha? What does this mean? Lin Yan pretended to be clueless. The gold card. Are you so greedy that you want to keep our gold cards for yourself? Xing Daozi said speechlessly. Ah, the gold card. Lin Yan grinned and looked at Yuan Tianrun. You pay the reward for this mission first, and then I'll return your gold cards. Yuan Tianrun was speechless too. After cooperating for so long, don't you have any trust in me? Then, he glanced at the mission and was instantly stunned. The silver 5th tier mission assigned to Lin Yan had actually been upgraded to bronze 6th tier. Emperor Yan, why do you always increase the difficulty so much every time you receive a mission? Yuan Tianrun was exasperated. He knew Lin Yan's temperament, so without waiting for Lin Yan to argue, he took the initiative and said, Tell me, what compensation do you want? Lin Yan generously shook his head. I don't need any compensation. Yuan Tianrun couldn't believe it. Did you change your gender? But, please ask the blacksmith to repair a weapon for me, Lin Yan said with a smile. Alright, leave it to me. The blacksmith agreed readily, but when he saw the look in the old village chief's eyes, he realized that he might have fallen into Emperor Yan's trap again. Old Wan, you're generous. Lin Yan took out the dragon pattern sword. This sword has been covered in dust for a long time. In the entire Dragon Summer Empire, only you, Old Wang, can repair it. He didn't hesitate to flatter, because this matter was too important to him. That's right. I was the #1 blacksmith in the Dragon Summer Empire back then. Wang the blacksmith confidently took the dragon pattern sword. 3 seconds later, he petrified in place. Old Wang, I'll wait for your good news, alright? Lin Yan took the opportunity to return the gold cards to the others and took the reward from Yuan Tianrun before making a swift exit. After walking a long distance, he heard the miserable screams of the Dawn Heroes. No! Damn Emperor Yan, I'm going to kill you. Tell me, where's my money? Apart from Xing Daozi's small treasury being too thick, Lin Yan couldn't spend it all. The remaining gold cards were almost depleted, with only a pitiful few thousand gold coins left. That was Emperor Yan's last bit of conscience. Damn thief! If I had known he was so shameless, I wouldn't have settled the mission rewards for him no matter what. Yuan Tianrun felt heartbroken. He wouldn't be able to pay the wages of the next month in the ghost village. Everyone looked at Xing Daozi together. Hey, old Qing, can you lend us some? Lin Yan held Xin Youwei's hand and walked on the road in the newbie village. The players now either joined the Church of Truth or left the ghost village to go to the main city. The newbie village now emphasized tranquility. Only some newly registered rookies kept pouring in. Lin Yan, have you heard? Today's morning paper reported that the number of players registered in the Divine Land has exceeded 3 billion. Xin Youwei couldn't believe it as she read the news. Lin Yan nodded. Except for impoverished regions like Africa where computers were not widely available, almost all civilized societies had already registered. Have you also reached the 3rd tier, elite professional? Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. Aha! Xin Youwei proudly puffed out her chest. Am I amazing? Lin Yan nodded. Very. Impressive. He passed the experience pearl of slaying the dragon when sword to Xin Youwei. These should be enough for you to reach the full level of the 3rd tier. It's best to have the blacksmith teach you his core skills in the next few days. I promise to complete the mission. Xin Youwei saluted in a proper manner. After strolling around the newbie village with Xin Youwei and deepening their relationship, Lin Yan escorted her back to the blacksmith shop. He grinned. Old Wang, is the weapon repaired? Wang the blacksmith, with a black line on his face, took out the repaired dragon pattern sword and threw it to Lin Yan, saying, Don't ever have any ideas about me again. I really have nothing left. He was truly emptied by Lin Yan. His gold card was also empty, and his weapons were all given away. Now, he had helped him repair a high-level legendary weapon once again, and now he was so poor that he only had his underwear left. Originally, blacksmiths should be making money from players, but now they have been emptied by a player. I guess I am the most pathetic novice village blacksmith in history, right? Wang Hao sighed. Lin Yan inspected it and his eyes lit up. He repeatedly thanked Wang the blacksmith while shaking his hand. Then, in a peaceful atmosphere, he was kicked out of the blacksmith shop. Stingy. Lin Yan didn't mind, after all. He had taken advantage of the blacksmith so much, it was normal for him to be angry. He found a place where there was no one. He began to fuse equipment. He clicked on the equipment attributes of the Dragon Pattern Sword, Legendary, Grade, 5th grade attack plus 400,000, attack speed plus 0. 3. Lifesteal plus 10% special ability, Dragon's Roar, active, stimulates the dragon's soul within the weapon, causing ranged sword damage, consumes 50 mana per second, Dragon Pattern, the user can awaken the Dragon Pattern during battle, agility plus 5, Broken Army, deals an additional 10,000 damage to armor. It truly is the top weapon passed down through generations by the Dragon Summer Empire's royal family, it's really amazing. Lin Yan marveled. He just didn't know how the swordsman's sword in its peak state compared to the Dragon Pattern sword, which one was stronger and which one was weaker. He fused the Dragon Pattern sword into the Magic Blade Thousand Blades. All 3 special abilities were inherited. The Broken Army special ability merged with the Mud Cutting special ability. An unparalleled treasure blade. He looked at the Magic Blade Thousand Blades in front of him, feeling excited. Magic Blade Thousand Blades, white, attack plus 550,000, attack speed plus 0. 8. Critical strike rate plus 10%, lifesteal plus 10%, agility plus 5 special abilities, mud cutting plus, decisive action plus, 1000 blades, unity, swordsman's secret technique, swordsman's battle spirit, dragon's roar, dragon pattern, with a 550,000 attack boost, 8 special abilities, and many other attributes. Apart from those weapons that are enough to rule a country, this blade should be the #1 in the world. Finally, I have agility attributes, so I won't be so passive when dueling with experts in the future. Lin Yan let out a sigh of relief. And it started with 5 points. Agility is the limit of physical ability that can be exerted in close combat. After adding 5 agility, he could display more unique techniques. With my swordsmanship, even if a hero encounters me, it can only be a fate of being abused. Lin Yan was full of confidence. Unless he encountered a numerical monster like the Black Iron King, numerical suppression was unreasonable. Next is the fusion of the swordsman's legendary equipment. Lin Yan looked at the lower body armor of the swordsman in his hand, feeling emotional. He truly was the strongest existence and the strongest hero group, without any dispute since the founding of the Dragon Summer Empire. Just the equipment he obtained, there were already 4 legendary pieces. In other words, the swordsman's entire set of equipment is almost all legendary. Lin Yan marveled. Hardly anyone could gather a full set of legendary equipment of the same grade, but the swordsman managed to do it. That's the value of being the #1 hero in the Dragon Summer Empire. He fused the swordsman's lower body armor, increasing the armor by over 1 million. And after the fusion of its special abilities, it provided a new special ability, Last Drop of Blood, immune to 1 fatal attack. Buzz. Lin Yan also fused a lot of lower body armor into the soft hedgehog pants. Then, he opened his own attribute panel, ID, Flame Emperor race, human, yellow, class, warrior level, 9 health, 400, armor, 12,100,000 attack, 5,500,025, physical resistance, 1,430, magic resistance, 1,425, mana, 400, movement speed, 8, attack speed, 3, agility, 5, health recovery rate, 0, 5%, life steal, 10%, 5%, critical strike, 21%, armor absorption, 2,000, armor penetration, 11,000, counterattack, 12,000, equipment, soft hedgehog armor, white, soft hedgehog pants, white, swordmaster helmet, legendary, snowy wind boots, legendary, magic blade 1000 blades, white, ultimate artifact, unique, effect infinite fusion equipment, tier 4, skill, wave stacking, 3 stars, flame blade, 3 stars, ninefold thunder flash, 3 stars, advanced detection technique, 3 stars, ability, none treasure, life and death seal, water avoidance cape, stealth cloak, awakening fan, with 500,000 attack, over 10 million armor, and various characteristics in trump cards. It's enough. Lin Yan calculated for a while and nodded. It's time to start the final plan for the beginner village. Night. The altar of the dark village. Wang Baoer lay in the center of the altar. Xing Daozi placed all the necessary treasures beside her. With the divinity of the Book of Truth, the vitality of the 1000-year Willow Heart, and the power of life and death reincarnation in the life and death seal, her soul contract can be completely lifted. Xing Daozi took the life and death seal handed over by Lin Yan, and a surging magical power poured into it. The ceremony officially began. Wang Tai-Smith, Yuan Tianrun, Blind Monk, and Wu Baihua guarded the 4 sides, and the atmosphere was extremely solemn and murderous. Lin Yan, along with Lin Feng, Fatty, Shen Yue, and Chu Qingxian, protected Xing Daozi. The Truth sect may come to disrupt the ceremony at any time, so we must not take it lightly. Yuan Tianrun reminded in a deep voice. Just as he finished speaking, a gust of wind blew, startling a flock of birds, and the sky was filled with killing intent, dispersing the clouds. So impatient. Yuan Tianren laughed angrily, and a terrifying sword aura rose behind him. With a wave of his hand, sword energy swept through the entire block, shattering all the Truth Sect disciples hidden under the cover of night. Gurgle. Blood splattered. Hundreds of figures fell from the darkness, their heads rolling. Hee hee, it seems that you really missed the swordsman after he died. A cold voice came out. The person in the black robe and mask stood on the eaves, his eyes filled with mockery. You even switched to practicing swordsmanship just for him. Since you miss him so much, why not reunite with him in hell? You stubborn fool. Yuan Tianren snorted angrily, turning into a sword aura and instantly killing the person on the eaves. With his finger as a sword, he struck fiercely. Brother, you've grown old. The person in the black robe and mask flicked his cloak and retreated like a bat. The entire house collapsed under Yuan Tianren's sword. We'll settle these old matters later. Today is the day for Bauer's niece to be freed from the curse. Must you go to such extremes? Yuan Tianren questioned sternly. He, Wang Bauer is the soul of the 7 heroes of dawn. If her soul dies, you all are just a bunch of useless people. The person in the black robe and mask grinned. Do you think I would just watch her come back to life? Beast! Yuan Tianren roared in anger, launching a terrifying attack at the person in the black robe. Everything is about to end. Let's have a good fight today. The person in the black robe and mask no longer dodged, wielding dual blades and fighting Yuan Tianren. Boom boom boom. The battle between the two powerful warriors was extremely terrifying. Wherever they went, diamonds flew and houses collapsed. In other directions, Wang Taismith, Wu Baihua, and Blind Monk also started to fight, each blocking a formidable enemy from the Truth Sect. The power between us was originally balanced, and even in terms of top combat power, we were slightly inferior. But today, Qing Daozi can't join the fight, so we have the advantage. The Dark Village is destined to be wiped out. The person in the black robe laughed sinisterly. Do you think saying these things can distract me? Yuan Tianren laughed loudly. Yes, I switched to practicing swordsmanship. But as fellow Fate Masters, how could you not foresee the disaster that awaits you tonight? Disaster awaits. The person in the black robe sneered. I have foreseen the only variable. The one you rely on, isn't it the player Emperor Yen? A fool who has just arrived not long ago. Indeed, his combat power is not bad. But do you think you can turn the tide tonight? I have to say, brother, you've become stupid. You're the stupid one. Yuan Tianren's eyes were cold. Tonight, he had set up a big plan for the true teachings. Tonight, the true teachings will be destroyed. Let your downfall be a celebration of Bauer's awakening. He. Alright, let's see who will have the last laugh. Yuan Tianren and the man in the black robe were brothers, but also enemies. Both of them were extremely powerful, killing without hesitation. Even the dark clouds and strong winds couldn't stop them. The 4 battlefields in the Dark Village were in chaos, filled with the sounds of fighting. The rookie players accepted the village defense mission with confusion on their faces, thinking that the generous rewards were a stroke of luck. But once the real battle began, they realized that they were just cannon fodder. The elite disciples of the true teachings could easily kill a group of rookie players with a single strike. These players, who kept resurrecting from the spring, were filled with resentment. Damn it, how is this game balanced? I just reached level 3 and they throw countless level 30 opponents at me to attack the newbie village. Fuck your ancestors. The cries of the miserable players reached Lin Yan's ears, but he wasn't in the mood to laugh. He looked at the old man in black in front of him, his fighting spirit boiling. So it's you. He, we really have some fate. The old man in black grinned, his smile as stiff as a corpse. I never thought that the Flame Emperor mentioned by the leader would be you. This time, you won't escape. Is that so? Lin Yan looked at the old man in front of him and smiled coldly. I was also puzzled why I didn't kill you last time, but this time it will be you who dies. You think you have heroic strength just because you killed Long Wenjin with a pay-to-win strategy? The old man sneered, mocking him. He was the chief guardian of the true teachings, the highest level among the 3 heroic level powerhouses at the Black Iron City auction. Killing a small silver level hero like you was extremely easy. Lin Yan's killing intent was chilling. Boss, I'll help you. Fatty and Lin Feng also stepped forward. Xin Yue drew her bow. Chu Qingxian accumulated her energy, preparing to unleash her martial arts ultimate move. Lin Yan also took the time to teach Chu Qingxian a set of Tai Chi boxing, maximizing her output. With Fatty's shared armor skill, it could be said that they all possessed the strength of a hero, and could even crush a bronze-level hero. If we cooperate well, we might even be able to fight against high-level gold-level heroes. The core team is starting to take shape. Lin Yan felt gratified. Hoof. The chief guardian frowned. Although the young newcomers behind Lin Yan were only around level 30 or 40, they still made him, a level 90 silver-level hero, feel some pressure. Where did the Dark Village find so many outrageous things? He muttered, feeling a bit timid. His eyes shifted and he looked at Lin Yan. Kid, since you're so arrogant, do you dare to fight me one-on-one? Sure. Lin Yan nodded. The chief guardian sneered, but in the end, he was still young and couldn't see through Lin Yan's provocation. Lin Yan sneered and waved to Fatty and the others. However, it will be the 5 of us against you alone. Ah! The chief guardian was dumbfounded, his scalp instantly tingling. He already felt pressure from just Lin Yan's individual strength, let alone facing all 5 of them together. Fortunately, on the 4 battlefields of the Dark Village, many experts had broken through the encirclement and arrived at the altar. Seeing the reinforcements, the Chief Guardian immediately regained his confidence and laughed heartily. In a group fight, the true teachings have never lost. After speaking, he leaped forward like a falcon, pouncing towards Lin Yan. Youth, you're responsible for long-range attacks on the miscellaneous troops. Xin Xian, you handle the true teachings disciples who enter the perimeter of the altar. Lin Yan began to strategize. Fatty, my friend, let's quickly kill this old man and then clean up the battlefield. Alright, the core of the 5-person team was Lin Yan, so naturally, they all followed his orders. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. In Xin Yue's hands, the willow demon arrows kept shooting out. Terrifying attack power with armor penetration. The miscellaneous soldiers of the Truth Sect couldn't withstand it at all and were continuously pierced through. I'll give everyone a buff. Xin Yue displayed the core skill of the blacksmith. 7 treasures glass arrow. The blacksmith is a forger, and their favorite way of fighting is stacking buffs, so Xin Yue has now changed jobs to become a buff shooter. She can bind teammates with arrows to give them beneficial buffs or share buffs. She can also mark negative buffs on enemies with arrows. My level is too low, so I can only use 3 treasure arrows, which means I can share 3 attributes between teammates. Xin Yue asked eagerly, how should I choose? Share my movement speed, your attack speed, and my agility. Lin Yan immediately replied, okay. Xin Yue fired arrows continuously, and everyone received attribute sharing. Damn, boss, your agility is ridiculously high. Fatty was dumbfounded. Right now, I can only achieve 50% attribute sharing, Xin Yue reminded. I gained a 5-point increase in agility, which means, your agility is at least 5 points, boss. Fatty exclaimed in amazement. Normally, agility attributes are not touched before the hero stage. Lin Yan is only at level 9 and already has 5 points in agility, which is simply inhuman. But he is not the happiest one right now. The one who is laughing the most is Lin Yan. As an archer, Xin Yue consumes very few attribute points to increase her attack speed, so she currently has a full 5 points in attack speed. That means she can shoot 5 arrows in 1 second. Lin Yan himself has 3 points in attack speed, and with the shared 5 points, his attack speed reaches 5. You should know that his base attack power is 550,000. Even without using skills, he can deal at least 3 million points of damage in 1 second. How terrifying is that? The Black Iron King, a boss with such powerful data, can only deal this amount of damage with a single slap. Yue, your skill is really awesome. Lin Yan gave her a thumbs up, but the Grand Protector was in tragedy. Lin Yan's sword was so fast that it was almost a blur, even faster than his own attack speed as a level 90 silver hero. Where can he reason with that? I can't defend against it at all. The Grand Protector lamented. Lin Yan's attacks were too terrifying. Even if he could defend against them, he would still suffer tens of thousands of impact damage. One attack that couldn't be defended against would deal 500,000 plus damage. If he landed a critical hit, it would be over 1 million damage. His total health and armor were only 9 million, and he had already lost a third of it just from their first encounter. How can this be so outrageous? How can this be so outrageous? The Grand Protector's face was even uglier than if he had eaten shit. He roared, you had so much strength that day. I understand now, you wanted to kill me. You, at such a young age, have such deep scheming. Lin Yan chuckled at the Grand Protector's foolishness. Are you even worthy of me hiding my strength from you? The truth is, he really didn't have such high output that day. Fatty and Lin Feng, one on each side, assisted Lin Yan in battle, but they increasingly felt that they had no presence at all. When Lin Yan made a single attack, it dealt at least several 100,000 damage, but the two of them combined couldn't even reach 50,000. Brother Duan, don't you think we're a bit useless here? Lin Feng was deeply affected. He thought he was already abnormal enough. As mere elite professionals, they had mastered high-level spells that even hero-level individuals would find difficult to grasp, and they even possessed top-tier equipment and treasures. But their combat power was instantly reduced to ashes by their older brother. Lin Yan could see Lin Feng's frustration and couldn't help but smile inwardly. There's no way around it. This is the gap between the son of destiny and a top-tier noob. Little brother, you'll just have to adapt slowly. The Grand Protector went mad. He had roamed the martial world and gained fame for many years. As a level 90 silver hero, he was actually being suppressed and beaten by 3 young kids, and they were still laughing and joking around. Do they have any face left? Fine, you're good, but this old man is not so easily dealt with. The Great Protector shouted angrily and unleashed his core skill. Traceless steps. Buzz. Under his feet, wind and snow condensed out of thin air. With one step, his entire body became ethereal, reducing the damage he received by half. Tap tap. Stepping on the snowy path, his movement speed and agility increased dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he broke free from the encirclement of Lin Yan and the others, and with endless killing intent, he headed towards Wang Bao's altar. This is bad. Lin Yan's heart trembled. The Great Protector's core skill turned out to be a rare body technique. Hee, I have gained a reputation over the years, relying on this core skill to deter many strong opponents, the Great Protector boasted. With this kind of body technique as his core skill, he could come and go without a trace. As long as he didn't provoke a king, anyone he targeted would be in trouble. Die. He looked at Wang Bauer with a cold gaze. Everything today was centered around killing Wang Bauer. As long as his mission was successful, everything would be over. The battle between the true teachings and the Dark Village had already been decided. Boom boom boom. On the battlefield, Wang Taijian and the others also noticed this scene and felt anxious, wishing they could teleport over immediately to rescue. But the top experts of the true teachings were not weak either. Even with their injuries, they couldn't break free for a while. Hee, brother, is this the variable you mentioned? It's not enough. Yuan Tiangang looked at Lin Yan, laughing mockingly, trying to disturb Yuan Tianren's state of mind. In a battle between top experts, as long as a flaw was revealed, it would be fatal. It's too early to talk about winning or losing now. Yuan Tianren's face remained calm and composed. I see that you're not giving up. Yuan Tiangang's momentum grew stronger, and his clash with Yuan Tianren became even more intense. You want to stop me from obtaining the divine gift template? You've already chosen the path of death. Lin Yan's killing intent reached its peak. 3 treasures into 1. Speed boost. Shen You's combat intuition was strong. She directly suspended the attribute sharing of the other 3 people and only provided a single attribute enhancement to Lin Yan, movement speed. This directly doubled Lin Yan's movement speed. His speed went from 8 to 16 in an instant. Crush. He crushed the speed enhancing potion, increasing his speed by another 2. Wind treading. The special effect of the snow treading boots activated, doubling his movement speed again, reaching an astonishing 36. Ignite. He took out the unified transfer talisman he had obtained from the auction and ignited it. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. He then threw 10 small teleportation talismans into the fire, which were ultimately melted down by the unified transfer talisman into a single targeted teleportation talisman. Song in the snow. The effect of the body technique skill doubled. 9-fold thunder flash. Lin Yan made his move. Originally, the maximum distance of the 9-fold thunder flash was 100 meters, but with the blessing of Song in the snow, he directly crossed a distance of 200 meters. Then, using the targeted teleportation talisman, he instantly crossed another 100 meters. He instantly caught up to the Great Protector. The Great Protector looked at Lin Yan, who suddenly appeared behind him, with a bewildered expression, as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Old man, you're celebrating too early. Lin Yan's eyes turned bloodshot. With a movement speed of 36, he was almost like lightning. Are you a monster? The Great Protector's scalp exploded. You see, as a level 90 silver hero, even with his body technique core skill, his movement speed barely reached 35. This kind of speed should have been invincible at the hero stage. But now, a level 9 newbie had surpassed him. Die for me. In order to catch up to the Great Protector, he almost used up all his trump cards. And those were all money. Boom boom boom. With this strike, it was as if thunder was slashing through the air. The anger of losing a massive amount of money made this strike terrifying and unbearable. Soul Sword Secret Technique. Skill effect doubled. Top tier critical strike potion. Skill guaranteed to crit. Lin Yan crazily played his trump cards. With each card he played, the anger attached to this strike became more and more terrifying. Stacking waves 3 strikes. Flame Blade. Stacking Blade. Swordmaster's Battle Spirit. Kill. In the dark night sky, the sound of thunderous blade strikes echoed. In just 3 seconds, Lin Yan emptied all of his skills. -200W, -230W, -280W, -300W. This wave of explosive output, with just 4 strikes, instantly killed the terrified Grand Protector in mid-air. The following 2 strikes, pure damage overflow, turned the Grand Protector's body into fragments. The scene fell into a strange silence. The besieging Truth Sect disciples were motionless, and several Dawn heroes were stunned. Yuan Tiangang and other high-ranking members of the Truth Sect were even more numb. Damn, boss, you're amazing. The fat guy was the first to snap out of his daze and exclaimed. This output was simply explosive to the extreme. Worthy of the name Flame Emperor. That damn old ghost finally died. Lin Yan waved his hand and collected all the items dropped by the Grand Protector into his backpack, taking a few deep breaths. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He had taken too many drugs and overexerted himself. He was very satisfied with his extreme output data. With a base attack of 500,000, each skill would cause 5 times the damage, which was 750,000. The Sword Soul Secret Technique doubled the power of the skills, reaching a threshold of 5 million. The top-level critical strike potion gave the skills a critical effect, resulting in that astonishing 3 million attack data. A combo, smoothly executed, cleanly beheading a level 90 silver hero. Hey, old Chang, what are you staring at? Hurry up! I've paid a lot to kill him. After this battle, you owe me. Lin Yan looked at Cheng Daozi, who had a blank expression. Oh, I got it. Cheng Daozi stiffly turned his neck and continued to operate. Ha ha ha, Yuan Tianren's laughter echoed joyfully. Tiangang, It seems that after so many years of practicing swordsmanship, I have a better grasp of the heavenly mechanism than you. How did you practice these years? Practiced on dogs? He was as panicked inside as he appeared calm just now. Now that the situation was settled, the Grand Protector of the Truth Sect was dead, and no one could stop Wang Bao from resurrecting. Crunch, crunch. Veins bulged on Yuan Tiangong's forehead as he stared at Lin Yan, his tone icy. This is simply impossible. His calculations had no loopholes, but unfortunately, Lin Yan was too overpowered. Who could believe that a level 9 could kill a level 90? It was simply outrageous. The outcome is already decided. My brother. Yuan Tianrun's palm pressed down with an imposing manner, and terrifying sword energy swept away everything along the way. No, I will never lose. Yuan Tiangong's eyes turned bloodshot. Even if I lose, I won't lose to you, you imperial lapdog. Humph. Just as Yuan Tianrun was about to engage in a final battle with Yuan Tiangang, he suddenly felt something and paused, looking towards the altar. Buzz. On the altar, the power of life and death circulated, and black energy steamed from Wang Bao's forehead, manifesting a blood-colored contract. In the end, that contract was erased by the power of life and death, turning into ashes and drifting away. It's a success. Xing Daozi couldn't help but cheer. On the altar, the enchanting and beautiful girl frowned, then slowly opened her eyes. Her pupils were clear and bright. She sat up, and the suppressed power of her soul turned into a storm, sweeping out with a thunderous force. Terrifying pressure enveloped the sky above Ming Village, declaring an indisputable fact. The souls of the 7 Dawn heroes had completely awakened. Retreat! Sensing the overwhelming mental pressure, Yuan Tiangong's face darkened. He knew that the situation was hopeless and could only give up. Boom, boom. The siege of the Truth Sect immediately collapsed, and they frantically retreated from Ming Village. They were chased all the way to the outskirts of Ming Village before successfully escaping. It's about to end soon. Yuan Tianrun looked at the disappearing figure of Yuan Tiangang, flicked his robe sleeve, and returned to the altar in Ming Village. Uncle Yuan. Wang Bao had already returned to normal at this time, her aura converging. Bao, how do you feel? Wang Taismith trembled with excitement as he regained his daughter. In another 2 hours at most, you should be able to recover to normal. Wang Bao took a deep breath. When she first woke up, she was at her weakest, which is why she forcibly released her pent-up spiritual power to scare away Yuan Tiangang. Otherwise, if the True Truth Sect fought to the death, the outcome would not necessarily be certain. Great! Now that the great protector of the True Truth Sect is dead and Bauer has recovered, we don't need to worry about the True Truth Sect anymore. Wu Baihua said happily. Wang Bauer shook her head. We must quickly destroy the True Truth Sect's base, preferably starting now. Why so urgent? It wouldn't hurt to wait until you've fully recovered, right? Wang Taismith quickly advised, fearing that something might go wrong with Wang Bauer again. No, Wang Bauer explained, the True Truth Sect has been preparing a creation called the Puppet of the King. Previously, they took a risk and stole the Zombie King's blood from the Ming Village as preparation for the Puppet of the King. What? Yuan Tianren suddenly remembered the incident of the stolen king's blood, which he had overlooked in the past few days while focusing on saving Wang Bauer. That's right, there are mechanical noises coming from the True Truth Sect's main hall, as if they are building something terrifying. Lin Yan said confidently, if they succeed, it will be very dangerous. With his knowledge, he naturally heard of the Puppet of the King. However, according to the plot of the previous life, the Puppet of the King would not appear for a long time. It was just a background setting for the plot of the destruction of the newbie village, the resurrection of the Zombie King, the revival of the true spirit of Lu Wang, and the reappearance of the life and death seal. Once the True Truth Sect succeeds, the Puppet of the King will possess the false power of the King, which we cannot resist. Wang Bauer shook her head. In these years, she had essentially been an undercover agent for the True Truth Sect and knew too many secrets. What? The false power of the King? Yuan Tianren's heart trembled. Now that they were all old, carrying old injuries, and their combat power was only 1/3 of its peak, and they were missing the strongest combat power of the Swordmaster, it was unlikely that they could resist the false king. From what I know, to forge such a puppet, they need the divinity of the remnants of the Book of Truth as the central energy, right? Lin Yan's heart burned with excitement. That's right. Wang Bauer was not a fool. Lin Yan was so powerful and yet he still suppressed his advancement. He must be plotting to obtain the divine template bestowed by the gods. The allure of the remnants of the Book of Truth to him could be imagined. If we can get the remnants of the Book of Truth from the True Truth Sect, and then get the page from the Dragon Summer Royal family, with 3 pages, we can obtain the second divine template. Lin Yan was extremely excited. Now that his strength was sufficient, the road ahead would be smooth. Once he left the newbie village, he would be invincible in the Dragon Summer Empire. At least he could easily obtain the divine templates in the territories of the 2 empires. By then, leveling up would be as easy as drinking water. Awesome! Although he had been suppressing his advancement for the sake of the divine template, it didn't mean that he didn't feel inferior with his mere level 9 rank. So, it's true that we have to strike the dog while it's down. Manson also spoke up. Yuan Tianren nodded. Originally, tonight's plan was for Wang Bauer to wake up and immediately counterattack. But Wang Bauer's condition after waking up was not good, so they didn't make that choice out of concern. I estimate that the puppet of the king will be completed at the latest tomorrow. Wang Bauer urged, Uncle Yuan, don't worry, I'll be almost fully recovered on the way. Let's set off quickly. Your body is just right. How can we let you participate in the battle? Wang Tai-Smith shook his head repeatedly. Only I know the True Truth sect inside out. If you blindly go in, you will suffer a great loss. Wang Bauer argued logically. Although Lin Yan wanted to say that he also knew the True Truth sect inside out, since Wang Bauer was willing to be the guide, it saved him the trouble. This is probably the luck of lazy people. And Brother Yuan still needs to guard the altar, and the Dragon Summer royal family is also keeping a close eye on us. So, even if tonight is a special decisive battle, Brother Yuan absolutely cannot leave the village. Xing Daozi was very clear-headed. In fact, there is another reason that the heroes all know. The leader of the True Truth sect, Yuan Tiangang, is the younger brother of the old village chief. They can't let the brothers fight each other, right? After much consideration, Wang the blacksmith could only nod in agreement. Don't worry, Brother Yuan, we will do our best to bring Tiangang back alive. Unless absolutely necessary, we won't kill him. Wu Baihua patted his chest confidently and promised. No need, don't get hurt because of that scum. Kill him if necessary. I am already utterly disappointed in him and wish to personally execute him. Yuan Tianrun said coldly. Then he looked at Lin Yan. Lin Yan, I cannot intervene tonight, so I have to ask for your help again. Lin Yan was about to agree when Yuan Tianrun stopped him. I know, you don't need to say more. As long as you destroy the True Truth sect's base, I will give you the last piece of equipment from Brother Jinhao. Lin Yan was speechless. He had wanted to bargain before, but Yuan old man was not interested. Tonight, because he wanted the remaining pages of the Book of Truth so badly, he didn't even think about bargaining, and as a result, he voluntarily gave away the equipment. But since it was not for nothing, he accepted the task directly. It seems that being able to remain calm can lead to unexpected benefits. Lin Yan began to summarize his own success experience in his heart. And, establishing a persona is also important. As long as you are good at bargaining, after the other party gets used to it, they will naturally give you benefits. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go! Lin Yan urged. Once the puppet of the king was successfully refined, the Book of Truth would be completely integrated with the puppet's core, and it would be too late to regret. Good. Let's set off immediately. Several top fighters from the Dark Village, along with Lin Feng's disciples and most of the armed forces of the Dark Village, set off together towards the True Truth sect. The players in the beginner village also received the task. Although they were just useless people, having a large number of people would boost morale. They were also known as the Atmosphere Group or cheerleaders. It was not until the main force disappeared from sight that the old village chief realized something was wrong. I always feel something is off. Right, why is Lin Yan so active tonight? He was burdened by the conflicting emotions of his brother possibly being killed tonight, and his mind was in chaos. It was only now that he came to his senses. It's a God-given template. Yuan Tianrun understood and smiled slightly, shaking his head. Forget it, he was originally chosen by me as Brother Jinhao's successor. These equipment were meant to be given to him. Unfortunately, he didn't want to become his disciple, so they can only be given through tasks. Ha ha, little brat, you want to compete with me? You're still too young. He suddenly felt very happy, and his complex feelings towards his brother dissipated a lot. He walked home with a light and brisk pace. This is the base of the True Truth sect. Lin Yan pointed to the cave in front. They really hid it well. Wang the blacksmith frowned and complained. The True Truth sect was hidden in the mountains, with a huge underground city dug out. The True Truth sect has 3 levels of defense. Wang Bauer was about to explain the defense layout of the True Truth sect when she saw Wang the blacksmith turn into a blood-red light and charge straight in. He had hated this place that had harmed his daughter for so many years, and now he could finally take revenge with his own hands. Naturally, he couldn't wait. All buffs, be bestowed upon me. Wang the blacksmith shouted, and numerous lights flickered on his body as layer after layer of buffs erupted from within him. Boom, boom, boom. Many pieces of equipment were thrown out by him and shattered directly on the defense barrier. Then, he punched the defense barrier. Crack, crack. Instantly, the ground shook, and the entire defense barrier shattered. Along with the defense barrier, rocks rolled down from the surrounding mountains, and the ground cracked. Damn! So powerful! Lin Yan exclaimed. This was the full power of the Dawn hero in a fit of rage. He was somewhat fortunate. If it weren't for the fact that he had fought with Wang the blacksmith that time and the other party didn't fight back, he would never have been able to exchange so many moves with him. The outermost layer of the formation is only for detection, and its protective effect is the weakest. Wang Bauer covered her forehead, wondering why her father was so impulsive. Buzz! The second layer of defense formation was activated, and terrifying energy gathered into an energy giant sword, slashing angrily towards Wang the blacksmith. I'll help you. Wu Baihua flew up. As a martial artist, close combat explosive damage was her strongest skill. Shatter for me. Wu Baihua grabbed the sword blade and transformed her body into the most terrifying weapon, with every part being a deadly weapon. Boom 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 boom. In just a few seconds, she actually shattered the energy giant sword with her physical body. Female Tyrannosaurus. Duwanda looked dumbfounded. Oomph, my master's nickname is Tyrant Flower. Chu Qingxian proudly smiled. You two step aside, my forbidden spell is complete. Xing Daozi's ultimate move had already been prepared, and he pressed his hand towards the formation. Quick, let's go. Wu Baihua grabbed Wang the blacksmith and quickly left. Boom rumble rumble rumble. A 10-Zhanglong flame dragon flew across the sky and crashed into the defense formation. Boom! The fire dragon exploded, destroying the entire formation. Terrifying energy pulses spread out, causing the robes of the people to rustle. The entire mountain protected by the formation was ignited by the flames after the dispersal of the fire dragon, illuminating the dark dawn as bright as day. Damn! Is this the combat power of an NPC in a beginner village? Damn it, I'm playing a fake online game. So cool, in the future, I will definitely become a super mage. The players who came to complete the mission were all dumbfounded. This scene was too grand, completely beyond their current understanding. They probably strengthened them temporarily for the plot, just to let us see the battle effects at a higher level. I admit that this game does have something. I was almost scared to death just now. An NPC in a beginner village probably has a low level. We can have such cool battle effects with just a few more levels. Let's go everyone! The players were excited, their emotions high. Break into the True Truth sect and capture Yuan Tiangang alive. Qing Daozi shouted. Charge with me. Wang the blacksmith and Wu Baihua, the two golden heroes, led the soldiers of the Ming village and the players as they rushed towards the underground base of the True Truth sect. Gods and Buddhas couldn't stop them along the way. Let's go find the puppet of the king. After enjoying the big scene, after appreciating the grand scene, Lin Yan said to the fatty and the others. Wang Bao was still weak, staying behind with the blind monk. Qing Daozi was the core damage dealer and overall commander, so the task of destroying the puppet of the king naturally fell on Lin Yan's shoulders. It's a familiar smell. Lin Yan wrinkled his nose. The underground dungeon was filled with the stench of decay and stagnant air. Last time, he had to be cautious and wear an invisibility cloak. This time, he was openly killing his way in. Who would dare to stop him? Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The 5-person team moved through the underground dungeon, encountering many members of the True Truth sect and players who had joined their side. Unfortunately, the strength of these people was far, far inferior to that of the 5-person team. They were easily defeated. The new players following behind Lin Yan were all dumbfounded. Are these really players? How can they be so strong? Even the NPCs in the beginner village are this strong. They probably played for a couple of months before us and just leveled up. We'll be this strong soon too. I'm really looking forward to it. Lin Yan heard the discussion in the player group and smiled slightly. It seems that every group of players has their own understanding. That's the Flame Emperor, the guy who was evaluated by the gaming expert as an arrogant, outdated player. The players who joined the True Truth sect were also dumbfounded. The gaming expert had once posted that joining the True Truth sect was the correct way to play the game. Staying in the Ming village was a dead end, and they couldn't level up at all. But now, not only Lin Yan, but also several old players around Lin Yan, are incredibly strong. Is this the dead end he was talking about? Damn it, all of them are third-tier elite professionals, and they're almost at max level. Is the late-game welfare in the newbie village really this good? The only one still at first tier, Emperor Yan, has such insane combat power. These players discussed discontentedly, but as they discussed, they were all killed. There was no more discussion in the field. After resurrecting, they naturally saw the situation clearly. The Dark Village army was too powerful, and going to support after resurrection would only be meaningless suicide. So either they squeezed together and surrendered at the spring, or they secretly ran away. Especially those labor players who were scammed by the True Faith Church. They were all running away like crazy at this moment. Thank Emperor Yan for liberating us. We will definitely thank you after we get out. These players were all in tears. Lin Yan didn't sympathize with these players, he even wanted to laugh. How could they be scammed into becoming laborers while playing games? Their intelligence is truly lacking. Can you expect these idiots to repay him in any way? Die! A furious shout came. The top experts of the True Faith Church were all guarding the hall, and when they saw Lin Yan arrive, they all attacked him frantically. Let's see who dares to hurt him. Wang the blacksmith and Wu Baihua rushed over and stopped these experts. You focus on destroying the puppet of the king, we'll handle this. Qing Daozi shouted. All right. Lin Yan nodded. His goal was the remaining pages of the Book of Truth, and if there were experts from the True Faith Church to help him, he naturally couldn't ask for more. Who? He flew to the center of the hall and tore off the huge cloth, revealing a humanoid giant creation that was over 10 meters tall. I found you! Lin Yan exclaimed excitedly. However, before he could even laugh, the terrifying artificial giant's dull and gloomy eyes suddenly brightened. Boom! The body of the puppet of the king immediately moved, and it slapped down towards Lin Yan. Damn! Lin Yan's heart trembled. Has the puppet of the king already successfully fused? If that's the case, then it's dangerous. Although he is not afraid of the golden heroes now, he is well aware that he can only run away when facing this pseudo-king's combat power. Is this a trap within a trap set by Yuan Tiangang? Qing Daozi and the blind monk's faces turned serious. No, if it had already successfully fused, he could have just released the puppet of the king to destroy the dark village. Why bother luring us here? Wang Bauer, who was perceptive, reminded them repeatedly. That's right. Lin Yan also felt relieved. In order to verify his thoughts, he took the initiative to rush forward and directly clashed with the giant hand of the puppet of the king. Boom! The underground dungeon trembled. Lin Yan took a few steps back, but there was a hint of joy in his eyes. The damage from the puppet of the king was only a little over 700,000, far from the combat power of the pseudo-king. However, even so, due to the high-level difference, he still couldn't read the damage data of the puppet of the king. I must obtain the true eye skill for investigation. Lin Yan's ability to kill enemies beyond his level is incredibly strong now. He can't even figure out the enemy's data with advanced investigation skills. He might be the #1 player in the Divine Land. Seeing that the intimidation plan had failed, Yuan Tiangang sighed. Originally, he only planned to slightly activate the puppet of the king to scare away the Dark Village experts, and by tomorrow, the puppet would be fully formed and sweep everything away. Indeed, he is the biggest variable. Yuan Tiangang looked at Lin Yan, and the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. But now, he was being attacked by Wu Baihua and Wang the blacksmith, and he couldn't spare any hands to deal with Lin Yan. He could only curse him in his heart. Damn it, my core skill isn't a curse type. Boom! Lin Yan directly threw out a bunch of defensive treasures and scrolls, shattering many defense shields of the puppet of the king. But Lin Yan's attacks were faster than the puppet's, and his damage efficiency was even higher than that of the puppet of the king. 7 treasures lapis lazuli arrow, shared life armor, forbidden curse, wood revival, phoenix battle technique. Shen Yue, Duanda, Lin Feng, and Xu Qingxian all fought fiercely, using their core skills. These little devils, each one more outrageous than the other. Yuan Tiangang felt frustrated to the point of spitting blood. Awesome! Lin Yan felt extremely satisfied. Shen Yue's support doubled his attack speed, and the fatty increased his armor by several million out of thin air. Lin Feng's forbidden curse doubled his armor recovery speed and even created a space channel for him to dodge the heavy blows of the king's puppet. Although Chu Qingxuan's Phoenix battle technique couldn't directly assist him, it provided excellent control effects. Even the huge creation like the king's puppet could be stunned multiple times. It was like having 4 support cheats. It was incredibly satisfying. Invincible. Lin Yan killed with great enthusiasm. Various skills and crazy slashes kept coming down, and the king's puppet, known for its indestructible body, was covered in wounds. This won't work. The king's puppet's armor value is too high. After injuring it, Lin Yan barely managed to see its data. Although he couldn't see the specifics, but king's puppet, creation, level, health, armor, skills, characteristics, treasures, 9 digits behind the armor. In other words, it still has at least 100 million armor left. Lin Yan's scalp went numb. When would he be able to cut through it? Fatigue in the Divine Land was a hidden attribute that didn't appear on the panel, but if the battle lasted too long, the state would decline accordingly, and eventually, he wouldn't be able to swing his sword. With over 100 million armor, even if each strike dealt 500,000 damage, he would have to strike 200 times, not to mention that the king's puppet had numerous defensive measures and basically only took impact damage. It would be good if 1 out of 10 strikes could deal effective damage. Boom! 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 The king's puppet used the king's stomp, and its big foot landed, cracking the ground. Lin Yan dodged left and right, and the people from the Ming village anxiously watched, afraid that Lin Yan's team would suffer any losses. Xiaofeng, create a space channel for me, build a platform in the chest of the king's puppet. Lin Yan shouted. Okay. Lin Feng formed a circle with his left hand and a square with his right hand. Space channel. Iron armor generation. Sizzle. Sizzle. In the chest of the king's puppet, iron armor automatically derived and constructed a foothold. The space channel materialized, and Lin Yan appeared directly on the iron armor platform. This battle feels really comfortable. Lin Yan grinned. Although Lin Feng's level wasn't too high and his damage wasn't too strong, his understanding of spells was extremely thorough. Just being able to comprehend space-related spells at the current level could be called the strongest support. Die for me! Lin Yan roared lowly and fiercely struck the chest armor of the king's puppet. You brat, have you gone crazy? The chest armor of the king's puppet is the thickest. Its defense is the highest. Yuan Tiangang deliberately mocked, but his heart was in a panic. This damn brat seemed to have found some clever trick again. Hee hee, the more anxious the enemy is, the more it proves that I've chosen the right direction. Isn't that right? Lin Yan looked at Yuan Tiangang's reaction and knew that his guess was correct. He grinned even wider and struck the chest armor of the king's puppet with even more force. Fatty, block the attacks. Here, boss. The fatty was sent to the metal platform by Lin Feng's space jump and used the thorn shield to withstand the king's puppet's chest attacks. Bang! 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 The fatty's face turned bitter. Boss, these attacks are too fierce. I might not be able to hold on for long. Don't worry, Lin Yan explained while slashing. The weakness of the king's puppet lies in its core. This tightly guarded place is definitely where the core is. The more heavily defended a place is, the more it becomes the enemy's weak point. Damn! How does he know so much about the king's puppet? Yuan Tiangang gritted his teeth, unable to believe it. This kid not only had incredible combat power but also seemed to know everything. Being enemies with him was simply the unluckiest thing in 8 lifetimes. Roar! Yuan Tiangang knew that if he didn't stop Lin Yan, everything would be in vain. He ignited the fire in his chest and activated his core skill. Tiangang True Body. Countless auras surrounded his body, converging into a 3-meter-tall aura True Body. Boom boom boom. The True Body wildly threw punches, with terrifying attack speed and knockback effects. Even Wang Taijian and the close combat Tyrannosaurus Wu Baihua were momentarily stunned and could only defend passively, being blasted away 100 meters. Die! Yuan Tiangang, filled with boundless anger, slapped towards Lin Yan. This palm contained Tiangang True Qi and the curse of heavenly mechanism, making it his strongest palm. Lin Yan's killing intent surged as he turned around and shouted angrily, "Come on! Fight to the death! Who's afraid of who? Ha!" Just as Yuan Tiangang's palm was about to hit Lin Yan's chest, Lin Feng, who had already received internal messages from Lin Yan's team, instantly constructed a spatial channel. Buzz! Lin Yan and Fatty disappeared in an instant. Yuan Tiangang's mind went blank, and Lin Yan stood in front of Wan's puppet. His palm was too fierce, and he couldn't stop his momentum. No! Boom boom boom! This palm hit Wan's puppet's chest directly. Endless shockwaves spread out, reverberating throughout the underground city. Tremble and follow Yi Jiaoyang to get the latest news from the author. Crack crack. The dust settled, and Wan's puppet's chest armor began to shatter, piece by piece falling off. Everyone was stunned. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Many people wanted to laugh, but they felt it wasn't a good time. Yuan Tiangang's mouth twitched continuously, feeling like he had been made a fool of, and in front of so many people. Thanks, old Yuan. Lin Yan waved his hand and laughed recklessly. I'll kill you. Yuan Tiangang exploded with anger and continued to attack Lin Yan. Enough! I see that you really don't take me seriously. Wu Baihua, forced back, unleashed her close combat ability as the female Tyrannosaurus, directly activating her core skill and transforming into a fire phoenix, pouncing towards Yuan Tiangang. Oomph! Yuan Tiangang snorted angrily and had no choice but to give up on Lin Yan. Wu Baihua's close combat ability was too terrifying, and now that she had activated the fire phoenix technique, he had to be careful in dealing with her. And me! Wang Taijian wielded a large hammer embedded with 7 gemstones. These 7 gemstones were Wang Taijian's core skill, 7 treasures luminous manifestation. Each gemstone gave him a powerful buff, boosting his combat power. Damn it! Yuan Tiangang was under immense pressure. Faced with the full force of the 2 Dawn heroes, he couldn't sustain the fight for long. Spatial channel! Lin Yan shouted loudly. The next moment, with the help of Lin Feng's channel, he once again arrived at Wang's puppet's chest. Found you! His eyes brightened as he forcefully pulled out the remaining pages of the Book of Truth hidden in the puppet's hub. 2 pages, obtained. Boom! Wang's puppet lost its divinity and could no longer move, falling backward. It crushed many innocent players. As the dust settled, Lin Yan held the magic blade Thousand Blades and stepped on Wang's puppet's chest, surveying the entire scene. The situation is settled. Who dares to resist? His domineering question made many Truth sect disciples shudder. With the great protector dead and the puppet, considered the ultimate weapon, also fallen, the outcome was indeed predetermined. Many disciples gradually began to put down their weapons and give up resistance. Many Truth sect disciples panicked and fled in all directions. In the crowd, 2 disheveled men and women turned their heads. They were none other than Poison Prince and Mu Qingwan. They had long been treated as small fry and had been killed countless times. If they didn't run quickly, they would drop back to level 1 again. Damn! How could he become so powerful? Poison Prince gritted his teeth, leaning against the large guild. He was now weaker than cannon fodder. On the other hand, Lin Yan had already grown to the point where he played a crucial role in such a major plot twist. He could even contend with legendary figures and ultimate creations. Mu Qingwan's eyes flickered, and she had to admit that she had underestimated Lin Yan at the beginning, which was her mistake. It's a pity that he has become such a brilliant and dazzling powerhouse now. Even if I want to seduce him, it's probably difficult to succeed. She regretted deeply and thought to herself, it seems that I can only seek advice from my mother. With her skills in manipulating men, she can definitely make Lin Yan fall in love with me again. The situation became more chaotic, and the overall situation was collapsing. Who dares to surrender? Yuan Tiangang fought with his hair scattered, roaring like thunder, burning with anger. You can't even protect yourself, stop shouting. Wang Baoer sneered and provided long-range support with Qing Daozi, a spatial mage and a psychic mage, both extremely formidable. Ha! Yuan Tiangang looked in astonishment and found that several top experts from the true teachings had already been taken care of by the blind monk. The situation is lost. The situation is lost. He looked at the chaotic underground city, filled with sadness, and couldn't help but shout angrily, my plan failed, it's not my fault. It's fate. He was not wrong in saying this. Lin Yan, as the biggest variable, was indeed too overpowered. Otherwise, with Yuan Tiangong's planning, the plan would have definitely succeeded. Lin Yan also did not deny this, because in the original timeline, the true teachings successfully created the perfect puppet king and used the psychic puppet Wang Bao to infiltrate the dark village from within. Yuan Tiangang personally destroyed the altar, resurrecting the zombie King Yi Chi from its seal. The remnant soul of King Lu also revived, preparing for the final battle for the people. After that battle, the life and death seal emerged completely, triggering the next chaotic plot. But now, everything has changed. Lin Yan whispered, Rebirth. The blind monk chanted the rebirth mantra, and the grand scene was on a completely different level from the Fatso. The entire underground city was enveloped in scriptures, emitting golden light, as if the western Pure Land had descended. Seal! Qing Daozi also shouted, and the terrifying power of space formed layer after layer of spatial cocoons. What are you trying to do? Yuan Tiangang roared in anger. Humph! Wu Baihua, in the form of a phoenix claw, captured one of Yuan Tiangong's hands. Wang Taijian exerted all his strength to capture his other arm. Harmony of the mind. Wang Bao's incantation changed, and the terrifying power of the mind transformed into substance, harmonizing and condensing these forces. In the end, the power of rebirth, the power of the mind, and the spatial cocoons merged into a terrifying seal. Yuan Tiangang, with his arms bound, was completely unable to resist this seal. I, Yuan Tiangang, would rather die than be captured. Yuan Tiangang wanted to self-destruct, but under the combined efforts of the 5 Dawn heroes, his struggles seemed feeble and pale. Soon, he was completely sealed within the spatial cocoon, unable to move a single bit. Fatso, Xing Yue, Xu Qingxian, and Lin Feng were all in awe. Although they had learned core skills, compared to the true Dawn heroes, they were still inexperienced. This kind of battle between powerhouses was like a live demonstration, and they gained a lot from it. Lin Yan's expression also turned serious. Although he was no longer afraid of ordinary golden heroes, he still felt a tingling sensation when facing the full force of the Dawn heroes. After all, their strength was reduced to less than 1/3 of their peak. Even so, when the 5 Dawn heroes joined forces, they became powerful to such an extent. Yuan Tiangang was already strong enough, but unfortunately, he encountered these 5 monsters. Lin Yan deeply understood that his own path was still long. After all, he would most likely have to snatch the fragment of the Book of Truth from the Dragon Summer royal family, and his current strength was not enough. I understand. I understand. Lin Feng was the first to snap out of his enlightenment. He flipped his palm, and a crude spatial cocoon formed in his hand. Even though Lin Yan knew about his little brother's potential, he was still shocked. He had only pondered for a dozen seconds, yet his little brother had directly comprehended a spatial prohibition. If it weren't for my cheat, my little brother would probably be the protagonist of this world. Lin Yan shook his head helplessly. Finally, it's over. Qing Daozi looked at Yuan Tiangang, who was sealed, with emotion. After so many years, you have misunderstood your brother too much. If you knew the whole truth, you would regret it. Yuan Tiangang couldn't move his body, but his eyes were bloodshot, clearly not believing Qing Daozi's words. Return to the village. Qing Daozi was extremely delighted after the great victory overnight. The burden that had been weighing on his heart for so many years was finally lifted. Until everyone withdrew from the underground dungeon, Qing Daozi cast numerous forbidden spells and completely destroyed the dungeon. The sun finally rose completely. However, the sunlight was not bright. Even though the sun was high in the sky, it always made people feel gloomy. In the nether village, Yuan Tianren sat at the altar, holding the heavenly fate disc, opening his heavenly eyes to peer into the heavenly fate. His originally smiling face suddenly froze at this moment. The bright star has just risen, while the dark star has fallen. The balance between light and darkness is becoming more and more tense. Yuan Tianren frowned and murmured, it seems that things are far from being as simple as I thought. At the same time, at the bottom of the tomb, a man wearing a mask and a handsome robe slowly woke up. In the blink of an eye, he looked exactly like Yuan Tiangang. The only difference was that his eyes were green and eerie to the extreme. Back then, I faked my death and passed on the position to Yuan Tiangang, using him to achieve a series of my own purposes and plans. The masked man waved his hand, and a ruin appeared in the magic mirror in front of him. It seems that he failed. Master. 3 figures, completely wrapped in cloaks and stiff bodies, emerged from the darkness. Although Yuan Tiangang is stubborn and foolish, he is quite skilled in layout and planning. It is truly surprising that he would end up in such a miserable defeat. The master behind the scenes sneered. However, all of this was within my calculations. Whether he wins or loses, he is just a pawn in my plan. The master stood up. Now that Wang Bao has awakened, the seal of my king must have loosened. The day of the decisive battle will not exceed 3 days. We have been waiting for this day for a long time. The 3 figures wrapped in cloaks couldn't hide their excitement. Immediately activate the king's awakening plan and awaken all the warriors in the underground palace. The master waved his robe and took off his mask. We no longer have to endure the Star Tomb. The day of my king's return will be the day we establish the kingdom of the undead on the surface. The only ray of sunlight in the underground palace flashed across his face. It turned out to be the face of a zombie with dead hair growing all over it. If Lin Yan were here, he would definitely recognize that this was a 1,000-year-old zombie of a higher rank than a blood corpse. The commander is wise. The three zombie figures praised in unison. Then, they turned around with infinite anticipation and began to chant the necromancer's scriptures. Capricorn chuckles, new and corpse. The chanting sounded like whispers in a dark nest, echoing throughout the entire underground palace. One pair after another of green eyes awakened, and the pale arms of the zombies broke through the ground. Countless zombie heads emerged from the coffins in the underground palace. Looking around, their numbers were countless. Death will eventually descend upon the world. In the Nether village, the team returned victorious, and Yuan Tianren welcomed them at the village entrance. There was a festive atmosphere. Yuan Tianren's expression was complicated, and he finally asked, "That monster, Brother Yuan, I didn't let you down." Qing Daozi looked at Yuan Tianren's complex expression and smiled slightly. He waved his sleeve and threw out the spatial cocoon that sealed Yuan Tiangang. "You've worked hard." Yuan Tianren's eyes were filled with mixed emotions as he patted Qing Daozi's shoulder deeply. The high-level members of the Nether village gathered in the village chief's house. The spatial cocoon that sealed Yuan Tiangang was placed in the center, and everyone sat around it. "We were able to succeed this time thanks to the help of Emperor Yin. Otherwise, it would have been dangerous." The blacksmith sighed. "The puppet of the king is almost complete and can fight on its own. It was all thanks to our disciples and Emperor Yin working together to defeat it." Lin Yan smiled faintly, not sparing any words. "Don't talk about these empty words, give me something real. You really know how to ruin the mood," Yuan Tianren teased. Then he seemed to think of something and hesitantly asked, "So, does that mean the task I gave you has been upgraded halfway? What do you think?" Lin Yan rolled his eyes. This time, Yuan Tianren gave him a 5th-order golden task, but unexpectedly, the king's puppet could actually move, so the task was directly upgraded to a 6th-order bronze task. "It's confirmed, you definitely have a special buff." Yuan Tianren felt uncomfortable. It seemed that he couldn't escape the fate of being taken advantage of. Emperor Yin was simply a nemesis to tasks. "What do you want this time?" "The remaining pages of the Book of Truth that I brought back from the Black Iron City, and casually give me 10 or 8 3-star skill books." Lin Yan made a sky-high offer. The Church of Truth had been destroyed, so he could only take advantage of Yuan Tianren. He couldn't let go of the opportunity to take advantage of him one last time, or his conscience would bother him. Yuan Tianren laughed helplessly. "Those remaining pages of the Book of Truth were auctioned off after emptying the wallets of the 6 of us, and you want them with just a word? And 3-star skill books, do you think they're cabbages? You want 10 or 8 with just a word? Old man Yuan, you should have a conscience." Lin Yan frowned. "I almost died several times in your tasks, all because of your problem with task ratings. If it weren't for my overwhelming strength, I would have died several times already. You should compensate me for this, right?" Yuan Tianren was so angry that smoke came out of his nostrils. If it weren't for the sake of his face, he really wanted to beat up Lin Yan. "You're just a player, you only lose 1 level when you die. If it really doesn't work, I'll give you 1,000,000 experience pearls to make up for your loss, alright? Deal." Lin Yan was afraid that Yuan Tianren would go back on his word, so he quickly sealed the deal. Yuan Tianren was completely confused. "So you're playing tricks on me?" "Put." The fat guy was the first to not hold back and burst into laughter. Lin Yan grinned. "You can't go back on your word. Give me the 1,000,000 experience pearls quickly. Leveling up is so tiring, and in the future, when he forms his own faction, he will definitely need a massive amount of experience pearls as faction rewards. It's definitely right to prepare in advance." "Alright." Yuan Tianren's scalp went numb. He had to be careful when talking to this black-bellied brat. If he wasn't careful, he would be stripped down to his underwear. "Alright, take these Swordmaster's boots, 3-star skill books, and experience pearls and get out." Lin Yan took the task rewards, smiled faintly, and left with Shin Yue and the others. "Boss, you're amazing. You completely tricked old Yuan." Duande gave Lin Yan a thumbs up. Lin Yan smiled, then his expression became serious. "Don't slack off. Practice hard when we get back. The real test is still ahead." "Ah, there's still a test? Didn't we already take down the Church of Truth?" Zhu Qingxian couldn't understand. "Yuan Tianren promised me that after Wang Bauer wakes up, he will give me a divine gift template." Lin Yan's voice was calm, "But from what I know, that divine gift template is used to suppress the Zombie King. To obtain the divine gift template, we must open the seal and fight the Zombie King." "What?" Lin Feng shook his head. "The reason why the old village chief and the others have been guarding the Dark Village and even fighting against the Church of Truth is to protect the altar. They will never agree to open the altar and release the Zombie King. The time has come, whether to open it or not is no longer up to him." Lin Yan was determined to obtain the divine gift template, and who said we have to stand with the old village chief and the others? Don't forget, we are just players. Before, I needed a legendary weapon, so I would do his tasks. Now that I need the divine gift template, I can naturally change my target. He glanced at the others. "Brother, I'll do whatever you say." Lin Feng nodded. I will naturally listen to the boss. Duan didn't hesitate either. Shen Yue grabbed Lin Yan's hand, expressing her feelings. Only Chu Qingxian was a bit conflicted. The world of Shintu is too real, and everything that happened felt too real. She is a person of strong character, so betraying Wu Baihua is indeed difficult for her. But in the end, she looked at Lin Feng and nodded. Lin Yan smiled slightly and nodded in satisfaction. Just now, he was only testing the team's cohesion. He didn't really care about the old village chief and the Dawn heroes. He still respected them in his heart. Don't worry, I wouldn't say this if I wasn't confident. This plan won't harm your master and Yuan Lao too. Lin Yan continued, if I'm not mistaken, they should be interrogating Yuan Tiangang right now. After Yuan Tiangang and Wang Bao's information is combined, it would be impossible for them not to open the altar. If that's the case, then that's great. Everyone felt relieved and smiled. We must make good use of our time. I have a feeling that the altar will open soon. At that time, we will have to face at least one pseudo-king's power. Lin Yan said in a deep voice, it will be a completely different battle. I will upgrade your main weapons as soon as possible. You should also think about your core skills, as they are the key to turning the tide of the battle. Okay. Shen Yue and the others nodded seriously and then left one by one. Although that's what I said, we still need to find an opportunity to deceive the remaining pages of the Book of Truth. Lin Yan searched for a fusion point while thinking about how to arrange everything properly. Buzz. In the village chief's house, Wang Bao initiated a mental connection. What else do you have to say now? Yuan Tianrun frowned and asked his younger brother. You, the imperial family's lackey, a spineless person who sells yourself to the royal family. Yuan Tiangang angrily shouted, I have nothing to say to you, just kill me. Yuan Tianrun shook his head, you are too impulsive. The Longxia royal family can control such a large territory, their strength is unfathomable. How could we have been able to shake them back then? So you just want to bow down and return home? Let others bully you? Yuan Tiangang sneered, I would rather die than suffer such humiliation. He said coldly, in order to seek revenge against the royal family, I carefully planned this scheme. As long as we release the zombie king, let it fight against the Longxia royal family, isn't that good enough? You are stubborn and insist on being a dog yourself. Why do you still want to stop me from seeking revenge? You bastard! What about the people of the world? Have you ever considered them? Are they just sacrifices in this power struggle, bones on your path of revenge? Yuan Tianrun's anger made his veins pop. Moreover, even if we release the zombie king, do you think it can weaken the power of the Longxia royal family? How naive you are! He hated that he couldn't make his brother understand. Pointing at him angrily, those royal family members are always high and mighty. When something happens, they will just manipulate others to take their place, manipulate the common people to sacrifice themselves for them. Do you really expect them to personally face the danger and fight against the zombie king? Let me tell you, even if all the people in this world perish, they will never suffer any consequences. Do you think all kings are as benevolent as the ancient King Lu? A series of questions left Yuan Tiangang speechless for a moment. After a long silence, he finally said in a low and cold voice, then you are also a lackey of the royal family. This fact cannot be argued. Yuan Tianrun's lips trembled with anger. You misunderstand your brother. Xing Daozi shook his head. Yuan Big Brother's plan goes far beyond your imagination. Compared to him, you are far behind. A far-reaching plan? Is that referring to hiding in a small village for 20 years? Yuan Tiangang sneered disdainfully. You will see that day, and you will regret everything you have done before. The usually silent blind monk couldn't bear it anymore and spoke up. Yuan Tianrun waved his hand. It has come to this point, we can only let the facts speak. Let's not discuss